Chapter 1. Ino Yamanaka. Keep your distance from Sasuke. Stop pretending that you and Sasuke are so close. With that broad forehead of yours, Sakura, he would never be interested in you. The clamor of the girls was loud enough to echo into the corridor outside the classroom. Morning chaos in the campus seems to be universally similar, regardless of the world. With this thought, Naruto Uzumaki pushed open the door to the classroom. In the back row of the tiered classroom, the attention of Yamanaka Ino and Haruno Sakura, who had been embroiled in a rivalry, was momentarily diverted by the sound of the door. Upon realizing that the newcomer was merely Naruto Uzumaki, they resumed glaring at one another. Unperturbed by their disregard, Naruto strode past them and settled into the innermost seat by the window in the back row. Meanwhile, the black-haired boy surrounded by Ino and Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke, observed Naruto for a brief moment. Just as Naruto took his seat, the bell announcing the start of class resonated through the black speaker mounted on the classroom wall. Students hurriedly returned to their seats as the bell rang. With the conclusion of the ringing, the homeroom teacher ascended to the podium and outlined the day's lesson. Tomorrow, you will be participating in the graduation examination of the Ninja Academy. So today, let us diligently review in preparation for the test. Yes, Mizuki Sensei. The students responded in unison to their teacher, Mizuki. Naruto Uzumaki was also one of the students who responded. However, his gaze lingered deeply on Mizuki. Noticing Naruto's glance, Mizuki offered him a gentle smile. Instantly, Naruto adopted an expression that suggested his discomfort with the kindness being extended towards him, turning away to avoid Mizuki's smile and redirecting his focus from the classroom to the playground outside the window. Yet, Naruto was not genuinely admiring the scenery beyond, rather, he was contemplating Mizuki's earlier smile. It seemed that, much like in the original narrative, Mizuki had begun to incorporate him into his scheme to steal the seal of the book. Naruto's eyes flickered as he finally recalled a pressing matter. Calculating the passage of time, he realized that he had been transported into the world of Naruto for 2 years now. When he first entered the Konoha Ninja Academy, he was taken aback to discover that his homeroom teacher was not Iruka Umino, but Mizuki. This shocking revelation was still vividly etched in his memory. Unlike the original story, in this version of the Naruto world, Iruka and his parents perished during the Nine Tails incident 12 years prior. In the original narrative, Iruka was the only person willing to extend kindness to Naruto in his youth. Devoid of Iruka's benevolence, Naruto's heart grew darker, and his interpersonal relationships deteriorated further. This led to Naruto being perceived as untrustworthy in the eyes of Konoha's higher-ups, intensifying their wariness towards him. However, when referring to Konoha's higher-ups, it was primarily the extreme hawkish views of Danzo Shimura that were at play in the original narrative of Naruto, Shimura Danzo, upon the moment when Tsunade ascended to the position of the 5th Hokage and fell into a state of unconsciousness during Pain's invasion of Konoha, finally began to devise a plan to imprison and control Naruto Uzumaki, the host of the Nine Tails, intending to wield him as a strategic weapon for the village. However, in the absence of Iruka, the original Naruto found himself ensnared in darkness, struggling to break free from an overwhelming sense of alienation from the Hidden Leaf Village, which compelled Danzo to expedite his plans for controlling the Nine Tails. Remarkably, this scheme was set in motion 2 years prior. 2 years ago, Danzo attempted to manipulate Naruto using the eyes of Uchiha Sure Sway, aiming to transform him into a mere weapon devoid of personal identity, merely obeying commands. Yet, unforeseen circumstances arose, whether due to his inability to control the cells of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, or perhaps his insufficient mastery of the Sharingan. The original Naruto perished 2 years ago. Simultaneously, as the original Naruto met his demise, the reincarnated version of him, the new Naruto Uzumaki, emerged. It was this reincarnated Naruto who was saved by the 3rd Hokage, who arrived too late to thwart Danzo's actions. In his previous life, many remarked on Sarutobi Hiruzen's indecisiveness, a sentiment that Naruto now intimately experienced. Strikingly, Danzo's actions went unpunished, merely resulting in a decree from the 3rd Hokage forbidding any further aggression towards Naruto. This left Naruto pondering repeatedly that if he were merely an ordinary Jinchuriki without any background, rather than the orphan son of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, his plight might have been vastly different. Given Sarutobi Hiruzen's elderly demeanor, he might not even issue a final command to Danzo. Consequently, Naruto harbored a lack of trust towards the indecisive third Hokage and remains vigilant against any potential machinations from Danzo. The third Hokage is incapable of providing Naruto with tangible protection. Given Danzo's cunning strategies, once he has targeted Naruto, he will undoubtedly not allow him to escape unscathed, particularly after the Akatsuki organization begins its extensive capture of Jinchuriki, disrupting the balance of power among the 5 great shinobi villages. The hawkish Danzo will certainly seek to seize the Nine Tails for Konoha, leveraging it to reclaim advantages from the other 4 nations amid the ensuing chaos. With some time still left before class ends, let us conduct another mock examination. Even those who pass the last one must participate. Suddenly, Mizuki's voice pierced through Naruto's thoughts. Ugh! The students collectively groaned in discontent. Complaining will not change anything. Everyone line up by student number at the front for the exam. Mizuki asserted his authority as the homeroom teacher, brandishing a scoring board as he awaited the students to assemble. Reluctantly, the students vacated their seats and formed a queue for the mock exam. Naruto joined the line, but an odd phenomenon occurred at that moment. In the lengthy line, all the students clustered closely together, except for Naruto's position. Regardless of whether they were in front or behind him, everyone instinctively maintained a distance of 2 spaces from Naruto. The students' isolation of Naruto was strikingly evident. This is a scenario that would never occur in the original work, despite the adults in the village ostracizing Naruto. However, the students at the school are ultimately just 11 or 12 years old. Even if they are reluctant to engage with Naruto, they would never resort to such extreme isolation that borders on bullying. Noticing his own predicament, Naruto let out a faint sigh. This situation is also tied to the original Naruto without Iruka. His personality was rather dark during that time. Now, the interpersonal relationships he has cultivated over 2 years of effort since his arrival in this world are already quite favorable. If he were still the original Naruto at this moment, the isolation he would face would be far more pronounced. It is truly stifling, Naruto thought to himself. The higher-ups in the village wished to treat him as a mere weapon devoid of personality. Meanwhile, the villagers continue to shun him due to the whispers surrounding the Nine Tails incident from 12 years ago. After living this way for 2 years, even as a time traveler, Naruto finds it increasingly difficult to persevere. Nevertheless, he lowered his head, feigning disappointment at his classmates' exclusion, while a glimmer of determination shone in his eyes. Soon, he would be able to escape this existence. Once he successfully becomes a ninja, he could use the guise of missions to defect from the village. Naruto raised his head again, looking towards Uchiha Sasuke at the front of the line. If Uchiha can become a rogue ninja, why can't I, a member of the Uzumaki clan? Haruno Sakura, begin the exam. Haruno Sakura, with her pink hair, formed hand seals, a sudden haze enveloped her, obscuring her figure. In the next instant, the mist dissipated entirely, revealing Haruno Sakura once more, now accompanied by 4 identical replicas of herself. This was the art of the shadow clone technique, one of the fundamental abilities of a ninja, alongside the transformation technique and the substitution technique, collectively known as the 3-body techniques. Mizuki observed Sakura's clones, noting that each replica mirrored her physique, demeanor, and movements precisely. He recorded Sakura's score on the scoreboard. Next, Uchiha Sasuke. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Uchiha Sasuke emerged from the waiting line, his expression icy and silent as he swiftly performed the hand seals to execute the shadow clone technique. Judging by the speed of his execution, Sasuke surpassed Sakura. Before Mizuki could utter a word, Sasuke dispelled his clones and returned to his seat. His aloof demeanor elicited gasps of admiration from the female students. Following Sasuke, Mizuki called forth several more students to take their turn in the examination. Naruto remained quietly in anticipation of his own assessment. The shadow clone technique. Naruto recalled the simulation exam from the original story, where Iruka had assigned the transformation technique. Yet, under Mizuki's supervision, it had morphed into the shadow clone technique. In the 2 years since his arrival in this world, Naruto had continued to feign incompetence in ninjutsu, his own shadow clone technique, under the guise, proving even more inadequate than in the original narrative. Shueimuu indeed intends to leverage the outcome of the graduation examination to entice Naruto into seizing the Book of Seals. It appears that both Shueimuu and Naruto are eager to lay their hands on the coveted tome. However, Naruto's pretense of being inept at ninjutsu serves a dual purpose. It is not solely aimed at deceiving Shueimuu to extract information regarding the Book of Seals, but also to mislead Danzo. A perceived lack of proficiency in ninjutsu signifies a heightened degree of controllability, which is precisely how Naruto is viewed by the higher-ups. Moreover, the image of a genius ninja may provoke Danzo's apprehension, especially when considering Naruto's previously adverse attitude towards the village. It is conceivable that Danzo's scheming, previously curtailed by the third Hokage, might resurface. Thus, it would be wise for Naruto to feign being a complete underachiever, allowing him to bide his time for development. While overt matters are challenging, covert operations often yield success. His disguise of being inept at the shadow clone technique enabled Naruto to engage in diligent practice, thereby fortuitously encountering the art of shadow clones. Although the teachers at the Ninja Academy impart only fundamental ninjutsu that requires minimal chakra and does not necessitate chakra nature transformation, such as the essential 3 basic techniques for students, the school does not hinder students from expanding their own abilities. Indeed, a portion of the students hails from the esteemed ninja clans of Konoha, benefiting from familial support, which invariably elevates their prowess above that of their peers from ordinary households. To ensure equitable access to fundamental educational resources, the Academy also opens its library to all students, allowing those with innate talent to pursue self-directed learning. However, in most instances, ordinary students in the Ninja Academy primarily learn the basic techniques of the 3-body jutsu. Otherwise, the graduation examination from the Ninja Academy would not solely focus on this technique. The library houses a plethora of ninjutsu categorized into 3 types: ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. It even includes advanced techniques that require mastery of chakra nature transformation, enabling students to comprehend the logical applications of these jutsu, thereby facilitating a swift execution of corresponding techniques upon mastering chakra nature transformation in the future. Additionally, there are analyses of fundamental sealing techniques that are accessible to the general populace, akin to those found in ninja tool scrolls. Naruto did not find it peculiar that among the previous graduates of the Ninja Academy, there was a certain Tian who excelled in summoning ninja tools for combat. However, despite the myriad of techniques available, they remained fundamentally rudimentary and devoid of any uniqueness. This is somewhat comprehensible. Advanced techniques are simply beyond the grasp of students who barely qualify as ninjas that AS for the specialized techniques. Those are typically clan secrets or self-created ninjutsu, accessible only through familial lineage or mentorship. Regarding the shadow clone technique that Naruto required, it was indeed present in the library, even located on the very next page following the clone technique. Its versatility is thus readily apparent. Unlike the shadow clone technique, which is classified as a forbidden technique with an A-rank difficulty for mastering the multiple shadow clone technique, the basic shadow clone technique is not a classified ninjutsu. Almost all ninjas with sufficient chakra actively seek to learn this technique. For ninjas who place a high value on intelligence gathering, the shadow clone technique serves as a convenient means to remain in a secure location while obtaining information, significantly enhancing their chances of survival. That Naruto's plan to defect from Konoha was finally set into motion after mastering the shadow clone technique. This technique, invented by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, has a B-rank difficulty level. The ordinary clone technique taught at the Ninja Academy merely creates visual phantoms, while the shadow clones possess physical form, retain the consciousness of the original, and can engage in combat, exhibiting a degree of resilience. Upon dispersing the shadow clones, their memories and experiences return to the original body. The unique capabilities of the shadow clone technique allow ninjas to excel in intelligence operations, which explains its widespread adoption in the ninja world despite being a creation of the second Hokage. Thus, when Naruto was learning the clone technique, it was only natural for him to encounter the more advanced shadow clone technique. Moreover, others perceived Naruto as someone incapable of even performing the clone technique. How could he possibly know how to learn the more advanced shadow clone technique? During the 2 years he secretly honed this skill, Naruto utilized the characteristic of the shadow clone to enhance his own experiences while diligently practicing how to control the Nine Tails chakra. With the aid of the 8 trigram seal, which assists Jinchuriki in managing the excess chakra of tailed beasts, Naruto successfully gained control over the Nine Tails chakra and began attempting to master natural energy, enabling him to enter Sage mode. Even in the absence of the special oils from Mount Myaboku or the experiences shared by Fukusaku regarding Sage mode, Naruto, having understood the method of absorbing natural energy, was able to grasp Sage mode not long ago after 2 years of perceiving the natural energy flow. However, although Naruto employed the meditative techniques of Mount Myaboku for training in Sage mode, the results seemed somewhat different than first. When absorbing natural energy, Naruto was exceedingly cautious, drawing in only minuscule amounts. Despite this, he encountered instances of failure in his absorption of natural energy. When his shadow clones returned to him, Naruto experienced an excruciating pain. He initially believed this to be a precursor to transformation into a frog, as his method of absorbing natural energy closely mirrored the training described in the original work. Nonetheless, Naruto dismissed this notion. He felt that a minor failure in absorbing a small quantity of natural energy would not lead to severe froggification, let alone petrification. However, following the pain of failed absorption, Naruto discovered that no part of his body had transformed into a frog, nor did he harbor any desire to consume insects. He merely found himself unable to gather chakra for several days, during which he could not absorb natural energy. Fortuitously, Naruto's underachiever persona became more pronounced. After several instances of failing to absorb natural energy, which only resulted in a temporary inability to gather chakra, Naruto grew bolder in his practice of Sage mode. Yet, these were secrets known only to Naruto himself to avoid being monitored by Danzo's rude organization or being detected by the third Hokage using his telescope technique. Naruto confined his shadow clone training to the school. He had discerned a pattern. Neither Danzo nor the third would surveil him while he was at the academy, prior to earnestly utilizing shadow clones for training. Naruto had a lengthy period of skipping class. He would genuinely evade classes in the village for a time, allowing the Umbu and Danzo's route to perceive his consistent behavior. Subsequently, he would calculate his return to school in advance, practicing the basic ninjutsu he had gleaned from the library. Typically, a student learning ninjutsu would not need to conceal their activities. If the third Hokage and Danzo were to notice his peculiar behavior, they would undoubtedly harbor deeper suspicions due to his status as a Jinchuriki. Although Naruto prepared some justifications for being discovered practicing ninjutsu in secret, he was not entirely confident that he could persuade the cunning old men that were Danzo and the third Hokage. While the third was merely indecisive, he was by no means foolish. Danzo was far more likely to leverage Naruto's actions as a pretext to reclaim control over the Nine Tails. Naruto had staked a considerable bet on this matter, fully aware that the consequences of failure would be catastrophic. Fortunately, Naruto emerged victorious. Having won, there was no longer a need to dwell on the possibility of failure that would no longer materialize. It was akin to a gambler hitting the jackpot of millions. The money was undeniably present before him. Would one still argue about the potential of not winning? Regardless of the discussion, the winnings were already in hand. Returning to the main topic, Naruto first confirmed that Danzo would not monitor the Ninja Academy. The educational nature of the academy is entirely under the purview of the Hokage, a place for disseminating the will of fire. Students from various clans receive their education there, and to avoid accusations of meddling in Hokage affairs, Danzo would not infiltrate the academy with his influence as for the third Hokage in the original work. He had used his telescope technique to allow the Jounin instructors to anticipate the actions of the graduates waiting in the classroom. Naruto felt a twinge of apprehension about this. However, he soon discerned the third's logic behind using the telescope technique. As long as Naruto remained within the village and no rumors concerning him reached the Third's ears, he would almost never take the initiative to surveil Naruto. The Third was not the conspiracy theorist some had depicted him as. His only flaw was that age had rendered him indecisive in handling matters, big or small. This indecision allowed many preventable tragedies to be preempted by the decisive actions of Danzo. Even so, Naruto's use of shadow clones was still concealed within the stalls of the school restroom, where he practiced during class time. Yes, soon as the lunch break arrived, Naruto would disperse his shadow clones to avoid exposing his clandestine training. As a result, the time he spent privately practicing with shadow clones was quite limited. Yet the stealthy manner in which he trained yielded remarkably rapid growth. During these moments, Naruto couldn't help but reflect on why so many mocked Naruto as a narrative of bloodline superiority. The advantages of being a member of the Uzumaki clan and the reincarnation of Ashura became increasingly evident. Such cumulative training was all aimed at ensuring that, before Danzo could strike against him again, Naruto would be adequately prepared to defect from Konoha. However, the most crucial element in enhancing his power remained the Book of Seals, whether it was the multiple shadow clone technique which could further accelerate his training, or the 8 trigram seal which bound the 9 tails. Both were contained within the Book of Seals that, if possible, Naruto wished to seize the Book of Seals entirely, rather than merely being content with learning the multiple shadow clone technique. Under Danzo's watchful gaze, defection was his only means of survival. Yet, before formally defecting, Naruto sought to maximize the benefits of his escape. To achieve this goal, the first step required him to make good use of Mizuki. Next up, Uzumaki Naruto. Mizuki called out, "At last." It was Naruto's turn to undergo the mock examination. Stepping out of the line, he stood before Mizuki and formed the necessary hand seals. "Oh," Mizuki remarked, observing Naruto's earnest posture as he prepared for the exam. Shadow clone technique. Naruto let out a loud shout, and smoke billowed up before dissipating. With great fervor, Naruto summoned forth a mere shadow clone, slumped lifelessly on the ground. Faced with such a spectacle, the other students in the classroom erupted in a mockery of Naruto's inadequate shadow clone technique. Mizuki looked on helplessly at Naruto, saying, "Naruto, if you continue like this, you won't be able to graduate tomorrow." Naruto's face flushed crimson, leaving him momentarily speechless, unable to muster a retort. Observing Naruto's dismal state, Mizuki narrowed his eyes and continued. "Did you not often profess your desire to become Hokage? How can someone who cannot even graduate from the Ninja Academy, someone who is not even a ninja, aspire to become Hokage?" Though factual, a closer examination of Mizuki's words revealed a tone laced with sarcasm. Uncharacteristic of a teacher, Naruto's inability to master the ninja technique provided Mizuki with an opportunity to ensnare him. I can learn the shadow clone technique whenever I wish," Naruto shouted at Mizuki. Yet, the louder he grew, the more it sounded like empty boasting to the ears of others. The laughter that had been quelled by Mizuki reignited in response to Naruto's ridiculous claims. Turning to point at those who derided him, Naruto declared, "One day, I will become the greatest Hokage in the village." With that proclamation, he dashed out of the classroom, unwilling to linger for even a moment longer. Emerging from the classroom, Naruto arrived at the Hokage rock, where the faces of the Hokage throughout history were carved into the cliffside. That moment, he lay atop the stone likeness of the 3rd Hokage. The afternoon sun shone brightly, casting ample light, and the temperature was pleasantly mild, accompanied by a refreshing breeze. Naruto stared vacantly at the vast expanse of white clouds above, only to have his view obstructed suddenly. Mizuki had also come to Hokage Rock, standing beside the reclining Naruto. "There you are, Naruto, that I've been searching for you for quite some time." Naruto sat up and glanced at Mizuki. "I apologize for my earlier words. They were excessive." Noticing Naruto's lack of response, Mizuki scratched his nose awkwardly and clarified his intentions. His demeanor resembled that of a teacher genuinely seeking to amend his mistakes. However, this was merely Mizuki's gradual manipulation of Naruto. "Mizuki-sensei, is it true that I truly cannot become a ninja?" Naruto inquired. This. Mizuki unexpectedly cast a glance toward the red-painted building below Hokage Rock, the Hokage's office. "Well, let me share a secret with you. A secret that can empower you to become a formidable ninja." Upon hearing Mizuki's words, A flicker of keen insight flashed in Naruto's eyes. Yet the next moment, he donned a look of feigned ignorance. Quietly waiting for Mizuki to reveal this so-called secret, Mizuki sought to lead Naruto. Naruto, too, was subtly guiding Mizuki. Mizuki's glance toward the Hokage office stemmed from a knowledge that the Book of Seals was concealed within. Naruto's choice to be lost in thought at Hokage Rock was deliberate, for the Hokage office lay just beneath it. He understood that his presence would inevitably attract the attention of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The third Hokage had likely been observing Naruto through a crystal ball enhanced with the telescope technique for some time. Now, as Mizuki drew Naruto, the Jinchuriki, into his scheme, he too fell under the third Hokage's watchful gaze. Discussions among online communities regarding Naruto, a student unable to proficiently execute even the fundamental shadow clone technique, easily pilfering the Book of Seals guarded by elite ninjas, remained a perennial topic of debate. The most plausible conjecture was that the third Hokage had orchestrated the situation, using Mizuki's plot to assess Naruto's character as the Jinchuriki and his allegiance to the village. It was vital to note that the Book of Seals contained the unsealing technique for the Nine Tails. A single misstep could precipitate another Nine Tails crisis. Yet the third Hokage's approach was perplexing. Though he had identified Naruto's location through the telescope technique, he chose not to inform the ninjas tasked with locating him. Instead, he returned alone to the Hokage office, clutching the crystal ball, observing Naruto's actions as an outsider, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events. The third Hokage's apparent indulgence favored Naruto, as long as he could access the Book of Seals. The support of forbidden techniques would transform his plans to defect from Konoha from mere thoughts into actionable endeavors. That night, within the Hokage office, Naruto discovered the Book of Seals, carelessly placed in the lower corner of a bookshelf. Safeguarded by the previous Hokages and containing a plethora of powerful forbidden techniques, he opened the book slightly, and the first forbidden technique recorded within was the multi-shadow clone technique. This aligned with Naruto's memories from his past life. Confirming the authenticity of the book in his possession, he secured it behind his back and departed the Hokage office. Remarkably, he encountered no Umbun ninjas, who ought to have been guarding such a vital administrative unit. Nor did the book bear any protective barrier techniques. Thus, Naruto effortlessly obtained the Book of Seals. This situation further convinced him that the third Hokage had intentionally allowed him to take it. Now, the third Hokage was likely concealed somewhere, fiddling with his crystal ball, observing Naruto's every move. With the Book of Seals slung over his back, Naruto raced toward the forest within the village, the designated meeting point agreed upon with Mizuki after successfully obtaining the book. Upon reaching the agreed location, however, he found no sign of Mizuki. This did not surprise Naruto. Mizuki was likely performing a charade of self-theft before the third Hokage, preparing to divert the ninjas who would search this way. With no other ninjas to interfere, seizing the Book of Seals from a mere student struggling with even the basic shadow clone technique was undoubtedly an effortless task for Mizuki. This was fortuitous, as Mizuki's actions bought time not only for himself, but also afforded Naruto precious moments. Spreading the scroll of the Book of Seals out on the grass, Naruto's gaze fell upon the array of forbidden techniques inscribed within. Glancing at the introduction of the multi-shadow clone technique, Naruto, who had mastered the shadow clone technique and trained with it for 2 years, was confident in his ability to effortlessly utilize the multi-shadow clone technique. Damn it, why does it have to start with the technique I'm least proficient in? He lamented, feigning frustration, well aware that the third Hokage was undoubtedly monitoring him with the telescope technique, standing before the scroll. He projected an earnest demeanor as he studied the multi-shadow clone technique, while his true focus lay on the other forbidden techniques documented in the Book of Seals. Mastering all forbidden techniques in one go was impossible. Naruto's genuine goal was to learn the space-time ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God, inscribed within the Book of Seals. His objective was to fully possess the book, yet he recognized that being observed by the third Hokage through the telescope technique rendered that ambition unrealistic. However, should he master the Flying Thunder God, he could mark the Book of Seals with the Flying Thunder God seal. When the time to defect from Konoha arrived, he would be able to locate the Book of Seals and truly possess it. Moreover, he assessed that the Flying Thunder God, like the multi-shadow clone technique, was a ninjutsu he could quickly learn due to his innate talent. The original Naruto, in a true sense, was utterly lacking in skills. Yet he managed to learn the most challenging multi-shadow clone technique in a single night in contrast, the current Naruto had been preparing for the Flying Thunder God throughout the 2 years since his arrival. He was acutely aware of his own aptitude for space-time ninjutsu. After all, apart from the multi-shadow clone technique and the Rasengan, the original Naruto's signature technique was the summoning technique for toads. Several hours passed, and the time reached the depths of night. Naruto gazed at the Book of Seals, his eyes fixated on the seemingly hasty scrawl of the Flying Thunder God seal, sensing the faint chakra embedded within the seal. He realized he had preliminarily grasped the Flying Thunder God technique. Unfortunately, the current circumstances did not permit him to utilize it. Alright, suppressed beneath the weight of his true excitement, Naruto meticulously rolled up the Book of Seals and slung it over his back. He then clasped his hands together, initiating a series of hand signs. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. In the next instant, an astonishing number of shadow clones surrounded Naruto. Hooray! I did it, he exclaimed, exuberantly dispelling the technique. Shortly thereafter, Naruto feigned fatigue, collapsing to the ground as if his body struggled to adjust to the considerable chakra depletion from his first use of the jutsu. That moment, a flurry of shuriken seized the opportunity, hurtling from the depths of the dark forest towards Naruto's vital points. The weakened Naruto gazed in terror at the incoming shuriken, summoning all his strength to evade them. However, his movements, hindered by chakra exhaustion, were significantly slower than usual, and the shuriken still pierced his body. The sole consolation was that his reflexes allowed him to narrowly avoid the critical hits that were originally aimed at him. It hurts. Tears streamed from Naruto's eyes as he helplessly turned toward the direction of the flying shuriken. Emerging before him was Mizuki, his back adorned with a large shuriken. Mizuki no longer wore the gentle demeanor of a teacher. Instead, with a grim expression, he fixed his gaze upon Naruto and taunted, "I never expected you to master the multiple shadow clone jutsu." Naruto. Why, Mizuki-sensei? Naruto's face reflected utter shock, although he appeared flustered on the surface. Inside, he remained remarkably composed. It was now time for Mizuki to provide a grand performance for the third Hokage, who was currently observing the spectacle through his telescope. Late at night, in the Hokage's office. It should have been a time of rest, yet the aging third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, remained seated at his desk. With a pipe clenched between his teeth, he gazed intently at the crystal ball resting on his desk. The once transparent orb now displayed a vivid image under the telescope's enchantment. Suddenly, the third Hokage diverted his gaze from the crystal ball, lifting his eyes to the office door. In the next moment, the door swung open, announcing the arrival of a visitor. The visitor's forehead and right cheek were wrapped in bandages, and a cross-shaped scar marred his chin. With neatly trimmed black hair, he bore a countenance that was somewhat grim, his deep-set wrinkles betraying his age, much like the third Hokage himself. Dressed in a white kimono, his entire right arm was enveloped by a black was Danzo. "What brings you here at such a late hour?" The third Hokage inquired in a familiar tone upon recognizing his visitor. "I've heard that the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails has stolen the Book of Seals," Danzo responded, not addressing the third Hokage's question, but rather posing a counterquery with unwavering certainty. His gaze shifted from the third Hokage's face to the crystal ball before him. Within the orb, the figure of Naruto Uzumaki was visible, the enormous scroll on his back unmistakably the Book of Seals. The book contained a formula to unseal the Nine Tails. If the Jinchuriki were to release the Nine Tails, the village would once again be engulfed in chaos. Danzo's slender eyes scrutinized the third Hokage, his gaze cunning and profound. "Hiruzen, I warned you long ago that the Jinchuriki harbors an indelible hatred for the village. The best course of action would have been to confine him, utilizing him as a strategic weapon to deter other nations. Yet, under the pretext of the fourth Hokage's legacy, you allowed the Jinchuriki to run rampant within the village. The consequences of your negligence are now laid bare before us. His animosity for the village has driven him to seize the Book of Seals and seek vengeance upon Konoha. As a fellow member of Konoha's High Council, Danzo did not mask his reproach towards the third Hokage. The third Hokage removed the pipe from his lips, exhaling a plume of white smoke. Danzo, If your sole purpose here is to blame me, we could have discussed this during the day. There is no need for such a late visit. I have come to assist you in remedying your poor decisions. There is still an opportunity to capture the Jinchuriki and hand him over to me for safekeeping," Danzo stated, revealing his true intent. Before Danzo could finish his proposal, the third Hokage interrupted. "I've already made it clear. Do not lay a hand on Naruto." The two locked eyes, the third Hokage's expression a blend of earnest caution and veiled warning. In the past 2 years, Naruto has changed significantly. As you well know from your constant surveillance, that Danzo's countenance stiffened, yet he refrained from offering a defense against the third Hokage's accusations. "Since you took it upon yourself to act against Naruto without my knowledge, he has gradually integrated into the village, forging connections and beginning to comprehend the essence of the will of fire." After delivering a pointed admonition, the third Hokage resumed his focus on the crystal ball, which now displayed a new development in a certain part of the forest within the Hidden Leaf Village. Naruto gazed at Mizuki perched in the trees with a look of utter confusion. "Mizuki-sensei, what is going on?" Mizuki regarded Naruto with a look of profound disdain, sneering, "Naruto, you truly are foolish. Do you still not grasp the situation?" "What situation, Mizuki-sensei? You told me that the techniques in the scroll would make me a powerful ninja." Naruto retorted, his voice filled with the anguish of betrayal. In response to Naruto's questioning, Mizuki let out a derisive laugh. "Very well. I shall indulge you just this once and clarify your doubts as a teacher. Naruto, I never recognized you. While I was momentarily surprised by your successful execution of the multiple shadow clone jutsu, it was merely a stroke of luck that in my eyes, you are a waste of potential, incapable of even mastering the basic clone technique." Mizuki's harsh words pierced Naruto's heart like a dagger, leaving him breathless. "Then why did you choose me?" Naruto pressed on, unwilling to relent, observing Naruto's labored breathing resulting from his own words. Mizuki remained unfazed, continuing, "Let me reveal the truth. You are aware of the sealing of the Nine Tails 12 years ago, correct? Since then, the village has enacted a decree regarding you, one that you must never discover." Naruto listened in silence, his expression unchanged, yet his mind raced with thoughts. Everything was proceeding as planned. He was merely feigning ignorance to coax Mizuki into revealing the truth about the Nine Tails. Once that was achieved, he could simulate rage and unleash the Nine Tails chakra, once again employing the multiple shadow clone jutsu to defeat Mizuki. Just as in the original story, Mizuki was merely a typical chunin, had he not been intent on maintaining the pretense. Mizuki's earlier shuriken would never have struck Naruto. "What is that decree? Why must I be the only one in the dark?" "The decree states that you must never mention that you are the very Nine-Tails fox that destroyed the village 12 years ago." Naruto stared at Mizuki in disbelief. "Naruto, do you not often proclaim that your greatest idol is the fourth Hokage who sealed the Nine Tails? You claim to aspire to be like him, yet you are in fact the killer of the fourth Hokage. The villagers despise you. No one will ever acknowledge you. This scroll was meant to seal you," Mizuki shouted, laying bare everything. "Naruto, this is why I chose you. Even if I were to kill you, no one would care. That I would merely need to disguise myself as you and escape with a book of seals. Now, you can rest easy and descend into hell." Shuemu carefully removed the large shuriken from his back, channeling chakra to spin it at high speed before hurling it toward Naruto. This time, the shuriken struck Naruto with unerring precision, piercing his heart and causing an uncontrollable torrent of blood to gush forth. However, in the next instant, a cloud of smoke enveloped Naruto. Shuemu's moment of exhilaration was abruptly halted. As the smoke dissipated, it became evident that it was not Naruto who had been hit, but rather a wooden log. A mere substitution technique. Multiple shadow clone technique. As Shuemu searched for Naruto's true form, he suddenly heard Naruto's voice. Countless Naruto clones materialized before Shuemu, surrounding him. Each clone was enveloped in the crimson chakra emblematic of the Nine Tails. "Shuemu-sensei," Naruto proclaimed, "it appears that my success in utilizing the multiple shadow clone technique is not merely a stroke of luck." In the midst of Shumu's astonished gaze, all of Naruto's clones surged forward. No ninjutsu was required, nor even taijutsu. 1,000 tangible clones, each delivering a simple punch, was more than enough for someone of Shuemu's rank to endure. Watching as his own clones knocked him to the ground, leaving his face swollen like that of a pig, Naruto dispelled the multiple shadow clone technique and approached Shuemu. "Eek!" Shuemu exclaimed in terror, scrambling backward with all his limbs. Yet, how could he possibly outpace Naruto? "I am not the QB." Naruto stood before Shuemu, looking him in the eye, and declared, "I am Uzumaki Naruto of Konoha, destined to become Hokage." With utmost seriousness, he made this vow, not to Shuemu, but to the third Hokage, who was observing everything through a telescopic technique. "I will earn the recognition of the villagers, and I will make Shuemu-sensei recognize me as well." As he spoke, Naruto extended his hand toward Shuemu. Expressing a gesture of friendship, Shuemu stared at Naruto's outstretched hand for a moment before raising his own. "Naruto," he uttered, grasping Naruto's hand as if awakening to a realization. Yet in an instant, Shuemu's expression morphed into one of malevolence. He tightened his grip on Naruto's hand to prevent his escape, while his other hand stealthily brandished a kunai, seizing the opportunity to strike. "You are indeed a fool." Shuemu's earlier confidence returned with a vengeance. However, just as the kunai was about to pierce Naruto's heart, a third hand, neither Naruto's nor Shuemu's, intervened, seizing Shuemu's hand that held the kunai. The newcomer had long silver hair, wore a black mask, and sported a Konoha forehead protector diagonally across his left eye. He was clad in a black tactical suit, complemented by a green ninja vest. Naruto had deliberately allowed himself to be caught by Shuemu to ascertain whether the third Hokage had dispatched someone to follow him or Shuemu. If so, Shuemu's sudden aggression would undoubtedly be dealt with by the incoming ninja, as Naruto suspected. The third Hokage had indeed been vigilant, keenly observing Shuemu's machinations. While turning the tables, he sought to test Naruto's perspective on the village. Yet what Naruto did not anticipate was that the ninja assigned to shadow him and Shuemu would be Hatake Kakashi. The incident involving the theft of the sealing scroll by Uzumaki Naruto had not stirred significant unrest within the village. This farce was, in truth, a calculated maneuver by the third Hokage. With everything concluding as he had envisioned, Kakashi returned with Shuemu and Naruto, and that very night, the third Hokage issued a gag order to all parties privy to the events. Many awoke the next day, blissfully unaware that Konoha had narrowly avoided another Nine-Tails catastrophe. Thus, when the third Hokage, in a paternal capacity, characterized Naruto's theft of the sealing scroll as a youthful indiscretion, Naruto realized that the 2 years he had spent in this world, laying the groundwork, whether through feigned ignorance or genuine improvement in his attitude toward the village, had finally borne fruit in the wake of the sealing scroll incident. His aspiration to become Hokage had garnered the third Hokage's acknowledgement. The only consequence for Naruto was a verbal warning from the third Hokage, and the matter of the sealing scroll was laid to rest. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days went by in the blink of an eye. Naruto replaced the goggles he had worn on his forehead with the Konoha forehead protector point 2 days prior, on the day following the sealing scroll incident. He had passed the graduation exam and received his ninja certification. Following the necessary formalities and arrangements, today marked the long-awaited graduation briefing for the newly minted ninjas, in essence, those who were merely 11 or 12 years old. Akin to middle schoolers in his previous life, were now poised to embark on their careers in the world of Naruto. However, this was not uncommon in the realm of shinobi, where the history of ninjas was synonymous with the history of warfare. In the narrative of Naruto Shippuden, the ninja world had only enjoyed a facade of peace for a mere decade before Uchiha Madara ignited the Fourth Shinobi World War. Years of conflict had led to a precocious maturity among the denizens of the Naruto universe. As always, Naruto entered the classroom through the back door. The faces of his fellow graduates were all familiar, aside from the third class led by Might Guy, who had graduated the previous year. All of Konoha's future 12 ninja warriors were present. Naruto, this is the graduation briefing. Narashikamu, with his black hair styled in a pineapple cut, kindly reminded him upon seeing Naruto enter the classroom. Of course I graduated. Look. Naruto grinned broadly, pointing at the forehead protector on his brow. I see. Congratulations on your graduation, Shikamaru replied, glancing at Naruto's forehead protector before dismissively waving his hand and interrupting the conversation. His tone was lethargic, his eyes half-lidded, and his demeanor decidedly apathetic. Those unfamiliar with him might perceive Shikamaru as insincere, yet this was simply his inherent nature. The mere fact that he expressed congratulations indicated that he and Naruto shared a decent rapport. Hee, Naruto responded with a silly grin. Since his reincarnation, Naruto had not made a concerted effort to engage with Shikamaru. He had merely tempered his previously abrasive demeanor. The result was a transformation in their relationship from one of complete silence to one where they occasionally exchanged words. Existing in a state of amicable indifference, this level of rapport sufficed, as it would reflect positively upon Shikamaru's father, Nara Shikaku. In Konoha, Shikaku played the role of a strategic advisor. Although it was unclear how much effort he had expended in assisting the third Hokage to protect Naruto from Danzo's covetous gaze, Shikaku's inclination to support Naruto would significantly influence the Hokage's decisions. Such a figure was irreplaceable for the indecisive third Hokage, effectively staving off Danzo's manipulations and persuading the Hokage against taking drastic measures against Naruto. Having concluded his conversation with Shikamaru, Naruto began surveying the classroom. Although the graduates had arrived at the usual time for classes, the formal start of the briefing would not commence until around 10 o'clock. The wait was undeniably dull, prompting Naruto to choose a seat that allowed him a measure of comfort. Naruto-kun. Just as he settled in, a soft whisper reached Naruto's ears. The voice was so faint, and with the cacophony of excited graduates around him, had he not been paying attention to its owner, he might not have heard it at all. Hinata, Naruto realized, noting that he had chosen a seat right next to Hyuga Hinata. The petite girl, with her short black hair and distinctive pure white eyes devoid of pupils, was shyly fidgeting with her fingers. Congratulations on your graduation. Under Naruto's gaze, Hinata, already timid, spoke even more softly. She shrank back, her focus fixed on her hands, unable to muster the courage to meet Naruto's eyes. Oh, thank you. Naruto leaned closer, positioning his face within Hinata's line of sight. And no, there's no need to thank me. Upon gazing at Naruto's visage, Hinata's entire face flushed crimson, her ears equally tinged with a deep scarlet hue. She felt that if she continued to stare at Naruto's face, she might very well swoon. Observing this, Naruto decided to cease his teasing. Recognizing it as merely a fleeting whim, as long as he remained in Konoha, he would maintain this facade of being harmless. Yet Naruto's interest in Hinata was far from genuine, even though he was aware that the female members of the 12 Ninja were destined to blossom into graceful young women. They were presently but young girls that Naruto's inclinations were quite ordinary, viewing Hinata more as an adult might view a child in playful jest. Any deeper feelings toward Hinata would only emerge in the future, and whether there would even be an intersection between their paths remained uncertain. After all, Naruto's mind was preoccupied with the execution of his escape plan. His scheme was just beginning to take shape. Leaving him little time for the frivolities of romance, that Naruto's gaze shifted to the other side of the classroom, where Sasuke Uchiha was situated. This time, he refrained from acting like a fool, consumed with jealousy over Sakura Haruno and Sasuke Uchiha, as he had done in the original narrative. The situation around Sasuke was rather amusing, with Sakura and Ino flanking him, effectively trapping him in his seat amidst his loud protests. Such matters of romance were best left to these carefree young ladies. However, both Ino and Sakura were still naive children, oblivious to the true nature of love. They were simply enamored by Sasuke's cool and stoic demeanor. Personally, Naruto found himself more drawn to the quiet disposition of Hinata. Redirecting his attention, he began to tease Hinata once more. Compared to the ruckus surrounding Sasuke, remaining by Hinata's tranquil side allowed Naruto to contemplate the myriad plans related to his escape. Hinata, still recovering from her earlier blush, was taken aback by Naruto's words. The slight fading of her redness was abruptly replaced by an even deeper flush. Feeling lightheaded, she promptly laid her head on the desk, seemingly resolved not to lift it again until the commencement of the briefing. The briefing concerning the distribution of graduates into their respective ninja classes aligned with Naruto's prior knowledge. Team 7 consisted of Naruto, Sakura Haruno, and Sasuke Uchiha. Team 8 comprised Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, and Shino Aburame. Team 10 included Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, and Choji Akimichi. Additionally, there was the third team, which had graduated a year earlier. Niji Hyuga, Rock Lee, and Tenten. The 12 ninja of Konoha had indeed taken shape. Naruto silently pondered the characteristics and backgrounds of the other ninja teams, marveling at the third Hokage's efforts to diversify Konoha's ninja system. The third team focused on physical enhancement, the 8th on sensory augmentation, and the 10th on tactical reinforcement, particularly the 8th and 10th teams. The 6 members of these 2 teams hailed from prestigious clans, each possessing unique secret techniques that would not be deeply integrated into Konoha's educational framework. Even the Hokage could not arbitrarily assign them to other ordinary ninja units. The third Hokage had wisely paired members of these noble clans based on their bloodline limits or unique techniques to form specialized enhancement teams. However, among the 4 teams comprising the 12 ninja, only Team 7 did not adhere strictly to the logic of characteristic enhancement point 12 years ago, during the Nine-Tails Rampage. Although the public remained unaware, the higher-ups in Konoha understood that the beast's havoc was orchestrated through the manipulation of the Sharingan. Extending this logic, Naruto, as the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails, was naturally placed into Kakashi's task force, renowned for its mastery of the Sharingan. Sasuke, as the last scion of the Uchiha clan, could only rely on Kakashi, who possessed a single Sharingan for instruction in its use. The third Hokage also likely considered the possibility that Sasuke might control the Nine-Tails during its rampage, preventing another catastrophe. Controlling the Nine-Tails fury could hardly be accomplished by Kakashi, a non-Uchiha. Only the grown Sasuke, a true Uchiha, could achieve that. The legacy of the fourth Hokage, the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails, and the orphan of the Uchiha clan, the rightful heir of the Sharingan. One held a dismal reputation among the populace, the other among the elite. Placing Naruto and Sasuke in the same ninja team necessitated careful consideration for the third member. It was unequivocally impossible to include members from Konoha's ninja clans. Thus, they would have to seek an ordinary ninja without a formidable background. Regardless of whether Naruto, with his Uzumaki lineage, or Sasuke, with his formidable bloodline limit, they both possessed tremendous potential for growth. Hence, even if the third member hailed from an ordinary background, they would need to have a significant skill that in this regard, Sakura Haruno, who had achieved full marks in theoretical studies at the Ninja Academy, was the optimal choice. Her ability to excel in written examinations indicated her aptitude for learning. Provided she could develop successfully, Sakura would inevitably become an irreplaceable asset in logistics, even if she was not suited for frontline combat. In the original storyline, Sakura was also aware of her strengths and weaknesses, choosing to apprentice under Tsunade to learn medical ninjutsu. However, to Naruto's eyes, the present Sakura was merely a naive girl, raised in an ordinary family and pampered throughout her upbringing, fixated on Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto, after the briefing concluded, the official class assignments would await their meeting with the supervising jonin in the afternoon. There were 2 hours of lunch break in between, and after eating, there was scarcely any time left to rest. However, Naruto was well aware that Kakashi Hitaki, responsible for Team 7, would be several hours late. He had no intention of waiting idly in the classroom. Following the sealing book incident, Naruto had successfully brought the shadow clone technique into the open. Since his arrival in this world, it was the first time he could train so openly. He had been so absorbed in his training over the past few days that he had nearly forgotten himself. The fatigue accumulated from releasing the shadow clones weighed heavily on him, and he intended to return home for a proper rest. Yet, Sakura suddenly called out to him. Naruto halted, glancing back at Sakura, who held a bento box in her hands. It dawned on him that, according to the original storyline, Sakura should be searching for Sasuke to share a meal. Her subsequent remarks had inadvertently cast a wide net of disdain over more than half of Konoha's populace. Thus, it was evident that for a girl like Sakura, born into a mundane background in the ninja world, her earlier unlikability stemmed from her lack of growth in a world apart from her own. "I don't know where Sasuke is," Naruto replied, his tone neither warm nor cold, preempting her inquiry. With that, he resumed his stride, disregarding Sakura. He was exhausted and had little interest in engaging with her. Naruto harbored no animosity toward Sakura. He simply found her unworthy of his attention. After all, While the original Naruto's background was tragic, the higher-ups forbade discussion surrounding his past. Without understanding the context, Sakura, at 11 or 12, viewed Naruto merely as a reckless troublemaker. He lacked decorum and would deface even the Hokage rock, persistently intruding upon her space. In the early narrative, both Naruto and Sakura exhibited little emotional intelligence. Neither could be blamed for their mutual shortcomings. In the story, Sakura's primary disdain for Naruto stemmed from her belief that he constantly obstructed her budding romance with Sasuke. Yet in this world, where Iruka had unexpectedly perished during the Nine-Tails incident, neither the original Naruto nor the current one held any interest in her. Their interactions were minimal. Naruto was far more familiar with Hinata than he was with Sakura. Moreover, following Iruka's death, the original Naruto's somber and fierce aura instilled fear in Sakura for a considerable time. "No, I came to find you, Naruto." Upon witnessing Naruto's apparent intention to leave, Sakura Haruno hurriedly called out to him. Her words momentarily stunned Naruto, prompting him to reassess the girl before him. Perhaps the intense aura that Naruto once exuded had left a profound impression on her. Now, under his gaze, Sakura appeared somewhat reserved. "Are you looking for me? Why?" Naruto inquired with curiosity. It was puzzling why this girl, who could have been pursuing Sasuke Uchiha, would suddenly seek him out. "Aren't we in the same class now? We'll be spending a significant amount of time together," Sakura declared, raising the bento in her hand. "So, I thought it would be nice for Team 7 to share lunch together. However, I couldn't find Sasuke. Only you." Though it was unfortunate that she hadn't located Sasuke, she realized she hardly knew Naruto, as they had seldom spoken during school. "How about we have lunch together to get to know each other a bit?" she proposed. "We can talk about Sasuke when we see him again." Yet her suggestion lingered in silence, awaiting Naruto's response. After a moment of hesitation, Sakura tentatively probed, "Is that all right?" "No," Naruto replied curtly. This time, he genuinely intended to disregard Sakura's advances. After enduring her relentless pursuit, the fatigue he had been suppressing surged forth. Moreover, according to his plans, he would be defecting from Konoha following the Chunin exams, rendering any attempts at getting to know each other futile. As Naruto turned away, Sakura lowered the hand that held her bento box. The boy she adored, Sasuke, had shown her no interest whatsoever. Yet, seeing Naruto alone, she had mustered the courage to speak to him, finally dispelling her fear, only to be rejected without hesitation. "Am I truly so unappealing?" Sakura sank into self-doubt. "Very well, this gives me a preliminary understanding of the three of you," Kakashi stated after the self-introductions concluded. Glancing up at the sky, "Starting tomorrow, we will begin our missions. However, despite being termed missions, they are essentially examinations." Hearing Kakashi's words, both Sakura and Sasuke looked perplexed. Naruto, on the other hand, understood all too well what Kakashi meant by examinations. "Sensei, why do we still have to take exams after graduating?" Sakura asked. "That you're referring to the graduation exam from the Ninja Academy, right? That was merely a selection process," Kakashi explained in response to Sakura's bewildered gaze. In essence, the Academy's graduation exam filters out 27 students who show potential to become ninjas. Yet, out of these 27 graduates, only 9 will be officially granted the rank of Genin. Why this point? Sakura and Sasuke grasped the implication of Kakashi's examinations. The excitement they had felt from their successful graduation was swiftly dashed by Kakashi's nonchalant revelation. This examination would see 18 students eliminated, resulting in a staggering failure rate of 66. Kakashi continued, attempting to stir anxiety among the trio, his tone laced with a hint of intimidation. "Those who fail the exam will have their ranks downgraded. But if you choose to withdraw voluntarily, you'll simply return to school for a year of remedial training. Think carefully about your ability to pass the test arranged by the upper ninjas. If you wish to withdraw, let me know now." Kakashi directed this remark at the three, his gaze fixed intently on Sakura. Although it was their first meeting, he had begun to discern the personalities of Team 7. Among Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, the one most likely to succumb to fear and withdraw from the examination was Sakura. "Kakashi-sensei, what will the exam entail tomorrow?" As Sakura hesitated under Kakashi's scrutiny, Naruto raised his hand to redirect Kakashi's attention. "It will involve a survival exercise in the wild. Hey, we've done that countless times at the Academy. This time, your opponent will not be fellow students, but rather me, Nin. If you're scared, Naruto, you might consider withdrawing. Kakashi hinted. Having finally graduated, I won't back down. Naruto rejected Kakashi's suggestion, turning to Sakura with a smile. Let's do our best together, Sakura. Interrupted from her anxious thoughts by Naruto's enthusiasm, Sakura found her spirits lifting. Yes, of course, and you too, Sasuke, Naruto added, prompting only a cool huff in response from Sasuke. Kakashi observed Naruto and then glanced at Sakura, who had nearly voiced her intention to withdraw moments ago, only to be reassured by Naruto's timely intervention. Tomorrow morning at 5 a.m., we'll gather at the training ground. Please bring your ninja tools. Recognizing that further attempts to instill dread would yield no results, Kakashi departed from the railing, revealing the location for the next day's task. There's nothing more for today. You are dismissed. Kakashi waved his hand, then paused as if recalling something important that remember not to eat breakfast. The intensity of the exam is quite high and you might feel nauseous. With that, Kakashi vanished using the body flicker technique, leaving Team 7 in a state of bewilderment. Naruto gazed at the spot where Kakashi had disappeared, surprised that in his quest to instill fear, Kakashi would resort to fabrications regarding ranked emotion. I'll head back now, Naruto announced, feeling that the meeting had concluded and there was no reason to linger. Wait, Naruto, Sasuke called out suddenly. Turning to face Sasuke, Naruto wondered why he had been summoned. Don't be late again tomorrow. You should be telling that to Kakashi, Naruto replied, though he acknowledged Sasuke's point. The following day, at 5 a.m., at the Konoha ninja training ground, Naruto munched on a rice ball as he watched Sakura and Sasuke arrive. You two are late. There are still 10 minutes until 5. You're just too early, Sakura yawned, still half awake. Sasuke, however, appeared equally alert as Naruto, showing no signs of morning fatigue. Noticing the rice ball in Naruto's hand, he remarked, Didn't Kakashi say not to eat breakfast? I don't have a habit of going hungry, Naruto replied, disregarding Kakashi's warning. The notoriously tardy Kakashi had stated to meet at 5, yet would not arrive until after 10. Well, past lunchtime. You want to eat? I have 2 rice balls left. As he continued to eat, he inquired. Sasuke remained silent, his hands tucked away in his pockets, indicating his disinterest. Sakura shook her head and set her backpack down on the grass, then leaned against it to catch a few more moments of sleep. Naruto, choosing not to engage further, continued enjoying his rice balls. In the grand scheme of things, eating was paramount. As the sun rose high, dispelling the morning mist, the refreshing morning air dissipated, replaced by the glaring sunlight of mid-morning. I apologize. The one I assisted yesterday has come to show gratitude today. Kakashi finally arrived, around 10:30 a.m. It appears it was a soap opera after all. In light of Kakashi's excuse for his tardiness, a shared thought of exasperation arose among the trio of Team 7 for the first time. Ahem. Now, let us commence the examination. Kakashi dismissed any awkwardness regarding the lack of response to his humor, pulling out a small alarm clock and placing it on a wooden stump from this moment until noon. When the alarm rings, you must complete the task I assign. Kakashi raised 2 silver bells in his hand, gently shaking them. The bells clinked together, producing a clear, ringing sound. I have here 2 bells. Your task is to retrieve them from my hands before noon. Those who fail to acquire a bell will forfeit their lunch. Kakashi's words left Sakura and Sasuke momentarily stunned. This is what skipping breakfast entails. Both instinctively cast a glance at Naruto. What's wrong? Noticing the trio's peculiar behavior, Kakashi inquired with curiosity. But Kakashi-sensei, you only have 2 bells on you. These 2 truly cannot keep secrets, Naruto remarked, redirecting Sakura and Sasuke's attention. Naruto, I didn't expect you to be surprisingly perceptive. Kakashi acknowledged, brushing aside the earlier interruption and steering the conversation back on course. Kakashi squinted his eyes. Even with half of his face obscured by his mask, the 3 members of Team 7 could still sense the mischievous smile that played on Kakashi's lips. Because I must ensure that, under the best circumstances, at least one person in a 3-member ninja team goes without food, Kakashi said in a cheerful tone, uttering such sinister words. His expression swiftly turned serious. That was just a jest. I have no intention of allowing all of you to pass this exam. Thus, I will certainly eliminate one of you. The challenges posed by Nin are in a completely different league compared to the gentle tests conducted in school. During their time at the Ninja Academy, the teachers would strive to ensure that every student could succeed. However, under Kakashi's guidance, the harsh and primal law of survival of the fittest prevails in the ninja world. For the first time, Sakura and Sasuke felt an overwhelming pressure, a weight that signified the burden they would bear as they navigated their lives as ninjas. But as I mentioned earlier, this is under the best circumstances. I also have no intention of letting the remaining two succeed. Therefore, I will do everything in my power to prevent you from seizing the bells, and by noon, the three of you can hold hands and return to the academy. He gazed at Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto, who all bore expressions of utmost seriousness, an amusing sight indeed. You may use any ninja tools or techniques against me without restriction. Though this is an exam, it is also a formal mission. Without a resolve to eliminate the enemy, success is impossible. Do you understand? In response to Kakashi's query, both Sakura and Sasuke instinctively swallowed hard. Naruto seemed slightly better off, yet Kakashi discerned that Naruto's expression indicated a lack of comprehension of the current situation, thus lacking any sense of urgency. I quite like your expressions right now. Since you understand what I've just said, Kakashi said, fastening the bells to his waist, addressing the trio. The exercise begins. As soon as the words left his lips, Kakashi found himself alone in the vast training ground. Indeed, Naruto, as Kakashi had surmised, felt no sense of crisis regarding this exercise. However, this was not due to a lack of understanding. Rather, it stemmed from his awareness of the exercise's true nature that rendered him untroubled. You three are surprisingly adept at hiding. I shall award you extra points, Kakashi stated with utmost seriousness. But if you remain hidden, noon will arrive sooner than you expect. Kakashi stood still, having previously claimed he would give his all. Yet he had already begun to hold back that if he truly intended to eliminate Naruto and the others, he could simply hide as well. With his skill in stealth, it would be impossible for those who had graduated from the academy less than a week ago to find him before noon, let alone seize the bells after locating him. He thought, giving them a slight push with a sense of urgency. Yet the three concealed individuals remained motionless. They were quite composed, as he pondered this. Kakashi reached into his ninja tool pouch. Sakura and Sasuke, hidden in the shadows, immediately focused their attention on Kakashi's movements, wary of what he might produce. What is that? At the moment Kakashi withdrew his hand from the pouch, Sasuke activated his Sharingan, carefully scrutinizing the contents. Was it a ninja tool? Or perhaps a ninjutsu scroll? Sakura too speculated on what kind of method missing-nin like Kakashi would employ against the three of them. Meanwhile, Naruto stifled a silent yawn, displaying indifference towards the contents of Kakashi's pouch. Just like in the original story, Kakashi's hand revealed a book, prominently marked with a forbidden to minors label on the cover. Make out paradise. With one hand, Kakashi opened the book and began to read. It appeared that he regarded Naruto and the others with utter disdain. After about a minute, having perused the pages, Kakashi prepared to turn the page with his other hand. Now's the moment! Every movement of Kakashi's hands was captured by Sasuke's Sharingan. Seizing the rare opportunity, Sasuke launched several shuriken at Kakashi, striking him in critical areas in the next instant. The Kakashi struck by the shuriken transformed into a log. This was a tactical maneuver reminiscent of the original story. Observing everything unfold, Naruto concluded that, due to the exercise's strict time constraints, Kakashi had intentionally exposed his vulnerabilities to be caught at the right moment. Sasuke's judgment was not mistaken. The longer they delayed, the more unfavorable the situation became for the three of them. Although Sasuke, as a genius, possessed remarkable combat talent, experience in battle could not be compensated for by talent alone. His opponent, Kakashi Hatake, was also hailed as a genius, possessing both combat aptitude and experience, already capable of handling matters independently, but a student facing missing-nin. With a little thought, one could deduce Kakashi's true purpose for the exam. Yet, in the harsh reality of the ninja world, the three members of Team 7 could not be entirely certain that Kakashi's declaration of eliminating one among them was nothing but a hollow threat. With their bonds yet to form, Team 7 could hardly forsake their own interests to aid the other two in obtaining the bells. Naruto shifted his gaze from the log riddled with shuriken to Sakura, who had just leaped out from the bushes not far away. The failure of their joint assault prompted Sasuke to make a swift decision to relocate. Sakura, fearing for Sasuke's safety, became so consumed with worry that she inadvertently exposed herself. After a moment's contemplation, Naruto, who had yet to reveal his own position, chose to follow Sakura. If they could hide until noon, then shout that while rules were important, comrades were even more so, though this would allow them to pass the exercise with ease. Such behavior of lurking in the shadows without contributing was utterly contrary to the persona Naruto had cultivated over the past 2 years. Sasuke, where are you? Sakura anxiously searched for Sasuke as she dashed through the woods. Completely unaware that Naruto was trailing her at a close distance, suddenly, the leaves in the forest began to stir as if caught in a breeze, enveloping Sakura. Realizing Sakura's predicament, Naruto rushed forward. Danger! Sakura! Naruto shouted a warning. Before Sakura could react to Naruto's voice, he crashed into her, sending her tumbling out of the foliage. Yet, in doing so, Naruto became ensnared within the swirling leaves. The suddenly fluttering leaves descended back to the ground. Sakura saw Naruto's dazed expression. Having excelled in theoretical classes at the Ninja Academy, Sakura quickly deduced that Naruto had fallen victim to a genjutsu. She hurried forward, intent on pulling Naruto out of the illusion. However, when confronting a comrade ensnared in a genjutsu, while it was indeed correct to assist them in breaking the spell, one must also remain vigilant against the hidden enemy casting the illusion. Kakashi's voice suddenly emerged from behind Sakura. Startled, she turned her head, catching only a glimpse of Kakashi's outline before feeling a sharp pain at the side of her neck. In the next instant, Sakura lost consciousness. Kakashi gently supported the unconscious Sakura with one hand, laying her flat on the ground. He then glanced at Naruto, who lay nearby, also ensnared in the genjutsu. Now, only one remains, with both hands forming the release seal. Smoke began to seep from Kakashi's form. In the next instant, both Kakashi's figure and the smoke vanished into the forest. The only adversary confronting Naruto and Sakura was merely Kakashi's shadow clone. Upon confirming that Kakashi had dispelled the shadow clone, Naruto, who had been on the brink of an illusion, opened his eyes. Previously, he had been gathering a trace of Nine-Tails chakra within himself, which had been struck by Kakashi's genjutsu. The chakra, which Naruto had been meticulously controlling while awake, instantly dispersed, disrupting his chakra flow, thus allowing him to break free from the illusion on his own. Rising from the ground, Naruto cast a glance at the unconscious Sakura. This was acceptable. He had rescued his companion and participated in the exercise without having to shout out about the strength of their bonds, allowing the trio to engage with Kakashi without unnecessary complications that would merely waste time. Naruto's gaze shifted towards the exit of the woods. Calculating the time, he deduced that by the time Kakashi dealt with Sasuke, it would be nearly noon. Perhaps he could afford to sleep a little longer. With this thought, Naruto refrained from waking Sakura immediately as soon as the preset alarm rang. Kakashi silenced it in place of the alarm. The two bells jingled crisply at his waist due to their collision. "You three are all unqualified," Kakashi declared, scrutinizing the trio before him as he announced the results of the exercise. "You might as well not return to the academy. Just live out your lives as ordinary people. Forsaking the path of a ninja." His tone was grave, filled with dissatisfaction and disappointment towards the three faced with Kakashi's stern reprimand. Sakura was the first to voice her protest. "What do you mean we shouldn't be ninjas? Even though we didn't manage to grab the bells, there's no need for such harsh criticism, is there? After all, we just graduated from the academy and are not even a match for a jonin." Kakashi fixed his gaze on Sakura, his voice growing even deeper. "So, are you implying that the failure of your mission can be attributed to the enemy's overwhelming strength?" Kakashi typically exhibited a friendly demeanor, often making absurd excuses for his tardiness. However, when he turned serious, Sakura found herself unable to withstand the weight of his presence. "Sakura, do you truly believe that being a ninja is akin to a mere child's game?" Kakashi continued that, in your self-introduction yesterday, you incessantly spoke of Sasuke. You naively think that simply choosing to become a ninja like him will lead him to join you in a game. Sakura attempted to retort, but under Kakashi's intense gaze, which seemed to peer into her immature heart, she ultimately opted for silence. "Have you never pondered why graduates from a ninja school are grouped and assigned to squads led by jonin? And why, After laboriously graduating, you must still participate in an exercise that demands a complete redo upon failure. Kakashi's gaze swept across Naruto and Sasuke before settling on Sakura once more. Sakura, as you mentioned, you three are merely freshly graduated students, far from being my equals as a jonin. When faced with an examination that was destined to fail from the outset, can you not discern its true purpose? Purpose? Sakura echoed, bewildered by Kakashi's inquiry. It is teamwork. Kakashi generously revealed the answer to the trio. This exercise is ultimately just a test. If you three had collaborated, you could have at least managed to seize one bell from me. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Sakura wore a confused expression. But there are only 2 bells. How can you expect us 3 to work together to grab one? That would only lead to internal strife. That is the true challenge, Kakashi replied. The outcome of the bell contest is inconsequential. What matters is the process. Ninja often face choices between sacrificing themselves or their team when executing real missions: protection, abandonment, sacrifice, and fighting together. Sakura, you have already made such a choice, albeit unconsciously. Sakura froze, and before she could fully comprehend, Kakashi had articulated the conclusion for her. You chose to abandon Naruto, yet that choice did not lead to the mission's success. Kakashi's tone shifted from instructive to accusatory. Sakura, you never considered Naruto's perspective. After Sasuke's failed assault, your mind was consumed with thoughts of Sasuke, even exposing yourself in the process. Although you sought to rectify your mistake after Naruto saved you, it was ultimately futile. His criticism was not solely directed at Sakura. Kakashi's gaze turned towards Naruto. And Naruto, you were solely preoccupied with your heroic rescue. You could have seized the moment to save Sakura from the Genjutsu without my awareness. Yet you fell into the same trap, leaving me free from concern as your adversary. After approaching Naruto, Kakashi's attention finally rested upon Sasuke. As for you, Sasuke, have you never considered Naruto and Sakura? You treated them as burdens, and every action you took during this exercise was predicated on the assumption that you were the sole combatant against me. Kakashi's incisive critique plunged the 3 into silence. I will grant you another opportunity. You have 1 hour to rest. The exercise will recommence at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Observing their current state, Kakashi's demeanor softened slightly. However, the penalties for the morning's exercise remained in effect. Sasuke was prohibited from eating, as his behavior had been the least aligned with teamwork. You two are also forbidden from sharing your lunches with him, Kakashi continued. Anyone who violates this rule will be disqualified from the afternoon exercise without the chance for appeal. Without allowing for any rebuttals or pleas, Kakashi concluded his remarks and swiftly departed using the body flicker technique. It was evident that Kakashi's stern admonitions had significantly bolstered his authority as the leader of the ninja squad. Though Kakashi had already left, Sasuke and Sakura remained frozen in place. Naruto, however, was unfazed. He alone understood the correct answer to the exercise from beginning to end. Thus, he was not intimidated by Kakashi's reprimands. As soon as Kakashi had vanished, Naruto swiftly began rummaging through his lunch. After a while, Sasuke finally spoke to Sakura. Sakura, go eat. But, she protested, I probably won't have much strength for the afternoon exercise. So you and Naruto need to eat well at noon. I'll take on the role of bait this afternoon. And you and Naruto must ensure to secure at least 1 bell from Kakashi. Sasuke shook his head, halting Sakura's protest, and rationally analyzed the situation. I understand. Sakura stifled her impending tears, rubbed her eyes, and slowly opened her lunch. Seeing Sakura convinced by his reasoning, Sasuke then turned his gaze to Naruto. Naruto, he called out, Sakura's physical skills are somewhat lacking, but her ninjutsu is decent. You, on the other hand, are quite the opposite. Therefore, the 2 of you should work together to complement each other's strengths, while you and Sakura eat. Listen carefully to my plan. You said you don't like sweet food, so which do you prefer, savory or sour? Oh, and I want something spicy, so you can't choose that. However, Naruto paid no heed to Sasuke, as his lunch consisted of tricolored rice balls, spicy wasabi rice balls, salty bonito rice balls, and sour plum rice balls. Hey, Naruto, stop messing around and listen to me, Sasuke exclaimed, a hint of annoyance creeping into his voice. Don't fight, Sakura interjected, having just picked up her chopsticks, eager to diffuse the tension. Yet Naruto disregarded both Sasuke and Sakura. He hesitated between the bonito rice ball and the plum rice ball, tried to recall what food Sasuke liked from his previous life. Unable to remember, Naruto ultimately chose based on his own preference. He took out the bonito rice ball and, much to Sasuke's surprise, stuffed it into Sasuke's mouth. Ugh! Cough cough. The large rice ball lodged in Sasuke's throat, causing him to feel a wave of choking panic. Here, Naruto casually handed Sasuke a cup of cool tea intended to aid in swallowing tea that moment. Sasuke had no time to consider anything else. He seized the tea and, while drinking, swallowed the rice ball entirely. Sasuke was momentarily stunned, realizing the implications of Naruto's actions. Naruto, what have you done? This is a violation of the rules, Sakura exclaimed with concern. But aren't we comrades in the same team? Rules pale in comparison to the bonds we share, Naruto replied with a smile directed at Sakura. For him, this exercise was akin to an open book test. He calmly secured the lid of the tea container. Just as he anticipated, Kakashi suddenly appeared using the body flicker technique. You lot, Kakashi shouted angrily at the trio. In the next instant, his demeanor softened, transforming into one of unrestrained joy. You all passed. Time flew by, and now it was May. The survival exercise of Team 7 had taken place 2 months prior. During these 2 months, Team 7 had been diligently executing the village's assignments, honing their cooperation. Under Kakashi's guidance, Team 7 had developed a semblance of seamless collaboration. Naruto had his own reflections during this period. The most immediate realization was how swiftly ninjas could earn money. Composed of a group of freshly minted genin, Team 7 could only undertake D-rank missions. These tasks were mundane, involving activities such as locating lost pets or assisting with farming, lacking any trace of a ninja world's flair. Yet, these D-rank tasks boasted a staggering reward ranging from 5,000 to 50,000 ryo, even after taxes levied by the village and the subsequent division of the earnings among the team members. It still constituted a considerable income. Occasionally, wealthy individuals like Lady Tsunami, the wife of the Fire Country's daimyo, would issue D-rank missions with rewards elevated to the maximum of 50,000 ryo for something as simple as retrieving a lost item. Thus, Naruto had amassed a fair amount of money over these 2 months. It was astonishing that in his previous life, he had toiled endlessly without earning a dime. Yet in this new life, after merely 2 months as a ninja, he was already trending towards financial freedom. However, Naruto was acutely aware that his ability to earn so effortlessly as a genin was not solely attributable to the high commissions tied to ninja missions. It was also due to the protective shade of Konoha, the strongest of the 5 great nations. The reputation of Konoha Ninja Village attracted countless individuals, both domestic and foreign, to entrust their missions to Konoha's ninjas. The ease experienced by genin in peacetime was likely unique to Konoha. Other major nations did not share the same fortune. The Earth Country, for instance, had been compelled to rely on the Akatsuki's combat prowess due to reduced military capabilities and a significant loss of missions. The Water Country's blood mist policy had led to years of isolationism. The Wind Country's Sunagakure had even resorted to desperate measures to launch attacks against Konoha to sustain its operations. Meanwhile, the Lightning Country continued its expansion of military capabilities with a notably violent approach that, in truth, if one were to slightly shift their gaze from Konoha and observe the broader ninja world, the lingering shadows of the Third Shinobi World War would become readily apparent. The so-called peace had merely endured for a fleeting decade or so. Konoha had maintained its position as a dominant force, enabling the village to seemingly rejuvenate rapidly. However, the decay lurking in the shadows bore no distinction from the other 4 great nations, no defect from Konoha. One must understand that the current peace enjoyed by Konoha does not encompass the entirety of the ninja world. Conflict remained the prevailing theme of the ninja realm. Naruto mentally admonished himself. Should he fail to discern situations accurately, impending dangers would become increasingly formidable. Thus, the mission regarding the search for the lost Mikey concluded. The voice of the 3rd Hokage interrupted Naruto's thoughts. The intricate musings within his mind were merely a fleeting moment to others, and Naruto's brief moment of distraction went unnoticed. The center of the Konoha Ninja Village's mission distribution counter. The 3rd Hokage marked an area on the mission form with a brush. indicating the completion of the task. He held a pipe between his teeth, his gaze shifting among the members of Team 7 before settling on Kakashi, among the graduating teams. Kakashi, yours has completed the most missions. Hearing the praise in the third Hokage's words, Kakashi humbly scratched his head. You flatter me, Lord Third. It was the truth. There was no flattery involved. The third took a deep puff from his pipe. This cohort of newly minted genin comprised 3 teams, 7, 8, and 10. Considering the completion rates of tasks over the past 2 months and the reports from the leading jounin, Team 7's trio exhibited the highest level of synergy. The reason behind this was evident to the third Hokage as he observed Naruto. That moment, Naruto was intently watching Mikey, who was being held in Lady Tsunami's arms, struggling fiercely that Naruto's contributions to the team's cohesion had surpassed even Kakashi's. He had adeptly navigated the dynamics between Sasuke and Sakura, fostering a harmonious relationship among the trio. Throughout these 2 months, while other teams experienced quarrels, Team 7 had been devoid of such conflicts, all thanks to Naruto's skillful mediation of any discord that arose. The third Hokage suddenly recalled Naruto's dream of becoming Hokage, which had emerged during the sealing book incident. It seemed that Naruto was diligently progressing towards realizing his aspirations. Feeling a surge of contentment, the third Hokage withdrew his pipe from his mouth. Exhaling a cloud of pungent smoke, he closed the mission form, having made a decision. Team 7's next assignment would be to protect an individual. Classified as a C-rank mission, the third Hokage's declaration caused Naruto's expression to sharpen. While he focused on Mikey, Lady Tsunami crossed paths with another individual entering the mission distribution room. The newcomer was a disheveled old man, reeking of alcohol, wearing reading glasses and clutching a bottle. The client had arrived. It was not only Naruto who noticed the newcomer. The third Hokage timely confirmed the man's identity. Team 7's C-rank mission involved escorting Mr. Tazuna, a bridge-building expert, back to the land of waves, ensuring his safety until the completion of the bridges within the country. Indeed, it was Tazuna. Unlike in the original narrative, Naruto was not as intimately familiar with the third Hokage, rendering his previous antics of demanding a C-rank mission from the third unfeasible. While focusing on Mikey, Naruto had been contemplating how to expedite Team 7's escape from the mire of D-rank missions. Before he could devise a plan, he was astonished that the third Hokage had proactively proposed that Team 7 undertake a C-rank mission in Naruto's plan for defection. The upcoming Chunin exams were pivotal. He was not the original Naruto and could not rely on verbal subterfuge or the Nine Tails. While the sealing technique remained effective, the overflow of the Nine-Tail chakra was becoming increasingly problematic. Therefore, he needed to ensure that Karen, who would be participating in the Chunin exams, became his ally. Karen possessed sealing techniques akin to those of Kushina Uzumaki, which would assist him in suppressing the Nine-Tails. Moreover, Karen harbored no sense of belonging to the Kusagakure that had caused her mother's demise. After the Chunin exams, Naruto was confident he could sway Karen to his side. However, the imminent Chunin exams were typically not open to genin who had barely graduated for less than 6 months. Naruto had contemplated why Kakashi would allow the newly graduated Team 7 to participate in the exams. The most plausible explanation was the event known as the C-rank mission, which had effectively been a B-rank mission in the Land of Waves. The mission in the Land of Waves had facilitated Team 7's rapid growth, allowing Kakashi to conclude that they were adequately prepared for the Chunin exams. Yet, with Iruka's tragic fate during the Nine-Tails incident still fresh in his mind, Naruto was uncertain about the timeline of Tazuna's request to Konoha. Naruto had nearly resigned himself to the prospect of not encountering Tazuna as he had in the original narrative. Hence, he had exerted considerable effort over the past 2 months to foster cohesion within Team 7. At that time, he merely needed to devise a way for Team 7 to casually undertake 1 or 2 genuinely C-rank missions. After Kakashi observed the teamwork of Team 7, he could further encourage Sasuke, who was always eager to grow stronger, to persuade Kakashi to allow Team 7 to participate in the Chunin exams. If that plan fell through, Naruto had a backup strategy, albeit less effective, such as directly conversing with Karen, who was headed to Konoha for the exams. However, without the identity of a Chunin exam participant, approaching a ninja from a foreign village in such a manner was fraught with risk. Naruto was likely to attract Danzo's attention once more. And Karen was not the type to easily trust others. In the original story, Sasuke had only gained her favor through a series of fortunate coincidences. This backup plan was perilous and impractical. Consequently, Naruto was constantly devising various strategies. Yet now, gazing at the figure of Dazna before him, Naruto reflected that some encounters, even if altered, seemed destined to occur. For instance, Team 7 was once again tasked with Dazna's commission, and all of Naruto's earlier worries dissipated in that moment. An hour had passed since the third Hokage assigned Team 7 the C-rank mission to protect the bridge-building expert Dazna. The team departed from the Hidden Leaf Village at precisely 10 in the morning, and they would likely reach the Fire Country's port around noon, taking a boat to the Land of Waves. If all went as planned, Team 7 would escort Dazna back to the Land of Waves that afternoon. They would then remain there for approximately half a month, fulfilling their protective duty for the bridge builder. Dazna, as the client, had reported to Konoha that the mission was a C-rank task that would not involve combat. Even in the event of a confrontation, C-rank adversaries typically comprised ordinary gangsters or armed groups, making them quite manageable for ninjas. Thus, Kakashi, as the lead jonin, did not impose any protective formations on the three members of Team 7. Aside from Kakashi and Dazna walking side by side, vigilantly surveying their surroundings, Naruto and his companions strolled leisurely through the forest surrounding the village. Their relaxed demeanor felt more akin to a leisurely outing than a mission. However, Dazna, who had conveyed false information to Konoha, was acutely aware of the precariousness of his situation. He began to worry whether these ninjas from Konoha would genuinely be able to protect him. Was it truly safe for them to be this carefree? Dazna questioned Kakashi beside him, his dissatisfaction evident. Sasuke, as usual, had his hands tucked into the pockets of his white shorts, responding to Sakura's incessant chatter with a silence that bordered on indifference. Dazna observed this dynamic. To him, Sasuke appeared to be a cool but immature child, while Sakura was a lovesick girl lost in her own thoughts. As for Naruto, Dazna found him short and dull, lacking any semblance of a ninja, resembling just another ordinary child. What did it matter? After all, he had a jonin right here with him. Kakashi smiled reassuringly at Dazna. Dazna's questions were effectively silenced by Kakashi, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. After all, on the surface, this was merely a C-rank mission with minimal danger. Let it be so. I have paid for this. However, a moment later, Dazna resumed his tirade against Kakashi. Furrowing his brows in frustration, Kakashi continued to offer gentle reassurances with a smile. Naruto glanced at Sasuke and Sakura, then at Dazna and Kakashi. He chose not to integrate into either of their circles, instead focusing his attention on the forest. Since leaving Konoha, Naruto had been utilizing his sensory ninjutsu. This was a technique he had developed after mastering Sage Mode, emulating the powerful sensory abilities that came with it. He had firmly embedded the sensation of sensory awareness experienced in Sage Mode into his memory, creating the wind-based sensory technique, Wind Caress of Dawn. This technique was akin to the Rain Tiger Freedom technique used by Pain, functioning as an environmental sensory ninjutsu. The principle of Pain's Rain Tiger Freedom technique involved infusing chakra into raindrops to perceive everything beneath the rain curtain clearly. In contrast, Naruto's Wind Caress of Dawn infused chakra into the air, creating an intangible wind that allowed him to sense everything within the range of his technique as if caressing it. Compared to tangible rain, the invisible wind was far more unexpected. Although activating Sage Mode inherently endowed Naruto with considerable sensory abilities, the act of recreating sensory ninjutsu might seem redundant. However, given that Sage Mode had a time limit and that Naruto was under surveillance from Danzo and the third Hokage within the village, he had no means to openly utilize Sage Mode without his master-esque guidance. With his Wind Affinity Chakra, the Wind Caress of Dawn was arguably the most suitable sensory ninjutsu for Naruto in his normal state. Sage Mode and Flying Thunder God were hidden trump cards for him. While he had nearly mastered Sage Mode during his time at the Ninja Academy, the most crucial technique was Flying Thunder God. Since learning it just over 2 months ago, Naruto required ample time to practice and solidify his mastery of the technique. Moreover, maintaining secrecy during his private training was paramount, making the Wind Caress of Dawn an indispensable asset. After learning the Wind Caress of Dawn, Naruto employed it to counter the surveillance of the root ninjas lurking in the shadows of the village on the night of the sealing book incident. He had sent someone following Mizuki using the wind caress of dawn, which ultimately led him to allow himself to be captured by Mizuki. As he had suspected, he successfully forced Kakashi to reveal himself from hiding. In such a dangerous situation, the third Hokage had greater faith in Naruto's display of will of fire. At this moment, the ghost brothers of the Miss Rogue Ninja were not within Naruto's sensory range. However, Naruto was not attempting to sense those two rogue ninjas. Instead, he was focused on detecting members of the root. To his astonishment, Naruto discovered that there were no root ninjas monitoring him. After several confirmations that he was not under surveillance, he ceased using the wind caress of dawn. Naruto felt perplexed by the lack of surveillance. The fact that the Jinchuriki had left the village should have been unacceptable to Danzo. But soon, Naruto came to a realization. The primary reason the members of the root were not surveilling him outside the village was likely due to Kakashi, reflecting on the past 2 months since becoming a ninja. It was undeniable that Danzo continued to monitor him. However, the frequency had significantly decreased, and the number of watchers had diminished as well. During Team 7's mission, those watchers had completely vanished. After a brief moment of contemplation, Naruto unraveled the reasoning behind it seemed that after the sealing book incident, the third Hokage had finally intervened in Danzo's persistent concerns regarding Naruto. Kakashi, being a ninja aligned with the Hokage faction and a pillar of the village, had been appointed as the leader of Team 7, which represented the third Hokage's stance and Danzo's concession. This was a compromise not just regarding Naruto, the Jinchuriki, but also concerning the last heir of the Uchiha clan. The political tug-of-war between the third Hokage and Danzo had tilted slightly in favor of the former. This was indeed a positive development, Naruto immediately concluded, according to the trajectory of the original storyline. Danzo's current concession would persist until Orochimaru invaded Konoha and killed the third Hokage. This coincided precisely with the timing of the Chunin exams. Danzo, being compelled to relax his surveillance over Naruto, would significantly increase Naruto's chances of successfully defecting from Konoha after the Chunin exams. Once the third Hokage was gone, what could Danzo do to regain control over the Nine Tails? By that time, Naruto would have already escaped from Konoha. The mere thought of the third Hokage alleviating Danzo's pressure on him made Naruto's lips curl into an involuntary smile. What are you smiling about, Naruto? However, the joy had not lingered long when Sakura's voice suddenly echoed in Naruto's ears. That it was at that moment that Naruto jolted awake from the depths of his introspection, hastily suppressing the elation swelling within him as he turned to meet the puzzled gaze of Sakura. Just as he was about to fabricate an excuse, the sound of splashing water pierced the air. Instantly, Naruto's focus sharpened. Unbeknownst to Sakura, as she looked at Naruto, she stepped into a puddle on the road. With no rain for several days and the sun shining brightly, there should not have been any puddles on the road. Without time to shout a warning, Naruto lunged forward, wrapping his arms tightly around Sakura. The timing of Naruto's embrace could only be described as a hair's breadth away from disaster. Holding Sakura close, he leapt back, narrowly avoiding an attack from one of the ghost brothers that had suddenly emerged from the puddle. The elder brother, Yato, with a metal horn affixed to his forehead, was taken aback that his clawed right hand had swung at nothing. However, as seasoned rogue ninjas, the Ghost Brothers quickly launched a follow-up assault to rectify their earlier failure. Unlike the elder brother, the younger one, Meitu, sprang forth from the dark cloak enveloping the two brothers. Meitu unfurled his massive iron claws, and sharp, spiked chains shot out, but this time the target was not Naruto and Sakura, but rather the leader of Team 7, the most formidable threat, Kakashi Hatake. The moment the chains made contact with Kakashi's body, Yada's chains quickly followed suit, ensnaring Kakashi in a deadly grip before anyone could react. The chains constricted in an instant. Just like that, they dismembered Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, Sakura exclaimed in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before her, perhaps still reeling from the instantaneous events. Naruto had no time to tend to Sakura's feelings. Although he was already aware that the Ghost Brothers would ambush them, the reality of life-or-death combat was far removed from mere intelligence reports, even though it was understandable that this was Team 7's true first battle. Kakashi's abrupt death left Sakura in a state of panic. Yet, battle was battle. If they did not immediately steel themselves for a counterattack, they would perish at the hands of their foes. Naruto shoved the now burdensome Sakura towards Sasuke. Without the need for further words, under Naruto's intentional guidance, Team 7 was not as fraught with discord as depicted in the original narrative, lacking in cooperation. Sasuke, noticing Sakura's predicament, swiftly drew his kunai, positioning himself protectively in front of Sakura and Tazuna. Ensuring the safety of the two, that the priority of ninja's protective duty was unequivocally the safety of the client. With 2 members of Team 7 incapacitated, the remaining 2 were compelled to devise a tacit division of labor, one for protection and one for offense. Second match, just as Naruto pushed Sakura away, the Ghost brothers simultaneously utilized the body flicker technique to appear behind him. Their derogatory comparison of Naruto to livestock underscored their disdain for lower-ranked ninjas. The clash of chains was deafening. Naruto barely had time to react before he found himself ensnared. Would he too be dismembered like Kakashi? The Ghost brothers exclaimed in unison. The chains had not severed flesh, but rather a half-man-high log, a substitution technique. When had that happened? The Ghost brothers were taken aback. Seizing the moment of their astonishment, Sasuke, who had been on the defensive, acted decisively, hurling his kunai. The kunai flew true, pinning the chains of the Ghost brothers to a tree trunk. The brothers attempted to pull back their chains, only to find the kunai had rendered them immovable. It was precisely because they hesitated to relinquish their chains that their defeat became inevitable. Earth release. Inner decapitation technique. 4 hands erupted from the ground beneath the Ghost brothers, grasping their feet and yanking with all their might. In the next instant, the Ghost brothers were left with only their heads above ground, their bodies imprisoned by the earth. Standing in their stead were 2 Narutos. Well done, Sasuke. A third Naruto appeared beside Sasuke, returning the kunai Sasuke had just thrown at. Is this your real body? Sasuke inquired as he accepted the kunai. Glancing at the 2 Narutos standing beside the severed heads of the Ghost brothers, all of whom were shadow clones. Indeed, your timely kunai throw allowed me to successfully execute the inner decapitation technique on these 2. Naruto expressed his gratitude without reservation. Sasuke merely huffed, reverting to his usual cool demeanor. Noting Sasuke's unilateral conclusion to the conversation, Naruto shrugged nonchalantly, merging his hands to dispel the shadow clones. The 2 Narutos beside the Ghost brothers dissolved into a swirl of white mist. You all did splendidly. The shadow clone technique was dispelled. The Kakashi who was supposed to have perished reappeared before everyone. The expressions of the 3 members of Team 7 varied upon Kakashi's sudden appearance. Naruto wore an expression of nonchalance, while Sasuke remained stoically impassive. Only Sakura appeared genuinely elated. Kakashi-sensei. Upon seeing Kakashi unharmed, Sakura exclaimed with exuberance. Sakura is the only one truly concerned about my safety, Kakashi mused, feeling a swell of gratitude that at least one young girl held him dear. On the other hand, Tazuna gazed at Kakashi with confusion. He scrutinized Kakashi for a while, unable to discern whether he was alive or a ghost. Aren't you dead? That was a mere substitution technique, Kakashi explained. Tazuna's gaze shifted to the spot where Kakashi had died, now littered with logs of varying sizes instead of the gruesome remains he had expected. After addressing Tazuna's confusion, Kakashi turned his attention back to the 3 members of Team 7. First, I must apologize for not joining the fight earlier. I sincerely regret it. However, I also wish to gauge how you would respond in a real battle. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto and Sasuke showed little reaction, while Sakura quietly lowered her gaze. Observing the trio's responses, Kakashi continued, both Naruto and Sasuke performed exceptionally well. To be honest, your responses in combat far exceeded my expectations. Kakashi recalled the survival exercise when Naruto, in a bid to save Sakura, had fallen victim to an illusion, and contrasted that with Naruto's clever tactics against the Ghost brothers in the rapidly unfolding battle. Naruto, this time your approach was entirely different from the exercise. You have truly grown. Upon detecting the enemy, you not only saved Sakura, but also cleverly utilized shadow clones to await the perfect moment for victory after Eiffel. Summarizing Naruto's performance, Kakashi then turned to Sasuke. Sasuke as well. Initially seeing Naruto and Sakura as burdens, this time he not only protected Sakura, but upon realizing Naruto had concealed himself with a substitution technique. Your seamless cooperation with him, without the need for discussion, truly impressed me. Such synergy is rare, even among ninjas who have known each other for a long time. This is an achievement to be proud of. Kakashi's tone was laden with praise for Naruto and Sasuke, causing Sakura to lower her head even further. Kakashi-sensei. She hesitated, gritting her teeth, clearly aware that she had neither contributed nor had she been of help in the recent battle. As she gathered her resolve to speak, Kakashi interrupted her. Kakashi smiled at Sakura. Though you may not have performed as well as Naruto and Sasuke, you were still remarkable. In truth, your reaction was precisely what one should expect in their first real battle. Faced with an unforeseen fight, it is natural to be unsettled by the death of a powerful nin teacher. Yet, when you realized you had to fight with all your might, you rose to the occasion and did your utmost to assist. Kakashi gazed at the kunai still clutched in Sakura's hand. Although Sakura had not been able to immediately adjust her emotions like Naruto and Sasuke after Kakashi's death, once she regained her composure, she promptly readied herself for battle. Aware of her inferiority compared to Naruto and Sasuke, Sakura assigned herself the task of protecting Danzo. It was precisely because Sakura was diligently fulfilling her responsibilities that Sasuke was able to divert his attention from protection, allowing him to throw a kunai without hesitation, enabling Naruto to successfully execute the decisive jutsu. This exemplified the profound understanding of teamwork shared among the three members of Team 7, in a gesture of kindness befitting an elder. Kakashi reached out and gently ruffled Sakura's hair, saying, "Neither Naruto nor Sasuke think you are a burden, so there is no need for you to belittle yourself. One must learn from experience to grow. I believe that next time, you will not find yourself in a situation akin to this battle, and you will undoubtedly become stronger." Listening to Kakashi's comforting words, Sakura looked up at Sasuke and Naruto. Sasuke, hands tucked into his pockets, maintained his usual aloof demeanor. However, in response to Sakura's probing gaze, he offered her a slight nod. Naruto, on the other hand, flashed a smile at Sakura. It was worth noting that Sakura remembered a time when Naruto, much like Sasuke, was reluctant to display his emotions. Yet, since joining Team 7 and having more tangible interactions with Naruto, Sakura discovered that he occasionally revealed a smile. Whenever he smiled, it inexplicably brought her a sense of reassurance. On the rooftop of the Ninja Academy, it was Naruto's smile that had inspired Sakura, who had contemplated giving up due to Kakashi's intimidating words, to participate in the survival exercise, even when Kakashi declared their failure in that exercise. It was Naruto's smile and his willingness to break the rules that allowed Team 7 to successfully become ninjas. This pattern continued even now. "Naruto, thank you for saving me just now," Sakura expressed, her gratitude heartfelt. She then turned her gaze back to Kakashi and reiterated her earlier realization. "Kakashi-sensei, I won't let it happen again. I believe in you," Kakashi replied, his smile deepening. He gently pulled Sakura from her self-reproach. Casting a brief glance at the harmonious trio of Team 7, Kakashi then withdrew his smile, looking sternly at Danzo as he said, "Mr. Danzo, I would like to inquire about something. Now let's clarify the ranking of the tasks assigned to ninjas." The tasks undertaken by ninjas are categorized into 5 ranks, based on the levels of Genin, Chunin, and Jonin. These ranks are further divided into 4 grades, from A to D, with S-grade tasks surpassing A in difficulty. The D-grade tasks require little elaboration, as the trio from Team 7 had exclusively executed such tasks since becoming ninjas over the past 2 months, while D-grade tasks are indeed ninja assignments. They could also be completed by ordinary individuals. Enlisting a ninja merely expedites the process. For instance, take Mrs. Gigi, who frequently loses her pet. If Meow Xiao were to hide on the roof, an ordinary person might struggle to find a solution. However, a ninja could simply leap up and stand atop the eaves. Thus, D-grade tasks pose no danger to ninjas, encompassing mundane tasks such as babysitting, pet retrieval, or assisting with farm work. C-grade tasks are slightly more aligned with the essence of ninjas, as they may involve the use of force. Yet in C-grade assignments, the targets of violence are merely ordinary individuals who pose a physical threat. The use of ninjutsu against these ordinary people is akin to adults bullying children. Mr. Dazna, when you commissioned Konoha, you should have understood the ranking system of ninja tasks from the Konoha staff responsible for processing your request, correct? Kakashi inquired, eyeing Dazna, who was fidgeting uneasily. Naruto had used his decapitation technique to restrain the two brothers, sparing their lives. However, as the attacking ninjas were rogue ninjas, Kakashi could not allow them to continue living. Having extracted the necessary information from the brothers, Kakashi dealt with them on the spot. This is the norm in the world of ninjas: kill or be killed. Even in Konoha, the most peaceful of the 5 great ninja villages, this survival rule is steadfastly upheld. Now armed with intelligence, Kakashi altered his previously amiable demeanor, adopting an interrogative tone as he confronted Dazna. Dazna remained silent, seemingly believing that by adopting a non-committal stance, he could obscure Kakashi's inquiries. Mr. Dazna, I understand you may have your own difficulties, but it was under the premise that you reported your request to Konoha as a C-grade task that we established our contract. Kakashi glanced at Naruto and the others before continuing. According to the task rankings, the village assigns ninjas based on their corresponding capabilities. My subordinates have only recently graduated from the Ninja Academy. Because you classified it as a C-grade task, the Hokage would allocate my team to this assignment. You have concealed the true difficulty of the task, which has reached B-grade. While a C-grade ninja task can still be assigned to a Genin, a B-grade task necessitates a Chunin strength to undertake. The maximum commission for D-grade tasks is 50,000 Ryo, while the minimum for C-grade tasks is 30,000 Ryo. B-grade tasks range from 80,000 to 200,000 Ryo. However, it is nearly impossible to hire a ninja for the minimum commission of a B-grade task. Just by examining the commission rates for ninjas, the reasons behind Dazna's misrepresentation of the task's rank become abundantly clear. The commission Dazna paid to Konoha lies ambiguously between the high price of a D-grade task and the low price of a C-grade task. He has employed ninjas to execute a B-grade task at such an unclear price. This is not merely a matter of commission. Providing false information can lead us, as ninjas, to make erroneous judgments. Your request has exceeded the capabilities of my team. Kakashi characterized Dazna's actions, deeming them extremely reprehensible, the severity of which need not be elaborated. Regardless of Dazna's potential difficulties or attempts to embellish his actions, the essence of what this drunken old man had done was akin to pushing children into a fiery pit. Dazna was evidently aware of the irresponsibility of his actions, both towards the ninjas protecting him and himself. If Dazna's earlier silence had been deliberate, he now found himself genuinely at a loss for words. Seeing Dazna unwilling to engage in further discussion, Kakashi no longer considered the feelings of this client. He redirected his gaze back to the trio of Team 7. This task is still too early for you. Let us return to the village, and I will report the details to the Hokage. Naruto had no objections to this. The recent battle between Team 7 and the Demon Brothers had already allowed Kakashi to consider including them in the upcoming Chunin exam roster. As long as Kakashi harbored such intentions, Naruto was confident that he could persuade Kakashi to formalize their application to participate in the Chunin exam before its arrival. Although the prospect of heading to the Land of Waves, where he could enjoy nearly half a month of unmonitored freedom, as depicted in the original story, was tempting to Naruto, he ultimately believed that it was better to avoid unnecessary complications. Deep down, Naruto lacked any sense of responsibility or honor associated with a ninja's duty to complete missions. With his counter-surveillance abilities, he felt more at ease in the familiar surroundings of the village. Thus, whether to continue towards the Land of Waves or return home immediately was a decision Naruto could accept. After contemplating this, he chose to remain silent. To his surprise, Sasuke also refrained from voicing an opinion. Naruto had expected someone like Sasuke, who harbored deep-seated resentment, to eagerly seek every opportunity to grow stronger. However, upon reflection, it was evident that Sasuke had not opposed Kakashi's intention to terminate the mission when he had considered returning. It appeared that until the reemergence of Itachi Uchiha in Konoha, Sasuke was still driven by rationality. It was only upon encountering Itachi again that he became obsessed, recklessly pursuing power. In contrast, the original Naruto was oblivious to his own strength and the dangers of a B-rank mission. Even neglecting to reproach Dasna for complicating matters with false information, he insisted loudly on continuing the mission. Had it not been for Haku, who maintained his kindness throughout his long life as a rogue ninja, the original Naruto would have had to bear the responsibility for the demise of Sasuke Uchiha due to his own arrogance and foolishness. Since Sasuke also had no objections, he, like Naruto, left the decision of whether to continue protecting Dasna in Kakashi's hands. Given Kakashi's character, which valued his comrades in the village, it was likely that he would soon decide to abandon the mission. However, as is often the case, unexpected events occur. This adage holds true in any circumstance. In the original story, it was Sakura who had firmly advocated for returning to the village, who unexpectedly voiced her opinion at this moment. Kakashi-sensei, I believe we should continue the mission. In light of Naruto and Sasuke's lack of opposition to terminating the mission. It was surprising that it was Sakura who wished to press on. The weather at sea could not be gauged by land-based experiences. The land of fire in May was sunny and pleasant. However, as they neared the borders of the island nation of the land of waves, a cold, damp fog enveloped the entire sea, starkly contrasting the expected May climate. Amidst this thick fog, a small boat moved slowly and cautiously. Aboard were Dasna, along with the members of Team 7 responsible for his protection. Naruto sat at the bow of the boat, gazing into the obscured distance, shrouded by mist. The weather in the land of waves mirrored the uncertain future of this nation. Composed of numerous islands of varying sizes, the land of waves had fallen under the control of the wealthy Kato, who monopolized transportation rights a year AG. As a result, the nation's interests were illicitly exploited by Kato, plunging the land of waves into extreme poverty. Violence, darkness, and chaos reigned as Kato ruled through a violent organization comprised of rogue ninjas and wandering samurai. Once the bridge expert Dasna completed the construction of the ocean crossing bridge, Kato would lose everything in the land of waves, having relinquished his transportation rights. This was the reason behind the assassination attempts on Dazona, in the impoverished land of waves. Dasna struggled to fund the bridge's construction and could scarcely afford to pay for the services of ninjas, which was the reason behind the false information he provided regarding the mission's commission. That on the surface, this appeared to be a mere act of oppression. However, without the Third Shinobi World War over a decade prior, Kato would have been unable to hire a sufficient number of rogue ninjas and wandering samurai to suppress and dominate a nation. Such figures as Kato were prevalent throughout the shinobi world. Since the Third Shinobi World War and the Warring States period, hatred and turmoil have remained the prevailing themes of the shinobi world, lingering like a curse around everyone. It was unclear how much time passed before the boat finally docked at the shore. "I'll take you as far as here," said the ferryman, seemingly wary of the ominous depths of the fog, speaking in hushed tones. Naruto surveyed the area where the ferryman had anchored the boat. This was hardly a normal landing point. It was a secluded path that only seasoned ferrymen, familiar with the waters of the land of waves, could locate. It was certainly not the originally agreed-upon docking place. "Thank you for your hard work," Dasna said, refraining from chastising the ferryman for his breach of contract as he disembarked first, waiting for the members of Team 7 to follow suit. Upon arriving in the land of waves, Dasna was not merely the object of protection for Team 7. He was also their guide in this unfamiliar territory. As Kakashi approached him, Dasna adjusted his reading glasses and expressed his gratitude. "I truly appreciate your willingness to continue with the mission." Kakashi casually acknowledged Dasna's words, but the underlying sense of trouble that brewed within him was apparent, even with his mask concealing his face. When ninjas accept a commission, they strive to fulfill it. The public trust of ninja villages depends on this. However, if the reasons are justifiable and the consensus among the ninjas aligns, they can unilaterally terminate the mission. Dasna's commission was one that could be halted within the stipulated time frame. Should Team 7 reach a unanimous decision, Kakashi would lead Dasna back to Konoha. Upon returning, Dasna could choose to cancel the commission or adjust its rank back to its original B-rank difficulty. By that point, everything would no longer concern Team 7. Kakashi had initially thought that if anyone in Team 7 were to oppose, it would likely be either Sasuke, driven by a desire to grow stronger, or Naruto, who aspired to become Hokage and earn the village's recognition. He assumed that either one or both of them would voice their dissent against terminating the mission. After all, considering Naruto and Sasuke's personalities, Such a choice would not have surprised Kakashi. He never anticipated that it would be Sakura who wished to continue with the mission. Kakashi had a hunch regarding Sakura's reasoning before the ambush by the demon brothers. She had been her usual self, chatting with Sasuke as they executed their mission. However, after deciding to continue towards the land of waves, Sakura had remained silent. It appeared that the encounter with the demon brothers had clarified the gap between her and Naruto and Sasuke, imparting a sense of pressure upon her. Thus, Sakura could not bring herself to forfeit this rare opportunity for growth. While Kakashi remained vigilant of their surroundings to protect Dazna, he also observed the states of the 3 members of Team 7. With the decision made to continue the mission, Kakashi began devising strategies to confront potential adversaries based on Team 7's current situation. The enemy had already dispatched 2 Chunin, while Dazna was still within the borders of the Land of Fire. Now that they had entered the Land of Waves, the next assailants would undoubtedly be of Jonin level or higher. Team 7's previous battle with the Demon Brothers had already demonstrated their capability to protect their client. Although the forthcoming Jonin-level foes would pose a significant challenge, those adversaries would have to deal with Kakashi first before they could threaten Dazna, whom Naruto and the others were safeguarding. Kakashi silently hoped that the journey after they disembarked would proceed without incident. Yet, as is often the case, reality defied expectations. Strange sounds emanated from the forest, even quieter than Kakashi's own breath. Nonetheless, he sensed the danger immediately. "Everyone, get down." The keen instinct for battle enabled Kakashi to make a swift judgment. Upon hearing his command, Sakura and Sasuke, momentarily bewildered, promptly executed the instruction to drop to the ground. Dazna, who was slow to react to Kakashi's orders, found himself pressed down by Naruto, who held his head against the ground. This exemplifies the stark contrast between ninjas and ordinary individuals that in combat. Unwavering trust in one's leader's commands is paramount, while maintaining one's own discernment at that very moment, as the 3 members of Team 7 and their client lay flat. A terrifying wail pierced the air, reaching everyone's ears. A massive blade spun through the sky at high velocity, hurtling toward the direction where they had originally stood, had Kakashi not shouted a warning in advance. That blade would have cleaved them in 2. Instead of striking its intended target, the blade ultimately collided with the trunk of a large tree before Kakashi. Simultaneously, a man appeared on the hilt of the blade. Having launched the attack, the man, bare-chested, sported a strap slung over his shoulder to secure the great sword. With black hair and a face partially obscured by white bandages, he wore a forehead protector askew on his head, adorned with the symbol of the Mist Village, signifying his identity as a rogue ninja. Kakashi focused intently, recognizing the man as the notorious Zabuza Momochi, a defector from the hidden mist of the Land of Waves. "I never expected to encounter you here," Kakashi remarked, his gaze steady. Aware of Zabuza's reputation, he issued a command to his team, who were preparing for battle behind him. "This man is not someone you can handle. Take a defensive formation and protect Mr. Dazna." With that, Kakashi lifted the forehead protector from his left eye, revealing a hidden eye. Within the socket marked by a vertical scar lay a remarkable crimson eye, swirling with 3 black tomo, his Sharingan. That I also did not anticipate that the one tasked with safeguarding that old man would be the famed copy ninja. Kakashi Hitaki. Zabuza's tone was laced with familiarity. "Kakashi Hitaki, you are an undeniable presence on the assassination lists of all the ninja villages." That he looked down at Kakashi, acknowledging his prowess. "If you are the enemy, it is no surprise that the Demon Brothers failed." Kakashi's gaze remained locked on Zabuza. Though he had anticipated that Nin would strike next after the Demon Brothers, he had not expected it to be such a renowned figure. This was not an adversary to be dealt with lightly. The situation had become precarious. Kakashi was now responsible for not only ensuring Dazna's safety, but also preventing Zabuza from shifting his focus to the 3 members of Team 7. Hence, Kakashi opted to utilize his Sharingan immediately. Although Naruto and the others were exceptional among genin, their involvement in a Nin-level battle would only serve as a liability. Those 2 are not my concern to eliminate. They are to be dealt with by my subordinates. In a fleeting moment of contemplation, Kakashi responded to Zabuza's words. Zabuza's curiosity was piqued by Kakashi's response. His gaze flickered briefly towards the 3 members of Team 7, who were forming a defensive barrier around Dazna. as if to ascertain the validity of the information regarding the inexperienced genin's ability to confront Nin. Zabuza's subtle shift in focus was nearly imperceptible to the average observer. However, Kakashi's Sharingan possessed the ability to perceive even the slightest movements in the flow of chakra. Zabuza's fleeting distraction provided Kakashi with a fleeting opportunity. A sharp, ear-piercing thunderclap suddenly erupted behind Zabuza. His pupils constricted as he realized that Kakashi was still within sight. Shadow clone? The thought raced through his mind. Zabuza swiftly turned, preparing to counter Kakashi's ambush. Yet, his gaze inadvertently met the vivid crimson of Kakashi's Sharingan, which not only bore the trait of observation, but also had the power of hypnosis. The Jinjutsu cast by Kakashi's Sharingan momentarily stunned Zabuza. In that critical second, Zabuza, who could have evaded Kakashi's attack, found himself struck directly in the chest by Kakashi's lightning-infused jutsu, Raikiri. In an instant, the battle between the two nin drew to a close. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Sasuke stared incredulously at the blue lightning crackling in Kakashi's hand. Having never witnessed such a formidable technique before, that I've never come across such a jutsu in any of the textbooks. Has Kakashi-sensei truly become that powerful? Sakura could hardly contain her astonishment. The jutsu Kakashi had executed was beyond even her extensive theoretical knowledge. That Naruto's reaction was less pronounced than that of Sasuke and Sakura. With the memories of his past life, he recognized the sharp, resounding blue lightning as Kakashi's own creation, an S-rank ninjutsu known as Raikiri. Yet, Naruto furrowed his brow, not out of admiration for Kakashi's strength, but rather in concern for Zabuza's survival. Ever since stepping onto the soil of the Land of Waves, Naruto had maintained the use of his wind technique. However, when Kakashi activated his Sharingan, Naruto ceased its use to prevent Kakashi from detecting the chakra flowing through the wind. Nevertheless, prior to this, Naruto had already sensed that the Zabuza before them was merely a clone. What Kakashi had killed was but a water clone, and the true Zabuza, along with Haku, lurked in the shadows. Damn it! Kakashi observed the erratic currents of electricity coursing through Zabuza's pierced chest and realized the underlying issue. The next moment, Zabuza's form transformed into water, cascading to the ground. Indeed, it was a water clone. The genuine Zabuza materialized behind Kakashi, who was channeling Raikiri, responding with a mocking tone that a kunai pierced Kakashi's throat. And in the blink of an eye, that Kakashi too dissipated into smoke. What had transpired felt like a fleeting dream as Zabuza continued to perch atop the trunk of the tree, looking down at Kakashi on the ground. Such a shame to waste so much chakra on that last attack. Kakashi Hitaki Zabuza's gaze remained fixed on Kakashi, no longer diverting his attention to the three members of Team 7 or the protected Dazna. To eliminate that old man, I must first deal with you. Having made his decision, Zabuza utilized the body flicker technique, vanishing from the tree. Along with him disappeared the enormous blade. When Zabuza reemerged, he had reslung the blade across his back. Standing upon the water surface not far away, one hand raised high, the other resting upon his chest, Zabuza formed a series of hand seals. Ninjutsu. Hidden mist technique. The thick white mist erupted around Zabuza, with the wind sweeping through to expand its reach. In the blink of an eye, the fog enveloped Kakashi and his team. The figure of Zabuza, who had been standing on the water surface, vanished entirely. No. Such a description would be inaccurate. Zabuza seemed to have melded with the mist, becoming one with it. Listen well. Kakashi fixed his gaze on the spot where Zabuza had disappeared, addressing Naruto and the others. This is Zabuza Momochi's specialty, the silent killing technique. You three must concentrate and maintain the highest level of vigilance. Any lapse could result in being slain by him, who may be lurking unseen in the mist, as Kakashi issued his warning. The mist thickened ominously. You know my methods well, Kakashi. Zabuza's voice emerged from the fog, shifting in distance, as though it originated from all around them. If that is the case, you should also anticipate the nature of my next attack. Heart, throat, neck, lung. Zabuza's voice, shrouded in terror, exerted immense pressure upon the crowd amidst the fog. Just as his words reached a crescendo, they were abruptly cut off, plunging the dense mist back into an eerie tranquility. The tension among the onlookers peaked to an unbearable height Kakashi immediately formed hand seals. Sasuke, Sakura. At the same moment, Naruto shouted loudly, alerting his companions that "Let's start with you brats." This time, Zabuza's voice rang out with chilling clarity. Both Sasuke and Sakura were taken aback, realizing that Zabuza had silently appeared behind them. The massive blade in Zabuza's hand was raised high, poised to strike down the three members of Team 7 in an instant. "Don't even think about it," Kakashi interjected, positioning himself between Zabuza and the others, seizing Zabuza's arm that wielded the sword and thrusting a kunai deep into his kidney. Yet instead of the expected crimson blood, a deluge of water erupted from the wound. This was merely Zabuza's water clone. The true Zabuza materialized behind Kakashi. "Kakashi, I have one," Zabuza proclaimed triumphantly, raising his blade aloft to cleave Kakashi in two. Scalding blood splattered across the faces of Team 7 as they bore witness to Kakashi's imminent demise at close range. The tip of Zabuza's sword glistened with Kakashi's essence, while the bandage masking his face was stained a vivid red. Kakashi-sensei, Sakura could scarcely believe the reality before her, softly calling out to Kakashi. Yet, the fallen figure, drenched in a pool of blood, offered no reply. This was not a mere substitution technique or a clone jutsu. It appeared that Kakashi had truly perished. "Damn it!" Sasuke jolted from his shock, gripping his kunai tightly, ready to confront Zabuza. Only Naruto, transfixed by Kakashi's lifeless body, sensed an unsettling familiarity in this scene. Was this yet another instance of a substitution jutsu? This time, Team 7 was not contending with mere Chunin like the Ghost Brothers. Their adversary was Zabuza Momochi, a rogue ninja of equal rank to Kakashi. The dire situation had laid bare Team 7's inability to contend with Zabuza, plunging them into a seemingly inescapable predicament. What could Kakashi possibly do? No matter how hard Naruto pondered, he could not find the correct answer. Turning his gaze back to Zabuza, Naruto began to suspect that in Zabuza's eyes, they were merely inconsequential genin, lacking any real threat. Zabuza showed no urgency to eliminate them. Instead, he savored the fear festering within Sasuke and Sakura. No, Naruto felt a profound dissonance. An enemy's very existence posed a threat. Especially one like Zabuza, a defector who should fully comprehend this truth. As Zabuza's cruel laughter echoed, Naruto suddenly realized something. He swiftly channeled a minuscule amount of the Nine-Tails chakra into his own chakra network, relinquishing control over it. The volatile chakra surged forth like a wild stallion, rampaging through Naruto's chakra pathways, disrupting its flow. Once he regained control over the Nine-Tails chakra, he resumed its circulation within his body. The dissonance finally dissipated. The mocking laughter that had previously filled his ears ceased. Zabuza had never laughed menacingly at all. Naruto glanced once more at Zabuza. "Zabuza, I have one." Kakashi's low voice reverberated in Naruto's ears. The dense fog of the hidden mist technique had long since dissipated, revealing Kakashi's kunai pressed against Zabuza's throat. With the slightest shift of the kunai's angle, he could sever Zabuza's carotid artery. Indeed, it was an illusion. Kakashi had ingeniously turned Zabuza's own mist technique against him to create this genjutsu. Meanwhile, Zabuza struggled against several ninja hounds of varying sizes that were mercilessly gnawing at his limbs, severely restricting his movements. "You dare to utilize my ninjutsu to cast an illusion? How audacious!" Zabuza's tone barely concealed his fury as he glared at Kakashi. "And aren't you concerned I might perceive your intentions and turn them against you, ultimately eliminating you?" The truth was he was completely oblivious to the fact that it was he who was on the brink of death. Kakashi's kunai pressed deeper into Zabuza's neck, piercing the flesh just enough to allow blood to flow freely. The only difference was the size of the wound, determining the speed of Zabuza's demise. Using a kunai, why not resort to the lightning technique you initially prepared to take me down, faced with the specter of his own death? Zabuza seemed more intrigued by Kakashi's intended method of execution. Kakashi offered no response. Yet Zabuza appeared to deduce the reason. Merely utilizing the Sharingan had depleted a significant portion of Kakashi's chakra. And the lightning technique required a considerable amount of chakra as well. How pitiable. This so-called copy ninja, who had replicated over 1,000 techniques using the Sharingan's copying eye ability, could scarcely employ a handful of jutsu in battle. Even with his face obscured by bandages, Zabuza's menacing visage was unmistakably evident. He suddenly began to struggle, heedless of the fact that his thrashing only exacerbated the wounds inflicted by the hounds. "I still have plenty of chakra left," Zabuza declared, fervently resisting despite barely uttering Kakashi's name. Too long, needle-like Sanbon shot forth from above, slicing through the air to pierce Zabuza's neck. Zabuza's eyes widened in fury. Yet he fell lifelessly, refusing to close his eyes. The unexpected turn of events jolted Kakashi into immediate vigilance. "Please, do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions." Following the trajectory of the Sanbon, a masked boy perched upon a nearby tree branch assured Kakashi of his benign motives. Kakashi scrutinized the mask adorning the boy's face. "You are from the Umbu of the Hidden Mist?" "Indeed, I am a member of the Umbu, affiliated with the Rogue Ninja Assassination Unit." The masked boy bowed slightly to Kakashi, expressing his gratitude. "I have long sought an opportunity to eliminate the Rogue Ninja Zabuza Momochi. However, circumstances have proven challenging. Your timely arrival has resolved my dilemma, and I hope you will accept my thanks." Faced with the masked boy's identity and overt goodwill, Kakashi paused in contemplation before retracting his kunai back into his tool pouch. "I must first ascertain whether Zabuza is truly dead. Please go ahead." The masked boy remained motionless atop the tree. Kakashi crouched beside Zabuza's corpse, checking for a pulse, heartbeat, and the condition of his pupils. All signs indicated that Zabuza had indeed fallen to the masked boy's hand. Confirming this state of affairs, Kakashi dismissed the summoned hounds. Along with them, he dispelled the genjutsu that had ensnared Team 7 and Tizuna, who had been caught in the crossfire. After all, Kakashi had infused his chakra into Zabuza's own. Kakashi's ability to blend his chakra with the mist was a testament to the tactical acumen gleaned from extensive combat experience. To prevent Zabuza from detecting any anomalies, Kakashi had to act swiftly to ensnare him in the genjutsu, with little regard for its control range. What just happened? Sasuke was engulfed in confusion, had not been on high alert regarding Zabuza only moments ago. Kakashi-sensei is alive. Sakura had spotted the still-living Kakashi, finally exhaling a breath of relief. Though she remained uncertain about the unfolding events, it was an illusion. Naruto feigned ignorance, pretending to be awakening alongside the others as Kakashi dispelled the genjutsu at last. He could openly observe the masked boy in the tree, Zabuza's companion, Haku. Internally, he marveled at Zabuza's cunning scheme. Upon realizing that the one protecting Tizuna was Kakashi, he had instructed Haku to conceal himself. If he could eliminate Kakashi directly, that would be the optimal outcome. However, Kakashi, endowed with the Sharingan, was acutely aware of the formidable nature of Zabuza, who had spent years within the Umbu of the Hidden Mist. Thus, this encounter was largely a test of sorts. Should Zabuza find himself at a disadvantage during their clash, Haku would reveal himself under the guise of the Hidden Mist Umbu, orchestrating a scenario that would lead to Zabuza's death. The inquiry posed by Zabuza before his demise was merely a means to uncover Kakashi's true intentions, as this battle had already afforded Zabuza ample intelligence concerning Kakashi to end their next confrontation. It will be challenging for Kakashi to maintain the upper hand, particularly with Haku, the user of the ice-release bloodline limit, lurking in the shadows, unbeknownst to Kakashi. "What is it?" Haku inquired, tilting his head curiously upon noticing Naruto's gaze. "Who are you?" Naruto feigned ignorance, maintaining the demeanor of someone just roused from a genjutsu. Yet his mind was racing with entirely different thoughts. Being targeted by Zabuza was an immense hassle. Following this battle, Kakashi would be rendered less effective for a period of time. Moreover, in a land of waves, where Danzo's watchful eye was absent, Naruto saw a rare opportunity to unleash his true potential. He contemplated seizing the moment to eliminate both Haku and Zabuza discreetly. Naruto believed Haku was not his enemy. Kakashi rose from beside Zabuza's lifeless body, confirming the latter's demise before departing from the scene. His actions conveyed to the masked youth that he bore no animosity towards him. Upon reaching Team 7, Kakashi felt a sense of relief upon seeing Naruto, Sakura, and the safeguarded Dazna all unharmed. "Zabuza, was he killed by you?" Sasuke inquired, his gaze fixed on the fallen figure. "It was that boy who dealt with him." Kakashi replied, "What?" Sasuke's expression transformed, unable to fathom the unexpected revelation. If Zabuza had indeed fallen to Kakashi, Sasuke felt little astonishment, recognizing both were Jonin. The preceding battle had made Sasuke acutely aware of the significant gap in experience between himself, a rookie ninja, and a seasoned Jonin. However, the notion that someone of his age could vanquish Zabuza was indeed remarkable. Yet Sasuke need not feel discouraged, for he possessed extraordinary talents that few could rival. Kakashi merely cast a glance at Sasuke, comprehending his thoughts. What he lacked was merely time to mature. That Kakashi's words plunged Sasuke into silence. Though he felt a twinge of resentment, he recognized that, despite being hailed a genius, he was still quite young and inexperienced. Sasuke found himself unexpectedly grateful for Sakura's decision to continue their mission in the Land of Waves. Was this what an A-rank mission entailed? Witnessing the confrontation between Kakashi and Zabuza, and realizing there were peers like the masked youth, equally formidable and capable of contending with Zabuza, left a profound impact on Sasuke. He relaxed his furrowed brow, recognizing the invaluable lessons learned throughout the mission. Sasuke's gaze drifted towards Naruto. "Naruto, what thoughts occupy your mind during this battle?" For a fleeting moment, he succumbed to feelings of defeat, only to be swiftly reignited by a spirit of competitiveness. The pace of Naruto's growth was astonishing. Even Kakashi marveled at Sasuke's rapid development. At that moment, the masked youth utilized the body flicker technique, arriving at Zabuza's corpse. "It seems you've all had your discussions. Allow me to take Zabuza's body. It contains crucial intelligence that I must attend to diligently." With that, the masked youth turned his attention to Naruto. "If possible, I would appreciate the return of that beheading sword." Naruto held the massive sword that rightfully belonged to Zabuza. Its true size had been concealed in Zabuza's grip, but in Naruto's small hands, its enormity was glaringly evident. "Why is that?" "Kakashi-sensei, shouldn't this count as our loot?" Earlier, when Kakashi had restrained Zabuza with his ninken, he had kicked the sword aside. Naruto had merely retrieved it moments ago. Typically, when an enemy falls, their ninja tools, scrolls, and even their very corpses are considered spoils of the victor, Kakashi explained, not dismissing Naruto's logic, but seizing the opportunity to educate Team 7. However, there are exceptional circumstances such as this one. All eyes turned to Kakashi as he elaborated. In a ninja world where intelligence is highly prized, a ninja is a valuable source of information. Secrets of their village, the nature of their chakra, and even the components of their secret techniques are at risk of being stolen. If such knowledge were to fall into enemy hands, it could be weaponized against Konoha. Thus, rogue ninjas are pursued by their respective villages' assassination squads to safeguard such intelligence. If an assassination squad were monitoring our battle, even in victory, we would be obliged to return the spoils. However, this is not strictly enforced and is often a matter of political consideration. After all, we currently reside in a time of peace, with the 5 great nations striving to avoid actions that may incite conflict. Kakashi cast a glance towards the still-waiting masked youth. While he could engage if a confrontation arose, his chakra reserves were nearly depleted from the battle with Zabuza. Kakashi realized he could no longer afford to divide his attention between the fight and the safety of Team 7 and Dazna. Prioritizing their protection was paramount. Naruto returned the sword. Zabuza's beheading sword is one of the legendary swords of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist and holds significant importance to the hidden Mist village. As the leader of Team 7, Kakashi issued the command. Concerned that his tone might be overly stern, he quickly softened his approach. "If you wish to wield a sword, I can help you find a suitable replacement upon our return to the village. Despite my demeanor, I possess some knowledge of swordsmanship and may impart a few techniques to you." Some knowledge, Naruto thought, bemused by Kakashi's modesty. Understood, he was more than willing to comply with Kakashi's non-negotiable directive. Having no real interest in the beheading sword, his only reason for retrieving it was to carve the Flying Thunder God seal onto its hilt. Present, the seal was concealed, only to re-emerge when Naruto activated the technique. "Well then, I shall take my leave." With the sword secured on his back, the masked youth bid farewell to Kakashi, shouldering Zabuza's corpse. In an instant, a gust of wind swirled around him, enveloping both him and Zabuza. When the wind ceased, they vanished from sight. Kakashi then lowered his forehead protector, concealing his Sharingan once more. There should be no further ninja attacks. Mr. Dazna, please lead us to your home, that I understand. Huh, you all truly endured a lot. We shall arrive shortly, and you must savor my daughter's cooking. The oppressive atmosphere dissipated, and Dazna's spirits lifted. The exhilaration of narrowly escaping death prompted him to jovially pat Kakashi on the shoulder. Unexpectedly, Kakashi stumbled and fell to the ground. Kakashi-sensei. The unforeseen turn of events startled everyone. Kakashi-sensei has fainted. Naruto lifted Kakashi from the ground, carrying him on his back. He must have exhausted too much chakra during the recent battle. Sasuke, Sakura, we cannot afford to let our guard down now. We must leave this place swiftly. Hearing Naruto's words, both Sasuke and Sakura nodded earnestly. Naruto turned to Dazna and urged, "Please, lead the way." "I understand." Dazna reined his excitement. Resuming his role as a guide before the group, in but a moment, they departed from the site where two elite shinobi had recently clashed. Once assured of their exit, another Naruto emerged from the thicket. Sensing the chakra in the wind, Naruto's gaze, however, was directed toward the opposite direction of Team 7's departure. That was the path taken by Haku and Zabuza. Thus, before Kakashi awoke to discover that the carrying him was merely a shadow clone, he would resolve the impending trouble. Naruto raised a hand, forming the hand seal for the body flicker technique, and, propelled by the wind release, Gale Palm, he set off in pursuit of Haku. It was not until the original Naruto had departed that the forest reclaimed its inherent tranquility. Once he confirmed that he was no longer being followed, Haku ceased his acrobatic movements among the branches. He gently laid Zabuza's body on the ground, taking care to position it flat. Next, he would tend to the wounds. Haku unfurled his medical ninja toolkit, extracting a small dissection knife. Subsequently, he reached to remove the beheading sword from his back. However, the moment his fingers brushed the hilt, he froze. Blood trickled from beneath his mask, cascading down his chin. His throat filled with his own blood, rendering his voice a mere whisper. Haku lowered his gaze to his chest, where a gaping wound had been inflicted at a hand belonging to a boy of similar age. Emerged from his back, piercing through his hollow chest. In that hand was a rapidly spinning sphere of chakra, the very force that had penetrated Haku's torso. The mask of the mist Umbu fell from Haku's face, revealing a visage that was more feminine than masculine, adorned with an expression of bewilderment at the reality of his impending demise. Yet, in his final moments, Haku did not turn to confront the identity of his assailant. His eyes ultimately rested upon Zabuza. "Mr. Zabuza, I have not become your convenient tool after all." Haku, with his formidable abilities, had not even had the time to utilize his bloodline limit before meeting his untimely end. Naruto withdrew his arm from Haku's chest, and without the support of Naruto's strength, Haku's lifeless form fell heavily to the ground. Naruto scarcely spared a glance at Haku. His focus was on the still motionless Zabuza. The Rasengan that had claimed Haku's life now surged towards Zabuza, intent on ensuring his true demise. As Naruto pushed open Dazna's front door, Sasuke awaited him at the entrance. "Naruto, did you detect anything unusual?" Sasuke observed Naruto's demeanor and attire, deducing that Naruto had encountered no threats while patrolling near Dazna's residence. Closing the door behind him, Naruto shook his head. "No issues. I detected no traces of enemies. For now, we should be safe." Escorting Dazna home, the unconscious Kakashi left Team 7 severely lacking in combat strength. Should they encounter an enemy at this juncture, particularly another elite shinobi like Zabuza, they would be ill-equipped to respond. Therefore, after deliberation among Naruto's shadow clones, Sasuke and Sakura, they decided that the three would take turns patrolling the vicinity of Dazna's home at set intervals. Should any enemy be discovered, they would return to report. If the patrolling member did not return on time, the remaining two would evacuate Dazna and Kakashi immediately. Naruto was the first to take on the patrol. Naturally, it was a shadow clone conducting the patrol, which dispelled the technique along the way. The information gathered by the shadow clone was instantly relayed to the original Naruto. Now returning from the patrol, it was indeed the original Naruto. I understand. I will alternate with you now. Sasuke nodded, preparing to take over Naruto's watch. At that moment, Sakura rushed over, calling out to Sasuke, who was about to exit. "Wait, Sasuke! Kakashi-sensei has awakened. He has something to discuss with us. Upon hearing Sakura's message, Sasuke and Naruto exchanged glances, and the three members of Team 7 made their way to Kakashi's room at IC. Your approach to patrolling was indeed prudent, as Team 7 gathered before Kakashi. He listened intently as Naruto recounted the events that transpired during his unconsciousness. However, I have awakened now, albeit still quite weak and not of much use. Yet there is no longer a need for you to remain so dispersed in your combat strength. After a moment of contemplation, Kakashi reached a conclusion. During his unconsciousness, the patrolling strategy adopted by Naruto and the others had been a necessary choice. Now that Kakashi had regained consciousness, further dispersal of Team 7 would pose greater danger than remaining united. Kakashi had indeed exhausted nearly all his chakra due to the excessive use of a Sharingan, and he would remain in a weakened state for the next week. Nevertheless, as a Nin, even in this recovery period, his capabilities far surpassed those of the three Genin, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. If necessary, Kakashi could still engage in battle, but he could not undertake rescues for companions who encountered peril during patrols. By consolidating Team 7 and their charge, Dazna, together, it would facilitate Kakashi's protection of them. Thus, concentrating their combat strength was the most effective method to address potential threats. But what if another elite shinobi like Zabuza appears during this time? Sakura inquired. Despite her academic prowess, she remained a girl with limited practical experience, lacking comprehensive insight into many matters. Elite rogue ninjas were not easily procured. The only one in Kato's possession was likely Zabuza. As Team 7's instructor, Kakashi patiently elucidated Sakura's concerns. Our forthcoming foes will most likely consist of mid-level ninjas akin to the Demon Brothers, along with a slightly larger number of wandering samurai. If the next enemies are merely mid-level ninjas, the three of us can handle them adequately. Sasuke interjected, glancing at Kakashi, who seemed fatigued. Kakashi, you should rest well. The Zabuza requiring your intervention is already dead. No, I called you here to express precisely that. Kakashi pondered, covering his mouth. Zabuza might still be alive. Both Sasuke and Sakura wore expressions of shock, stunned by Kakashi's sudden revelation. Kakashi-sensei, why do you believe Zabuza is still alive? Naruto asked, glancing at Sasuke and Sakura. Ordinarily, the bodies of rogue ninjas would be dealt with on-site by the pursuit teams, and the weapon used by the masked boy to eliminate Zabuza was not a common ninja tool, but rather a low-damage, small-sized weapon like shuriken, kunai, or senbon. Among these tools, senbon possessed the lowest lethality that in the hands of a medical ninja. Senbon could even transform from a weapon into a medical instrument for acupuncture. Typically, senbon was employed to incapacitate an enemy rather than to kill. Since the masked boy was a member of the Mistumbu, tasked with pursuing the rogue ninja Zabuza Momochi, he would have logically opted for shuriken or kunai, which would have been far more effective. Yet he ultimately chose the least lethal weapon, senbon, aimed directly at Zabuza's neck. Listening to Kakashi's analytical tone, Sakura was the first to sense something amiss. Kakashi-sensei, did you suspect something from the very beginning? Kakashi met her gaze, nodding slightly under her scrutiny. The masked boy was likely a comrade of Zabuza's. However, I was also barely holding on. He chose not to continue attacking us, but instead took Zabuza away, which was fortunate for us. From the very beginning, Kakashi sensed something amiss, yet the circumstances rendered any continuation of the battle impossible. Thus, Kakashi took a gamble, and it seems fortune smiled upon him. His gaze shifted among the three members of Team 7, scrutinizing their expressions. Upon hearing the unsettling news that Zabuza might still be alive, both Sasuke and Sakura wore expressions filled with concern, fearing that Zabuza might launch another attack when Kakashi was at his weakest. However, in contrast to Sakura's overwhelming anxiety, Sasuke's worry was tinged with a hint of rational contemplation. He was likely pondering how to respond should Zabuza strike again, especially since it was highly probable that the masked boy would also make an appearance if Zabuza did indeed attack. Kakashi had anticipated both Sakura's and Sasuke's reactions. What intrigued him more was Naruto's current demeanor. Naruto exhibited no signs of worry, merely standing quietly to the side. Noticing Kakashi's gaze, he met his teacher's eyes. Naruto, aren't you concerned that Zabuza might re-emerge? It seems you are not worried at all. Thanks to Kakashi-sensei, Naruto's response widened Kakashi's eyes in astonishment, and both Sasuke and Sakura, only just realizing the implication of Naruto's words, took note of Kakashi's reaction. Truly perceptive, Kakashi attributed Naruto's keen intuition to his inherent sensitivity, for that was the impression Naruto had always left on him, from his initial inquiries during the survival exercise regarding the number of bells, to saving Sakura from the demon brothers, and now interpreting Kakashi's emotional state. Perhaps Naruto could develop into a sensor-type ninja in the future. Kakashi had never considered that Naruto's seemingly instinctive behavior was, in fact, a deliberate performance on Naruto's part. The mission in the Land of Waves had escalated from a C rank to a B rank, potentially nearing an A rank escort task. Kakashi would undoubtedly report every detail to the third Hokage upon the mission's conclusion, and his report would inevitably find its way into Danzo's hands if Naruto did not guide Kakashi's thoughts astray. The anomalies in the mission report would surely attract Danzo's scrutiny. However, if Kakashi's reasoning were to be misled, then as a ninja aligned with the Hokage's faction, a slight deviation in Kakashi's assessment of Naruto's actions during the mission could prevent Danzo from harboring suspicions, even if Danzo remained skeptical. The report, tainted by Kakashi's misguidance, would craft an image of Naruto that aligned with the third's preferences, ensuring that the third would continue to support Naruto. Kakashi-sensei, do you have a plan to deal with Zabuza? Sakura's inquiry snapped Kakashi back to reality. If Zabuza is not dead, he would not have remained hidden during this time. That I have confirmed that Zabuza is dead. Even if this is merely a feigned death, it would severely deplete his physical capabilities. Therefore, he, like me, requires recovery. Once he has restored his strength, I will likewise return to my normal state. There is no need to worry about Zabuza. I will handle him when the time comes. Naruto had once contemplated whether to recruit Haku as an ally. After all, if Haku were to become a rogue ninja, the protection afforded by Konoha would vanish in a world rife with peril. His status as a Jinchuriki would make him a prime target for the Akatsuki. Having an additional ally was undoubtedly advantageous. However, Naruto soon abandoned this impractical notion. Haku, though inherently kind-hearted, was not naive. He had long since brainwashed himself into becoming Zabuza's tool, and those protecting Tazuna would inevitably find themselves enemies of Zabuza. Utilizing his knowledge of the original storyline, the most prudent course of action would be to eliminate Haku and Zabuza with information-based tactics. Kakashi's unconscious state provided Naruto with the perfect opportunity to deal with both. He need not fear Kakashi discovering his disguise, and simply eliminating Haku would render Zabuza's supposed death a reality, significantly easing Naruto's burden. In contrast to Haku, who had already chosen his loyalty to Zabuza and could readily be replaced, Naruto remained acutely aware of the critical objective of the Land of Waves mission: to allow Kakashi to assess that Team 7 was sufficiently skilled to participate in the Chunin exams. This would enable Naruto to reasonably encounter Karen, who could assist him in controlling the Nine Tails and had a high probability of becoming a companion in Naruto's future rogue ninja career. This objective had already been accomplished. Weighing the benefits, any rational individual would understand the necessary sacrifices. Naruto swiftly discarded the absurd idea of recruiting Haku. Attempt such a thing might result in losing far more than he gained, jeopardizing his connection with Karen. Furthermore, in the process of trying to win Haku over, he risked exposing his own 2-year-long disguise. Conversely, choosing to eliminate Haku and Zabuza was significantly simpler. The potential issues previously mentioned would vanish in an instant. There would be no more concerns about the possibility of Zabuza, having been let go, suddenly re-emerging with Haku at his side. After all, no one would waste energy worrying about the dead, and even Kakashi was no exception. Unbeknownst to Kakashi, both Zabuza and Haku had already been discreetly dealt with by Naruto. A week later, as Kakashi recovered, he faced an assault led by Kado against the bridge workers, yet Zabuza's presence remained conspicuously absent. Kakashi's vigilance regarding Zabuza's potential resurgence ultimately led to nothing. As for Kado, the architect of poverty in the Land of Waves, he was swiftly dealt with by Kakashi during the confrontation, with the death of the financier behind the violence. The rogue samurai scattered like birds taking flight. Thus, The mission to protect Tazuna reverted from B rank back to the original C rank status reported to the village at the time of Tazuna's request. The news of Kato's demise at the hands of Konoha's ninja quickly spread throughout the Land of Waves. Freed from the oppressor's grasp, Tazuna's previously cultivated connections began to surface. The cross-sea bridge connecting the islands of the Land of Waves was completed ahead of schedule. Although the rare respite from surveillance in the Land of Waves came to an early end, leaving Naruto somewhat unsatisfied, there were benefits to be had. Following Kato's death, the workers who had come to assist in building the bridge were filled with hope for the Land of Waves' bright future, most offering their labor voluntarily. This allowed Tazuna to save a considerable sum on bridge construction costs. While the commission for this ninja task was officially recorded as C rank, the final payment was calculated at the B rank standard. The specific amount was determined through discussions between Kakashi and Tazuna, as Kakashi, with his wealth of mission experience, was sure to propose a reasonable quote. Nevertheless, the completion of the cross-sea bridge still extended into mid-June. Mere days before the commencement of the joint Chunin exams in July, Team 7 concluded their mission in the Land of Waves and returned to Konoha. On June 24th, in Konoha, Naruto gazed at the calendar in contemplation. A week had passed since their return from the Land of Waves, during which Kakashi disbanded Team 7 upon their arrival, allowing the three members the freedom to pursue their own activities. Naruto speculated that Kakashi must be reporting to the third Hokage about the events of their mission in the Land of Waves, given that the true difficulty of the task was B rank. Although the mission concluded on a positive note, the procedural formalities following the task would remain unchanged. Moreover, with the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and the last Uchiha among Team 7, the reporting process would undoubtedly become more intricate, consuming a considerable amount of time. Just as Naruto had surmised, after granting Team 7 their freedom, until the second day of returning to the village, Kakashi finally gathered everyone together once more. After reassembling Team 7, Naruto had utilized the wind scythe technique to detect the members of the root organization who were surveilling him within the village. Danzo had not redeployed any watchers, indicating that Naruto's preventative measures left with Kakashi in the Land of Waves had proven effective. Subsequently, Team 7 returned to their routine prior to their expedition to the Land of Waves, undertaking D-rank missions as ninjas. The mundane and uneventful morning of June 24th dawned upon them. However, Naruto was acutely aware that today would indeed be quite intriguing. He recalled that in the original Naruto series, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, had explicitly disclosed the commencement date for the Chunin exams, July 1. Coincidentally, today marked the arrival of foreign ninjas for this joint Chunin exam. Hosted by the Hidden Leaf Village of the Land of Fire, with participants from various nations, the date of his defection from the Leaf was drawing ever closer. With this thought, Naruto reminded himself to exercise utmost caution, especially during such critical moments. Since his journey through time, he had been preparing for this defection from a Leaf. The outcome of this Chunin exam would culminate in the deaths of the third Hokage and the fourth Kazekage, involving powerful figures such as Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Danzo, and the Akatsuki organization, which would soon emerge in the Leaf after the Chunin exams. In the face of these formidable adversaries, any misstep on Naruto's part could lead to the dissolution of all his carefully laid plans. Yet, danger and opportunity were oftentimes two sides of the same coin. It was precisely within this intricate web of crisis that Naruto might find the chance to liberate himself from the shackles of the Leaf. Opportunities are invariably concealed within peril. With resolute determination, Naruto donned the forehead protector, symbolizing his identity as a Leaf ninja, and stepped out of his home on the same day, at noon, within the Hokage office. Although the Hokage was burdened with a myriad of responsibilities, he managed to execute them with remarkable orderliness. It was rare for the office to be filled with Chunin, particularly Jonin and Special Jonin. As was the case today, the ninjas of the village had gathered in response to the Hokage summons. It appeared that everyone had arrived. The third Hokage adjusted his hat and cast a brief glance at those assembled before him. The ninjas of the Leaf had been urgently called before the Hokage, yet none exhibited any signs of anxiety or concern. Given your expressions, it seems you are already aware of the reason for my summons. The third inquired. In response to his question, the ninjas gathered in the Hokage's office, ranked from highest to lowest, elected a representative from the Jonin ranks to respond, got a Jonin with silver hair, his left eye concealed by a leaf forehead protector and half his face hidden by a black mask. Step forward. IT pertains to the Chunin exams, does it not? After all, many daimyos have recently visited the village, and I presume you have extended invitations to them, Kakashi articulated, though he still harbored a question. However, when exactly is the exam scheduled to take place? In 1 week, on July 1, the Leaf will officially commence the Chunin exams. The third Hokage's words caught the attention of all the assembled ninjas. They had not anticipated such promptness. Among the Jonin, a man sporting a distinctive watermelon hairstyle, thick black eyebrows, and clad in a vibrant green jumpsuit, expressed his astonishment at the proximity of the exam's date. Guy beside this peculiarly dressed Jonin, another Leaf Jonin with a scruffy beard and a cigarette dangling from his lips, cautioned him against his inappropriate remarks. It's of no consequence, Asuma, the third Hokage, interjected. Dismissing the concern at Guy's curiosity is entirely reasonable. I had anticipated the Chunin exams would not occur for another month or two. The third shared his thoughts. In light of this, why are we holding the exams ahead of schedule? Lord Third Hokage, this question was posed by a female Jonin standing next to Asuma, her long black hair framing captivating red eyes adorned with lipstick. It was a request from the fourth Hokage. The third Hokage elucidated the rationale. Upon concluding, he turned his gaze to the four Jonin who had just spoken. So, do you have any thoughts regarding this upcoming Chunin exam? According to the regulations, as long as the Genin have completed a sufficient number of missions, you, as their supervising Jonin, may recommend them for participation. Among the four, the Jonin clad in the green jumpsuit was the first to respond. Mike Guy, leading Team 3, will recommend Niji Hyuga, Rock Lee, and Tintin for this Chunin exam. Guy's selection did not surprise anyone, as the three Genin under his guidance had graduated from the Ninja Academy last year and were already qualified to partake in the Chunin exams. However, the remaining three Jonin had Genin who had only graduated from the academy in March of this year, having merely 3 months of experience as Genin. Just as everyone presumed that only Guy would recommend his team for the exam, Kakashi also chose to endorse his team. Kakashi Hitaki, leading Team 7, will recommend Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno for this Chunin exam. Following suit, the Jonin leading Team 8, Yugao Yuzuki, also put forth her recommendations for her 3 Genin, Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame, and Kiba Inuzuka. The Jonin leading Team 10, Asuma Tsurutobi, likewise recommended as Genin, Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, and Ino Yamanaka. Honestly, Kakashi-sensei suddenly claimed he had urgent matters and vanished. He had promised to treat us to a meal after today's missions. Sakura complained about Kakashi's no-show as they traversed the streets of a leaf. Perhaps Kakashi-sensei is apprehensive about us, seeing his face beneath the mask, Naruto remarked, looking up at the sky with a nonchalant tone. Why? Judging by his expression, he seems like he would be quite handsome. After all, anyone wearing a mask tends to be perceived as attractive. Maybe he has buck teeth or big lips, Naruto said, turning to Sakura with a slight smile. Sharing his insights, his gaze had been directed skyward, searching for the messenger hawk responsible for delivering intel. The hawk's low altitude indicated that it was conveying vital information that Kakashi's sudden departure was likely due to a summons from the hawk dispatched by the third Hokage. Indeed, the Chunin exams were on the horizon. In truth, anyone observant could notice the unusual influx of people in the leaf over the past few days. Unfamiliar faces had suddenly become more prevalent, and the village's ninjas were increasingly encountered on the streets. This was not to mention the hidden ninjas, whose numbers would surely be greater. Naruto pondered whether Karen had also arrived in the leaf, preparing to participate in the upcoming Chunin exams. Identifying Karen would be relatively simple. The chakra of the Uzumaki clan surpassed that of ordinary ninjas, and by employing the wind scythe technique, he could sense her presence if she had indeed entered the leaf. However, Naruto refrained from indulging in this perception. The Chunin exams were not merely an internal assessment of the leaf, but a joint examination involving the great ninja villages of the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind, along with various smaller nations. During this time of heightened population and diverse interests converging in the leaf, the village had implemented rigorous security measures. Naruto had no desire to attract the attention of leaf ninjas. equally adept at perception ninjutsu, by carelessly utilizing his sensing abilities. Aside from the day after their return to the village, when Kakashi submitted the mission report from the Land of Waves, Naruto had only discreetly employed the wind scythe technique to observe the members of Root to gauge Danzo's stance. Since then, he had refrained from using the technique. Any potential unexpected situations must be averted before the Chunin exams officially commenced. Since Kakashi-sensei is unwilling to treat us, how about I take you all out for a meal instead? Naruto suggested, maintaining his usual demeanor around Team 7. I'll pass. I've completed today's missions and plan to focus on training, replied Sakura. Sasuke dismissed Naruto's proposal without waiting for him to plead for reconsideration. Directly employing the body flicker technique to depart. Since returning from the Land of Waves, Sasuke had consistently embodied the persona of a training fanatic, engaging in comprehensive training of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu, as soon as Kakashi disbanded Team 7 after their daily mission. Sasuke would vanish, retreating to an unknown location to practice alone. Perhaps he sought refuge in the Uchiha clan's ancestral grounds. Although the Uchiha clan had been eradicated, the third Hokage had retained the clan's estate. Nestled in the village's outskirts, near the Konoha prison, the Uchiha compound occupied a less than desirable location, rendering any future utilization of the land quite cumbersome. When the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, established the Konoha military police force, the Uchiha clan took root there. In the aftermath of the Nine Tails incident 12 years prior, the higher-ups of Konoha further restricted their activities. Over time, that land became a symbol of the Uchiha clan's legacy. Thus, the third Hokage, in a moment of indecision, extended a favor to Sasuke, which likely included his older brother Itachi, who had defected, by preserving the Uchiha home within Konoha. This was indeed a characteristic act of the indecisive third Hokage. As one ages, political maneuvering tends to become increasingly juvenile. The third Hokage had long since lost the formidable political acumen he exhibited when he was thrust into leadership after the death of the second Hokage. Guiding Konoha from decline to prosperity, it seemed to be believed that as long as he could soothe his own conscience, peace would prevail in the world. And what of Sakura? Will you also engage in training? Naruto was indifferent to Sasuke's departure and turned his gaze toward Sakura, inquiring about her plans to me. I don't have anything in particular to do, but Sakura cast a fleeting glance at Naruto, her mind clouded with uncertainty. If it's not convenient for you, we can discuss it another time. No, I'm not hesitating about that. Faced with Naruto's misinterpretation of her intentions, Sakura hurriedly clarified. What I mean is, Naruto. Sakura suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, calling out Naruto's name loudly. Her abrupt shift to earnestness left Naruto somewhat taken aback. Then he heard Sakura express, I hope you can assist me with my training in the future. Sakura gazed at Naruto, with eyes full of hope, awaiting his response. However, Naruto simply stared at her, remaining silent for an extended moment. I know, I am an unremarkable ninja, without any distinguishing traits or strengths. Back in the Land of Waves, while you and Sasuke were both incredibly strong, I felt utterly useless. Sakura earnestly introspected in the original narrative. During this period, Sakura's ninjutsu skills were indeed inferior to those of Naruto and Sasuke, though she had previously basked in her achievements at the Ninja Academy. Yet now, even her solitary area of expertise and theoretical knowledge paled in comparison to Naruto's capabilities. The world-weary Naruto was no fool. While his academic performance at school may not have been exceptional, it was certainly adequate. As for the Naruto who had traversed into this world, he did not emulate the original Naruto's antics of merely playing pranks. The original, brooding Naruto, if he were to suddenly adopt the original's mischievous behavior. Not even Danzo or the third Hokage would underestimate his depth. Therefore, Naruto meticulously concealed his predecessor's contemptuous attitude toward the village, presenting himself as exceedingly amiable. This transformation took him several months after his arrival, gradually evolving through various emotional states, from bitterness and detachment to clarity and acceptance, until he manifested as the reasonable and friendly persona perceived by others. Subsequently, he vehemently proclaimed his aspiration to become Hokage, signifying his reformation and intent to be a benign presence within the village. Naruto regarded Sakura, genuinely wishing to decline her request, as it seemed rather troublesome. Yet he understood that refusing her would be irrational. No problem, we are teammates in the same class. Let's invite Sasuke, next time. Naruto cheerfully acquiesced to Sakura's plea. It was merely a verbal agreement for now. He could easily feign compliance during training until the time came for his defection. So, what shall we eat next? After agreeing to Sakura's request, Naruto swiftly redirected the conversation. Speaking of which, having traversed into this world for over 2 years, he had yet to savor Ichiraku ramen. Let's go for Ichiraku ramen. Naruto decisively declared. It wasn't a date with Sakura, so he had no need to concern himself with her culinary preferences. His earlier inquiry had merely been a tactic to shift the conversation, preventing any detailed discussions on training before they had even eaten. We're going to Ichiraku ramen. However, before Naruto could voice this thought, a familiar female voice interjected, "Isn't that Sakura? What's wrong? Despite being in the same class as Sasuke, you still can't win his affection. You truly lack charm." But a girl with light golden hair and a ponytail, accompanied by 2 boys, one stout and one slender, approached. They were all acquaintances of Naruto and Sakura, fellow student from their time at the Ninja Academy and now genin of the same cohort. The girl, Ino Yamanaka, was Sakura's rival in love, vying for Sasuke's affection. The lean boy was Shikamaru Nara, who had once initiated a conversation with Naruto during a graduation meeting, while the chubby one was Choji Akimichi, Shikamaru's close friend. The trio was currently under the tutelage of Asuma Sarutobi in Team 10. Ino, surprised by the appearance of Team 10, Sakura found herself lacking the enthusiasm to counter Ino's usual taunts. In the past, she would have been infuriated, engaging in a jealousy-fueled dispute with Ino over Sasuke. Ino, taken aback by Sakura's reaction, realized that her earlier jabs had seemingly resulted in an unexpected victory. Yet, she wasn't as elated as she anticipated. She scrutinized Sakura for a moment before casting a peculiar glance at Naruto. Noticing Ino's strange gaze, Shikamaru sensed trouble. "Hey, Ino," he urgently cautioned, but it was too late. "What? Have you been charmed by Naruto? Your taste and charm are both abysmal." Ino mocked Naruto. "Did you threaten Sakura? That gloomy demeanor of yours must stem from being in the same class as the exceptional Sasuke, causing you to harbor twisted insecurities and threaten Sakura into being your girlfriend, right?" "Ino, stop making baseless accusations," Sakura interjected, attempting to quell Ino's slander. However, Naruto halted Sakura with a gesture. "This is precisely why young girls can be so insufferable before they mature. Ino, consider your recent slander against me. Does your logic even hold up? Why would I feel insecure about Sasuke and then threaten Sakura to be my girlfriend? What connection do those 2 matters share?" Naruto narrowed his eyes at Ino, his expression inscrutable. This demeanor caused Sakura to instinctively retract her neck. "This is bad." Even Shikamaru, adept at reading the room, bore an expression of concern. Ino, confronted with Naruto's serious demeanor, found her own expression faltering. It had been 2 years since anyone had witnessed Naruto like this, a duration sufficient for them to forget many things. However, should those forgotten memories suddenly resurface, they would swiftly become indelibly etched in one's mind. They now recall the undeniable truth that Naruto was not an easy person to converse with. Ostracized from a young age and devoid of parental support, Naruto resorted to adopting a grim demeanor towards everyone in the village, concealing his vulnerabilities in solitude. During his time at the Ninja Academy, Sasuke Uchiha's isolation represented a rejection of all goodwill, while Naruto's loneliness manifested as a violent retaliation against all malice directed towards him. Nonetheless, Naruto's displays of violence were seldom revealed, for even in his darkest days, he never proactively approached anyone. The sole exception was Ino Yamanaka. Judging by Ino's current reaction, it seems she has recalled Naruto's past actions towards her. Naruto, too, vividly remembers those moments. Having only recently traversed into this time, he was in dire need of an opportunity to transform his attitude towards the village, and by sheer coincidence, Ino stumbled into the line of fire. The catalyst for the conflict between Naruto and Ino at that time was Sakura Haruno. During that period, Sakura once again confessed her feelings to Sasuke, and the outcome, unsurprisingly, mirrored her first confession at the tender age of 7, met with failure. Naruto, coincidentally, became a witness yet again. This time, however, another witness joined the fray, Ino Yamanaka. Yet, Ino remained oblivious to the entirety of the situation, believing that Naruto was solely responsible for Sakura's tears, despite the fact that both had become rivals due to their shared affection for Sasuke and had severed ties long ago. Both Ino and Sakura understood that their friendship was not so easily cast aside. Thus, Ino, inflamed with anger, confronted Naruto with harsh words. During that moment, Naruto was deep in contemplation, struggling to find a way to reasonably alter the higher-ups' perception of him. Ino's emotional outburst proved to be of tremendous assistance, that it was precisely because of her that Naruto could transform his hostile attitude towards the village into one of indifference and confusion. Gradually evolving into his current state, as for what Naruto did to her, it was nothing more than delivering a slap to the obstinate Ino. The mark of that slap prompted Ino's father, Ino Yamanaka, to visit the school the following day. Consequently, Mizuki, the homeroom teacher, sought out Sakura to elucidate the truth of the matter. Perhaps unwilling to accept such a slap without retaliation, emboldened by her father's presence, Ino began to relentlessly pursue Naruto once more. In front of Ino's father, Naruto delivered another slap. This second slap was, of course, intentional. Naruto had not anticipated that Ino's father would be at the school, so he seized the opportunity to slap Ino once more, encountering the higher-ups of Konoha in such a fortuitous manner. Naruto needed to convey his desire to reform through a demeanor of perception and acceptance. Although the unexpected encounter with Ino's father was prompted by his daughter being bullied by Naruto, and despite Naruto repeating the action in front of him, Ino's father displayed admirable composure. It was through that conversation with Ino's father that the third Hokage began to alter his stance towards Naruto. Upon reflection, it was clear that Naruto's initial receipt of the third Hokage's tenuous support, which helped restrain Danzo from taking further actions against him, was significantly influenced by In light of this, he ought to express his gratitude to Ino. Naruto's thoughts returned to the present as he glanced at Ino's current expression. All he needed to do was to intimidate her. Just as he intended to defuse the situation and beckon Sakura to leave, Ino, still mustering the courage to confront her fear of Naruto, hurled more threats. With the Chunin exams looming ahead, Naruto had little inclination to engage with Ino any further. The harsh words of the young girl were utterly inconsequential to him, and he sought to avoid any unnecessary complications, as he had previously deliberated that all potential unforeseen circumstances should be averted before the commencement of the Chunin exams. Yet, Ino's threats fortuitously rendered it impossible for Naruto to disregard her. I truly cannot fathom how someone as inexperienced as you, who could barely execute the body flicker technique, could suddenly become a genin. You will inevitably become a rogue ninja one day. Ino's remarks did not stem from any calculated intentions or genuine beliefs. She simply felt that harsh words should be uttered with sufficient severity. Thus, she unleashed the most severe statement she could conceive, and so, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Naruto, who had been about to depart, maintained his impassive facade as he approached Ino directly, as he gazed into Ino's face. One he had seen before and could never forget, her bravado crumbled in an instant. Trembling, she shed her aggressive facade, adopting a vulnerable posture as she found herself at a loss. Naruto, Shikamaru interjected, furrowing his brow at Naruto. Ignoring Shikamaru, Naruto extended his hand towards Ino. Noticing Naruto's actions reminiscent of their earlier encounter, Ino momentarily forgot that even if she dared not defy Naruto, she still had the option to flee. Instinctively, she shut her eyes tightly, bracing herself for whatever Naruto was about to do. However, the anticipated pain did not materialize. Instead, Naruto's hand rested against Ino's left cheek, and the icy touch of her fear-stricken skin intensified the warmth radiating from his palm. Cautiously, Ino opened her eyes, only to lock gazes with Naruto. His expression remained as aloof as ever. Ino even found herself unable to shift away, permitting Naruto to continue his gentle touch. Now, Ino, I have a question for you that I hope you can answer me truthfully. What is Team 10 currently preparing to do? Naruto's inquiry bore no threat or desperation. His tone was merely indifferent, prompting Ino to respond instinctively and without reservation. Originally, Asuma-sensei said he would take us out for barbecue. However, he suddenly mentioned an urgent matter and left, so we are now preparing to go barbecue ourselves. Well, what a coincidence. Sakura and I were just discussing what to have for lunch. Naruto directed his gaze towards CHG, who was munching on chips nearby. Can we join you for the barbecue? I'll cover the expenses, and CHG can eat his fill. Really? That sounds wonderful. With food as bait, CHG had no chance of refusing. Shikamaru, what do you think? Naruto inquired about Shikamaru's opinion. Hey, CHG, can't you see the current situation? Shikamaru initially expressed his dissatisfaction with CHG's naivety. However, perhaps finding it too troublesome, CHG seemed oblivious to the tension between Ino and Naruto. Ultimately, Shikamaru refrained from voicing his irritation. He then cast a languid glance at Ino, who was firmly under Naruto's control, and turned to Naruto, saying, Naruto, Ino means no harm. I harbor no ill will either. Just as Naruto stated, he bore no malice towards Ino. His actions were solely intended to intimidate her. His seemingly generous offer to treat Team 10 to barbecue was also a strategy to buy more time to frighten Ino. Ensuring she refrained from mentioning her earlier remarks equating Naruto with a rogue ninja to anyone else. At least not before the Chunin exams commenced. How troublesome. Had I known it would be this complicated, I should have stopped Ino from speaking out earlier. Well then, Shikamaru, what is your stance? I have no objections. After all, it was Ino who spoke out of turn, and it's only fair that she remembers why you made her cry in the past. We are all Genin now. We are no longer the reckless kids at the academy. Shikamaru ultimately chose to agree. Finally, Naruto focused his attention squarely on Ino. He gazed at her, yet he hesitated to speak. Although Ino's earlier remarks about him being a rogue ninja were unintentional, they underscore the unease felt by the majority in Konoha regarding the third Hokage's decision to allow Naruto to become a ninja. Given their past conflicts, Naruto's relationship with Ino was somewhat more distant compared to the other 7 in their cohort, even though her father, Ino Yamanaka, was aware of Naruto's true circumstances. However, the third Hokage's prohibition against discussing Naruto's heritage within the village has led Ino to construct her perception of Naruto largely from rumors. Furthermore, many ninjas and villagers of Konoha, who harbor a sense of estrangement towards Naruto, have similarly shaped their views through hearsay. Logically, one would expect that any unease regarding Naruto's existence would have been gradually quelled by the third Hokage over the past 2 years. Naruto's graduation and his enrollment in Kakashi's ninja team are manifestations of the third Hokage's intention to integrate him into the Hokage's faction. Since the third Hokage is prepared to allow Naruto to wield the power of the Nine Tails as a ninja, why would he paradoxically perpetuate a cycle of hostility and dissatisfaction towards him? Could it be Danzo? That is the only explanation that Naruto can conceive. Although Danzo is under the watchful eye of the third Hokage and cannot overtly act against Naruto without permission, Naruto is acutely aware of the numerous schemes Danzo has orchestrated behind the scenes. Following the incident with the sealing book, the third Hokage ceased to allow the umbu or the spy technique to monitor Naruto. Nevertheless, Danzo's rude organization has not entirely ceased its surveillance of Naruto. Being constantly watched by such a treacherous serpent is undeniably intolerable. Naruto. As Naruto's thoughts drifted away, Sakura's voice abruptly pulled him back to reality. Sakura forcibly removed Naruto's hand from Ino's face. She fixed her gaze on Naruto and declared, Ino doesn't tea like this. Sakura's tone was laced with anger. This was the first time she had expressed such fury towards Naruto. Previously, Sakura had been cautious around Naruto due to his past darkness, maintaining a careful distance. After becoming teammates in Team 7, while she no longer feared Naruto to the same extent, her sense of inferiority due to her weaker abilities compared to Naruto and Sasuke caused her to adopt a humble demeanor. This time, however, she stood her ground for I enjoy being unjustly accused. Naruto did not shy away from Sakura's penetrating gaze. Upon meeting his eyes, a flicker of uncertainty flashed in Sakura's expression, but she quickly regained her composure. Sakura embraced Ino, who was still trembling, evidently shaken by Naruto's earlier actions. Ino, much like Naruto in the past, was misled by the rumors circulating about him due to her lack of understanding. I will make Ino realize that you are not what everyone claims, and I am not shielding her. I simply hope that you can forgive Ino this once, that I know Ino's character. She's truly a wonderful girl who is capable of recognizing her mistakes. Sakura gently shook Ino's shoulder. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ino finally turned her gaze towards Naruto. I'm sorry. Naruto. I apologize for my earlier thoughtless words. Her acknowledgement was sincere. Therefore, Naruto, I also wish to apologize to you. You are not only defending yourself, but also standing up for me. Yet I still sided with Ino. Can you forgive her for a thoughtless remark? After Ino admitted her fault, Sakura too expressed her regret to Naruto. Of course. Had Ino not suddenly linked him to a rogue ninja, in her words, Naruto would have hardly cared for her opinions. Then, Naruto, just when he believed the matter was resolved, Sakura hesitated before calling out to him again, you should apologize to Ino as well. This left Naruto utterly perplexed. However, rather than feeling anger, he was more intrigued by Sakura's reasoning. Why should I apologize? Naruto did not conceal his curiosity, because we are ultimately comrades from the same village. If we are to resolve our differences, it must be done thoroughly. There should be no lingering grievances. While her reasoning was sound, Sakura seemed to overlook the feelings of those directly involved. Naruto remained silent, merely staring at Sakura, though Sakura still retained a certain naivety. Her growth was evidently more rapid than in the original narrative. Naruto found the situation rather amusing as Sakura faced Naruto's scrutinizing gaze. Her earlier anger began to dissipate. It was said that a single burst of energy could diminish over time. Now that she had regained her composure, she recognized that her previous unwavering support for Ino had been misguided. Even though her words had been pleasant, she had indeed failed to consider Naruto's feelings. Just as Sakura felt a pang of anxiety, Naruto finally spoke. I understand, I may have overstepped as well. Please forgive me, Ino. Had Ino not hastily referred to him as a rogue ninja, he would have had no desire to engage with her at all. Naruto's future choices would inevitably set him apart from the new generation of Konoha. Rather than waste time being angry at Ino, he would be better off contemplating how to maximize his own interests before any potential defection. For instance, should he eliminate Kabuto during the upcoming Chunin exams? In the original narrative, aside from Kaguya and the Uchiha clan, Kabuto was one of the most notorious perpetrators during the Fourth Great Ninja War. However, Naruto's considerations regarding Kabuto were not driven by a sense of justice. He merely felt that he and Kabuto were fundamentally incompatible. Naruto did not wish to become a Jinchuriki weapon stripped of his will by Danzo as a Sharingan. In contrast, Kabuto was someone who would willingly renounce his own will. After Orochimaru's demise, Kabuto's first thought was to deny his own identity, aspiring to become a new version of Orochimaru. Moreover, in the original narrative, after Orochimaru was killed by Sasuke, Kabuto mastered various forbidden techniques of Orochimaru and even learned Sage Mode from the Richi Cave. Addressing Kabuto at that point would undoubtedly become quite a thorny issue. As for the current Kabuto, aside from his troublesome medical skills and intelligence-gathering capabilities, he could be roughly equated to Kakashi at full power. This is not to belittle Kabuto during the Chunin exams. A Kabuto aged 19 or 20 would be measured against the renowned Kakashi, who possessed considerable proficiency with the Sharingan. There are few ninjas in the ninja world who can match Kakashi's achievements. Upon reflection, eliminating Kabuto during the Chunin exams could indeed introduce a myriad of uncontrollable variables into Naruto's defection plans. Yet from a long-term perspective, if Naruto could withstand any potential uncontrollable factors after dealing with Kabuto, the benefits he could reap in the future would be immense. Thus, whether or not to eliminate Kabuto during the Chunin exams was certainly a decision worthy of careful consideration. As for forgiving Ino, Naruto simply went with the flow. Lingering on a matter would be a waste of time. Since Sakura unexpectedly offered him a way to downplay the situation, why not take advantage of it? Rather than engage in pointless arguments, it was imperative to ensure Ino kept her mouth shut and refrained from labeling him a rogue ninja in the future, as such remarks were akin to striking a nerve with Naruto. Sakura and Ino, of course, had no way of knowing Naruto's true thoughts. They did not anticipate that he would become so accommodating. Both Sakura and Ino wore expressions of bewilderment. Girls can indeed be troublesome. Observing their expressions, Shikamaru interjected, He was adept at discerning the right moments to speak. His intervention indicated that the conflict between Naruto and Ino had come to an end. Shikamaru's words finally brought a sigh of relief from Sakura and Ino. "How much longer do we have to stay here? I'm already hungry." Dinksy spoke. He opened another bag of potato chips. Shikamaru looked at Dinksy with a sense of helplessness, hesitating to speak. Naruto silently observed the gathering before him. The late, indecisive third Hokage had only one resolute policy, which was to keep the new generation of ninjas away from the ravages of war, allowing them to truly savor peace. Even if this peace was merely a cog in the wheel of the ongoing cycle of conflict in the ninja world. Yet when one gazes across the entire ninja realm, it is the new generation of ninjas from Konoha who have genuinely experienced peace, leading them to relinquish the hatred that had persisted since the Warring States era after the tumult of war. If given the chance, Naruto would gladly embrace the bonds forged among Konoha's new generation. However, the foolish elders currently in power remained entrenched in their disputes, their futures completely divorced from the younger generation. Yet, Konoha remained under the control of these ancient, feuding relics that Naruto's situation diverged significantly from the original narrative. Although these differences were subtle, they bore great significance for Naruto. Since Danzo had previously employed the Kodowa Mitsukami on Naruto, he would undoubtedly not relent that Danzo's current inaction towards Naruto was merely a consequence of the third Hokage's coercion. Once the third passed away, would Danzo continue to bide his time until Tsunade ascended to power, thus granting Naruto ample opportunity to grow? Naruto would never entrust his fate to such uncertain tomorrows. If the future were truly predetermined, then Iruka from this world would not have perished 12 years prior. Presently, Naruto lacked the strength to contend with Danzo, who wielded the Kodowa Mitsukami. His only chance for survival lay in defecting from Konoha until he had fully matured in power. Then, I shall take action. In a barbecue restaurant offering charcoal-grilled self-service, the moment the pork belly on the grill emitted a tantalizing aroma, Dinksy eagerly picked it up with his chopsticks and placed it in his mouth. "You should let it cool a bit before eating," Shikamaru cautioned, passing a cup of cool tea to Dinksy to prevent any mishaps from his hasty consumption. But Shikamaru, the essence of barbecue lies in savoring it fresh off the grill. Dinksy boasted, sharing his culinary insights while simultaneously grabbing another piece of grilled meat. He seemed utterly oblivious to the heat emanating from the freshly grilled pork. What a fearless eater! Naruto marveled at Dinksy's hearty appetite. "You'll get used to it. That's just how Dinksy eats," Shikamaru replied, nonchalantly, placing his own grilled meat into his bowl. Unlike Dinksy, he was more cautious about the scalding heat, waiting for the sizzling meat to cool before taking a bite. His gaze shifting towards Naruto. "Actually, our Team 7 recently completed a C-rank mission, earning quite a bit." Naruto waved his hand dismissively, indifferent to the expenses of treating others that C-rank. "Impressive. We're still stuck on D-rank missions." Shikamaru expressed his surprise upon hearing Naruto's words. "It's not just us. After all, we have Sasuke, the top graduate from the Ninja Academy." Naruto chuckled, attributing the success of their C-rank mission entirely to Sasuke. "Indeed, that guy was quite formidable even during his time at the academy," Shikamaru agreed, nodding in affirmation. Meanwhile, Sakura, who had been listening to their conversation, glanced at Naruto before quietly placing new pieces of meat onto the grill, which Dinksy had already cleared. Speaking of which, Ino, sitting beside Sakura, spoke softly, inquiring about Sasuke's whereabouts. "He's training," Sakura replied in a hushed tone. Ino's cautious demeanor stemmed from her concern about drawing Naruto's attention. Naruto could be quite intimidating when angered, and Ino had felt the weight of that firsthand, that as expected of Sasuke. "He's so talented and works so hard," Ino remarked, casting a furtive glance at Naruto. "Unlike some who only know how to eat barbecue," she muttered, holding on to a grudge, despite being the one who instigated it. Noticing Ino's mood, Sakura picked up her chopsticks, swiftly grabbing a premium piece of grilled meat from the grill and placing it into Ino's bowl. "Ino, you really don't have the right to complain about Naruto right now," Sakura reminded her gently. "That I know. I don't genuinely harbor any ill thoughts." Ino, caught in her own misgivings, hastily shoved the grilled meat into her mouth, forgetting that it had just left the scorching grill. The sizzling fat from the meat danced in her mouth, prompting her to cover her mouth in shock, much like Dinksy. Ugh, tears welled in the corners of Ino's eyes as she sought relief from the heat. And a hand offering a cup of cool tea appeared before her. Gratefully, she accepted the cup, taking a sip of the refreshing tea to alleviate the burning sensation in her mouth. Seems like this restaurant's barbecue suits your palate, Naruto remarked, smiling at Ino, who had just received the tea from him. Ugh, Ino's initial expression of fear quickly transformed into a smile as she responded, "Thank you for the tea. It's quite good. Perhaps next time you could treat us again, Dinksy. What do you think?" What a bother, Shikamaru thought, observing Ino, who clearly recognized her mistake but still attempted to argue with Naruto. Oh, you're treating us again next time? Is that really possible? Naruto, Dinksy, still oblivious, chimed in, of course, but Naruto poured tea into Ino's cup, which he had just drained. Next time, I might just become a rogue ninja. I hope to treat you all to another meal before that happens. Ino stared blankly at her freshly filled cup, the implications of Naruto's words leaving her momentarily speechless. I could tea that moment. Sakura discreetly poked Ino under the table. Naruto, I truly understand my mistake. I won't say anything foolish again. Ino gritted her teeth, meeting Naruto's gaze. Please, forgive me this once. Just one time will do. I shouldn't have made a mistake at all. Really? Naruto and Ino locked eyes. Really, I believe you. Naruto smiled, redirecting his focus to the grilled meat on the hot plate. With that, Ino should refrain from speaking out of turn again. Now that this matter was settled, it was time to enjoy the barbecue. After all, one couldn't treat others and leave without a satisfying meal. Could they? Setting down her tea, Ino hung her head, clearly lacking enthusiasm. Ino, let it go. Don't always feel like you're at a disadvantage. It was your fault to begin with. Sakura gently consoled her. I really understand my mistake. I'm sorry, Sakura. I also said some unpleasant things to you before, Ino confessed, looking at Sakura. I don't mind. We used to say unpleasant things to each other all the time. You apologized to me, so I should apologize to you too. I'm sorry, Ino, but we're friends. Such trivial matters aren't worth our anger. We're still friends. Always have been. Ino stared blankly at Sakura, feeling a pang of shame for her immaturity. Yes, we have always been friends. The conflict between them was merely playful banter, often amusing to outsiders, and it was only a matter of time before they reconciled. The presence of Naruto had simply expedited this process. After a brief pause, Sakura added, and it's not just Sasuke. Naruto is quite impressive too. Sakura's statement aimed to clarify Ino's earlier misunderstanding regarding Naruto during their discussion of Sasuke. Hearing Sakura's words, Ino's gaze faltered, and she looked at Sakura without speaking. What's wrong? Sakura felt a shiver run down her spine as Ino's piercing gaze fixed upon her. Sakura, you wouldn't actually. Ino's words were abruptly cut short by a loud commotion that erupted within the barbecue restaurant. What's happening? The unexpected uproar momentarily drew the attention of Dingy, who had been blissfully engrossed in his meal. Naruto, too, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this visit to the barbecue restaurant, originally intended to silence Ino's incessant chatter, would yield such an unforeseen surprise that Naruto's gaze fell upon a flustered young girl amidst the chaos. She wore a pair of black glasses and sported striking red hair, while the forehead protector on her head denoted her status as a ninja. However, the symbol engraved upon the protector was not that of the Leaf Village, with its signature spiral, but rather that of the Grass Village. This girl was none other than Karen, a member of the exiled Uzumaki clan residing in the Grass Village. Naruto marveled at the dramatic twist of fate that had led him to encounter Karen so soon. What a surprising first meeting, he mused. That forehead protector, she's not a leaf ninja. Shikamaru, too, had noted Karen's presence at the center of the dispute, recognizing her as a ninja from the Grass Village. The Grass Village? If I recall correctly, that's a small nation adjacent to the Fire and Earth countries. What brings them to the Leaf? At Shikamaru's prompting, Sakura expressed her confusion regarding the appearance of grass ninjas in the Leaf. Perhaps it's due to the Chunin exam, Naruto speculated, attempting to clarify Sakura's bewilderment. Recently, many unfamiliar faces had flooded into the Leaf Village. Sakura should have noticed that I believe I even spotted someone who resembled a feudal lord. The only reason a feudal lord would visit the Leaf would be for the Chunin exam. At this juncture, Naruto turned his gaze toward Shikamaru, who nodded in agreement. Yes, Asuma mentioned this before. I heard that this Chunin exam will be a joint endeavor involving the fire and wind countries, along with the leaf and sand villages, as well as other friendly smaller nations. So, they're here to participate in the Chunin exam. Ino chimed in, directing her attention toward the grass ninjas. However, she wondered why they were quarreling if they were comrades. A mere eavesdrop on the dispute revealed the crux of the matter. The red-haired grass ninja was being berated by her two male companions. The reason for the scolding was rather absurd, centering around disagreements regarding the distribution of funds within their team. Hey, Karen, what do you mean by saying we shouldn't eat lunch here? The two male grass ninjas voiced their indignation. Karen, addressed by her companions, appeared timid in the face of their anger, yet she defended her stance. This restaurant is too expensive. If we eat here, we won't have enough money left for ninja tools and supplies. Thus, the trio of grass ninjas found themselves embroiled in a fierce argument over such trivial matters. The altercation reached a swift conclusion. Well then, we can just deduct that amount from your share of the ninja tools and supplies. After all, you're just a burden. The two male grass ninjas decided to push Karen aside, selfishly opting to indulge their appetites. These ninjas, appearing to be around 12 or 13 years of age, were still considered children by ordinary standards. Yet, as ninjas, their behavior struck onlookers as immature, earning their disdain. Do they really have Chunin-level capabilities? Ino expressed her dissatisfaction with the two male grass ninjas. Just participating in the Chunin exam doesn't guarantee they will become Chunin. Besides, small nations often lack talent. They merely send over a bunch of genin who meet the minimum requirements for the exam. For them, even having one person become a Chunin would be a guaranteed profit. Naruto seized the rare opportunity to enlighten Ino about the circumstances of small nations in the ninja world. Encountering Karen here and confirming her participation in the upcoming Chunin exam was sufficient for Naruto. He had no intention of intervening in her current predicament. The timing was simply not right. This was the Leaf Village, and the Leaf Ninjas responsible for monitoring foreign ninjas were undoubtedly nearby. Even without that consideration, the witnesses to the Grass Ninjas dispute included not only Naruto, but also Sakura and the other members of Team 10. Taking rash action would only lead to unnecessary trouble. Ino, you should refrain from getting involved. We have no idea what those grass ninjas are truly like, Shikamaru interjected, sensing Ino's inclination to help. He, being a fellow member of Team 10, understood her thoughts well. Cheap goodwill often brings more trouble than it's worth. You should be aware of that, considering we're ninjas ourselves. Ino shot a glare at Shikamaru, who, undeterred, continued, I understand. Ino's response was less than gracious, yet she absorbed Shikamaru's advice. Determined not to let her gaze linger on the two infuriating grass ninjas any longer, she stood up from the barbecue table. I've had enough to eat. Without waiting for Shikamaru and Dingji, she stormed out of the restaurant. What a hassle, Shikamaru sighed in resignation. Nudging Dingji to signal the end of their gathering, he then turned to Naruto, saying, Naruto, that's just how Ino is. That I apologize for this. Let me treat you next time. Naruto smiled, dismissing any offense, and Shikamaru said no more as he and Dingji hurried to catch up with Ino. The barbecue gathering had commenced in an atmosphere that could hardly be described as pleasant, and it concluded in much the same manner. Yet, Naruto felt the outing was quite satisfactory. His objective had been achieved. Ino would no longer voice any sensitive topics regarding his status as a rogue ninja. Moreover, he had unexpectedly confirmed that Karen would indeed be participating in the upcoming Chunin exam. The only slight disappointment came in the moment of payment, when Naruto was taken aback by the unexpectedly high price. Truly, the Akimichi clan lives up to its reputation. He couldn't help but think about how much more Dingji could have eaten if their meal hadn't been cut short. After settling the bill, Naruto and Sakura exited the barbecue restaurant. As Naruto glanced up at the sky, contemplating parting ways with Sakura, Kakashi suddenly appeared before them, claiming to have urgent business. Accompanying him was Sasuke, who should have been training. You two have already had lunch, haven't you? Sasuke interjected, mentioning that he had just snacked on something earlier. Kakashi glanced toward the barbecue restaurant, adding, I was planning to treat you both to a meal. Kakashi-sensei, saying that now seems rather insincere, regardless of your true intentions, Sakura retorted, harboring grievances about Kakashi's earlier no-show. I really did intend to treat you. Kakashi quickly defended himself. Yet, The three of them wore expressions of disbelief, leaving Kakashi feeling quite disheartened. Kakashi-sensei, weren't you in a hurry? Have you resolved your matters? Naruto prompted, steering the dejected Kakashi back to the main topic, as he suspected the reason for Kakashi's return was related to their team. Of course, this matter concerns you three as well. Kakashi composed himself, shaking off the disappointment from his students' lack of trust, and produced 3 application forms to hand to them. The forms bore a prominent character indicating Chunin, and combined with the following details, it became clear that Kakashi was presenting Team 7 with an application for the Chunin exam. Though I didn't consult with you beforehand, it's not too late to say this. I recommend that you 3 participate in this upcoming Chunin exam. Naruto lowered his head, gazing at the nin exam application form in his hands. Kakashi had brought news that Naruto had been eagerly anticipating. Thus far, everything had proceeded as expected. To ensure that Team 7 had ample energy to face the nin exams. Kakashi had temporarily suspended their missions a week prior to the actual examination. The fleeting days of June had vanished, and the genin were now poised to begin the nin exams on July 1st. At 3 in the afternoon, the Konoha Ninja Academy was abuzz with activity that on what should have been a quiet weekend devoid of students, countless individuals had gathered. Among them were children around 11 or 12 years old, teenagers of 17 or 18, as well as young adults in their 20s and even 30s. Despite the vast age differences, they shared a common trait. Naruto's eyes swept across the crowd, spotting the forehead protectors that signified their roles as ninjas participating in the nin exams. This assembly included not only ninjas from Konoha, but also from the smaller nations of Grass, Rain, Waterfall, and Sound, as well as ninjas from the Sand Village of the Wind Country, one of the 5 great nations alongside Konoha. What a crowd, Sakura exclaimed, gazing at the sea of people before her. There seemed to be around 100, if not more, gathered on the playground, and undoubtedly, there were more within the classrooms. Sasuke glanced around briefly and estimated the number of participants. I've heard the nin exams are quite rigorous. The chances of advancing to nin are slim that we have to compete with so many people. Sakura's voice carried a hint of concern. Moreover, there are adults taking the exam, and they must have considerable experience that we've barely been ninjas for 6 months. Upon hearing Sakura's pessimistic remarks, Naruto furrowed his brow that he knew that in the original storyline, Sakura had felt insecure about participating in the nin exams. However, he hadn't anticipated that the current Sakura would not only mirror her original self-doubt, but that her insecurity would now be even more pronounced. This was the negative feedback stemming from Naruto and Sasuke's extraordinary growth rates, which made Sakura's feelings of inadequacy all the more glaring. Naruto didn't want to step into the examination hall, while Sakura contemplated withdrawing. The nin exam consisted of a written test conducted at the Konoha Ninja Academy, followed by survival exercises held in the Forest of Death. Both portions required participation in teams of 3. If even one team member failed to appear, the remaining 2 would be deemed unsuccessful, regardless of their performance in the exams. Naruto glanced at Sasuke, who should have noticed Sakura's unusual demeanor and offered her comfort. However, Sasuke was preoccupied, focusing on the other participants with an eager anticipation of encountering strong opponents to prove his own abilities. Reluctantly, Naruto decided to take matters into his own hands. Sakura, you needn't belittle yourself so. He spoke, drawing her attention to him. As I've mentioned before, participating in the nin exams doesn't mean those ninjas possess the strength of a nin. The older genin you worry about, who seem powerful, are the best proof of this. Those in their 20s and 30s still stuck at the genin level clearly lack the qualifications to be true ninjas. They are merely parasites unwilling to relinquish the benefits of their ninja status. Naruto's disdain for these older genin was evident. The world of ninjas operated in such a manner, and it was fortunate that the ninja realm was currently in a period of peace. In times of war, those individuals wouldn't even have the privilege to reach their 30s. That I am confident that you are stronger than they are, and considering you've ranked first more times than Sasuke, it seems unlike the Sakura I know to fear an exam. This statement was both a comfort to Sakura and a sincere belief from Naruto. Sakura, not hailing from a ninja clan, currently held the lowest rank among the Konoha 12. Her potential could not compare to that of the heirs from prominent families. However, when compared to the average populace, although she was not at the pinnacle, she could easily surpass the majority and carve her own path. The fact that she could advance to missing-nin at the age of 14 or 15 in the original storyline proved that she indeed possessed the talents of a ninja. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sakura's expression momentarily froze as she stared at him. Naruto responded with a smile. "Thank you for believing in me, Naruto." Sakura's gaze began to firm with determination. "We are comrades, after all. I naturally believe in you. Now that you've quelled my doubts, let us hurry to the examination hall. The exam is about to begin." Sakura's moment of self-doubt was merely a minor interlude. With that resolved, the three members of Team 7 made their way to the classroom. Kakashi had mentioned that the examination would take place in room 301 of the academy. Naruto recalled that it was a much larger space compared to the other classrooms. Room 301 was indeed spacious, yet accommodating a couple of hundred examinees might still prove insufficient. As they walked down the corridor of the academy, Sakura expressed her thoughts. However, her assessment was evidently flawed. For Team 7 suddenly found themselves unable to proceed. The entrance to room 301 was blocked by a throng of examinees. Sakura had incorrectly estimated the number of participants in this missing-nin exam. Nearly 100 candidates were already gathered at the door of room 301. What's going on? Why is everyone standing in the hallway and not entering the classroom? Sakura tiptoed to catch a glimpse of two young ninjas adorned with Konoha forehead protectors blocking the entrance. Why won't you let us through? The candidates, prevented from entering the classroom, attempted to force their way in, only to be swiftly subdued by the two blocking ninjas. "We're doing this for your own good. You little brats wouldn't stand a chance at passing the exam and would likely give up right from start. Since your fate is already sealed, isn't it reasonable to clear you out beforehand?" Their brazen words incited outrage among the crowd, and chaos erupted. Naruto watched the commotion with intrigue. Fully aware that the first examination had already commenced, the two young ninjas obstructing room 301 were, in fact, missing-nin exam proctors Kamizuki Izumo and Keizuki Tetsu, utilizing transformation jutsu to disguise themselves. This was not room 301. Sakura finally recognized the predicament. Naruto raised a hand to silence her, then turned to Sasuke. Their eyes met in silent understanding. "Let us go," Naruto declared. He promptly grasped Sakura's hand, pulling her away from the noisy room 301 corridor. Once they had distanced themselves from the ruckus, Naruto released Sakura's hand and addressed both her and Sasuke. "You noticed the issue as well, didn't you?" "It's an illusion," Sasuke replied. Sakura nodded in agreement. This was not the third floor, and the two ninjas blocking the entrance were indeed responsible for the genjutsu. They bore traces of transformation jutsu, suggesting they were likely the proctors, and the exam had already begun. Naruto directed his gaze at the two, making a decision. "Let us take a detour to the real room 301. As for those who can't even see through an illusion, it's best we ignore them. Having fewer competitors is advantageous for us." "This must be the true room 301, Sakura said, studying the empty corridor on the third floor of the academy. Repeatedly confirming the number on the classroom plaque, that it appeared that the illusion cast on the second floor had eliminated a significant number of candidates. Sasuke's focus was on the actual number of participants in the missing-nin exam. "It is almost time. Let us go in," Naruto calmly offered a gentle reminder. With that, he pushed open the door to classroom 301. The three members of Team 7 stepped into the examination hall, where the spacious classroom was now filled to capacity. The sheer number of genin present left Sakura in awe. Many candidates had already been eliminated by the illusions on the second floor, and it was presumed that those who could see through the genjutsu to locate the real examination venue would be few. Yet, in classroom 301, there were still over 100 candidates. Indeed, the presence of these individuals indicated that they had all discerned the deceptions of the second floor. Sasuke's gaze swept over the assembled crowd, barely containing his excitement. They were all formidable opponents. Naruto paid no heed to Sakura's exclamations or Sasuke's enthusiasm. However, like his companions, his eyes roamed the assembly of candidates within the hall. In a front corner of the examination room, 6 grass ninja, identifiable by their forehead protectors, huddled together, among them a striking figure cloaked in red. With Karen's perceptive abilities, discerning the illusions to reach the true examination site was not particularly daunting. Nevertheless, Naruto's primary focus was not on Karen, but rather on the tall, slender man beside her, also wearing a grass ninja, forehead protector, and a conical hat. Orochimaru had indeed infiltrated the examination. Naruto feigned nonchalance as he briefly glanced at the disguised Orochimaru before quickly averting his gaze. Given Orochimaru's perceptive skills, excessive scrutiny would surely draw his attention. Though this troublesome individual had mingled into the exam, Naruto felt little trepidation towards him. Orochimaru had likely already recognized Karin's uniqueness. However, at present, Orochimaru's full attention was devoted to Sasuke. For Orochimaru, Sasuke's significance far surpassed that of Karin. Orochimaru would not impede Naruto's plans to engage with Karin. After untangling these intricate thoughts, Naruto understood that he and Orochimaru did not have any direct conflicts of interest, at least for the duration of the Chunin exam. Rather, he was more concerned about Kabuto. With his grayish-white hair, round glasses, and a small braid at the back of his head, Kabuto was also present in the examination hall. Kabuto was even more troublesome than Orochimaru, having mastered all of Orochimaru's forbidden techniques and capable of perfecting the Sage Mode that Orochimaru could not utilize. Though these were merely possibilities for the future, they were sufficient to heighten Naruto's vigilance towards Kabuto. In some ways, Kabuto resembled White, having lost sight of the purpose of his existence and mistaking the wrong person as his salvation. His thoughts and ideals had been entirely domesticated, transforming him into a mere vessel of another. White regarded himself as Zabuza's tool, while Kabuto blindly emulated Orochimaru, his madness far more pronounced, striving to become a new Orochimaru. Kabuto and Naruto could only be enemies. Perhaps during the Chunin exam, he could preemptively eliminate this future threat. Kabuto was indeed a formidable opponent, but the real challenge lay in his mastery of all of Orochimaru's forbidden techniques and his adeptness in Sage Mode. Despite Kabuto possessing Jonin-level strength, should Naruto truly wish to eliminate him, it would not pose a significant challenge. For now, he decided to bide his time. Concealing his thoughts, Naruto anticipated ample opportunities to realize his intentions during the second practical examination in the Forest of Death. It was prudent to reserve a contingency plan. Having made his decision, Naruto's gaze shifted to the 6 figures approaching. "Are you participating in this Chunin exam as well?" Shikamaru inquired first, glancing at Team 7 and then towards Team 8, who had also come over to greet them. This marked the first occasion since becoming ninjas that everyone had gathered together. "Isn't that right, Akamaru?" exclaimed Inuzuka Kiba, his cheeks painted with red markings resembling fangs. Wearing a thick coat, even in July, with a fluffy hood atop his head, he greeted them jovially as his white dog, Akamaru, barked in agreement. "It's been quite a while." Hyuga Hinata, also from Team 8, softly greeted the group. The third member of Team 8, Aburame Shino, clad in a high-collared coat and dark sunglasses, merely nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his friendly demeanor. Thus, all 9 newcomers were participating in the Chunin exam this year. "Sasuke, how long do you think you can endure in this examination?" Kiba asked, having harbored thoughts of surpassing Sasuke since their time at the academy. In the months since becoming a ninja, his desire to outstrip Sasuke had only intensified. You're not the only one growing stronger," Sasuke retorted, unfazed by Kiba's provocation. "How bothersome. Everyone is still the same as before," Shikamaru lamented from the sidelines. "Before you comment on others, perhaps you should reflect on yourself." Ino expressed her dissatisfaction with Shikamaru's apparent lethargy, casting a glare at CHG, who was munching on chips. "CHG, that goes for you too." Ino was just as troublesome as ever. However, uttering such words could lead to complications. Shikamaru silently grumbled. As Ino scolded Shikamaru and CHG, she suddenly noticed Naruto's gaze fixed upon her. "What are you staring at?" she asked, instinctively shrinking back under his scrutiny. "That you're too conspicuous." "Ino," Naruto remarked, then turned his gaze to Kabuto, who was approaching them. Just like in the original story, Kabuto had yet to fully emulate Orochimaru's mannerisms, still holding onto the ideals imparted by his adoptive mother, Yakushi Nan. The clash of new and old thoughts. The starkly contrasting meanings of life left Kabuto in a state of confusion. This led him to defy Orochimaru's orders, seeking to engage with Sasuke during the Chunin exam in an attempt to find clarity amidst his uncertainty. Naruto was correct. Ino was indeed too noticeable. As he joined the group, Kabuto, with a rather familiar tone, began to chastise Ino, addressing her as senpai. It's quite improper to suddenly interject with unsolicited advice to people you don't know. And who might you be? Blocking Kabuto's advance, Shikamaru stepped forward. The forehead protector is the same as ours. We are Leaf Ninja. Sakura noticed Kabuto's forehead protector. How do you know Naruto's name? Sasuke frowned, his eyes filled with suspicion. Honestly, I'm just being considerate. Why don't you all take a look around? Kabuto replied, prompting everyone to finally notice that the surrounding ninjas were directing their attention towards them. With the exam imminent, tension filled the air, and their noise had stirred the nerves of those nearby, making them susceptible to trouble. Kabuto adjusted his glasses. Is it my fault? Ino, having been the loudest just moments ago, was the one he referred to. Now you should understand that I mean no harm, that my name is Kabuto Yakushi, and I consider myself your senior. Think of this as a piece of advice from an experienced upperclassman. Every year, there are newcomers like you. Just be cautious. The Chunin exam is quite brutal. The group began to recognize the gravity of their situation. Their hostility towards Kabuto began to ease. Yet, Sasuke remained unyielding. You still haven't answered me. How do you know Naruto's name? Kabuto met Sasuke's gaze. Very well. Let me share some more experience with you juniors. With that, he retrieved a stack of cards from his ninja tool pouch. It's somewhat embarrassing to admit, but this is my 7th attempt at the Chunin exam. Kabuto crouched down, placing one of the cards on the ground, 0.7 times. Is the Chunin exam truly that harsh? Even Shikamaru, who typically approached matters with a laid-back attitude, appeared astonished by Kabuto's admission. However, I have been diligently reflecting on the reasons for my past failures. Therefore, I have been collecting information on the candidates to prepare for the exam. Collecting intelligence on the candidates. Is this the reason you know Naruto's name? Sasuke searched for critical information within Yakushi Kabuto's words. Indeed, I have expended considerable effort gathering intelligence for this missing-nin exam, which is precisely what I present to you now in the form of these cards. Yakushi Kabuto extended his fingers, pressing them onto the card resting on the ground, infusing it with his chakra. The card, previously blank like a sheet of paper, suddenly revealed an array of vivid illustrations and text. Naruto remained silent. Gazing at the contents of the card, Akati displayed a map of the ninja world, highlighting the 6 nations: the land of fire, the land of wind, and neighboring the land of fire, the land of rice, the land of waterfall, the land of grass, and the land of rain. These nations, marked in conspicuous colors, represented the reference nations for this joint missing-nin exam. Yakushi Kabuto elaborated, pointing to the numbers beside each ninja village, and continued. This missing-nin exam has attracted over 400 applicants. You must have noticed the Jinjutsu on the 2nd floor of the teaching building. The majority of the candidates could not even pass the qualification tests. The recorded numbers indicate the actual count of ninjas from each village successfully participating in the exam. From the land of fire, Konoha, 87 individuals. From the land of wind, Sunagakure, 30 individuals. From the land of rain, Aim, 21 individuals. From the land of grass, Kusagakure, 6 individuals. From the land of waterfall, Takigakure, 6 individuals. From the land of rice, Odogakure, 3 individuals in total. That makes 51 groups comprising 153 individuals. Now, regarding the intelligence I have gathered on this year's candidates. Yakushi Kabuto produced another card, repeating the chakra infusion process that in an instant, Naruto's information was laid bare on the card. The intelligence Yakushi Kabuto had collected concerning Naruto meticulously detailed his appearance, the composition of his ninja team, the number of missions he had undertaken at various ranks, a comprehensive analysis of his abilities, and the ninjutsu he was proficient in, the shadow clone technique and the earth release, decapitation technique. Observing the ninjutsu he was skilled in, Naruto was astonished by Yakushi Kabuto's prowess in intelligence gathering. The shadow clone technique, Naruto's primary offensive strategy in his visible strength, was entirely expected to be discovered by Yakushi Kabuto. The decapitation technique, although he had sought training from Kakashi and had deliberately exposed the nature transformation of his earth chakra, had only been utilized during practice and never in the D-rank missions within the village, rendering such assassination techniques unnecessary. The sole instance of real combat was outside Konoha, against the Ghost Brothers of the Mist. That was rather unusual for Yakushi Kabuto to obtain this information, unless he had been surveilling Naruto around the clock. The only other source of information would have been the ninja files accessible solely to the higher-ups in Konoha, which had recorded Naruto's use of the decapitation technique. However, upon reflection, Yakushi Kabuto, masquerading as a Konoha genin, indicated that he was still covertly aligned as a subordinate of Danzo. This suggests that Yakushi Kabuto's participation in this missing-nin exam was not only under Orochimaru's directive, but also at Danzo's behest. After all, this exam featured the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, whom Danzo was particularly invested in, alongside the last scion of the Uchiha clan. With the likes of Danzo, Orochimaru, and the Akatsuki Sasori, Yakushi Kabuto, as a triple agent, found the task of gathering intelligence exceedingly effortless. Fortunately, since arriving in this world, Naruto had been concealing his true strength. Thus, the correct information regarding Naruto contained within Yakushi Kabuto's card would become incorrect. For a ninja, intelligence is undeniably vital. The accuracy and completeness of information can dictate the fate of individuals, organizations, and even nations. If Yakushi Kabuto perceived Naruto merely as an ordinary genin, perhaps adding the detail of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, which Yakushi Kabuto had deliberately omitted from the card, it would indicate a stagnant view of the Nine Tails host. If this is indeed Yakushi Kabuto's perspective, then his unwavering belief in the incorrect information would render him incapable of being Naruto's adversary. Witnessing Yakushi Kabuto's intelligence-gathering capabilities only intensified Naruto's resolve to confront him during the missing-nin exam. Given their current strengths and the information disparity, the Forest of Death's long-term survival exercise presented Naruto with the perfect opportunity to strike against Yakushi Kabuto. Do you possess intelligence on all of us? Naruto displayed a look of disbelief, as if Yakushi Kabuto knew him inside and out, having his information revealed by a senior he had just met. He felt compelled to feign surprise that, of course, Yakushi Kabuto replied, his tone brimming with confidence in his intelligence-gathering abilities. After hearing Yakushi Kabuto's words, Sasuke fell silent for a moment before stepping forward to confront him. So, you are also aware of the powerful individuals participating in this exam. Yakushi Kabuto cast a glance at Sasuke, openly acknowledging the wealth of intelligence at his disposal. Indeed, I possess information on them. May I see it? After a brief hesitation, Sasuke tentatively sought Yakushi Kabuto's assistance. After all, this intelligence had been painstakingly gathered by Yakushi Kabuto. For a ninja, precise intelligence is akin to a weapon or even a second life. No one would readily disclose such information to others. Yakushi Kabuto adjusted his glasses. Very well, consider this a small favor from your senior to you newcomers participating in the exam for the first time. When I was new, I too wished for someone to assist me, and seeing you all reminds me of my past self. This statement was, of course, a facade. Given Yakushi Kabuto's true identity, his actions were intentionally designed to expose intelligence. Even though Gaara, an ally of Orochimaru, was a pivotal player in Danzo's plan for the destruction of Konoha, Yakushi Kabuto would undoubtedly reveal Gaara's information in front of Sasuke. This was to prompt Sasuke to contemplate team dynamics and avoid Gaara proactively, so as to prevent any unforeseen incidents before Orochimaru could reach Sasuke. Make Gaara's intelligence exposure seem less abrupt. Yakushi Kabuto mixed in information about 3 other individuals from the personal intelligence I've gathered. There are 4 individuals in this missing-nin exam who require special attention. Yakushi Kabuto produced 4 blank cards and placed them on the ground. Infusing chakra, the information materialized among the 4 candidates that warranted particular attention. One was unmistakably Uchiha Sasuke himself. Excluding yourself, the remaining 3 individuals are exceptional contenders in this exam. Yakushi Kabuto indicated the other 3 cards, which displayed images of 3 young boys. First, there is Rock Lee, a genin from the 3rd Konoha team, led by the J-Nin Might Guy, renowned for his prowess in taijutsu. Rock Lee dons a peculiar green jumpsuit and sports a black bowl-cut hairstyle, with a pair of prominent eyebrows framing his large, round eyes. Next, there is Neji Hyuga, also from the 3rd team, whose abilities surpass those of Rock Lee. Belonging to the Byakugan clan of Konoha, he is the boy with eyes similar to Hinata's. Upon hearing Yakushi Kabuto's description of Neji Hyuga, Hinata fidgeted nervously with her fingers. Finally, there is Gaara from Sunagakure. With his red hair and lack of eyebrows, he bears the kanji for love inscribed in red on his forehead. Among the three, the information Yakushi Kabuto had gathered on Gaara was somewhat lacking in detail, only noting the number of missions he had undertaken. However, even the task rank alone sufficed to illustrate Gaara's formidable strength, one B-rank mission. It is said that Gaara not only completed the mission successfully, but did so without sustaining a single scratch. Yakushi Kabuto continued to share information that was not presented on the cards. One B-rank mission without a scratch. Upon hearing the words of Yakushi Kabuto, Sasuke's gaze flickered. Neither he nor Naruto's information cards recorded any instances of B-rank missions, but there was a record of a single C-rank mission. This was the commission from the Land of Waves. Although officially classified as C-rank, its actual difficulty was acknowledged as B-rank by the esteemed Jonin Kakashi. A B-rank mission is such that even a Jonin of Kakashi's caliber might not emerge unscathed. As he perused Gaara's information, Sasuke felt no fear of his formidable strength. Rather, he was eager to engage him in combat. Sakura, too, was attentive to Gaara's information, yet her gaze lingered more on Gaara's photograph, which depicted eyes that exuded rage, malice, and loneliness, reminiscent of Naruto's past at Kabuto Senpai. Do you possess detailed intelligence on the Sound Village? I don't recall hearing about this shinobi village before, Naruto interjected, sensing that the conversation might not unfold as anticipated, and appropriately intervened to steer its course that I'm not entirely certain. I only know it was recently established as a minor shinobi village. Unlike the information concerning Gaara, Yakushi Kabuto, due to his dual roles both overtly and covertly, would not disclose any intelligence regarding the Sound Village founded by Orochimaru. However, as a deeply entrenched double agent, the trio from the Sound Village remained entirely unaware of Kabuto's true identity, just as Kabuto's evaluation of the Sound Village concluded. A flicker of sharpness briefly flashed in Naruto's eyes before vanishing in an instant. The situation was unfolding precisely as Naruto had predicted. In the next moment, a young Sound Shinobi, his head entirely wrapped in white bandages save for his left eye, abruptly appeared before Yakushi Kabuto, launching a punch at him. Caught off guard by the sudden assault during the exam, Kabuto was momentarily stunned but managed to narrowly evade the incoming strike. However, despite dodging the attack, he suddenly collapsed onto the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. A minor shinobi village. The ninjas from Konoha truly are arrogant, remarked the bandage-clad Sound Shinobi, expressing his discontent with Kabuto's remarks about the Sound Village. Almost immediately, amidst his speech, his comrades from the Sound Village joined him. One clad in garments emblazoned with the character for death, and the other a girl with long black hair, Kabuto Senpai. Naruto, positioned closest to Kabuto, hurried to support him as he knelt on the ground. Blood mingled with shattered fragments of his glasses on the floor. Are you all right? Naruto grasped Kabuto's arm, aiding him to his feet and expressing concern for his well-being. Cough, cough. Kabuto sputtered out a mouthful of congealed blood before regaining his composure to respond. I'm fine. Thank you, Naruto. It's no wonder you participated in so many Chunin exams yet remain a genin. You are pathetically weak, daring to speak so boldly against the Sound Village simply because you hail from Konoha, the bandaged Sound Shinobi scoffed. Update your outdated intelligence. Remember the trio from the Sound Village. Tisu, Saku, and in your destined 7th failure at the Chunin exams, they will all effortlessly elevate to Chunin. Tisu raised his hand again, revealing a gauntlet with holes in it, clearly indicating his intent to pursue Kabuto further. Beside Tisu, his companions, the boy named Saku and the girl named Kin, were seen smirking. Damn it! Sasuke drew his kunai, unconcerned for Kabuto's fate, but anxious that Tisu's next strike might indiscriminately target Naruto as well. Yet Naruto remained remarkably composed. The hidden examiners lurking in the shadows would not permit the conflict among candidates to escalate. Violence was merely a component of the second exam. Enough, all of you. Cease this at once. With a thunderous roar, thick smoke suddenly enveloped the podium in classroom 301. As the smoke dissipated, a group of Chunin exam proctors clad in gray uniforms materialized before the candidates. Leading this assembly of Chunin exam proctors was the intimidating figure of Marino Ibiki, the head of the Konoha interrogation force, whose face bore numerous vicious scars, a special jonin in rank that he briefly introduced himself to the candidates present. Ibiki's gaze settled upon the trio from the Sound Village. Do you wish to be disqualified from the exam? It's merely a standard ninja exchange. Isn't that the purpose of the Chunin exams? To assess the capabilities of ninjas from various nations? T-Su replied, his tone laced with barbs, yet he softened it slightly in Ibiki's presence. Ah, you see things clearly, Ibiki acknowledged, opting not to prolong the conversation. He gestured for a Chunin to step forward. The Chunin with a bandage around his nose held a cardboard box in his hands. You have 5 minutes to draw your seat numbers. Following Ibiki's command, all candidates promptly lined up to retrieve their numbered slips from a box. The Chunin with the bandaged nose and his companion bore a striking resemblance to the two individuals who had previously blocked the entrance on the second floor. In the queue, Sakura, standing behind Naruto, quietly shared her observation. Their chakra signatures seemed similar. It must be them. Naruto briefly glanced at the now unmasked Tru and Kamizuki Izumi, but paid them little heed. His attention quickly returned to Yakushi Kabuto, pondering whether his earlier act of assisting Kabuto might have seemed out of place given the circumstances. The conclusion he reached was that it was entirely reasonable. Kabuto had approached Naruto and the others with good intentions, and it was precisely due to Naruto's inquisitive remark about the Sound Village that Kabuto's description had incited T-Su's ire, leading to the attack. Both Naruto and Kabuto were, in essence, performing for an audience that Kabuto's act was designed to bolster the perception of his weak abilities, which had prevented him from advancing to Chunin, thereby crafting the image of a harmless senior ninja from Konoha. His ulterior motive was to facilitate a deeper engagement with Uchiha Sasuke within the Forest of Death, seeking potential answers to his own confusion. Meanwhile, Naruto was merely amplifying Kabuto's performance by adding his own subplot. During the act of assisting Kabuto, Naruto had already prepared his contingency, namely, the Flying Thunder God technique to in the Forest of Death, the second Chunin exam. Where lethal force was permissible, Naruto would legally eliminate Kabuto, a looming threat for the future. Next, the proctor responsible for seat assignments, Tru, called out. Naruto stepped forward to the podium, reaching into the box to randomly draw a slip of paper. Next, Tru reiterated his announcement. Naruto, understanding the cue, vacated the podium, glancing at the number on his slip and proceeding toward the corresponding seat. Upon passing by Hinata, who had already settled into her seat, Naruto displayed a flicker of surprise. His examination position was not adjacent to hers. Naruto continued towards the back of the classroom, ultimately pausing in front of Ino. What do you want? Ino was momentarily taken aback by Naruto's sudden appearance before her. Umph. Naruto chuckled at the expression on Ino's face, akin to that of a mouse encountering a cat. What are you laughing at? Ino quickly regained her composure, realizing she habitually lowered her posture in front of Naruto, which was not her usual demeanor. She should be the one in control. With that thought, Ino glared fiercely at Naruto. Yet the aura she projected was entirely at odds with her intentions, merely a display of bravado. You're quite entertaining, Naruto remarked as he moved past. It finally dawned on Ino that Naruto's seat was not next to hers at all. Moments ago, it was she who first broke the silence, inquiring with a hint of trepidation as Naruto approached, prompting him to playfully tease her in return. How infuriating! Has this fellow become even more insufferable than before? Ino mused inwardly. Yet upon reflection, she recalled Naruto's previously frosty demeanor. Although the current Naruto might be somewhat annoying, Ino found herself more inclined to engage with him now. Naruto, devoid of the secret techniques of the Yamanaka clan, remained oblivious to the thoughts swirling in Ino's mind. His earlier pause before her was merely a reaction to his surprise at seeing his desk neighbor. Tio masked his unusual astonishment. He chose to tease Ino, fabricating an excuse for his sudden halt. Attributing it to her appearance, T last. Naruto settled into his seat. Next to him was Hanabi. Hanabi sported a cascade of golden locks, her hair tied into 4 rather cumbersome short braids at the back of her head. Divided by the ninja forehead protector she wore across her forehead, 2 of the braids rested upon the protector straps, while the other 2 aligned horizontally with her ears. Naruto had never anticipated that his desk neighbor during this written examination would be Hanabi. As the eldest daughter of the 4th Kazekage, she, along with Gaara and Kankuro, constituted a ninja team, forming the vanguard of Tsunegakir's plan to obliterate Konoha during this Chunin exam. The joint Chunin exam would gather feudal lords and influential figures from various nations. And the fourth Kazekage scheme was, in essence, quite straightforward. Seated towards the rear of the examination hall, Naruto cast his gaze toward Gaara, who occupied a central position. Understanding Gaara's identity as the Jinchuriki of Shikoku made it easy to deduce the fourth Kazekage's original intentions. During the final Chunin selection exam, Gaara was expected to unleash one of the tailed beasts, Shikaku, before the eyes of the assembled dignitaries, thereby shattering the formidable image Konoha had maintained for years. This, perhaps, was the true essence of the fourth Kazekage's plan. Given Tsunagekyu's current strength, they could not hope to confront Konoha head-on. The invasion of Konoha was not intended as a full-scale war. Rather, the goal was to secure a strategic victory for Tsunagakure. The foolish feudal lord of the Wind Country, who intended to abandon his own nation's power and rely on Konoha's might, needed to grasp the true nature of political sovereignty. Following the Third Shinobi World War, the Wind and Fire countries had formed an alliance. The Wind Country, having suffered severe losses in power post-war, faced significant challenges in economic recovery due to its predominantly desert landscape. Consequently, the feudal lord of the Wind Country circumvented Tsunagakure for ninja missions, delegating them largely to Konoha, which gradually led to Tsunagakure's decline. The feudal lord even contemplated further diminishing Tsunagakure's influence. As one of the 5 great nations in the shinobi world, the Wind Country had only enjoyed a brief period of peace lasting a little over a decade. Yet its lord contemplated the self-sabotage of his nation's military strength, instead opting to bolster the already powerful Fire Country. Without the means to defend his own nation, the kindness of others could swiftly morph into the most brutal violence. The feudal lord of the Wind Country was too foolish to comprehend such fundamental truths. This compelled the fourth Kazekage to ally with the recently emerged Otogakure of the Rice Country. Plotting against Konoha, seeking cooperation from Otogakure was a shrewd move. Compared to the neighboring small ninja villages that had long been under Konoha's control, the newly established Otogakure had yet to be dominated by Konoha. Thus, the fourth Kazekage could more easily forge an alliance with Otogakure. The collaboration with Otogakure may seem peripheral to the great nation of Tsunagakure, but it was in fact a crucial element of the fourth Kazekage stratagem against Konoha. By utilizing the sound ninja of Otogakure as the main force against Konoha, Tsunagakure could preserve its own combat strength. Once Tsunagakure's strategic objectives were achieved, the fourth Kazekage would subsequently abandon Otogakure, justifying this as a deception by Otogakure against Tsunagakure. All issues would be attributed to Otogakure, effectively diverting the conflict between the two great nations of fire and wind. The only price Tsunagakure needed to pay was to be labeled as a nation deceived by a small country. A foolish act in the eyes of the uninformed. The benefits reaped by Tsunagakure far outweighed this cost. The fourth Kazekage's strategic ambitions were meticulously balanced, ensuring that Konoha and Tsunagakure did not irreparably sever ties and transform from allies into enemies. After reaping the tangible benefits of strategic victory, the fourth Kazekage would only need to verbally concede defeat for Konoha, should it retain even a modicum of rational thought, would strive alongside Tsunagakure to mitigate the possibility of an all-out war. This would serve to prevent the Earth and Lightning countries from capitalizing on the chaos of a full-scale conflict between Konoha and Tsunagakure. Currently, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who held power in Konoha, would be forced to swallow this bitter pill. The indecisiveness of Sarutobi Hiruzen in his twilight years was no secret to the observant. The four Kazekage's machinations had seemingly seen through the third Hokage's disposition. As long as subsequent political interactions were handled adeptly, the collaboration between Tsunagakure and Otogakure could be portrayed as a prearranged scheme between Tsunagakure and Konoha. It would appear as though Tsunagakure was aiding Konoha, providing Konoha with a legitimate reason to intervene in the nascent Otogakure, a ninja village filled with uncertainties for Konoha, that a classic yet effective tactic of great power politics, with the small nations bearing the cost. Regrettably, the fourth Kazekage's luck was rather unfortunate. Aside from Naruto, a time traveler, who would have anticipated that the leader of Otogakure was none other than Orochimaru, a defector from Konoha and once one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, in turn, manipulated the fourth Kazekage disrupting the original strategic objectives the Kazekage had sought to achieve. Utilizing the entirety of Sunagakure, Orochimaru set in motion his own radical plan for the destruction of Konoha. Underlying currents surged, and the victors would emerge as kings. This was the true nature of the shinobi world. Naruto gazed at Gaara's retreating figure, contemplating the rationale behind the plan for Konoha's destruction. Reflecting on the ruthless essence of shinobi, he was interrupted by Hanabi's voice beside him. "Do not harbor excessive thoughts about Gaara. It could lead to your demise." Noticing Naruto's gaze fixed on Gaara, Hanabi suddenly interjected, warning him. Naruto turned in astonishment toward Hanabi, surprised that she would engage him directly. However, he quickly composed himself, recognizing this unexpected interaction as an opportunity. "You are Gaara's comrade. There's a picture of you in the intel regarding Gaara from Kabuto. And you must be Hanabi." Hanabi, evidently misinterpreting Naruto's earlier scrutiny of Gaara, assumed he was eager to challenge Gaara to test his own strength. Young boys of 12 or 13 often seek ways to prove themselves. As an older sister with 2 younger brothers and several years of ninja experience, it was unsurprising that Hanabi would hold such a perception of Naruto. In the original story, Naruto and Sasuke at this age were indeed just as Hanabi envisioned. But the Naruto of the present was different. Rather than contradicting Hanabi, he chose to play along with her thoughts, displaying a curious expression. Without an actual confrontation, one could hardly determine strength or weakness. Hanabi observed Naruto's eager demeanor, her brow furrowing in concern. She was motivated by goodwill to caution Naruto, but her primary thought was for Gaara's well-being. Hanabi did not wish for Gaara to resort to wanton killing, which would heighten his emotions and render the monstrous entity within him difficult to suppress. Yet Naruto clearly dismissed her advice. That guy, Kabuto, also mentioned that in this Chunin exam, Gaara would be among the top contenders. "He is undoubtedly the strongest," Hanabi continued to plead, yet her expression was clouded with gloom. Unable to shake off memories of a recent Barank mission involving Gaara, Kankuro, and herself, Hanabi recalled Gaara's brutal actions during that task. Lost in her thoughts, Hanabi found herself ensnared in her own reflections. Naruto, glancing at the silent Hanabi, deliberately remarked, "You seem quite fearful of him. That fellow does have a rather intimidating expression. Is he truly a person of particularly vile character? If so, then as his partner, you must have it tough." Faced with Naruto's well-meaning yet misguided comfort, Shikamaru quickly retorted, "Gaara is not as you perceive him. He merely struggles with social interactions and lives a life of profound solitude." By the end of her statement, a barely perceptible hint of self-reproach crept into Shikamaru's tone. Naruto gazed intently at her, realizing why, during the original Chunin exams, Gaara, ensnared in the quagmire of loneliness and anguish, could still be somewhat restrained in his actions by Shikamaru. Gentle, resolute, and valuing familial bonds. These were the qualities that defined Shikamaru in Naruto's eyes after their brief conversation. It was entirely natural to fear the brooding and fierce Gaara. Anyone would feel the same. Yet, Shikamaru's fear was purely instinctual, devoid of any malice towards Gaara as an elder sister. Her sensitivity never led her to regard Gaara as a monster, unlike Kankuro, who harbored resentment towards Gaara for their mother's death. All 3 siblings had lost their mother, yet Shikamaru never succumbed to the selfish thought that her youngest brother was responsible for their mother's demise. She understood the pain of loss, which allowed her to empathize with Gaara's solitude. If Naruto was redeemed by Iruka in the original narrative, then Shikamaru, who never gave up on Gaara and loved her youngest brother with genuine familial affection, was Gaara's salvation in the original story. Naruto's role was merely that of an empathetic observer, helping Gaara realize Shikamaru's love for him, enabling Gaara to understand that he was not truly alone as a Jinchuriki. He too was deserving of love. If loneliness is a burden, then let me become his friend. Upon Naruto's sudden declaration, Shikamaru fixed her gaze upon him, studying the somewhat foolishly smiling youth before her. "Do you not believe me?" Noticing Shikamaru's scrutiny, Naruto extended his right hand, curling his fingers into a fist and presenting it to her. "Then let us make a pact. My Nindo is to speak and act accordingly. Why engage in such a thing? We have only just met." Shikamaru expressed curiosity regarding Naruto's reasoning for such a choice. Feeling bemused by Shikamaru's proactive approach, he feigned innocence to test her. Naturally, Naruto would not divulge his true intentions. For his Nindo did not encompass to speak frankly. The alliance between Konoha and Tsunagakure was a matter of mutual support, was it not? Naruto maintained his innocent smile, affirming, "And I will undoubtedly become Hokage in the future." Upon hearing Naruto's response, Shikamaru's eyelids fluttered, her mood visibly darkening. Indeed, it was as she suspected. Observing Shikamaru's reaction, Naruto finally comprehended the reason behind her initiating conversation. T15, Shikamaru's thoughts were remarkably more mature than those of her contemporaries in Team 7. Yet she still retained an innocent perspective, her pure thoughts untainted by the complexities of adult life. Among the trio of siblings, Kankuro, Gaara, and Shikamaru, only Shikamaru expressed disapproval of their father's plan to destroy Konoha. Deep within her, she still harbored a subconscious inclination to regard Konoha as an ally, as Naruto had surmised. Shikamaru swiftly composed herself, gazing at the clenched fist extended toward her. The current stable alliance between Konoha and Tsunagakure was of paramount importance to the Wind Country, which had suffered greatly in the war and was geographically disadvantaged compared to the other four great nations. Thus, a stable environment was essential for healing the wounds inflicted by conflict. However, Shikamaru was also a competent ninja. Though her kind nature might urge her to dissuade Naruto from approaching Gaara, she would abide by her duties as a ninja, accepting missions for the sake of her village and country. She bore no aversion to the blood on her hands, yet she would not engage in wanton slaughter. "What is your name?" Shikamaru inquired of Naruto. "Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. With your disposition, you may not last long in the ninja world." Shikamaru's critique of Naruto's kindness was unyielding, yet she still extended her hand, fingers interlocking, facing Naruto's fist. Their fists met in a collision, sealing their pact. "But still, thank you." Retracting her hand, Shikamaru offered a gentle smile. "It is the first time I have heard someone express a desire to befriend Gaara." Setting aside her rationality for a moment, she revealed her emotional side to Naruto. As Gaara's sister, Naruto's words had indeed brought her joy. Naruto returned her smile, thinking to himself how pure she was. Unbeknownst to him, sometimes engaging with others in the same manner as the original Naruto could yield unexpectedly positive results. Perhaps it was the influence of Ashura's chakra. After all, the two sons of the Sage of Six Paths, Indra represented a fearsome power capable of transforming all into possibility, while Ashura embodied a formidable cohesion rooted in the love of the world, gaining the acknowledgement of others. However, Naruto's proclamation of wanting to befriend Gaara was not merely a ploy to endear himself to Shikamaru. The idea itself emerged spontaneously after Shikamaru had initiated conversation. Naruto merely drew upon memories from his previous life to accurately gauge Shikamaru's character and adeptly leverage that insight. Currently, Gaara was ensnared in darkness, a veritable madman consumed by bloodlust. Yet Gaara valued the remaining familial bonds he shared with Shikamaru and Kankuro, even if he might not fully comprehend their significance to him at this moment. Should Naruto find himself in an unfortunate confrontation with Gaara, by controlling Shikamaru, he could potentially mitigate Gaara's actions to some extent. The prior contingency plan set for Kabuto was a deliberate tactic on Naruto's part. As for Shikamaru's unsolicited approach, Naruto's strategic maneuvering around her was purely coincidental. There existed no conflict of interest between Naruto and Gaara. Yet Gaara remained a Jinchuriki. Naruto had to consider whether Gaara's reckless behavior during the Chunin exams would jeopardize his own plans to defect from Konoha, since Shikamaru had taken the initiative to engage with Naruto. He saw no harm in marking her with a Flying Thunder God seal, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances that might arise. Having made preparations for the next phase, Naruto concentrated his energy on the present. Their conversation had not consumed much time, yet was sufficient to inadvertently pass the 5 minutes allotted for drawing seat numbers. The Chunin exam proctors had already taken their places against the wall, ready for oversight. Maintained silence. Only the chief examiner, Marino Abiki, remained standing at the podium, overseeing the entire examination room with a watchful eye. All candidates had taken their seats according to their assigned numbers. Originally grouped into teams of 3, the ninja students were now scattered among unfamiliar faces. Marino Ibiki retrieved a piece of white chalk and began to write on the blackboard. Now, I shall commence the explanation of the rules for the first exam. The written test will be conducted with a point deduction system, with each participant starting with a perfect score of 10 points. The examination paper consists of a total of 10 questions. For each incorrect answer, 1 point will be deducted. Furthermore, if the examiner discovers any cheating or behavior deemed as such, a penalty of 2 points will be immediately imposed for each instance. The pass or fail status of the written test will be determined by the total score of the team. Consisting of 3 members, with each individual scoring a maximum of 10 points, totaling 30 points. Should all questions be answered incorrectly, or if cheating occurs 5 times, the score of the individual will be reduced to 0, resulting in the other 2 members of the same team being deemed unqualified, leading to the elimination of the entire class. The duration of the examination is 60 minutes. The rules for this first examination are clearly inscribed in white chalk on a blackboard. Now, please turn your covered examination papers to the answer side. Asked the chief examiner. Sanai Ibiki glanced at the clock hanging on the wall of the examination room. The clock indicated that it was precisely 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The examination begins, Ibiki announced, signaling the commencement of the formal assessment. Naruto cast a glance at the examination rules written by Ibiki on the blackboard before redirecting his focus to the paper in front of him. The first question involved deciphering a code, reminiscent of a question from his memory. Losing interest in the subsequent 8 questions, Naruto's gaze fixated on the final question. As the examination reached the 45th minute. The chief examiner will personally pose a question. Please provide the correct answer based on the examiner's inquiry. The time allotted for this question is 15 minutes. It seemed that the essence of this written test had not undergone any alteration. Indeed, how could Ibiki have anticipated that he would employ interrogation techniques during the examination, meticulously preparing the questions? For Naruto, this test felt akin to an open book examination. Having discerned Ibiki's objective for this first examination, Naruto found himself devoid of any anxiety regarding the assessment. Moreover, due to his position towards the back of the room, Naruto became increasingly intrigued by the reactions of his fellow examinees. He observed that no one had begun writing. At the outset of the exam, the actions of all candidates appeared as if prearranged. They first engaged in reviewing the questions, seeking those they felt confident about answering. However, the 9 questions already disclosed on the examination paper had been deliberately intensified in difficulty by Ibiki. Yet, the complexity of these questions was not such that candidates could not comprehend them at all. That Ibiki's choice of questions was highly targeted, allowing candidates to understand the questions but rendering them incapable of providing correct answers. Furthermore, it became evident to the candidates that resorting to sheer luck in answering these questions would yield no correct results. The questions on the paper were simply beyond the capability of lower-ranked ninjas to address. The time allotted for reviewing the questions was not excessively long. However, the fact that no one in the examination room had yet begun writing indicated a significant issue. Yet, the presence of 2 middle-ranked ninjas disguised among the candidates had also not begun to write, leaving Naruto momentarily perplexed. Could it be that Ibiki had not arranged for knowledgeable middle-ranked ninjas to infiltrate the candidates, as in the original narrative? Just as this doubt crossed his mind, Naruto immediately dismissed it. The 2 middle-ranked ninjas masquerading as candidates must have received instructions from Ibiki to refrain from commencing their answers immediately as the 60-minute examination wore on. The tension stemming from the uncertainty of the correct answers would inevitably evolve into agitation and suppression as time slipped away. The less time available, the more likely candidates unable to answer would lose their composure, rendering them incapable of grasping the true intent of this examination and leading them to engage in rash behavior, cheating not through ninja techniques, but rather through the most foolish and blatant means. Such candidates, lacking any ninja skills, were the primary targets for elimination by Ibiki. In addition to this group, there were those who could not answer a single question, failed to perceive the purpose of the examination, and even hesitated to cheat. They would pin their hopes on the live questioning that would occur after 45 minutes into the examination. However, most of the interrogation techniques prepared by Ibiki for this examination were concentrated in the final question. Those who had managed to answer the previous 9 questions would find it difficult to bear the consequences of answering the last question incorrectly. Candidates who had not garnered any points would only find themselves crumbling faster when faced with the live questioning posed by Ibiki. Yet, there were exceptions. Naruto observed the pink-haired figure sitting in front of him, centrally positioned in the examination room. As the review period concluded, Sakura had already begun to write. She was the first candidate in the entire examination room to put pen to paper, outpacing even the middle-ranked ninjas who were disguised as candidates and knew the answers. Perhaps it was by chance that Sakura, as a lower-ranked ninja, possessed an extraordinary wealth of knowledge, allowing her to engage in the examination with conventional means. Ibiki, too, took a keen interest in observing Sakura for a moment. With Sakura commencing her answers on the examination paper, the sounds of pencils gliding across paper began to resonate throughout the room. The second candidate to start answering surprised Naruto. It turned out to be Karen T that moment. The speed at which Karen wielded her pencil bore no resemblance to that of random scribbling. This stood in stark contrast to her two companions from the same ninja class, who were visibly scratching their heads in confusion that Karen's theoretical knowledge surprisingly matched that of Sakura. Upon reflection, it was only natural that Karen excelled in her studies. Both Sakura and Karen were destined to become formidable medical ninjas, requiring an exceptionally high level of talent to pursue this path. Yet, talent was merely the stepping stone to becoming a medical ninja. A vast reservoir of theoretical knowledge was essential for the adept application of medical ninjutsu. Thus, Naruto observed with keen interest the diverse behaviors exhibited by his fellow examinees as 15 minutes of the examination time elapsed. The middle-ranked ninjas disguised as candidates finally began to answer questions. Upon scrutinizing the disguised middle-ranked ninjas, it became apparent to Naruto that deducing their identities was relatively straightforward. There were two middle-ranked ninjas masquerading as candidates. Firstly, regarding their numbers, Ibiki had not permitted the disguised ninjas to participate in the examination as a ninja class. During the pre-examination process of drawing seating positions, those with keen observational skills should have noticed that the number of candidates, which should have been divisible by 3, had suddenly decreased by 1, or rather, 2 had inexplicably appeared. Next, the task was to determine who these additional individuals were. Naruto's gaze fell upon Gaara, T.S. Hinaniji, and YN Shino. These 4 had initially noted the irregularity in the number of candidates. As the 2 middle-ranked ninjas began to write, the 4 of them also resorted to employing ninja techniques to cheat during the examination. Participating personally in this unconventional ninja exam, Naruto found the various scenarios within the examination room quite amusing. However, regrettably, even though he understood the purpose of this examination, he currently lacked the means to cheat. He could only patiently await the revelation of the 10th question by Sanai Ibiki at the 45-minute mark of the examination. Another 30 minutes would need to pass before the final question would be disclosed. Enduring such a lengthy wait was indeed excruciating. Naruto soon grew weary of observing the various antics of the other examinees. He yawned, and a wave of fatigue washed over him. It seemed that, regardless of his past life or this one, sitting in an examination room and being unable to answer questions inevitably led to drowsiness. Naruto, you should have noticed, right? Temari engaged Naruto in conversation once more. Her tone much quieter this time, likely to avoid detection by the supervising middle-ranked ninja examiners. Noticed what? At that moment, Naruto was momentarily perplexed by Temari's abrupt and vague inquiry. The questions on this examination paper were indeed abnormally challenging. Temari continued to respond softly, uncertain whether her hints would help Naruto grasp the true purpose of this examination. Upon hearing Temari's reminder, Naruto glanced at the examination paper before him, which was as pristine as his own. Understand. Naruto cast another glance at his examination paper. Fortunately, after glancing at Temari's paper, he realized he had forgotten to write his name on his own. Observing Naruto suddenly begin to write, Temari understood that he had grasped the correct method of cheating in this exam. She turned her gaze towards Kankuro, seated in front of them. In their trio of siblings, only Temari lacked any means of cheating. Despite being aware of the exam's true purpose, Temari felt powerless. I'm counting on you. Kankuro, she silently implored. Done. Naruto's voice drew Temari's attention back to him. She saw Naruto shaking his still blank paper. Finished? But you haven't written a single word, Temari thought, perplexed, uncertain of what Naruto meant by done. Then she noticed Naruto folding his paper to the side. stacking his hands atop one another and resting his head on the desk to sleep. Time slipped by, and after an indeterminate duration of light slumber, Naruto felt something kicking at his foot, his peaceful sleep disrupted. He had no choice but to sit up from the desk. With bleary eyes, he lifted his gaze to the clock hanging on the wall above the blackboard. The exam had reached its 40th minute. There were still 5 minutes left until Ibiki would announce the final question. Confirming the time, Naruto turned to Temari. The one who had kicked him was, after all, Temari. "What is up?" Naruto cast a puzzled look at Temari. "Can I really bother her while sleeping?" Yet Temari remained silent, merely casting a sidelong glance at the pencil pressed against Naruto's paper. Unable to glean any response from Temari, Naruto followed her gaze. He noticed that beside his pencil lay a crumpled piece of paper, shorter than his pinky nail. This object seemed oddly familiar. Naruto blinked, then suddenly recognized that the only purpose for a crumpled piece of paper in the examination room was one. His gaze returned to Temari, and he realized that while he was sleeping, her previously blank paper was now densely filled with answers. "Stop dawdling. There's no time left." Seeing Naruto, still indifferent, Temari finally urged him in a hushed, urgent tone. Naruto promptly picked up the crumpled paper. He hadn't anticipated that his earlier words to Temari about befriending Gaara would have such a profound effect on her, leading her to prepare the answers for him. Unfolding the paper, he discovered that despite its small size, it contained answers to all 9 questions on the exam. However, Naruto found himself more intrigued by the texture of the paper than the answers themselves. The paper did not possess the usual rough surface. It felt more akin to silk threads, woven from chakra. Naruto instantly realized the source of the paper. Kankuro IT was indeed crafted from the chakra threads he controlled. Yet, the answers inscribed upon it were imbued with a different chakra, as he could distinctly feel the grainy texture upon rubbing the ink. Now it made sense. The answers had been provided by Gaara, which Kankuro then relayed to Temari. This worked out well for Naruto, as he had been somewhat concerned that submitting a blank paper would attract undue attention. With Temari's answers in hand, he could complete the first exam normally. Just like the other candidates, as he transcribed the answers onto his paper, the final character took form just as Ibiki's voice rang out. "Now, I will announce the 10th question." Naruto glanced at the clock. It had taken him precisely 5 minutes to copy the answers. Ibiki surveyed the examination room, which, after 45 minutes of testing, had lost half of its previously occupied seats. The empty spots were a result of candidates caught cheating by the nin examiners, leading to their collective disqualification. The remaining candidates, who had persevered through the first 45 minutes, anxiously awaited Ibiki's 10th question. Would the final question be simple, or even more challenging than the previous 9? Most of the remaining candidates bore expressions reflecting such uncertainty as the head of the interrogation team. Ibiki could easily see through their thoughts. However, amidst the candidates' anxious anticipation, Ibiki merely emitted a chilling grunt. What could the chief examiner possibly be laughing about now? Temari felt a sense of confusion at Ibiki's theatrics. "I don't know," she muttered, though Naruto could discern that she was conversing with him from the tone of her voice. Temari fell silent, her brow furrowing as she focused intently on Ibiki, wary of what new tricks this menacing chief examiner might have up his sleeve. Naruto redirected his attention to the clock. Only 15 minutes remained in the exam. Yet this remaining time felt far more agonizing than the previous 45. Perhaps this reflected a mindset of a failing student resigned to their fate. Currently, Naruto felt that time was dragging, largely due to the foreboding uncertainty surrounding Ibiki's methods for the 10th question. After all, the fear of the unknown can be quite daunting. It seemed that Ibiki believed the atmosphere had been sufficiently charged. For he finally spoke again. "Before I announce the final question, I will add an examination rule." "An additional rule? Why introduce new rules now?" Sakura questioned, her voice rising from the center of the room. "My examination, my rules," Ibiki retorted coldly, locking eyes with Sakura. "If you're dissatisfied, you can choose not to answer the final question. However, you and your companions will be immediately disqualified." Faced with Ibiki's ruthless dominance, Sakura had no choice but to fall silent once more to I just stated. "The first additional rule is, before I announce the 10th question, you must choose between answering the 10th question or not answering the 10th question." Those who choose not to answer will receive a score of 0 and will be disqualified alongside their two companions. This is the first additional rule. At first glance, this additional rule seemed to present a forced choice akin to a single selection question. Given such an ultimatum, they had no option but to select answer the 10th question. Exactly. Yes, right, exclaimed another candidate. If one person opts out, the other two will face the consequences, who would choose to be blamed by their companions. Immediately, some candidates began expressing their dissatisfaction and mockery towards Ibiki's additional rules. However, Ibiki paid no mind to their clamor, continuing to announce the second additional rule. For those choosing to answer the 10th question, if any member of a three-person team answers incorrectly, the entire team score will be reduced to 0. And all three will lose their qualifications to participate in the missing-nin exams for life, remaining as genin forever. Upon hearing Ibiki's second additional rule, the once raucous examination room fell into an eerie silence. How is that possible? After participating in so many exams, I've never heard of such a thing. A trembling voice from a 30-something genin questioned Ibiki's rules. Unfortunately for you, this year's chief examiner is me. Given your extensive experience, you should understand that the rules for each missing-nin exam are sanctioned by the Hokage and remain in effect even if future chief examiners are different. Ibiki's cruel words caused the older genin to crumble instantly. What if I choose not to answer the 10th question? Then I will be treated as an ordinary disqualification. You may attempt the exam again next year or the year after. Ibiki replied, casting a dismissive glance at the older genin, ignoring his evident distress that I will not answer the 10th question. As the selfish response of the 30-something lower ninja disregarded the opinions of his two companions. The Chunin examiners immediately called out the examination numbers of his fellow participants, resulting in the expulsion of all three from the testing arena. With a coward leading the way, those who were indecisive soon made their own choices. In a mere 10 minutes, the number of eliminated candidates exceeded that of the previous 45 minutes of testing. With only 5 minutes remaining in the first examination, Ibiki had yet to announce the answer to the 10th question. Simply awaiting those candidates still contemplating withdrawal. It was yet another simple yet elusive time trap. 5 minutes provided no opportunity to answer questions that Ibiki's silence regarding the prompt indicated the underlying issue. However, the fear of future failure clouded the judgment of most, preventing them from perceiving the reality of the situation. Those individuals, completely unrelated to Naruto, could leave if they wished that Naruto's gaze was fixed on Sakura. As if sensing Naruto's stare, Sakura suddenly turned to look at him. Her eyes were filled with terror, not from the fear of being unable to answer a question, but from the uncertainty of whether she would choose to attempt it. Meeting Sakura's gaze, Naruto's expression was resolute. His unwavering look reassured Sakura, and the fear in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by clarity. It appeared that Sakura would not abandon her resolve at this critical juncture. Naruto then shifted his attention to Sasuke, who naturally would not choose to abstain either. Finally, Naruto's gaze settled on Karen and her companions. At this moment, the only uncertainty lay with them. If Karen were to show any signs of cowardice, Naruto would have no effective means to prevent it. He might only resort to a loud and chaotic distraction to buy the final 5 minutes, just as in the original narrative. Yet, unexpectedly, Karen remained composed. While her two missing-nin companions still appeared hesitant, they occasionally glanced toward Karen, seemingly irritated that she had not yet raised her hand to opt out of answering the 10th question. Truly, they were two worthless individuals overly concerned with their pride that a rare look of disdain flickered in Naruto's eyes. 57 seconds, 58 seconds, 59 seconds. The second hand on the clock marked a full minute. While the minute hand moved in tandem with the hour hand, the last 5 minutes of the first examination had come to an end. The time struck 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Thus, I announced the results of the first examination. Ibiki's words left the crowd in confusion. What about the final question? Wait, shouldn't the 10th question be revealed? An anxious candidate called out. The prior choice was the 10th question. Ibiki replied. You should have noticed that the purpose of this written test was not merely to answer questions and submit papers. The true intent behind the first 9 questions was to assess your individual capabilities, specifically your ability to identify the Chunin I have placed in the examination room, and devise a method to procure accurate information from them. The 10th question evaluated your leadership skills. As ninjas, you are aware that there are 4 ranks: Genin, Chunin, Special Jonin, and Jonin. From the Chunin level onward, ninjas must possess the qualifications to lead a team. Throughout a ninja's life, they will face various tasks that are unreasonable, unavoidable, and undoubtedly perilous. Circumstances you will inevitably encounter in the future. As a Chunin captain, it is your duty to seek out that non-existent glimmer of hope for yourself and your comrades in such dire situations. Just like the choice in the 10th question, those who opt to abandon the task, who do not gamble everything at a critical moment and instead place their hopes on an uncontrollable future, are destined to remain as genin for life. They are unworthy of continuing their existence as ninjas. With that, Ibiki dispelled the doubts lingering in the hearts of the victors of the first examination. A sinister smile creeping across his face. Those present here have the potential to become Chunins. The first round of the Chunin exam concluded smoothly. Congratulations on passing, with Ibiki's declaration marking the end of the examination. The windows of classroom 301 were suddenly shattered by a dark figure. Glass shards fell into the examination hall, while the culprit was pinned to the podium by shuriken, transforming into a large black banner. The chief examiner for the second round of the Chunin exam, Mitarashi Anko. The black banner bore these words in white paint. The previously responsible Ibiki was now obscured by the banner, replaced by a striking young woman standing before the crowd. I am Mitarashi Anko, the chief examiner for the second round of examinations. Those who passed the first round should prepare immediately for the second. Anko's demeanor was remarkably bold. While others were astonished by her sudden appearance, Naruto was instead profoundly struck by her attire, with her hair styled in fluffy braids and draped in a tawny coat. Glimpses of her black fishnet armor were visible beneath it. This armor enveloped her entire upper body and thighs, accompanied only by a short skirt beneath her coat. Thus, Naruto could easily behold her alluring figure in its entirety. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, the visual impact of her attire was as striking as the first time he had encountered her. In the world of ninjas, fishnet armor is akin to chainmail, providing excellent protection without the cumbersome weight of traditional armor. Both men and women can wear it, and most ninjas adopt it as their standard attire. Currently seated beside Naruto, Temari was also clad in fishnet armor beneath her clothing. However, most people typically wore it as undergarments. Anko's manner of dress was undeniably bold, reflecting her brash personality. She was the type of person often described as preferring to mingle with boys rather than engage in girlish games with other girls. Anko, of course, remained oblivious to Naruto's internal musings about her. Her gaze swept across the entire classroom 301, assessing the number of candidates who had successfully passed the first round. Her tone held a hint of dissatisfaction. There are still 60 of you. While that is not an excessive amount, it can't be considered few either. Ibiki, did you go easy on them during the supervision? I find that the number of passers aligns closely with my expectations. Ibiki replied, raising his hand to pull aside the banner that obstructed his view, reappearing before the crowd with a hint of exasperation. Anko, could you please enter through the front door next time? I'll have to discuss the broken glass with the teachers at the Ninja Academy later, but that will be your responsibility. With that, Ibiki waved his hand, transforming classroom 301 into Anko's domain. You have half an hour to gather at training ground 44 of Konoha. The details of the examination will be explained to you there. Those who arrive late will be considered as having forfeited their examination. Anko issued her instructions succinctly and efficiently. Dismissed, with her words. Anko vanished from classroom 301. As soon as Anko disappeared, Naruto rose from his seat. He first addressed Temari. Well then, I'll head to my ninja class for the gathering. I need to meet up with Gaara and the others too. Temari responded as she rose as well. The candidates who passed the first examination were now gathering with their respective companions, preparing to head to the training ground Anko had mentioned. Naruto observed who had passed the first examination. He made his way over to Sasuke and Sakura. The three exchanged greetings and exited the examination hall together. At this hour, the commencement of the second examination would already be in the evening. But if the location was the training ground, could it mean we were to conduct a nighttime exercise? Walking down the corridor of the teaching building, Sakura speculated about the content of the second examination. Regardless of what the examination entailed, we must remain vigilant. The elimination rate of the first examination was alarmingly high. Judging by the tone of that female examiner, the elimination rate in the second examination would only be higher. Sasuke was also contemplating strategies for tackling the second exam. Naruto merely trailed behind Sasuke and Sakura, refraining from participating in their conversation. Nevertheless, he wholeheartedly concurred with Sasuke's words. Vigilance was imperative. The second exam was fraught with peril, compounded by the unpredictable presence of formidable figures like Orochimaru and Gaara. He had previously observed those who passed the first exam, although the number of successful candidates was 6 groups fewer than in the original narrative. The deviations were minimal. The class of the 12 young ninjas, known as the Konoha 12, had all passed without incident. The group, led by Kabuto, along with Karen and the 6 from the grass village under Orochimaru, also successfully navigated the first exam. Additionally, the Sound Village's T-Su group and Gaara's contingent from the Sand Village had passed as well. In the original story, 2 groups of Rain Ninjas had attacked Naruto as Team 7. And those unfortunate enough to encounter Gaara also managed to pass the first exam just as they had in the original tale. Naruto, what do you think the second exam will entail? Sakura suddenly inquired. I've heard that the 44th training ground is referred to as the Forest of Death. Naruto began to reply, but his words were abruptly interrupted by an unexpected visitor. Wait a moment. A boy of similar age obstructed Team 7's path. With a watermelon-shaped head, thick eyebrows, and large round eyes, he donned a peculiar green jumpsuit, his ninja headband wrapped around his waist, signifying his identity as a leaf ninja. Behind him stood a boy with pure white eyes devoid of pupils and a girl with 2 buns in her hair. This was the Rock Lee that Kabuto had mentioned. Sasuke recognized Lee, along with his companions Neji, Hyuga, and Tintin. What is he doing suddenly blocking our way? Sakura thought uneasily, recalling the trouble they had just faced with the Sound Ninjas. Naruto, however, simply observed the blushing Lee, who was flustered by Sakura's presence. He had previously wondered why he and seen Team 3 on the 2nd floor of the academy. It turned out they were waiting here. Hey Lee, we don't have time to waste. The 44 training ground is quite a distance away, Sakura cautioned, on guard against the sudden interruption. Lee, you heard what the proctor for the second exam said. We only have half an hour to assemble. That if we're late, we risk being disqualified, Neji admonished Lee, his tone filled with concern. Clearly, Lee's obstruction was not a collective decision of Team 3, but rather his personal initiative. I know. I won't waste too much time, Lee assured Neji. His gaze then shifted to Sakura, and he visibly reddened again. Honestly, Tintin sighed, shaking her head in resignation, clearly accustomed to Lee's antics, encouraging his companion. Lee nervously approached Sakura, revealing his inner turmoil about his forthcoming actions. As a master of taijutsu, he now seemed incredibly stiff in his movements. Sasuke, vigilant of Lee's inexplicable actions, positioned himself protectively in front of Sakura. What exactly do you want? He demanded. You're the top graduate of this year's Ninja Academy, Uchiha Sasuke, correct? Lee met Sasuke's gaze and patiently explained, Rest assured, I harbor no ill intent. I have come to seek Sakura. Seek me? Sakura was taken aback, rifling through her memories, certain she had never interacted with Lee prior to this moment. Yes, allow me to introduce myself, Lee exclaimed, suddenly flashing a brilliant smile as he raised his thumb. My name is Rock Lee. Sakura, please go out with me. I will protect you with all my might. I decline. Sakura promptly rejected him without hesitation. Sasuke, bewildered by the farcical scene unfolding before him, confirmed that Lee indeed bore no malice. He silently stepped aside, having shielded Sakura, and faced the radiant smile that had the power to stir one's very soul. Naruto placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder, expressing sympathy for his predicament. With his other hand, he waved at Sakura, urging, Let us go, Sakura. We have no time to waste on nonsense. Wait for me, Naruto. Sakura hurried around Lee to join her companions. However, just as Team 7 passed by Neji and Tintin, Lee called out once more, Please wait a moment. What more do you want? Sasuke frowned at Lee. Sasuke, would you like to spar with me for a moment? Lee, Neji interjected, attempting to halt Lee's sudden proposal. Don't worry. I'll keep it light. If we hurry, we can reach the 44 training ground within 15 minutes, Lee assured, turning to Sasuke. This could benefit you as well. I can see in your eyes that you yearn for a challenge against a strong opponent. Even if you were to lose to me now, it wouldn't affect the exam, and you could gather intelligence for your comrades. Couldn't you? Why do you speak as if I am destined to lose? Sasuke focused intently on Lee, his once dark eyes now transformed into crimson. The Sharingan awakened, revealing the single tomo. Unexpectedly, Sasuke has chosen to accept the challenge despite the time constraints, Sakura thought, wanting to intervene. But Naruto restrained her hand. Naruto, Sakura glanced at him in confusion. Sakura, Sasuke has made his decision, Naruto explained, causing Sakura to momentarily freeze. She fell silent and retreated to Naruto's side, watching Sasuke as he prepared to engage Lee. Noticing Naruto and Sakura's movements, Lee remarked, "You have two wonderful companions." Sasuke, "I am well aware of that. I do not require your reminders," Sasuke replied, fixing his red eyes upon Lee. Naruto observed the impending confrontation between Sasuke and Lee. In the original story, Sasuke had acquired a single-eyed double tomo Sharingan during his battle against Haku in the Land of Waves, and subsequently trained to awaken both eyes into double tomo before the nin exams. However, now that Haku and Zabuza have been dealt with by Naruto in secret, Sasuke lost a rare opportunity for growth in the original narrative. Even with a double tomo Sharingan, Sasuke could not defeat the current Lee, let alone now, with a Sharingan still possessing only a single tomo. Well then, I shall make the first move. Lee assumed a defensive stance, standing upright, one hand resting behind his back while the other extended forward. Palm aligned with his chest, Lee's movements were inherently slow, and Sasuke's Sharingan effortlessly captured every detail of his actions, a taijutsu initiation. Sasuke mused, contemplating which technique Lee would employ, feeling a slight sense of overconfidence. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu. Among these three categories, taijutsu was the easiest for the Sharingan's observational eye to proceed. As Sasuke subtly moved his eyes, he seized the fleeting moment. Lee vanished from his line of sight. What? Sasuke gasped in astonishment, unable to discern how Lee had disappeared. It felt as though Lee had truly ceased to exist. Is this a jinjutsu? Sakura was filled with suspicion and uncertainty. Lee's disappearance was swifter than any ordinary body flicker technique, which naturally led Sakura to suspect that he had employed some form of illusion. However, the technique that caused Lee to vanish still fell within the realm of body flicker techniques. The definition of body flicker technique is utilizing one's chakra to achieve rapid movement, making it appear to others as if one has vanished in a thin air. Techniques such as earth release, high-speed taijutsu, and space-time ninjutsu like Flying Thunder God can all be collectively referred to as body flicker techniques, as long as they achieve the effect of vanishing. Lee's disappearance was the result of high-speed taijutsu. It was merely that Lee's speed was so extraordinary that it gave the illusion of him having used an illusion technique without anyone realizing when he had done so. Naruto did not respond to Sakura. Instead, his gaze was fixed behind Sasuke. Just as Naruto's gaze fell, Lee reappeared behind Sasuke. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Crouched behind Sasuke, Lee lifted a foot and kicked towards him. Leaf Hurricane! Unable to withstand the immense force of Lee's kick, aptly named Leaf Hurricane, Sasuke was sent soaring into the air. Damn it! Suspended in midair, Sasuke had completely shed his earlier arrogance. He looked back at Lee. But once again, Lee had vanished without a trace. Even the Sharingan could not discern Lee's movements. Fire style! Sasuke immediately abandoned the strategy of using the Sharingan to read Lee's actions that Lee's disappearance would inevitably be followed by his next attack. Sasuke raised his hands, preparing to form the hand seals for fire style, relying on his instincts to strike at the location where Lee would next appear. There was no time left. Naruto watched Sasuke's hands in the air. Before Sasuke could bring his hands together to form the seals, Lee's attack would reach him first. The time for the second exam was already less than 15 minutes. At that moment, Naruto suddenly shouted, "What? Is there only this little time left?" Lee responded to Naruto's exclamation, surprised by the swift passage of time that Sasuke's eyes widened. Lee's voice was almost right behind him. "Enough, Lee. Don't let a small gain lead to a greater loss. You might get disqualified." Neji also interjected into the fray. Lee twisted his body in mid-air and gracefully landed back beside Niji and Tenten. Sasuke also flipped and somewhat unsteadily returned to the ground. Lee noticed the hand-seal gesture formed by Sasuke's joined hands that it seems we have not determined a victor. Sasuke. Lee's gaze momentarily flickered toward Sakura before returning to Sasuke. I have heard that Sakura has someone she likes. Sasuke. Next time, I will surely defeat you to prove myself to her. If your eyesight is poor, get a pair of glasses. Only when you see clearly will girls start to like you, Sasuke remarked. Closing his Sharingan, his eyes reverting to their usual black, he was too indifferent to clarify the misunderstandings with Lee. Sasuke cast a sidelong glance at Naruto. That guy, since the Land of Waves, remained oblivious to the shift in Sakura's attitude towards him. Sometimes, Sasuke found it exasperating to watch. Let's go, Lee. Tenten once again reminded Lee of the pressing time. Sorry, Niji, Tenten, for making you accompany me here. Lee conveyed his apologies to his companions. The trio from Team 3 utilized body flicker technique to depart. Now, only Team 7 remained. All right, let us not waste time, Naruto said to Sasuke and Sakura. Sasuke scrutinized Naruto, certain that he must have perceived the outcome of his battle with Lee to call for a halt. Just now, I lost. After a brief silence, Sasuke suddenly made a startling declaration. What are you talking about, Sasuke? Didn't the battle end without a clear victor? Sakura found it hard to believe Sasuke's words. Sasuke merely shook his head. Offering no reply to Sakura, he turned his gaze back to Naruto. Naruto, this Chunin exam has proven to be more interesting than I anticipated, with many strong opponents I look forward to facing next. Naruto stared at Sasuke, unperturbed by his statement. This was the true Uchiha Sasuke. He never considered himself inferior to anyone, that a temporary defeat would merely serve as motivation for him to grow stronger. Naruto responded to Sasuke. Sasuke fell silent, and after a long pause, he spoke again. Naruto, I also wish to spar with you. Naruto was taken aback by the statement. The Leaf Village Training Ground 44, the Forest of Death. The Forest of Death was home to plants and animals that were several times larger than those outside. Towering trees swallowed the sunlight, and all that could be seen was utter darkness. It seemed to foretell that any ninja entering would ultimately be engulfed by the shadows. Outside the iron-barred perimeter of the Forest of Death, the proctor for the second exam, Mitarashi Anko, observed the 3 members of Team 7. You are quite fortunate. I was just about to disqualify you from the exam. Anko looked at the gathered candidates, a total of 60, all present. Now I will explain the rules of the second exam in detail. Anko waved a stack of papers in her hand. While I outline the rules, please pass around the consent forms and sign your names. Naruto received a consent form from another candidate and skimmed through its contents. It was rather lengthy, but the underlying message was clear. The candidates would bear full responsibility for their own deaths or injuries during the second exam. I can't believe they're offering compensation. Naruto thought that he took the pencil from Sakura and signed his name on the consent form. However, it made sense considering this was a multinational joint exam. If friendly ninja from other countries were to perish in the Leaf Village and could not return home, there had to be some means of resolution. The Leaf Village was not an impoverished small ninja village. Naturally, they would be willing to offer some compensation to address potential conflicts between nations. Naruto, this isn't a joke. Sakura took back the pencil from Naruto and handed it to Sasuke. Looks like you all have signed your names. Anko gestured toward the small cabin shrouded in black cloth behind her, making it impossible to see inside. Those who have signed consent forms may proceed to exchange them for the exam scrolls in teams of 3. However, before that, listen to my explanation of the exam. Anko produced a map of the Forest of Death, displaying it for all to see. The diameter of the Forest of Death spans a full 20 kilometers, serving both as a training ground and an ecological reserve. The content of the second exam is a survival exercise. Candidates will be assigned to one of the 44 entrances of the training ground to officially begin the exam. However, there are additional requirements. Firstly, candidates must advance to the tower located at the center of the training ground, which is 10 kilometers from the radius of the Forest of Death. Secondly, the second exam is a team battle between ninja squads. Thirdly, prior to the official start of the second exam, the Chunin proctor will use the consent forms held by each ninja squad to exchange for one of the 2 scrolls, Heaven or Earth, thus dividing the 60 candidates into 20 squads. With 10 squads holding the Heaven scroll, and 10 holding the Earth Scroll. Fourthly, all 3 members of the same ninja squad must gather both the Heaven and Earth Scrolls and enter the central tower of the training ground for the exam to be deemed successful. Fifthly, there are no restrictions on the methods candidates may use to compete for the scrolls, nor will there be restrictions on lethal actions. Lastly, once the exam begins, no form of withdrawal will be permitted. The exam will last for a total of 5 days, commencing tonight at 6 p.m. and concluding on the evening of the 5th day at 6 p.m. Any ninja squad that fails to acquire both the Heaven and Earth Scrolls and enter the tower within the exam time, opens the scrolls before entering the tower without permission, or has a member die or become unable to continue during the exam will be deemed to have failed. Hongdo once again elucidated the elimination rules to the gathering. Time is nearly up. Hongdo, examiner. Another Chunin examiner interjected, I understand. Hongdo replied with a swift turn, addressing everyone. Now, we await the call of our examiners to proceed to the exchange point and collect our scrolls in a ninja team format. Following that, each team shall select their examination entry point, where the examiners will open the gates promptly at 6 o'clock. Hongdo entrusted the subsequent tasks to the other Chunin examiners, inside the tightly sealed wooden cabin. Voices erupted. Konoha, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura. Unexpectedly, the 7th team, arriving last at the examination venue, would be the first to acquire their scrolls. Let us go. Naruto gestured for Sasuke and Sakura to follow him as they approached the wooden cabin. At the Death Forest practice arena, entrance number 14, the 3 members of Team 7 awaited the commencement of the formal examination in silence. The time has come, suddenly announced the Chunin examiner responsible for opening the practice arena. As the entrance gate swung open, Team 7 dashed into the arena. Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto leaped through the towering trees in a sequence of front, middle, and back, even at 6 o'clock in the summer evening. The sun still shone, yet the colossal trees densely packed in the Death Forest rendered it perpetually night. It was impossible to rely on light to gauge the time, which risked unknowingly exceeding the stipulated 5 days for the examination. Upon entering the Death Forest, Sasuke immediately encountered the first pressing issue. We must swiftly locate a ninja team that possesses the Earth Scroll corresponding to our Heaven Scroll. Sakura responded. Sasuke glanced back at Sakura. There is no need to rush. As we discussed upon entering the practice arena, tonight we primarily focus on searching for a suitable base that if we encounter other ninja teams along the way, we will assess the situation and decide whether to engage. Sasuke then addressed Naruto. Once we find a resting point, Naruto will use the shadow clone technique to ensure the area is secure, and we should avoid conflict during the first night when everyone is at their most energetic. If a battle drags on, it may attract others that I understand, Naruto replied, indicating his comprehension. Yet his mind was elsewhere. Upon entering the Death Forest, he activated the wind manipulation technique, but a surge of potent chakra seemed to be aware of Team 7's route. Heading straight towards them, Naruto recognized the chakra's owner. Orochimaru was indeed impatient. Danger! Sasuke finally sensed the anomaly and urgently warned Naruto and Sakura. However, in the next instant, a fierce whirlwind swept towards Team 7. This gale was powerful enough to uproot the towering trees within the Death Forest. Damn it! Sasuke cursed as the whirlwind separated him from Naruto and Sakura. Naruto glanced back at entrance No. 14. Thanks to the wind manipulation technique's perception, he was already aware that the Chunin examiner responsible for opening the gate had locked it again and departed. As in the original tale, Orochimaru's attack on Team 7 was still propelled by a formidable wind jutsu. This spared Naruto the trouble of devising a complicated backup plan. Naruto wiped away the flying thunder god mark from the iron railing and once more utilized his wind manipulation technique to send Sasuke and Sakura's locations. Orochimaru was near Sasuke, but Sakura was positioned farther away. Orochimaru, who coveted Sasuke's body, would not harm him. Regardless of Sasuke's location within the Death Forest, Orochimaru would undoubtedly pursue him. However, Sakura was not guaranteed the same safety. Currently, Sasuke possessed only the single Tomo Sharingan. Orochimaru, knowledgeable about the Sharingan, might resort to extreme measures against Sakura to induce Sasuke's Sharingan to evolve into a double or even triple Tomo, as long as Sakura remained distant from Orochimaru. He would not waste time on her. Thus, Naruto had previously marked Sakura with the Flying Thunder God technique, creating the illusion that she had been swept away by the wind, effectively removing her from the confrontation between Sasuke and Orochimaru. With his concerns alleviated, Naruto sensed another chakra signature. It seemed that the three individuals had not escaped the grim fate of being slain by Gaara. In that case, it was time to deal with Kabuto. A resounding crash echoed from a distance, halting Kabuto's advance. That location was near entrance number 14 of the practice arena. Kabuto quickly deduced the source of the commotion in the Death Forest, if memory served. The ninja team Sasuke belonged to had indeed entered through entrance no. 140 is at Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto pondered. Such a loud disturbance could not have been caused by the lower-ranked ninjas participating in the Chunin exam. Hey Kabuto, why did you suddenly stop? Kabuto's companion, Jianmate Song, whose face was partially obscured by a black mask and who wore round-frame glasses, questioned Kabuto's abrupt halt. Continue with the exam as planned. I have matters to attend to. Kabuto replied, disregarding Jianmate Song's confusion. His demeanor toward Jianmate Song was more akin to that of a superior issuing orders to a subordinate than that of a fellow team member. Stop using that commanding tone, that you've merely surpassed us slightly in strength and lucked out in catching the attention of that lord. Don't start thinking of yourself as someone important. Kabuto's second companion, Chitong Jia, who also obscured his face with a black mask but wore round black sunglasses, expressed his dissatisfaction with Kabuto's attitude. Merely, Kabuto dismissed Chitong Jia's retort. However, he was, after all, an experienced spy. If his true abilities could be discerned by individuals like Jianmate Song and Chitong Jia, it would indeed be a source of embarrassment. Jia, everything I do is for that lord. You should understand this. Kabuto partially acknowledged Chitong Jia before quickly refocusing his attention, sensing an approaching chakra. This chakra appeared behind Kabuto, and an attack was imminent. The speed of the body flicker technique was astonishing. Kabuto realized he had missed his chance. There was no time to retaliate or evade. He chose to endure the impending assault. A kunai pierced through Kabuto's body. Yet, he remained unfazed by his injuries. He even intended to use his body as bait, leveraging the attacker's strike against him to ensnare the assailant. The attacker, keenly aware of Kabuto's intent, swiftly leaped away, maintaining a safe distance. Unfortunately, Kabuto's two companions, Jianmate Song and Chitong Jia, were not so fortunate. Both met their demise. The three attackers emerged from the shadows. I know you. The Rain Village's trio of Rain, Shiyu, Miyu, and Zhu. Kabuto recognized their identities with a mere glance. Each member of the Rain trio carried multiple oil paper umbrellas, and their ninja headbands were embedded in the conical hats they wore. The tall figure was Shiyu, who possessed a single eye. The other was scarred and blinded by a beast. It was Shiyu who had just ambushed Kabuto. The squat and stout figure was Meiyu, while the slender one was Fu. Kabuto extracted the kunai that Shiyu had embedded in his back, appearing unperturbed by the injury. Had Shiyu been able to see the wound from which Kabuto withdrew the kunai, he would have noticed that the injury was already healing. Healing arts. This is a sophisticated medical ninjutsu mastered by Yakushi Kabuto. Through acute insight, he can predict the enemy's targeted body part before an attack occurs, enabling him to commence healing even before injury befalls him, thereby minimizing damage. The instantaneous regenerative power of healing. Wound destruction allows Yakushi Kabuto to withstand the Rasengan with his physical form. As for the three from the Rain Village, shall we strike a bargain? My companion has already been slain by you, indicating my failure in this survival exercise that I will hand over the scroll to you. Hoping for mercy in return, Yakushi Kabuto glanced at the lifeless bodies of Ken Mizumi and Akagane. With two members of his team lost, he had effectively been eliminated from this examination. However, passing the ch-nin exam had never been Yakushi Kabuto's true objective. He felt no fear towards the trio from the Rain Village. Rather, he had lost even the pretense of a reason to fight for the scroll during the exam. He was disinclined to squander time battling the Rain Ninjas. What truly preoccupied Yakushi Kabuto was whether Lord Orochimaru had successfully implanted the curse mark into Uchiha Sasuke. What transformation of thought might Sasuke undergo with the power of the curse mark? Could Sasuke's evolution guide him out of his own confusion? These were the matters that genuinely concerned Yakushi Kabuto. Raising his hands to signal a lack of intent to resist, Yakushi Kabuto approached Ken Mizumi's corpse and retrieved a black earth scroll from her ninja tool pouch. It turned out that Ken Mizumi had been the custodian of his team's scroll. Alas, Yakushi Kabuto's hope of avoiding a battle was dashed. Having already dispatched 2 individuals, the loss of 1 more would be inconsequential. Shiyu drew 2 oil paper umbrellas from his back and cast them into the air. The closed umbrellas unfurled in midair, spinning rapidly like blooming flowers. Ninjutsu. Like dew, 1,000 blades. 1,000 Senbon concealed within the oil paper umbrellas were propelled forth by Shiyu's chakra, raining down densely. However, those 1,000 Senbon did not target Yakushi Kabuto. Instead, they were aimed at Ken Mizumi's corpse. Faced with this unforeseen circumstance, Yakushi Kabuto hastily bent down, shielding Ken Mizumi's body with his own. A living man sacrificing himself to protect a lifeless one. Yakushi Kabuto managed to block the majority of the assault from like dew, 1,000 blades, but by the time Shiyu's attack concluded, his body bore no intact surface. The Senbon had pierced Yakushi Kabuto's face, revealing his true visage. Ken Mizumi, I never anticipated you could see through my soul-reaping technique. The figure that should have perished. Ken Mizumi pushed aside the now perforated corpse lying atop him. He stood before Shiyu, tearing away his own skin to reveal Yakushi Kabuto's countenance. Indeed, you swapped places with the corpse while taking the scroll. Shiyu frowned at Yakushi Kabuto. He is my companion. Is it not natural for me to seek his assistance? Yakushi Kabuto adjusted his glasses, perceiving no wrongdoing in his actions, since you were such close companions. I shall expedite your journey to meet them. Meiyu, Shoyu. Shiyu called to his companions. Meiyu and Shoyu immediately positioned themselves on either side of Yakushi Kabuto. The 3 shared an unspoken understanding and simultaneously formed the hand seals for water release. Water release. Hidden mist technique. Shiyu, Meiyu, and Shoyu exhaled mist, enveloping Yakushi Kabuto within. Unperturbed by the obscuring fog, Yakushi Kabuto remained calm, attuned to the chakra of the 3 from the Rain Village. However, he was astonished to discover that their chakra had vanished. This situation mirrored when Shiyu had abruptly appeared behind him earlier. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yakushi Kabuto understood he could not ascertain when or how the Rain Trio would strike. He hastily invoked his potent healing ninjutsu, in healing, wound destruction. Yet he suddenly found himself unable to properly channel chakra through his chakra pathways. This fog is problematic. The chakra released by the Rain Trio within the dense mist possessed extraordinary vitality and aggression. Inhaled through his breath, it clogged Yakushi Kabuto's chakra pathways. He continued to attempt chakra accumulation, and through his bodily sensations, he gradually adapted to his current condition. He regained control over a portion of his chakra pathways. He needed to expel the foreign chakra he had inhaled as swiftly as possible. Contemplating this, Yakushi Kabuto began to use his own chakra to impact the anomalous chakra within him, that if he could completely expel this foreign chakra, he would regain the ability to utilize in healing, wound destruction that I will not allow you to succeed. Shiyu's voice resonated in Yakushi Kabuto's ears. He brandished a kunai, aiming it at Yakushi Kabuto, who promptly drew out another kunai to parry the attack. How are you managing to conceal yourself so completely with this body flicker technique? Yakushi Kabuto regarded Shiyu, yet he questioned his own assertion. Wait, is this truly the body flicker technique? Upon hearing Yakushi Kabuto's inquiry, Shiyu's gaze sharpened upon him. Immediately after, Shiyu vanished before Yakushi Kabuto's astonished expression, reappearing behind him in the same instant. The dense mist continued to obstruct Yakushi Kabuto's chakra pathways, preventing him from employing in healing. Wound destruction, he sensed the shadow of death looming over him in the fleeting moment before losing consciousness. The last sight that graced his vision was a highly compressed wind attribute chakra sphere rotating at high velocity. Then, that chakra sphere severed half of Yakushi Kabuto's head. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. As the mist dissipated, Shiyu gazed down at Yakushi Kabuto's lifeless form. Where only a small portion of his lower jaw remained connected to his neck, he dispelled the transformation technique he had cast upon himself. The once towering Rain Genin had transformed into a boy of 12 or 13 with yellow hair. It was none other than Naruto. Naruto retrieved a scroll from his ninja tool pouch and unfurled it upon the lifeless body of Yakushi Kabuto. The scroll was densely inscribed with esoteric characters formed from black ink. While at its center, within a white circular area devoid of writing, stood a prominent character representing corpse. This was a common sealing scroll. Sealing scrolls inscribed with the character tool contained ninja tools, while those marked with technique stored ninjutsu. Naturally, Naruto's corpse scroll was intended for the preservation of deceased bodies. With fingers splayed, he channeled chakra and pressed his palm against the character in an instant. Kabuto's corpse was sealed within the scroll as for the bodies of Kenbai and Akagane. There was no necessity to preserve them with a sealing scroll. Naruto opted to destroy their remains on the spot. He meticulously rolled up the scroll that contained Kabuto's seal and returned it to his pouch. Finally, finding a moment to collect his thoughts, Naruto had not anticipated the acute intuition possessed by Kabuto. The reason he had disguised himself with shadow clones as the 3 members of Amage Cure, who had supposedly been slaughtered by Gaara, was due to his apprehension regarding the Edo Tensei technique wielded by Orochimaru. When Naruto resolved to eliminate Kabuto, he had taken into account Kabuto's exceedingly intricate identity. Kabuto served as a messenger between Otoge Cure and Tsunade Cure in the plan to obliterate Konoha Cure. Simultaneously, he was a spy infiltrated by Orochimaru into the Akatsuki organization and, apart from Itachi Uchiha and Sasuke Uchiha, was one of Orochimaru's most esteemed talents. At a critical juncture in the plan to destroy Konoha, his sudden demise would undoubtedly alert Orochimaru to something awry. Initially, Naruto had intended to eliminate Kabuto while disguised, assuming that even if Orochimaru harbored suspicions and summoned Kabuto's soul through Edo Tensei, he would not associate Naruto with Ichiha. In fact, Naruto was unlikely to be on Orochimaru's list of suspects. He merely appeared as a low-ranking ninja who had only recently embarked on his journey as a shinobi. Orochimaru would be inclined to suspect Tsunade Cure, Danzo, the third Hokage, or even Jiraiya. Yet, in the end, Kabuto had directly discerned that Naruto did not employ the body flicker technique to prevent Kabuto from detecting any anomalies. Naruto had even utilized the mist concealment technique as a diversion. However, the outcome was ultimately a failure. Though Kabuto could not clearly comprehend that Naruto had utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to reach him, Orochimaru, having perused the sealing texts, could not possibly be ignorant of it. Naruto meticulously reflected on his recent battle with Kabuto. The mist concealment technique he employed, intended to obscure his usage of the Flying Thunder God, was laced with the chakra of the Nine Tails. This was to obstruct Kabuto's chakra network, preventing him from continuing to utilize the Yin healing wound destruction technique. After all, under the guise of Amage Cure, Naruto's range of usable ninjutsu was severely limited. With the Yin healing wound destruction technique at his disposal, Kabuto could easily transform the confrontation into a protracted battle, which would be exceedingly disadvantageous for Naruto's disguise. Yet, in Naruto's anticipation, the technique he employed was meant to serve as a bridge and guide. Instead, it had become yet another chink in his armor. If Orochimaru could deduce the use of the Flying Thunder God, he would undoubtedly also suspect the presence of Nine Tails chakra. Truly, one misstep had led to a cascade of errors. Naruto murmured softly. It was precisely Kabuto's keen intuition that compelled Naruto to abandon his disguise. Now that his ruse had failed, it was inevitable that Orochimaru would uncover his existence. Therefore, Naruto had to ensure that he would eliminate Kabuto without fail. The Forest of Death was the most suitable venue for dealing with Kabuto. Even now, Naruto remained steadfast in this judgment. He even felt fortunate that the desire to kill Kabuto had arisen after their encounter, leading him to take action. Kabuto's mere reliance on his sharp instincts had embroiled Naruto in significant trouble. Had Kabuto progressed according to the original narrative, he would undoubtedly have posed an even greater obstacle for Naruto in the future. Thus, Naruto bore no regrets regarding his decision to kill Kabuto. He merely felt vexed about his failure to dispatch Kabuto as planned and the resulting unpredictable repercussions that would ensue. However, Naruto then considered that Orochimaru might not necessarily resurrect Kabuto using Edo Tensei to inquire about the cause of his death. If that were the case, then his concerns would be unfounded. No, to expect one's enemy to act foolishly is the true folly. Just as Naruto's hopeful imaginings began to take shape, he extinguished them entirely. Orochimaru could not possibly lack Kabuto's DNA. Orochimaru had gone to great lengths to resurrect the first and second Hokage. He certainly had no shortage of sacrifices for Edo Tensei, making Kabuto's revival an effortless task. He would have to take it one step at a time. Naruto contemplated how his gambit against Orochimaru would impact his plans to defect from Konoha. The conclusion was that the impact would be substantial. Orochimaru was a complete unknown, and Naruto's original plans were nearly impossible to execute unchanged. Yet there were still ways to make amends. For instance, Naruto could preemptively resurrect Kabuto using Edo Tensei before Orochimaru. The sealing book contained Naruto's marked Flying Thunder God seal. However, Naruto was acutely aware that he could not master Edo Tensei in a short period. Furthermore, the selection of sacrifices was quite troublesome. No, I must think calmly. I need not rush. Naruto's eyes flickered. Before the conclusion of the second exam, Orochimaru would not realize that something had befallen Kabuto. After all, at that moment, Kabuto's identity was merely that of an ordinary missing-nin exam participant. Naruto needed to focus on Sasuke and Sakura, whom he had left in the Forest of Death. Now that he had entangled himself with the unpredictable factor of Orochimaru, it was imperative that nothing happened to Sasuke and Sakura. If a companion from their ninja class were to encounter trouble, Naruto would face scrutiny from Konoha's higher-ups regarding whether the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki truly qualified to be a ninja. To that point, Naruto would have to contend with the pressures brought by Orochimaru, Danzo, and the third Hokage simultaneously. After careful consideration, Naruto sensed the whereabouts of Sasuke and Sakura. Sakura remained in the same location where Naruto had transported her using the Flying Thunder God technique. Her position unchanged. Orochimaru's chakra had already dissipated from Sasuke's vicinity. Confirming their situations, Naruto once again employed the Flying Thunder God technique. The towering trees of the Forest of Death grew densely together. To vie for resources to sustain themselves, these colossal trees had roots that even extended above the ground. These exposed roots twisted and turned, forming a natural earthen hollow. The exit of the hollow led to a vast expanse of low grassland, where one could quickly detect approaching enemies. Naruto gazed upward from within the hollow, peering through the dense foliage above, catching a glimpse of a grayish-white hue. This was the color of dawn, signaling the end of the first night that Team 7 had spent in the Forest of Death and the impending arrival of a new day. Naruto withdrew his head and turned to look at Sasuke, who lay beside him as the night receded. Sasuke had finally ceased his incessant murmuring throughout the night. This indicated that he had managed to suppress the powers of the cursed seal. Naruto observed with curiosity the three black, tomo-like symbols of the cursed seal on Sasuke's right shoulder. The tomo formed a compact, non-standard circle without an outer rim, the rounded heads facing inward and the tails extending outward. Sensing the faint natural energy emanating from the cursed seal, Naruto, despite having known all along that Sasuke could wield it, felt astonished by Sasuke's innate talent upon witnessing him grasp the natural energy within a single night, without any foundational training or guidance. Then, Naruto looked up again and met the gaze of Sakura, who lay on Sasuke's other side. Naruto, Sakura, having awakened from her stupor, instinctively called out his name, her expression one of bewilderment. Unsure of her surroundings or what had transpired, she merely stared blankly at Naruto, who was covered in dirt and grime. "You finally woke up?" Naruto sighed in relief, grateful for Sakura's awakening, and did not forget to inquire about her physical condition. "Do you feel nauseous or uncomfortable? Any other sensations?" Sakura shook her head, propping herself up, only to be suddenly struck by a splitting headache. Ugh! The sensation of a throbbing headache compelled Sakura to emit a soft groan. "My head feels somewhat painful," she murmured as she gently pressed her hand against the back of her skull, tracing the source of the discomfort. The sudden gust of wind that had swept through earlier seemed to have hurled her into something, resulting in a collision that left her unconscious. As she recalled fragmented memories from before, the cause of her disorientation became apparent. "Are there any other injuries?" prompted Naruto, causing Sakura to probe her body once more. "None," she confirmed. "That's good. Your awakening indicates you're not gravely harmed. But Sasuke..." Naruto's gaze dropped to the still unconscious Sasuke, diverting his eyes from Sakura. It appeared that she remained oblivious to the genjutsu that had been cast upon her. To ensure Sakura did not discover the traces of his Flying Thunder God technique, and to guarantee her safety from Orochimaru, Naruto had preemptively ensnared her in an illusion, rendering her unable to discern reality from the dreamlike state. This was the true reason behind Sakura's fragmented memories. Observing her current demeanor, it seemed she genuinely believed that she had been blown away by a hurricane, leading to her head injury and memory loss. "Sasuke?" Sakura inquired, gazing at Sasuke's battered form. "Naruto, what on earth happened?" She strained to sift through her memories, but the last clear recollection she had was of the sudden tempest that had scattered Team 7. "I don't know," Naruto replied, his tone tinged with a hint of bitterness. "Let's first organize the information we have." Sakura nodded, realizing there was little else they could do. "First, let me inform you of the current time. We have survived the first night in the Forest of Death, and dawn of the second day is upon us." That Naruto's words left Sakura momentarily speechless. Had she truly been unconscious for so long? "Not long after we entered the Forest of Death last night, we encountered a fierce wind that scattered us," Naruto continued, fixing his gaze on Sakura. "The wind swept you away, causing you to collide with something. And then you lost consciousness and, Sakura affirmed Naruto's summary. "As for me, I too was cast away by that storm." As she spoke, Naruto suddenly reached for his ninja tool pouch. Sakura's gaze followed his hand, and when it reappeared, he held a black earth scroll. Sakura was utterly unprepared for Naruto to produce the earth scroll. Staring at the scroll before her, she was left speechless. The earth scroll, Sakura still found it hard to believe. The criteria for passing the second exam required all members of the ninja class to collect both the heaven and earth scrolls and reach the central tower of the Forest of Death within the allotted time. It was only the second morning, and Team 7 had already achieved their first exam objective. This is what I wanted to convey. After being swept away by the hurricane, I encountered an enemy. Naruto carefully tucked the scroll away, continuing, "It was a complete three-person team from the Hidden Rain. Sakura, you should remember those three. They all wore oxygen masks that I recall them. Their names should be Oboro, Kagu, and Yumahai." Sakura exclaimed, as Naruto's reminder reignited her memory of the three Hidden Rain shinobi, whose distinctive masks had left a lasting impression. Oboro had even sat in front of her during the first exam. Suddenly, the realization struck her as she turned to Naruto with urgency. "Naruto, did you encounter all three of them alone?" "Indeed," Naruto replied, his tone unwavering. This was, of course, a fabrication, yet not entirely false. Naruto had indeed faced the trio he mentioned. Oboro was the very enemy Team 7 had first encountered in the original storyline, having disguised himself as Naruto to approach Sasuke and Sakura. However, Naruto's encounter with the trio was not as passive as he had just described. It had been proactive. The hollow within the tree where Team 7 was currently hiding was not merely a happenstance discovery by Naruto. Rather, he had seized it from Oboro, Kagu, and Yumahai under the influence of the wind caress technique. Naruto had merely altered the order of events in his narrative. After all, he had been dispersed by the hurricane away from Sasuke and Sakura. He needed to face some unexpected delays to justify his eventual arrival back at Team 7 when all had settled. "I spent considerable time barely overcoming the three of them. By the time I found Sasuke, he was already battered and unconscious, surrounded by extensive environmental devastation, signs of fire jutsu scorching the trees and ground, as well as a massive python slain by shuriken." Naruto added some details of the battle. "My shadow clone located you, and subsequently my clone and I brought you, who were both unconscious, to this tree hollow, remaining here until the dawn of the second day." Sakura listened to Naruto recount the entire sequence of events. Her gaze oscillated between him and Sasuke. She lowered her eyelids, concealing the emotions swirling within her eyes from Naruto's view. "I was utterly useless while Naruto and Sasuke were in danger, lying here unconscious. Sakura." Naruto's voice rose in volume. With that, Sakura finally lifted her head. "What is it?" she asked, offering him a gentle smile. Yet she was acutely aware that her emotions were far from concealed. The smile she presented to Naruto was undoubtedly a strained mask of feigned cheerfulness. Realizing this truth, Sakura quickly turned her head away, allowing her pink locks to cascade down and shield her expression. She understood that Naruto, with his keen perception, must have sensed her inadequate facade. I'm fine, by the way. Naruto, were you calling me to discuss something? Sakura hastily shook her head, awkwardly diverting the topic. However, Naruto did not respond to her inquiry immediately. The sudden silence left Sakura, who was still averting her gaze, feeling increasingly uneasy. Just as her anxiety began to swell, Naruto resumed his typical demeanor and continued in response to her earlier question. We still have no clarity on what Sasuke encountered alone. In this situation, recklessly continuing the exam would be too perilous. It would be more prudent to remain here and guard until Sasuke awakens. After all, we have already gathered the scrolls. Once Sasuke regains consciousness, we can head directly to the central tower of the Forest of Death to pass the second exam. I believe. Sakura was about to respond to Naruto's suggestion when an unexpected voice interjected. Taking her place, she quickly turned towards the source of the voice. The three sound ninjas, with whom they had clashed during the first exam, stood at the edge of the hollow on the low grass. We believe there is no issue. This place offers a clear line of sight, making it ideal for combat. The one who continued in Sakura's stead was Tosu, whose entire head was wrapped in bandages, leaving only one eye visible. Even after the battle, this could serve as your grave. Tosu mocked Sakura and Naruto, while his companions, Sak and Shin, echoed with equally displeasing sneers that clearly belittled the beleaguered Team 7. They exhibited a blatant disregard for their current state. You insufferable pests! Sakura could no longer tolerate the scorn directed at Naruto and Sasuke by the sound ninja before her. She drew her kunai, ready for battle. Naruto reached out to stop her. Sakura, take care of Sasuke. His meaning was unmistakable. He intended to confront the three sound ninjas alone. But Sakura attempted to protest, yet Naruto silenced her. Sasuke is still unconscious. Someone must stay to protect him. And that someone can only be you. I can't just watch you fight. Naruto's gaze bore an unyielding intensity, compelling her to comply. I can offer you another option. Wake Sasuke, and dealing with you two can wait. Our target is Sasuke. Tosu proposed with a feigned air of magnanimity, but his suggestion was met with Naruto's fierce glare. Your target is Sasuke. Were you the ones who attacked us last night and left him in this state? Immediately, Sakura heard Naruto demand, tell me, what have you done to Sasuke? What is that scar shaped like a tomo on his neck? The mention of the tomo scar made Sakura belatedly notice the three peculiar marks on Sasuke's body that resembled tomo. The three sound ninjas also exhibited a knowing reaction to the scar. What's wrong? Why the sudden silence? You were quite talkative a moment ago, Naruto observed us, convinced that the sound ninjas were aware of something. Tosu, deal with these two annoying pests first. Sak, clearly irritated by Naruto's demeanor, suggested Tosu, his clothing emblazoned with the character for death to your right. Let's eliminate these two seemingly weak opponents first, then wake Sasuke and let him witness his comrades' corpses. I can hardly wait to see the despair on Sasuke's face at that moment, Tosu declared. Leaping towards Naruto and Sakura, he chose to confront them alone, with his companions tacitly supporting his arrogant decision. Naruto immediately formed hand signs, causing two shadow clones to appear before the tree hollow, shielding Sakura and Sasuke. Meanwhile, Naruto's original body charged toward the advancing Tosu. Die, Tosu shouted, extending his armored fist towards Naruto. Chakra began to overflow from the holes in his armor. Sakura recognized that his current attack mirrored the technique he had used against Kabuto in Classroom 301. Naruto was acutely aware of this as well. Just before his fist struck, he bent low and pressed his hands against the ground. Earth style, earth wall, a massive earthen barrier erupted from the ground, standing tall between Naruto and Tosu. The force of his punch collided with the wall, shattering it in an instant with a deafening crack. Witnessing Tosu's attacking method, Sakura deduced his technique. Naruto, he's using sound as his weapon, she shouted urgently. Unfazed by his tactic being exposed, Tosu scoffed, so what if you know I'm attacking with sound? Sound is invisible. You might dodge the first strike, but can you guarantee you will evade the second? He amplified the chakra flowing into his helmet, causing the holes to emit a piercing sound as the range of his sonic attack expanded. Even from a considerable distance behind the crumbling earth wall, Naruto found himself accurately struck by Tosu's sound wave. It appears you cannot escape my second attack, Tosu proclaimed, gazing down at Naruto, who lay on the ground. confident that no one could withstand his sonic onslaught. However, his self-assured expression suddenly faltered. The fallen Naruto transformed into a cloud of smoke, mockingly deriding his arrogance. Shadow clone? TOS gasped, bewildered by the scene before him. This guy didn't raise the earth wall merely to block my sound wave attack. He used it to obscure my vision and conceal his true body with the shadow clones. TOS quickly grasped Naruto's strategy. But now Naruto had vanished. Where could he be? TOS scanned his surroundings, only to realize that the two shadow clones originally stationed at the tree hollow were missing. Sack, Chin, stay alert, TOS hastily warned his companions. Meanwhile, beneath Sack and Chin's feet, for hands silently emerged from the ground, TOS' eyes narrowed. Two shadow clones and the original. He immediately looked down, and sure enough, he saw a pair of hands reaching up from beneath him, poised to grasp his legs. You won't succeed, TOS shouted in fury. Acting swiftly, he crouched down and plunged his armored arm into the earth. The holes in his helmet released a torrent of chakra. The sound wave attack could propagate through both air and soil. The ground beneath him trembled as if shaken by an earthquake, transforming the once flat terrain into a broken, uneven surface. The fissures created by the sound extended from under TOS' feet to surround Sack and Chin. The shadow clones sent to attack Sack and Chin were obliterated in an instant, and Naruto's concealed form was violently expelled from the earth. He hadn't anticipated that the beheading technique would be so easily countered by TOS. Your little tricks won't work on me. TOS looked at Naruto, who had reappeared before him. No matter how fast you move, you cannot surpass the speed of sound. Not necessarily, Naruto calmly retorted, that you're a stubborn one. Then I'll utterly defeat you with my next move. TOS' gaze remained fixed on Naruto as he attempted to withdraw his hand from the ground, only to find himself stuck. The ground beneath him had morphed into a quagmire, ensnaring both his feet and the arm he had thrust into the earth. Another earth style, TOS struggled to rise, but the more he fought, the deeper he sank. What you just said, I now return verbatim. I will completely defeat you with my next move, as Naruto formed hand signs. It was evident he was attempting another Earth style technique. Earth style? Earth Dragon. However, Naruto's jutsu ultimately failed to materialize. He suddenly felt dizzy and stumbled backward, his chakra concentration abruptly interrupted. Naruto, Sakura, who had been anxiously monitoring the battle, cried out in alarm. She noticed blood trickling from Naruto's ear. The ear contains the semicircular canals responsible for maintaining balance and bodily position to sound wave attack, which had forced Naruto from underground, had damaged his vestibular system, causing him to fall and lose his balance. It seems my words hold more weight when I say them myself. Sack, Fess shouted to Sack, still ensnared in the mire. Understand. Sack spread his arms, preparing to attack on TOS' behalf. Each of Sack's palms contained a vortex of wind. With a large amount of chakra swirling within, he extended his arms toward the incapacitated Naruto. It was at that moment that Sakura, who had been guarding Sasuke in the tree hollow, charged forth. As she ran towards Naruto, she hurled several shuriken at Sack, attempting to interrupt his chakra gathering. Unfortunately, her shuriken were intercepted by Chin, who, being a female sound ninja herself, used her own kunai to neutralize Sakura's attack. Looks like someone is eager to meet their end. Sack grinned cruelly, abruptly shifting his attack focus from Naruto to Sakura. Vacuum wave, Sack swung his arms, unleashing a devastating compressed sound blast from the wind vortexes in his palms. The powerful sonic explosion whipped up a ferocious gale. This is bad, as Sakura hastily formed her hand seals. Her speed was far too sluggish compared to the sonic boom. With no choice but to abandon her seals, she crossed her hands defensively before her head. However, Saku's void slash could cleave through even the sturdiest trees and shatter the solid earth. How could someone like Sakura, who was not particularly adept in physical prowess, possibly block the sonic boom with mere hands? Sakura understood this truth. Yet deep within her heart, she felt no fear at the impending pain she was about to endure. She merely hoped that her insignificant strength could buy Naruto even a fleeting chance of survival. I do not wish to remain a burden to Team 7 any longer, Sakura resolved in her heart. With no time to evade the void slash, she braced herself for the impact of the sonic boom. But ultimately, the sonic boom did not harm her. Naruto had instantly positioned himself in front of Sakura. She looked at the swaying yellow silhouette of Naruto before her, a testament to the inner ear damage still affecting him. Even so, Naruto was exerting every ounce of his strength to protect her. Earth release, earth wall. Naruto concentrated his chakra within his mouth, altering its nature before expelling it to form a wall of earth. The wall, still in the process of forming, was ruthlessly destroyed by the sonic boom. And Naruto's earth wall was not fully realized. Although this half-formed wall slightly mitigated the sonic boom's power, its residual force remained capable of inflicting fatal harm. Naruto braced himself against Saku's void slash. His entire body lifted off the ground by the impact. "Naruto!" Sakura cried out, rushing to embrace him from behind, using her body as a cushion to shield him from the collision with the tree trunk. The sensation of her back colliding painfully against the hard bark was far from pleasant, but Sakura had no time to dwell on the agony of that impact. She anxiously observed Naruto's state. His clothing was drenched in blood, a grim indication of the severe injuries he had sustained. Upon seeing Naruto in such a condition, the tension that had gripped Sakura began to unravel. Yet she forced herself not to shed tears. The crisis brought by the sound shinobi was far from over. This was not the time for tears. How frustrating it was to waste so much time dealing with you two. Tosu had finally extricated himself from the mire, channeling chakra into his helmet to flush out the mud clogging the holes. "Your current expression is quite delightful. Once I eliminate that yellow-haired brat before you, I am certain you will display an even more exquisite expression of despair." Tosu raised his hand, a shrill sound piercing through the hole in his helmet that he swung his arm, but his target was not Naruto. Rather, it was behind him. "What is happening?" Kin Sakatosu's sound wave attack intercepted the shuriken and sunbon that had been launched from behind him. Frowning, he turned to see Kin and Saku, who were still poised to strike. Kin had released the sunbon, while Saku had thrown the shuriken. "No, I don't know. My body suddenly lost control," Saku explained to Tosu. Kin remained silent, casting Tosu a displeased glare. Sakura stood in bewilderment, watching the sound shinobi devolve into infighting. Utterly confused, then, she spotted two boys, one stout and one slender, appearing before her. It was Uchiha and Shikamaru. They had intruded into the battle between Team 7 and the sound shinobi. "That was Ino's mind transfer technique and my shadow imitation technique," Shikamaru clarified for Sakura, his shadow stretching across the ground to connect with Saku's. Then, Shikamaru turned his gaze to Naruto. "Sorry, Naruto, we've been here for a while, but only CHG has the combat capability, so we were waiting for an opportunity." Naruto glanced at Shikamaru and CHG, mustering the strength to rise from Sakura's embrace. "Naruto, your injuries are severe. You mustn't move recklessly," Sakura urged him anxiously, concerned for his condition. "Those guys are tough. I will fight alongside you." Naruto coughed, expelling the congealed blood from his lungs. Feeling a slight relief in his breathing, the sonic boom had not only inflicted external injuries, but also caused significant internal damage. Yet he chose to continue fighting. "Naruto, if you act the hero, you will die. Just rest there. Leave those sound shinobi to us." Ino, controlling Kin's body through her mind transfer technique, admonished Naruto for his recklessness. "Yes, Naruto, just leave them to us," Shikamaru added. "We didn't hide for so long just to abandon you and Sakura. I've analyzed the combat characteristics of that bandage guy and the one with the hole in his palm. The only female sound shinobi hasn't engaged much, and Ino is controlling her. This gives us an advantage." Tosu, however, scoffed at Shikamaru's analysis of the three sound shinobi. "An advantage for you? Don't make me laugh." Tosu suddenly unleashed a massive amount of chakra, completely disregarding the leaf shinobi before him. "Underestimating the strongest means your greatest disadvantage." "This chakra, not good." Shikamaru sensed the impending danger and immediately called out to CHG. "CHG, don't let this guy continue to unleash that troublesome sound wave ninjutsu." "Got it," CHG exclaimed, suddenly inflating into a massive ball. "Let me use my human bullet tank to stop him." "How naive," Tosu sneered. Yet the readying fighters all froze in shock. The overwhelming chakra, palpable and chilling, enveloped them all. Everyone instinctively sought the source of this abnormal chakra, which emerged from the tree hollow, where Sasuke had been unconscious. "Sasuke," Sakura sensed the unfamiliar chakra emanating from him. The chakra surrounding Sasuke was akin to a lethal poison. Evoking fear and a desire to retreat, To escaped the suffocating aura. Sakura unconsciously inched closer to Naruto. Not only was Sasuke's chakra unsettling, but his appearance had also undergone a bizarre transformation. Irregular black patterns reminiscent of flames now adorned his body, rendering him a fearsome sight. Sasuke scanned the gathered individuals, finally fixing his gaze on Naruto. Noticing Naruto's bloodied and weakened form, Sasuke's expression darkened. "Naruto, who did this to you?" "It was me, faced with my void slash. The others are already dead. That waste was merely lucky, tough enough to still be alive." Before Naruto could respond, Sokka eagerly claimed credit. Sasuke's attention was immediately drawn to the three sound shinobi before him. "You are from the Sound Village," he observed, narrowing his eyes at the ninja headbands adorning Saku and the others, the test subjects that Orochimaru mentioned, whom I should fully experience powerful strength. "Are you test subjects?" Upon hearing Orochimaru's name and the dismissive label he had assigned to them, Tosu, the leader of the Sound Shinobi, began to connect the dots. The more he thought about it, the more he felt like a pawn discarded by the very person he idolized, Orochimaru, which began to sap his fighting spirit. What exactly is Orochimaru thinking? Never mind, it doesn't matter. Tosu glared at Saku, his tone menacing. "Dare to lay a hand on my comrade, and the pain you feel will be returned to you 1,000-fold. As soon as he finished speaking, Sasuke vanished in an instant. His speed was astonishing. Sokka barely had time to blink before Sasuke appeared right behind him. "This is bad," Lu Maru exclaimed in surprise, hastily dispelling the shadow mimicry technique. His judgment was both accurate and decisive. Just as Lu Maru's shadow returned to his side, Sasuke had already twisted one of Sak's arms. The dislocated limb dangled grotesquely from Sak's shoulder, bones shattered and muscles completely torn. With mere taijutsu, Sasuke had rendered Sak incapable of fighting. What Sasuke was doing transcended normal combat. It was a one-sided act of cruelty, even among ninjas accustomed to life and death. It was difficult to accept Sasuke's merciless treatment of his adversaries. Only two remained. Sasuke paid no heed to the writhing Sak, his gaze fixated on the figure of Kin beside him. Kin, or rather Ino, who was occupying Kin's body through the heart turn technique, was paralyzed with fear under Sasuke's cold, ruthless stare. Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. However, just as he was about to unleash his jutsu, someone interrupted him. "Stop, Sasuke. The one in that girl's body is Ino." Naruto appeared at Sasuke's side, grasping his hand mid-seal. Casting a glance at the bewildered Kin, whose eyes glistened with tears, he urged, "Ino, release the heart turn technique, or you will be harmed." Naruto's calm reminder jolted Ino back to reality, and she quickly joined her hands to form the release seal. As Ino's spiritual energy vacated Kin's body, Kin collapsed, unconscious. Ino herself emerged from the nearby bushes. The Yamanaka clan's heart turn technique, once employed against an enemy, left its user vulnerable and in a state of unconsciousness. When battling multiple foes, it was imperative for the Yamanaka to safeguard their original body while utilizing the heart turn technique. "Let go, Naruto!" Sasuke's Sharingan, now adorned with two Tomo, fixed its gaze on Naruto. The power of the curse seal had transformed Sasuke from a single Tomo Sharingan to a double Tomo Sharingan. Seizing the opportunity presented by the sudden conflict between Naruto and Sasuke, Tors retreated to the side of Sak and Kin. "This time, we lost. Please spare us. It's our gesture of sincerity." Tors placed the Earth Scroll from the Sound Ninja group on the ground. His actions were both a genuine plea for peace and an attempt to divert the conflict of interests. They still had the primary goal of passing the second round of the Chunin exams. Previously, Tors had suppressed his doubts regarding Orochimaru's orders concerning Sasuke, having not witnessed the scars resembling Tomo on Sasuke's body. Now, it was confirmed that Sasuke had indeed been marked by Orochimaru with the power known as the Cursed Seal. Tors promptly abandoned any thoughts of continuing the fight. The command given to the three Sound Ninjas by Orochimaru was to eliminate Sasuke. Yet Sasuke now wielded the power of the Cursed Seal. Tors understood that those who bore the Cursed Seal were valued by Orochimaru. The five strongest individuals in the Sound Village had received this power from him. It was not a force Tors could contend with, even with Sak and Kin at his side. If Uchiha Sasuke was favored by Orochimaru, Why then was there an order to deal with him? Could it be true, as Sasuke suggested, that the three sound ninjas were merely test subjects? Once suspicion arose, Tors could no longer fight without reservations. There's no way I'm letting you escape so easily. Noticing Tors' movements, Sasuke temporarily set aside his standoff with Naruto. The immediate priority was to eliminate the sound ninjas. Sasuke had initially thought that with the power of the cursed seal, he could easily break free from Naruto's grip. However, he was suddenly struck by the realization that Naruto possessed surprising strength. Unable to shake off Naruto's hand, he could only watch helplessly as Tors led his comrades to flee. Naruto. Sasuke turned to him. Anger simmering at Naruto's interference. It was only upon this glance that he noticed Naruto's hand, which was stained with blood. The source of that blood was Naruto's abdomen, where he had been applying pressure to staunch the bleeding. Yet, in his effort to prevent Sasuke's rampage, Naruto had neglected his own injuries. Sasuke. Those who are intoxicated by power may appear formidable, yet they are fundamentally weak. I don't oppose your use of this strange power. But if the wielder becomes controlled by it, then in my eyes, you are but a weakling who cannot even conquer himself. Naruto locked eyes with Sasuke, unabashedly expressing his disdain for Sasuke's current obsession with power. A person who cannot defeat himself stands no chance against others. Or could it be that your capacity is so limited? Naruto's intervention to prevent Sasuke from delivering a fatal blow to the Sound Ninjas was not born from a surfeit of compassion. The Sound Ninjas posed no real threat. However, if Sasuke were to kill them in his current brutal state, it would play directly into Orochimaru's sinister scheme to plunge Sasuke into darkness. Sasuke's uncontrollable rage would significantly impact Naruto's subsequent plans regarding Karin. By now, Konoha should have become aware that Orochimaru had approached Sasuke. Should Sasuke encounter trouble prematurely, Naruto, as a member of Team 7, would also inevitably be ensnared. In such a scenario, Naruto's plans concerning Karin would falter at the critical moment of near success. Orochimaru had infused the cursed seal with his own spiritual energy. Thus, a dark-hearted Sasuke could easily be led astray. Given Sasuke's character, he would indeed choose to surrender to darkness in pursuit of revenge against Itachi Uchiha. Yet Naruto also understood that Sasuke was more concerned about his own lack of power to exact that revenge, while leveraging Sasuke's psychology. Naruto sought to prevent him from succumbing to the cursed seal's control and falling into a state of rage. Sasuke's rationality allowed him to recognize the truth in Naruto's words. Should he gain power yet cease to grow, he would never surpass Itachi Uchiha. Observing Sasuke's reaction, Naruto saw that his persuasion was taking effect. The cursed seal on Sasuke receded, returning to the 3 tomo marks on his shoulder and neck. Upon the release of the cursed seal, Sasuke suddenly staggered. He collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, exhaustion etched across his face. I'm fine. I just overexerted my chakra. Feeling Naruto's gaze upon him, Sasuke replied. Previously, the unconscious Sasuke had been in the most perilous physical state among the 3 members of Team 7, yet now, he had merely depleted some chakra. The injuries he had sustained were fully healed under the influence of the cursed seal, that on the contrary, Naruto's condition was dire. Sasuke looked at Naruto's abdomen, which was now stained crimson, that a deep gash had torn open Naruto's belly, completely soaking his jacket in blood. Hurry and staunch the bleeding. Naruto, if you lose any more blood, you really will die. Anyone could see that Naruto was gravely injured. Even in such a critical state, he still had the resolve to care for others. I'll bandage it. Sakura rushed over. With the immediate danger past, the adrenaline that had been keeping her body in a heightened state began to wane. The pain from her back colliding with the tree trunk finally registered in her nerves. Gritting her teeth, Sakura silently endured her discomfort. She retrieved medical bandages from her ninja tool pouch and approached Naruto. No need. I can handle it myself with shadow clone technique. Naruto declined Sakura's assistance. But Sakura hesitated, wanting to say something, but ultimately fell silent. This is intolerable. How can you two still be dawdling at such a critical moment? Ino, from Team 10, who had initially intended to discreetly leave and give Team 7 some private space, could no longer bear to watch Naruto and Sakura's actions and quickly approach them. CHG and Shikamaru could only follow Ino's lead and wait quietly at a distance. With your current injuries, you shouldn't be recklessly using your already limited chakra. Be careful not to encounter issues while distributing chakra for your shadow clones. Ino extended her hand to swat away Naruto's attempt to form the shadow clone jutsu. Her action, though seemingly abrupt, stemmed from a place of genuine concern and was not misplaced. In circumstances where chakra is scarce, it is prudent to avoid employing techniques like a shadow clone, which disperses one's chakra evenly among the clones. Unless one possesses an exceptionally precise mastery over their chakra, akin to that of a seasoned jonin, who can guarantee that splitting one's already limited chakra in half will not lead to a dire shortage. Exacerbating the injuries of the original, as Ino's hand struck his, Naruto regarded her with an impassive expression. In previous instances, such a demeanor would have rendered Ino unable to maintain her composure, leaving her to submit meekly to Naruto's whims. However, this time, Ino glared back at Naruto with fierce determination. Quickly remove your shirt. Let us assess your wounds. Before Ino could finish her sentence, she had already lunged towards Naruto. Wait, Ino. Don't act like a rogue. Her unexpectedly aggressive behavior startled Naruto. He nearly forgot his pretense, preparing to shove Ino away with force. Fortunately, he recalled that he was now a severely injured patient with little strength to resist. As their hands met, Naruto hastily softened his push, rendering it a feeble nudge. After a brief protest, he realized that maintaining his FAAD of serious injury would not suffice to prevent Ino from forcibly removing his clothing. Reluctantly, he acquiesced to his fate. The bloodied fabric of Naruto's shirt was loosened by Ino. For a fleeting moment, she gazed at the wound in surprise, but her resolve quickly returned. The wound revealed itself on Naruto's abdomen. Larger than anyone had anticipated it, in truth, the wound was merely a FAAD. Its depth had long since begun to heal within Naruto. He had deliberately allowed excess blood to flow and refrained from fully healing the injury, leaving a conspicuous mark to mask his true condition, making it difficult for anyone to discern that his wound was nearly mended. This was Naruto's contingency plan, devised for the eventuality of being unable to use Shadow Clone to bandage his wound and conceal his actual injuries. Ino gasped at the sight of Naruto's wound. Sakura remained silent, preparing to tend to Naruto's injuries. Yet despite her attempts, Sakura struggled to tear open the bandage. Ino observed Sakura's outward composure, which belied the turmoil within her. Reaching out, she took the bandage from Sakura's hands. "Allow me," she stated. Compared to Sakura's futile struggle with a medical bandage, Ino effortlessly tore open the bandage's seal. She returned the prepared bandage to Sakura. Rummaging through her pouch, "I'll clean the blood around Naruto's wound. Sakura, you focus on cutting the bandage to the appropriate length." Naruto seized the antiseptic solution from Ino's hands, asserting his intent. This time, Ino did not object. As long as Naruto refrained from utilizing Shadow Clone under conditions of severe chakra depletion, the task of cleaning the wound could be handled by anyone. Ino was also reluctant to appear overly solicitous towards Naruto, who was from another class. Her attention shifted back to Sakura, who, despite being nearby, seemed disconcertingly quiet. With her head bowed, Sakura was not following Ino's instructions to cut the bandage. Instead, she stared blankly at the medical bandage clutched tightly in her hands. "Sakura," Ino approached, concerned about Sakura's unusual demeanor, gently calling her name. Perhaps it was the tone of worry in Ino's voice, or perhaps Sakura had finally reached her emotional limit, causing a surge of feelings to overflow. Following Ino's call, the tears that Sakura had long suppressed began to cascade down her cheeks, glistening as they fell onto the bandage, soaking it. Her soft sobs sent a pang of distress through Ino, drawing the attention of both Sasuke and Naruto, fellow members of Team 7. Noticing the concern from her companions, Sakura lifted her gaze, her voice trembling as she expressed her innermost thoughts. "Naruto, Sasuke, I promise, I will become stronger. No longer just someone you protect, no longer a burden to Team 7. So, could you grant me just a little more time? Just a bit of time, please, though I'm weak now and of little use. I will strive with all my might to catch up to you." Having journeyed together thus far, Sakura was acutely aware that both Naruto and Sasuke were resolutely forging their own paths. Their strides were steady, filled with unwavering determination. while she often found herself plagued by indecision as she glanced at Sasuke. Her gaze inadvertently settled on Naruto. After learning from Kakashi-sensei about the survival exercise, the ultimate graduation test, she felt a surge of fear about failing the exam. Briefly contemplating withdrawal the tea that moment, she had overlooked the feelings of Sasuke and Naruto. Yet Naruto had keenly sensed her unease, providing comfort and alleviating her worries. During the survival exercise, when Kakashi-sensei forbade Sasuke from eating, it was Naruto's act of sharing his food that illuminated the importance of camaraderie over commands. It was Naruto who saved her from the ambush by the Ghost Brothers in the Land of Waves. And now, in the Death Forest, both he and Sasuke fought valiantly for Team 7, sustaining injuries in the process. Yet she felt utterly useless, even exacerbating Naruto's injuries by her own rash actions, despite previously boasting to Kakashi-sensei about her growth. She found herself stagnant while the rest of Team 7 progressed. The trials faced during the Chunin exams had matured Sakura's character, although her strength as a ninja remained lacking for now. Her matured mindset assured her that one day, she would emerge as a formidable kunoichi. If I continue to hold everyone back, I will voluntarily ask Kakashi-sensei to remove me from Team 7. Sakura's gaze fixed on Naruto, a vow of her determination. She compelled herself to change, unwilling to endure the same scenarios as in the Land of Waves or the Death Forest. She did not want to be a mere spectator while her comrades fought desperately. Unable to assist them, Naruto remained silent, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Sakura's eyes. She did not shy away from his scrutiny, patiently awaiting his response, and one could fathom the thoughts swirling in Naruto's mind during his silence. Finally, he spoke. "Sakura, do you remember what Kakashi-sensei said during the mission in the Land of Waves? Neither Sasuke nor I have ever felt you were a burden. So please refrain from speaking of leaving Team 7. The reason Team 7 is what it is because of Kakashi-sensei and the three of us together. Stop crying. I've never perceived you as a hindrance, and I am certain Sasuke feels the same." Naruto turned to Sasuke, seeking confirmation. "Right, Sasuke?" "Of course," Sasuke replied, casting a glance at Sakura's still red but tear-free eyes, aware that Naruto had helped stabilize her emotions. "Honestly, boys can be so dense," Ino remarked, glancing between Sakura and Naruto. Before suddenly admonishing Naruto with a hint of exasperation, "Naruto, especially you. If the maximum score is 10, you would lose 5 points." Confused by Ino's unexpected reprimand, Naruto blinked in bewilderment. "What do you mean lose points? Why 5 points?" Sasuke appeared to be lost in thought, having grasped the underlying implications of Ino's words that he remained silent, choosing to distance himself from the conversation. Yet inwardly, he found himself in agreement with Ino's assessment of Naruto. Indeed, a fair and impartial evaluation. Ino the judge. Humph. Ino softly clicked her tongue at Naruto's reaction, contemplating whether deducting just 5 points might have been a bit lenient. She took the medical bandages from Sakura's hands and tossed them to Naruto, commanding, "Choji, come over and help Naruto bandage his wounds." She directed the instruction at Choji, who was munching on chips he had hidden away. Turning to Shikamaru, she added, "Shikamaru, please keep a watchful eye on Naruto and Sasuke. They are in a weakened state and will require your assistance." Sure," Shikamaru replied with an expression of mild annoyance. Yet he became alert to the surroundings. Without further ado, Ino seized Sakura's arm and pulled her toward the tree hollow where Team 7 had previously rested. The boys all turned away. Ino then rummaged through her ninja tool pouch and produced a large piece of fabric to cover the entrance of the hollow. Still feeling somewhat uneasy, she shouted at the 4 gathered boys. Although they were uncertain of Ino's intentions, the commanding aura she exuded compelled them to comply with her requests. How could Ino fit such a large piece of cloth in her pouch after already storing kunai and shuriken? Naruto couldn't suppress his curiosity. "Don't try to use logic to guess what a girl keeps in her bag," Shikamaru advised, adopting the tone of someone with experience. It seemed Shikamaru's father, Narashikaku, had learned a lesson in this regard. Naruto quickly deduced the source of Shikamaru's sagacity. Taking the medical bandages that Choji had cut for him, Naruto did not require Choji's assistance. Instead, he wrapped the bandages around his waist and abdomen several times. After securing his wounds, he put on the clothes that Ino had laid out for him. By the way, Shikamaru, what scroll did your Team 10 receive from the examiner? Naruto suddenly inquired. What? Naruto, we just helped you. Are you really going to take advantage of us? Choji panted, glaring at Naruto. Shikamaru, with his half-lidded eyes, urged Choji to calm down. Take it easy, Choji. Naruto isn't the type to kick someone when they're down. Besides, given the current situation, if a fight were to break out between Team 7 and Team 10, it would be us taking advantage. Shikamaru analyzed the circumstances surrounding the two teams. Team 7 had already faced crises before engaging the Sound Ninja, with their chakra reserves being depleted from the outset. After their battle with the Sound Ninja, Team 7's chakra was further exhausted. Shikamaru regarded Naruto thoughtfully before retrieving a white scroll from his ninja pouch. He had kept the Heaven Scroll that Team 10 had exchanged from the examiner. As fate would have it, the Earth Scroll left behind by the Sound Ninja can be yours. Team 7 has already collected the scrolls we need. The extra one can serve as a token of gratitude for your assistance against the Sound Ninja. Naruto glanced at Sasuke and Sakura, confident that they would not object to his decision. Thus, Sasuke's opinion became paramount. He merely grunted, relinquishing the decision to Naruto. Humph. Do as you wish. Then I won't hold back. Faced with the opportunity to easily complete this troublesome exam, Naruto readily accepted the scroll left by the Sound Ninja. He nodded with a smile, yet his gaze subtly drifted toward a distant tree. The figure that had been hiding in the branches had not returned since leaving with the Sound Ninja. It seemed he was not merely pretending to depart. He was indeed surveilling the Sound Ninja. Naruto had sensed both the Sound Ninja, who had deliberately appeared before Team 7, and the unintentional passage of Team 10. If only the three members of Team 10 were lurking in the shadows, observing the battle between Naruto and the Sound Ninja, he would not have resorted to such self-sacrificial tactics. The Earth Release, heart decapitation technique that Naruto performed was intentionally designed for TOS to notice, prompting his ninjutsu to fail. This was all part of Naruto's plan to feign weakness, though this pretense was not directed at Team 10, who held no value significant enough to warrant such a risk on Naruto's part. What he truly feared was a third chakra presence, one that did not belong to the candidates or examiners of the second round. This chakra had followed the unsuspecting Sound Ninja, and its potency indicated an elite J-nin level. Naruto quickly surmised the identity of the hidden ninja, a member of Konoha's Umbu. Last night, he had sensed a brief encounter between Orochimaru and Anko's chakra. Anko had already uncovered Orochimaru's disguise as a ch-nin exam candidate infiltrating the Forest of Death. Orochimaru might have, just as in the original narrative, revealed himself as the founder of the Sound Village and, through Anko, threatened the third Hokage not to halt the ch-nin exams. The entry of Konoha's Umbu into the Forest of Death indicated that the third was indeed concerned about Orochimaru's threat. The Umbu were meticulously searching for Orochimaru without disturbing the remaining candidates, while keeping a watchful eye on the Sound Ninja, who had been clearly identified as being connected to him. Naruto understood that the longer he remained in the Forest of Death, the more susceptible he became to being discovered by the roaming Umbu ninjas. He needed to find Karen swiftly and conclude the exam in the forest. Maintaining a composed exterior, he engaged in casual conversation with Choji, Shikamaru, and Sasuke while internally making his assessments that it seemed those boys were blissfully unaware of the adversarial nature of this exam. Inside the hollow, as she listened to the boys' laughter outside, Ino removed Sakura's outer garment and applied a blood-activating ointment to Sakura's bruised back. Ino, too, showed a lack of awareness of the situation. Sakura smiled as she felt the coolness of the ointment contrasted with the warmth of Ino's hands, stirring a peculiar emotion within her. However, the pain from her injury soon overshadowed any fleeting sentiments. Just bear with it. This ointment is specially made from Nara family deer antlers. It's very effective, Ino reminded her. This ointment was prepared specifically for Sakura and Ino by Shikamaru's father, Nara Shikaku. Upon learning that Team 10 would participate in the ch-nin exams, the Nara clan was responsible for Konoha's medicinal herb industry and played a vital role in the village's medical system. The deer antlers raised by the Nara clan were considered a precious top-tier medicinal material, esteemed both within the land of fire and beyond. After explaining that the pain from applying the ointment was a normal reaction, Ino finally responded to Sakura's earlier words that, of course, I have that awareness, but Sakura, you are different from the others. Taken aback by Ino's statement, Sakura paused for a moment. Thank you. she eventually replied, feeling Ino's hand leave her back as she redressed herself. I need to check on Naruto. Sakura still felt a twinge of concern for him. Ino, however, stopped her. Naruto will be fine. That guy isn't even worried about his own injuries. But Sakura still felt uneasy. Observing Sakura's expression, Ino suddenly declared, Sakura, I will definitely win Sasuke's love before you do. Sakura's reaction was somewhat peculiar. Instead of engaging in their usual quarrel, she seemed indifferent. You really haven't noticed, have you? Ino sighed softly. What? Sakura suddenly found herself unable to withstand Ino's gaze any longer. You've developed feelings for Naruto. After engaging in battle with the Sound Ninjas, the 7th and 10th teams parted ways due to their differing strategies. The 10th team, having gathered the Heaven and Earth Scrolls from Naruto, opted to make their way to the central tower of the training grounds to conclude the second exam and secure their advancement. Meanwhile, the 7th team spent the entirety of the day resting in a hollow tree to recuperate from their injuries and restore their chakra. Sasuke seized this opportunity to recount to Naruto and Sakura his experiences after they had separated the previous night. Sound Ninja, Sakura echoed the crux of Sasuke's statement, inquiring whether the individual who had disguised himself as a Sound Ninja and attacked him was, in fact, Orochimaru. Sasuke nodded in affirmation, reiterating, that person is Orochimaru, one of the legendary 3 ninjas who has defected from Konoha for many years. Why would such a notorious figure disguise himself as a Sound Ninja? Could it be that the village hidden in the grass is allied with Orochimaru to conspire against Konoha? Sakura pondered, still grappling with unanswered questions. Sasuke, too, was at a loss for explanations. If Sakura's speculation held any truth, the implications of Orochimaru infiltrating Konoha would escalate to a grave level. No, the village hidden in the grass must also be unaware. Sasuke reasoned, did I not mention that Orochimaru referred to himself as the founder of the Sound Village when he cursed me? The attack by the 3 Sound Ninjas was undoubtedly orchestrated under his orders. Since he has established his own village, he would be unlikely to take risks by collaborating with the Grass Village. After all, the more individuals privy to this information, the greater the likelihood of exposure. Naruto interjected, Orochimaru's choice to masquerade as a Sound Ninja likely relates to the structure of the Grass Village's ninja. During our time at the Ninja Academy, didn't our teachers teach us about the geography of the ninja world? The Grass Village is renowned for its proficiency in studying and researching the ninjutsu of other nations. That I recall that lesson. But what does it have to do with Orochimaru's decision to infiltrate Konoha as a Sound Ninja? Sakura turned to Naruto, awaiting his analysis. You both remember Kakashi-sensei's explanation about assassination squads during our time in the Land of Waves? In a world where intelligence is paramount, the unique ninjutsu, tools, and even the ninjas themselves from each village serve as vital sources of information. Even Konoha, one of the 5 great ninja villages, has painstakingly acquired information regarding foreign ninjutsu through numerous ninja wars. Why then has the Grass Village earned the title of proficient in studying and researching the ninjutsu of other nations? Naruto posed a question to Sasuke and Sakura. Before they could respond, he continued, the quality of ninjas from small nations inherently lags behind that of larger ones. If a small nation occupies a remote area, it might be manageable. However, the Grass Country, where the Grass Village resides, is adjacent to the 2 major powers of fire and earth. It is flanked by the smaller nations of the Land of Waterfall and the Land of Rain. The Land of Waterfall was once comparable to the 5 great nations in terms of ninja strength during the Warring States period. Although it has since diminished, its rich heritage from that era still allows it to overshadow other small nations. The Land of Rain, despite being a small country, was able to contend against the 3 great ninja villages, Konoha, Sunagakure, and Iwagakure, during the Second Ninja World War. The external pressures faced by the Grass Village have compelled it to adopt a highly open policy towards the recruitment of defectors and wandering ninjas from other nations, enabling it to rapidly enhance its strength and guard against the covetous eyes of its formidable neighbors. This has consequently allowed the Grass Village to excel in the study and research of foreign ninjutsu. The composition of ninjas within the Grass Village makes it difficult to trace their origins. The outcome of this is that, compared to disguising as ninjas from other countries, the likelihood of Orochimaru being discovered while posing as a Sound Ninja becomes exceedingly low. In the original narrative, prior to the commencement of the second nin exam, the disguised sound ninja, who was in fact Orochimaru, had even approached the chief examiner, Mitarashi Anko, a former disciple of Orochimaru. Anko, confronted with Orochimaru's distinctive long tongue, failed to immediately detect anything amiss due to his disguise as a sound ninja. Only when Orochimaru activated the Heaven Curse mark on Anko, which mirrored Sasuke's, did she realize that he had infiltrated Konoha. Moreover, Naruto directed his gaze toward Sasuke. Orochimaru's elaborate disguise raises intriguing questions. Sasuke, did Orochimaru tell you that he specifically came to find you? Initially, I thought his objective was the scrolls and felt relieved that the scrolls were in your possession. However, upon realizing that the scrolls were not in my hands, the overpowering Orochimaru continued to pursue me without killing me, akin to a serpent toying with its prey. Sasuke, with a somber expression, nodded. His peculiar emotions did not stem from the dread of being coveted by one of the legendary three ninjas, but rather from his deliberate concealment of information while recounting his encounter with Orochimaru to Naruto and Sakura. It was evident that Orochimaru had engaged with Itachi Uchiha and possessed a profound understanding of the Uchiha clan suffering, possibly even surpassing Sasuke's own knowledge. Orochimaru offered Sasuke a power of vengeance that he could not refuse, tempting him with it. Sasuke was indeed captivated. He considered himself a seeker of vengeance, willing to pay any price, even his life, if it meant successfully avenging himself upon his brother, Itachi Uchiha. Sasuke. Naruto's suddenly serious voice jolted Sasuke from his deepening thoughts. What is it? Sasuke looked at Naruto. The nature of that curse mark is shrouded in many mysteries. Unless you find a way to control it, I don't want you to become ensnared by that power. Naruto spoke with genuine concern and persuasion. Leaving Sasuke momentarily dazed, I'll try. Sasuke replied, though he could not assure Naruto of anything. Upon Sasuke awakening from his lengthy stupor, the three members of the seventh team finally consolidated the information they had gathered. Yet, each burdened with their own thoughts, they could not arrive at a satisfactory conclusion. It was decided that they would continue participating in the nin exam and allow events to unfold naturally on the third day of the second nin exam, after spending an entire day recuperating. The seventh team set out once more to rejoin the competition, at least in terms of their exam strategy. The three had unified their objective, to swiftly enter the tower with the scrolls in hand. Let us reconfirm the plan. Using Earth Release to conceal our presence, we will eliminate any trace of the seventh team remaining in the hollow tree, Naruto stated, gathering Sasuke and Sakura for a final check before their movement. Due to the curse mark, Sasuke's chakra will uncontrollably activate the curse when it depletes to a certain extent, resulting in his body being covered in black markings, just as it was during the battle with the sound ninjas. Although I have rested for an entire day and restored my chakra to a considerable degree, my abdominal wound will require a prolonged healing period. This means that, out of the three of us, two cannot engage in combat or sustain prolonged fights. Naruto looked at Sasuke and Sakura, who were intently listening. Sakura chimed in, we have fulfilled two of the three conditions necessary for successfully passing the second exam, obtaining the complete Heaven and Earth scrolls, and having no casualties in our team. Sasuke added, what we need to do now is to reach the central tower of the Forest of Death within the allotted exam time, while maintaining the aforementioned two conditions. Naruto pondered aloud. Today marks the third day of the exam. Teams with sufficient luck and strength should have nearly arrived at the tower, leaving the remaining 2 days for the weaker teams to engage in a tug-of-war. That sounds like an ideal scenario, Sasuke interjected at that moment. Yes, while theoretically, of the 20 teams participating, up to 10 could pass, we cannot rule out the possibility of teams that have already gathered their scrolls continuing to eliminate other candidates. Seeking to eliminate as many opponents as possible in this exam that explicitly permits killing. In comparison to the best-case scenario, Naruto's depiction of the worst-case situation seemed far more plausible. This is a ninja exam that clearly allows for killing. No one will be satisfied with merely passing as they did in the first exam. Thus, I will take charge of planning our route towards the tower. He declared, I will repeatedly utilize shadow clones to scout the area. If a clone encounters an enemy, it will dispel, and I will synchronize the information from the clones to designate any path with hostiles as a dead end. Conversely, the route where the clones remain active will be deemed a safe escape route. We shall navigate towards the tower while avoiding combat. Are there any other opinions? Upon elucidating the method to approach the towering edifice, Naruto's gaze flickered between Sasuke and Sakura. Both shook their heads in unison. Then, let us commence our movement. With that declaration, the trio of Team 7 vanished from ground, weaving stealthily through the towering trees of the forest. Their formation had undergone subtle modifications compared to their initial nocturnal venture. Leading the way was Naruto, while Sasuke, constrained by the curse mark, remained at the rear, where dangers had already been surveyed. The weakest among them, Sakura, occupied a central position, ensuring her immediate protection by Naruto and Sasuke should any threats arise. Naruto's chosen path was not the most time-efficient straight line. Rather, it meandered with gentle curves. The multiple shadow clones he had dispatched intermittently dispelled their jutsu to relay information back to him. If a clone's disappearance coincided with Team 7's current trajectory, Naruto would swiftly alter their course. Although this route would inevitably prolong their journey to the tower, it ensured that Team 7 encountered no peril along the way. After advancing for a spell, Naruto suddenly halted. Noticing his abrupt stop, Sakura and Sasuke joined him. "What is it?" Sasuke inquired. "All of my dispersed shadow clones have just dispelled," Naruto replied, furrowing his brow. "Oh," Sasuke exclaimed, astonished by Naruto's revelation. Sakura, though silent, mirrored his concern with her silence. It seemed that their proximity to the tower had attracted adversaries who had chosen to ambush those traversing the mandatory route to the tower. Naruto's expression grew grave. They appear to have encountered the worst-case scenario. "Does this mean we cannot evade combat?" Sakura asked, looking to Naruto for guidance. That he nodded, then immediately shook his head. "What does your nodding and shaking mean?" "Naruto," Sasuke questioned, puzzled by Naruto's contradictory response. "There is one direction where, although it is an enemy, there is only one individual. The other two companions are likely candidates who have already been disqualified from the exam. The second phase of the exam prohibits participants from forfeiting during its duration. Thus, that individual must be lingering near the tower, awaiting the conclusion of the 5-day examination." Naruto elaborated on his earlier affirmative and negative gestures. "Then we should proceed directly towards the location of that eliminated candidate, right? Were you hesitating about?" Naruto. At first glance, Naruto's explanation suggested they could indeed continue to sidestep confrontation on their way to the tower. However, Sasuke sensed Naruto's demeanor. Realizing that the situation was far more complex than it appeared, the solitary examiner was a grass ninja. This was the source of Naruto's hesitation. Orochimaru had previously disguised himself as a grass ninja. However, both Sakura and I had encountered her before the exam. She was indeed a participant sent by the grass village. Sakura paused, taken aback that Naruto's words suddenly included her. But upon reflecting on Naruto's earlier statements, she quickly recalled that it was the girl named Karen whom they had met at the barbecue restaurant. The image of the red-haired girl, bullied by her companions, resurfaced in Sakura's mind. Yes, that was her name. "I didn't pay much attention to her at the time. I can't believe you still remember." Naruto thought a flicker of something unnoticeable crossed Naruto's eyes, yet his tone genuinely suggested that it was only after Sakura's reminder that he recalled Karen's name. After a brief discussion, Team 7 ultimately decided to approach Karen. "Although my shadow clones only detected Karen alone, we must remain vigilant," Naruto cautioned Sakura and Sasuke as they resumed their journey, given her proximity to the tower. "I initially speculated that she might be evading the beasts of the Death Forest that do not venture too close to the tower. However, upon further reflection, if Karen had indeed been eliminated, the exam rules state that participants cannot abandon the Death Forest before the examination concludes. Thus, she must be waiting for the exam's end in the vicinity of the tower." Naruto explained his earlier contradictory stance. "In that case, should we not simply advance towards the location of that disqualified candidate?" Sakura remarked, finding initial merit in Naruto's reasoning that they could continue to evade combat on their way to the tower. Yet Sasuke, perceptive as always, detected the nuances of Naruto's hesitation, suspecting the matter was more intricate than it appeared. That lone candidate was a grass ninja. This was the crux of Naruto's uncertainty. Orochimaru had previously disguised himself as a grass ninja. Nevertheless, Sakura and I had encountered her prior to the exam. She was indeed a participant dispatched by the grass village. Sakura was momentarily taken aback by Naruto's words, suddenly feeling included in the conversation. Yet, as she pondered Naruto's earlier remarks, she quickly recalled the girl named Karen they had met at the barbecue restaurant. Indeed, that was her name, but I didn't pay much attention to her. I can't believe you still remember. Naruto. A glimmer of an unnoticed nuance flashed in Naruto's eyes, but his tone genuinely suggested that it was only upon Sakura's reminder that he recollected Karen's name. After a brief discussion, Team 7 ultimately resolved to approach Karen. Although my shadow clones detected only Karen, we must not let our guard down, Naruto warned as they resumed their journey, given her proximity to the tower. I initially speculated she might be avoiding the beasts of the Death Forest that do not venture too close to the tower. However, upon further contemplation, if Karen were truly eliminated, the rules of the exam prohibit participants from abandoning the Death Forest before the conclusion of the examination. Thus, she must be waiting in the vicinity of the tower. Given her two companions' attitude towards her, we cannot dismiss the possibility that Karen is being used as bait to lure enemies deeper into danger. Sakura reflected, recalling the altercation between Karen and her companions at the barbecue restaurant, agreeing with Naruto's assessment. Sasuke nodded slightly, affirming it is indeed most reasonable to regard that girl as a method of ambush. Given her isolation, Sasuke had gathered a simplistic understanding of the barbecue incident from Naruto and Sakura's accounts. However, he acknowledged that one could not entirely discount the possibility that the girl had genuinely lost her two companions. Every choice carries both risk and safety. Team 7 had decided to bet on the encounter with Karen as the safer option. Furthermore, even if things took a turn for the worse, and Karen were indeed a trap, Team 7 had assessed that the stakes were not excessively perilous, that Karen's two companions had been deemed weak candidates by Team 7, rendering it improbable that they could draw Naruto and Sasuke into a drawn-out confrontation they could not manage. Indeed, Naruto affirmed, explaining the rationale behind Team 7's unanimous decision to approach Karen at that moment. Naruto's gaze sharpened. He had spotted a familiar figure in the distance that he gestured for Sasuke and Sakura to halt. Not sensing any others nearby, it appeared that this individual had indeed become isolated for some reason. Yet, her choice of resting place was alarmingly conspicuous. Could she truly be a ninja? The trio observed Karen from afar. With Sasuke voicing his thoughts, Karen's wariness is alarmingly low. By Konoha's ninja selection standards, she likely would not graduate from the Ninja Academy. However, Naruto could empathize with Karen's situation in the Grass Village. Her status was akin to Sasuke's skepticism. She was hardly regarded as a true ninja the Grass Village. Karen was merely a chakra reservoir, capable of replenishing herself. The village allowed her to study medical knowledge solely to utilize medical ninjutsu more efficiently to extract her chakra. It would not be until Karen joined Orochimaru's ranks that she would encounter genuine ninja experiences. Fortunately, Karen's current lack of experience as a ninja worked to their advantage. Naruto had hesitated to approach Karen upon entering the Death Forest. Wary of her formidable sensing ability, the Kagaya's in the original narrative. During her time with the Hawk team, Karen, upon employing the Kagaya's eye, could sense chakra within a radius of several dozen kilometers and could even pinpoint specific chakra signatures. Unless she willingly allowed one to approach her, or an unforeseen event occurred, the probability of approaching her using conventional means was nearly zero. Fortunately, Karen had yet to master the Kagaya's eye. Although her sensing ability surpassed that of her peers, the range remained within the normal parameters of a sensing ninja that Naruto's previous shadow clones, in Sasuke and Sakura's view, were deployed to evade potential adversaries on the route to the tower. In truth, Naruto had employed the shadow clones to gauge Karen's current sensing range. The location where Naruto had instructed Sasuke and Sakura to halt was based on his analysis of Karen's sensing limits. Any further, and she would undoubtedly detect Team 7's presence. Casting a glance at Karen, Naruto proposed, "It appears she has not noticed us. Let us bypass her and continue towards the tower." Sasuke and Sakura expressed no objections. "Then let us depart from this place," Naruto stated, shifting his body to advance toward the tower. Such an action, seemingly ordinary to any observer, was in fact meticulously orchestrated by Naruto. Suddenly, Karen sensed Naruto's chakra. "Who is there?" Her gaze darted towards Team 7's position. Startled by Karen's sudden awareness, Sasuke and Sakura froze momentarily. Damn it! How did she discover our presence? Naruto's eyes widened in shock, incredulous at Karen's perceptive abilities just then. Naruto's expression hardened. Before Karen could fully react, he was the first to strike. After witnessing Naruto swiftly subdue Karui, Sasuke and Sakura also appeared before her. The sudden presence of two additional figures caused Karui, who was being choked by Naruto, to instinctively recoil, her eyes narrowing in fear at the unexpected arrival of Team 7. Neither Sasuke nor Sakura questioned Naruto's decisive action. They understood that Karui was already aware of their presence. Faced with a multitude of adversaries, Team 7's immediate instinct would naturally be to distance themselves from Karui's sensory range and ascertain whether they were being pursued. However, they had already established that Karui was alone. With a 3-to-1 advantage, it would be more effective to incapacitate her beforehand to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. The choice between combat or retreat had been instilled in them by their instructors long before they became ninjas. Naruto's approach was undeniably sound. Indeed, his companions, Sakura, cast a glance at the heaven scroll in Karui's possession, hesitating to voice her thoughts. Given the bullying behavior of Karui's allies, it was improbable that the scroll would have been in her hands had she not encountered an unexpected turn of events. Naruto displayed no interest in Karui's companions, yet he still inquired about information regarding them. What about your teammates? Under the pressure of Naruto's questioning, Karui felt tears welling in her eyes, uncertain of how Team 7 would perceive her. In truth, she lacked the composure expected of a ninja. Trembling, Karui replied, they were killed by the Sunin ninjas. Upon hearing her words, Team 7 swiftly identified the Sunin ninjas Karui mentioned. Among the 20 teams participating in the second round of the Chunin exam, there was only one from Suna, Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari. Then why are you still alive? Sasuke interjected during Naruto's interrogation that I was supposed to be killed as well. Karui recounted the memories she desperately wished to forget. There was a red-haired ninja from Suna, devoid of eyebrows, with the kanji for love etched on his forehead. He killed my companions in an instant using sand. When he was about to kill me, his teammate, a blonde girl, intervened, and that's how I managed to escape. That I was terrified, so I ran all the way to the tower, but I sensed that terrifying guy from Suna was also in the tower, which is why I hid here. Karui quickly summarized her ordeal. Sensing the silence of the 3 members of Team 7, Karui, believing her life was forfeit, pleaded with Naruto, who still had a grip on her neck. Please, don't kill me. I've already lost my eligibility for the exam. I can give you the scroll. Karui's glasses had fallen to the ground during Naruto's assault. I could see that moment. She could barely see Naruto's face. Yet, in the next instant, she suddenly noticed her vision becoming clear again. Naruto released his grip on her neck, picked up her fallen glasses, and adjusted them back on her ears. I'm sorry for scaring you. Naruto's apology reached Karui's ears, and for a fleeting moment, she clearly saw his face. Initially, she had expected Naruto, the one who attacked her, to have a fearsome visage. To her surprise, his apologetic smile was imbued with warmth and vitality. Subsequently, the members of Team 7 utilized the body flicker technique, vanishing from Karui's side. What had begun abruptly concluded just as suddenly, leaving Karui alone, dazed, as she adjusted her glasses that Naruto had misaligned. At the Konoha training ground number 44, in the heart of the Forest of Death, at the Central Tower, after their encounter with Karui, Team 7 encountered no further candidates, proceeding unobstructed into the tower, after confirming Team 7's possession of the Heaven and Earth Scrolls. The examiners declared that they had passed the second round of the Chunin exam. Thus, the second exam officially concludes, the examiner announced as he reclaimed the scrolls. Wait, isn't today only the third day? Sakura questioned the examiner. The remaining candidates in the Forest of Death have all lost their eligibility and no qualified teams will emerge. Consequently, the originally 5-day exam has concluded early. You are the last team to pass the second round. The examiner explained, promptly advising them to gather in the hall, where the Hokage would later elucidate the subsequent examination details. With that, the examiner made to depart. This time, it was Naruto who called out to him. Excuse me, how many teams passed the second round? The examiner glanced back at Naruto and replied, 5 teams, 4 from Konoha, 1 from Suna. Once again addressing Team 7's curiosity, the examiner seemed wary of being caught by Sasuke, who still had unasked questions, so he promptly vanished using the body flicker technique. Watching the examiner's disappearance, Naruto's mind was in turmoil. The teams that passed the second round of the Chunin exam did not include the Sound Ninja Trio. Before the colossal statue of hands forming seals, the main examiners for the 2 rounds, Marino Ibiki and Mitarashi Anko, along with several other examiners, stood alongside the Jonin leaders of the teams that passed the second round. Guy from Team 3, Kakashi from Team 7, Kurenai from Team 8, Asuma from Team 10, and the Suna ninja, Maki, who concealed half his face with a white cloth and wore a bandana. They all stood upright, hands resting on their backs. Among them stood the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, adorned in the Hokage's hat and cloak. Indeed, the Sound Ninja Trio, who had failed to pass the second round, were absent. Orochimaru, who was supposed to masquerade as a Jonin leader, was not present here. Realizing this, Naruto furrowed his brow in contemplation. With the strength of the Sound Ninja Trio, there was no reason for them to fail the second round. Could it be that an unforeseen incident had occurred? Or perhaps Orochimaru had ordered them to forfeit the Chunin exam? Or was it that Orochimaru had begun to suspect the circumstances surrounding Kabuto's death and began to adjust certain steps in his plan to annihilate Konoha? Naruto could not ascertain the cause of the Sound Ninja's failure in the exam. Once again, these damn discrepancies. For instance, Iruka Umino, who perished during the Nine Tails incident, were the years-long schemes of Danzo Shimura to control the Nine Tails, which were already in motion. Now he could no longer rely on the original storyline to deduce the actions of Orochimaru, who was hiding in Konoha. Silence. At that moment, Anko's voice pierced through the air, capturing everyone's attention. The Hokage is about to begin the explanation for the 3rd round of the exam. All present candidates turned their focus to the elderly man before them. The 3rd Hokage gazed upon the youthful figures before him, his tone imbued with the pride of a mentor towards his promising students. To stand here at this moment speaks volumes of your excellence. However, only the most outstanding among you will become Chunin. The 3rd Hokage's demeanor shifted dramatically, exuding the authority of a superior. The 15 candidates present would immediately compete in the hall for the right to advance to the 3rd round, with 7 being eliminated in this preliminary round. Only the remaining 8 would be permitted to participate in the 3rd exam. Wait a moment. With an odd number of 15 candidates advancing to an even 8, does that not mean that one person will inevitably be left without an opponent, thus automatically qualifying for advancement? Shikamaru raised his hand, questioning the arrangement of the preliminary round. Such occurrences do happen on the battlefield. Powerful ninjas may perish in war, while weaker ones endure until the end. The 3rd Hokage replied, a seasoned sage. He understood that ninjas of Shikamaru's age often held the concept of fairness as a creed, but the world of ninjas has never been fair. Throughout his life, the 3rd Hokage had witnessed countless powerful ninjas fall victim to unfairness. Luck, too, constituted a vital component of a ninja's strength. The 3rd Hokage did not grant Shikamaru the opportunity to continue the debate. Instead, he called out the name of the referee for the upcoming preliminary round, but a young man adorned with the Konoha ninja forehead protector emerged from the ranks of the examiners, looking rather frail. Ahem, nice to meet you all. I am Moonlight Breeze. With a heavy cough, Moonlight Breeze extended one of his hands and declared, before we commence the preliminary matches, we shall select the participants who will receive buys through a drawing. In the palm of his outstretched hand lay 15 neatly stacked slips of white paper. Once opened, a slip indicating battle meant the participant would compete, while one marked by would directly grant them passage to the 3rd round of the examination. After briefly explaining the rules of the drawing, Moonlight Breeze approached the 3rd class, standing at the edge. You may begin. He gestured towards Hyuga Niji. I will draw last. Niji replied, his pale eyes never once glancing at the slips in Moonlight Breeze's hand. Unlike the first exam, where cheating was part of the test, Niji refrained from using his Byakugan in this instance. As a member of the branch family of the Hyuga clan, he had long mastered the art of cautious avoidance to prevent unnecessary trouble. Niji stepped aside, allowing his classmates, Tenten and Rock Lee, to draw first. Observing Niji's actions, Hinata Hyuga lowered her head in silence. Woof! At the reminder from Akamaru perched atop his head, Inuzuka Kiba noticed Hinata's despondent demeanor. "Hinata, if you're worried about being doubted because of your Byakugan, Akamaru can draw for you," he offered. "Thank you, Akamaru," she replied. "No need for thanks among comrades," chimed in Yamanaka Ino unexpectedly. "Ino, do you feel isolated?" Kiba's intuition often became as sharp as his sense of smell. "I do not," she replied. The conversation of Team 8 was not deliberately hushed, and Naruto could clearly hear their exchange as Team 8 conversed. Moonlight Breeze had already reached Team 7, and Naruto casually took a slip. "Now, please reveal your slips. Those with buys may step forward." After distributing all the slips, Moonlight Breeze issued his command as he stood before the candidates. Naruto and the others opened their slips simultaneously. And unsurprisingly, his reed battle. However, he suddenly sensed a shift behind him. Sakura was staring blankly at her own slip, which read buy. Unexpectedly, Sakura had drawn a buy, securing her place in the third match. Yet, rather than rejoice in her good fortune, she gazed in disbelief at Sasuke and Naruto, clearly struggling to accept that she was the one who received a buy. "Sakura, you got a buy," Naruto said, stepping aside to allow her to leave the candidate lineup. Only then did Sakura realize and walk towards Moonlight Breeze. "Konoha, Haruno Sakura. Bye." Upon confirming Sakura's slip, Moonlight Breeze announced, "The remaining 14 will compete in the preliminary matches for the chance to advance to the third exam." He then proceeded to explain the rules of the preliminary matches. Ahem. Moonlight Breeze coughed again, appearing far from the typical image of a ninja. The preliminary matches will be one-on-one confrontations, with no restrictions on combat methods. Similar to the Forest of Death exam, killing an opponent is permitted. However, if a competitor concedes, the victor is not allowed to deliver a finishing blow. As the referee, I have the authority to declare the outcome of the battle prematurely. Additionally, if a teammate or sensei intervenes, the interfering party will be disqualified. Moonlight Breeze continued, "The matches will be randomized, and participants will not be matched based on their strength, which may lead to disparities in abilities. Therefore, conceding for the sake of one's life is not a sign of shame." He paused, allowing the candidates time to contemplate before resuming. "Everyone, please proceed to the elevated viewing area and await the start of your matches. Now, let the first preliminary match begin. Red Bean. Display the screen." Red Bean commanded into her earpiece, responding to Moonlight Breeze's signal. The enormous screen embedded in the wall of the hall lit up. The names of the 14 candidates flashed across the screen. And after a few seconds, 2 names were highlighted. The first preliminary match, Uchiha Sasuke versus Rock Lee. Except for the soon-to-compete Sasuke and Lee, everyone else moved to the stands, clearing the hall. After Naruto and Sakura selected their viewing spots, they noticed Kakashi lingering in the hall, engaged in quiet conversation with Sasuke, whose expression fluctuated between various emotions. "What is Kakashi-sensei saying to Sasuke?" Sakura wondered, peering down from the stands, before Naruto could respond. Kakashi concluded his discussion with Sasuke and appeared beside them in a flash. "Sakura, you are quite fortunate to have drawn a buy." Kakashi congratulated her. He then turned his gaze back toward Sasuke, who was preparing in accordance with Moonlight Breeze's instructions. "How is Sasuke faring?" Kakashi inquired quietly, so only he and the members of Team 7 could hear. Sakura did not grasp the implication of Kakashi's question. However, Naruto understood perfectly. Indeed, Red Bean had already informed the higher-ups of Konoha about Sasuke's curse mark planted by Orochimaru on the first night of the Forest of Death exam. "We were scattered by a whirlwind." Naruto recounted the events of the past 2 days to Kakashi, even casually mentioning Karen, which was not something he felt needed to be concealed. Without probing into Naruto's thoughts, who could have known that Team 7's encounter with Karen was an absolute inevitability rather than mere coincidence? Using shadow clones to scout ahead to evade enemies, Kakashi did not pay much heed to Karen's presence. It was not surprising to encounter any candidate during the exam in the Forest of Death. Kakashi felt reassured by Naruto's astute choices amid peril. "Naruto, your judgment is sound. It is indeed wise for you, injured, and Sasuke, who cannot use his chakra freely, to avoid combat with other ninjas as much as possible." Kakashi had roughly discerned Sasuke's condition based on Naruto's earlier remarks. Having displayed the curse mark only once, Sasuke's state was not yet dire. Nevertheless, Kakashi had not entirely set his concerns aside in the preliminary matches for the chance to advance to the third exam. Sasuke's opponent was, coincidentally, Lee, the very disciple Kakashi often boasted about. However, Naruto had no intention of allowing Kakashi to end the conversation unilaterally. Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke mentioned that Orochimaru claims to be the founder of the Sound Village. And though Sound Ninjas did indeed attack us, they had clearly intended to target Sasuke, yet they failed to progress past the second round. There's some other conspiracy at play. Kakashi regarded Naruto. Shaking his head, I am uncertain. After confirming Orochimaru's infiltration of Konoha and his interaction with Sasuke, Lord Hokage promptly dispatched ANBU ninjas to search the Forest of Death. The Sound Ninjas were also monitored by ANBU. However, not long ago, both the Sound Ninjas and the Konoha ANBU assigned to surveil them vanished without a trace. Naruto revealed a face filled with doubt and concern, refraining from further inquiries. Initially, he could pose questions based on his worry for his companion Sasuke. But Kakashi had already elucidated the answer in detail. Any additional comment from Naruto might easily give Kakashi a hint of his curiosity. Naruto had hoped to extract some useful information from Kakashi. Yet the intelligence provided was almost as good as none. The disappearance of the Sound Ninjas could only be linked to Orochimaru. What Naruto truly wished to understand was the reason behind the disappearance of the trio from the Sound. Following the death of Kabuto, Orochimaru's actions could no longer be inferred from the original plot. However, Naruto was not concerned that Orochimaru would abandon his plan to annihilate Konoha, which would jeopardize Naruto's own plan of defection predicated on Konoha's destruction. This was precisely why Naruto, despite recognizing that eliminating Kabuto would introduce significant variables, chose to deal with him for the sake of long-term gains. Orochimaru had already exposed himself in the Forest of Death and had drawn the Sand-Hidden Village into the fray. He would likely devise a plan in advance, but would never cease his plan to destroy Konoha as long as success was within reach. At this moment, any variables would become irrelevant. Yet should Orochimaru falter, he would face not only Konoha's pursuit, but also the cessation of the destruction plan by the Sand, leaving him with no benefits and a multitude of troubles. While Naruto pondered these thoughts, the match between Uchiha Sasuke and Rock Lee officially commenced. Due to the curse mark, Sasuke was unable to use chakra freely and opted to engage Lee with ninja tools first. However, this tactical approach proved less than effective. Specializing in taijutsu, the now fifth gate opening Lee would hardly be struck by mere ninja tools. Watching Sasuke, who was already gasping for breath after just beginning to fight, Naruto realized that suppressing the curse mark was immensely taxing, and battling Lee would only accelerate his fatigue. In such a vicious cycle, it would not be long before Sasuke fell under the curse mark's control once again. To outsiders, the outcome of this match was already a foregone conclusion. Sasuke's struggle was akin to a mantis trying to stop a cart. Presently, Lee was undoubtedly the strongest contender among the 15 participants in terms of taijutsu. Naruto would never allow himself to engage in a direct taijutsu contest with Lee. However, Lee's weakness lay in his inability to utilize ninjutsu, or jinjutsu, as long as he was aware of this information. He would possess more options to counter Lee. Nevertheless, resisting Lee's terrifying taijutsu attacks was inherently challenging, let alone finding an opportunity to claim victory against him. Sasuke made his choice: fire release, great fireball technique. Faced with the rapidly moving Lee, Sasuke unleashed the first ninjutsu of the match. The massive flame spewed from his mouth did not target the elusive Lee, but rather the ground before him. As the fire made contact with the earth, it enveloped Sasuke in a circular wall of flames. The fire transformed into a blazing circle, intensifying rather than diminishing. The fierce flames turned into a cylindrical wall of fire surrounding Sasuke. Following the conclusion of the first Chunin exam, the battle between Lee and Sasuke revealed tactical information that Sasuke adeptly utilized. He understood that his eyes could not keep pace with Lee's speed. If Lee managed to close the distance, Sasuke would likely be sent flying through the air once more. Therefore, he resolved to prevent Lee from approaching him. Indeed, confronted with the wall of fire created by Sasuke, Lee was forced to halt his rapid movements and executed a backflip, landing atop the index finger of a statue depicting a ninja performing hand seals. From this elevated vantage point, Lee could see over the wall of fire and catch sight of Sasuke within. With just a single great fireball technique, Sasuke had turned the tide of a battle that had initially favored Lee into a stalemate. The wall of fire afforded Sasuke precious time to devise a strategy for combating Lee. He also seized the opportunity to recover as much stamina as possible that had been depleted by Lee's high-speed taijutsu. Gazing at Lee perched atop the statue, Sasuke hesitated over whether or not to activate his Sharingan. Previously, during his battle with Lee, his single Tomo Sharingan had been unable to discern Lee's movements. Now, due to the curse mark, he had awakened a double Tomo Sharingan, which would enhance his ocular power with each additional Tomo. Perhaps the double Tomo Sharingan would allow him to perceive Lee's actions. However, after careful deliberation, Sasuke ultimately decided against activating his Sharingan. Just yet, he could feel the curse mark on his neck burning with a persistent, searing pain. He had merely used the Great Fireball technique. Sasuke had begun to sense that he was struggling to suppress the curse mark. Utilizing the Sharingan would require even more chakra, and should he keep his eyes activated for too long, he risked losing his will to the curse mark once again. Furthermore, Sasuke's gaze shifted to Kakashi, who was seated in the stands nearby. Kakashi's eyes met Sasuke's, and he had previously made it clear during their conversation that if Sasuke could not control the curse mark, he would intervene in the match. In such a case, Sasuke would inevitably conclude his battle with Lee in defeat. Sasuke's gaze moved from Kakashi to Naruto and Sakura, who were beside him. The hardships endured by Team 7 to reach this point could not lead to an easy defeat. Think Uchiha Sasuke. This was already his second encounter with Rock Lee. Using information for both battles, he must analyze this troublesome opponent's weaknesses. Soon enough, Sasuke indeed discerned a clue. The wall of fire encircled him, effectively restraining Lee's taijutsu. However, it could not defend against an attack from above. Sasuke needed to leave an opening to ensure the flames would burn oxygen, allowing him to breathe. Lee, now positioned high above, had an unobstructed view of Sasuke's every move. If Lee altered his method of attack, switching from taijutsu to ninjutsu, the protective wall of fire could swiftly become a prison that ensnared Sasuke. Yet Lee chose to observe rather than launch a ninjutsu assault. Why? Was he concerned that Sasuke had a backup plan? Sasuke squinted, watching Lee's every movement, sensing that he was on the verge of understanding why Lee insisted on attacking solely with taijutsu. In the stands, Naruto observed the expression on Sasuke's face and realized that Sasuke had begun to suspect Lee's reliance on taijutsu. How would Sasuke respond next? Even if Sasuke ultimately discovered that Lee refrained from using ninjutsu or jinjutsu due to his inability to do so, how would he capitalize on Lee's singular focus on taijutsu? Just as a person knows instinctively that being killed results in death, a truth understood even by toddlers, there are countless weaknesses leading to death, suffocation, poisoning, exsanguination. However, knowing the weaknesses of death and successfully executing a killing are entirely different matters. Based on Sasuke's portrayal in the original story, his curse mark-affected self struggled even against the taijutsu of the bronze armor. The armor had successfully made contact, siphoning away Sasuke's chakra and reactivating the curse mark. Yet Lee's current strength allowed him to contend with Gaara in a normal state, even without any intelligence, and while being at a disadvantage of relying solely on taijutsu. Using the original narrative as a foundation, all of Sasuke's current actions appear to be futile struggles, merely a comical insistence that delayed his inevitable defeat. However, this world presented Naruto with an abundance of unpredictable details. Naruto's defection plan was altering the trajectory of the original storyline. While similar events may unfold, no one could guarantee that the end result would mirror that of the original narrative. Naruto found himself intrigued by Sasuke's forthcoming decision. Would Sasuke inevitably lose the match, or would he, under the name of Uchiha Genius, naturally triumph over Lee? Naruto's gaze momentarily shifted away from the still stalemated Sasuke and Lee, casually glancing at Neji and Tenten standing beside Might Guy in the third class. Kakashi, your student truly is remarkable. Within such a brief span, he has already discerned that Lee had numerous opportunities to utilize ninjutsu, yet consistently opted for taijutsu attacks. In the next moment, it seemed as though the adult version of Mike K, who resembled little Lee, had suddenly appeared before the 7th class in the stands. K praised the excellence of Kakashi's student, whom he regarded as both a close friend and a rival. However, more than that, he was eager to boast about his own student's superior abilities to Kakashi. Little Lee, remove it. Without waiting for a response, Kei suddenly gave a thumbs up to Little Lee, who was currently engaged in the match. Exclaiming, "I permit it." "Remove what?" Sakura questioned, puzzled by Kei's cryptic remark. Naruto shifted his gaze down to Little Lee's feet, where he noticed Little Lee taking off the iron weights strapped to each leg. The weights were cast aside, creating a tremendous impact upon hitting the ground. Then, after Sasuke had established a firewall for defense and had refrained from attacking, Little Lee launched himself into the fray once more. Unshackled from the burden of weight, his speed surged. This time, his form vanished entirely, to the point where even his afterimages could not be perceived. In the void where Little Lee had once been, a fierce gale emerged, capable of extinguishing the firewall shielding Sasuke. This was the wind generated by Little Lee's astonishing velocity. Wind can aid fire, yet if the wind is stronger than the flames, extinguishing them is not out of the question. Little Lee's rapid movements distorted the flame's shape, transforming the firewall into a half-circular shield of flames. The inferno enveloped Sasuke entirely, obscuring him from view. In the blink of an eye, the flames dissipated, revealing Sasuke once more to the onlookers. Shadow Dance Leaf. This was the technique employed by Little Lee during his initial encounter with Sasuke. In an instant, Little Lee teleported behind Sasuke, propelling him into the air. As Sasuke soared upward, Little Lee leaped as well, maintaining a parallel position beneath him. This time, you won't be utilizing ninjutsu. Little Lee's bandages ensnared Sasuke completely. He embraced Sasuke and, astonishingly, spun him at high speed in midair, slamming him violently towards the ground with Sasuke's head facing downward. The technique Little Lee executed was known as the Hidden Lotus. The tremendous impact altered the very ground of the hall, sending debris and dust flying, a testament to the formidable power of the Hidden Lotus. Sasuke, however, bore the brunt of this technique with his own body. How could this be? Sakura never anticipated that Sasuke would fall in such a manner. Kei, how could you teach your student such reckless techniques? Kakashi expressed his astonishment at Kei for imparting such a self-destructive technique that harmed both the user and the opponent. Only Naruto remained silently fixated on Sasuke, who had been rendered unconscious after being caught in Little Lee's grasp. "I have triumphed." "Teacher Kei, did you see that?" Little Lee shouted excitedly towards Kei in the stands. He had bested the genius of the Uchiha clan, proving that his efforts had not been in vain. His next target was the true adversary he longed to defeat, the prodigious Neji Hyuga. However, in the aftermath of his excitement, Little Lee stumbled, nearly losing his balance. The Hidden Lotus required the 8 gates to amplify the power of his taijutsu, and each gate inflicted damage upon the user's body. Little Lee's near fall was entirely understandable. Yet for a ninja still engaged in battle, this was the gravest of weaknesses. Just as Sasuke seemed to have lost consciousness, he suddenly transformed into a cloud of smoke. The figure Little Lee had ensnared with the Hidden Lotus was merely Sasuke's shadow clone. With Naruto, who primarily fought using shadow clones, as his comrade and possessing the Sharingan, it was no surprise that Sasuke had mastered this technique. Sasuke's use of shadow clones, which required evenly distributing his chakra, was a bold maneuver, particularly when he needed to suppress a cursed mark. However, this very action would ultimately lead Sasuke to victory on the now turbulent ground. The earth was upheaved by Little Lee's Hidden Lotus. Sasuke's hands emerged from soil, seizing the opportunity when Little Lee's body was unsteady, in the midst of the whirlwind that Little Lee had conjured to extinguish the flames. Sasuke had concealed his true form underground, using a shadow clone as bait. Little Lee instinctively sought to escape from Sasuke. However, it was too late. Sasuke erupted from the ground, restraining Little Lee. Little Lee, still affected by the Hidden Lotus, was unable to break free from Sasuke's grasp. You must have heard, right? Sasuke's crimson eyes gleamed with the black tomo swirling within his pupils. Little Lee found himself locked in a gaze with Sasuke's Sharingan. In a one-on-one situation, one should never look directly into the eyes of an Uchiha. That was an illusion. Even the most basic of Genjutsu would be difficult for Little Lee to counter. Moreover, this fundamental genjutsu was bolstered by the formidable power of the Sharingan. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Kakashi observed calmly as the tide of battle shifted between Sasuke and Little Lee. Sasuke had used a shadow clone to bait his opponent while his true self lay hidden underground. Poised to strike. This was a strategy that Naruto excelled at. Sasuke and Naruto were both chasing each other, growing in astonishing pace. "K, I'm afraid Sasuke has won," Kakashi remarked to K, his tone devoid of arrogance. "Merely stating the facts. Truly worthy of being my lifelong rival. Kakashi, I never expected you to be so adept at teaching your students," exclaimed K. "However, Little Lee and I shall not be disheartened by a momentary setback. Youth is a flame that will never extinguish." K clenched his fist to his chest, his eyes ablaze with an indomitable spirit. Indeed, Kakashi mused, accustomed to K's flamboyant behavior, having heard his declarations of youth countless times. He redirected his focus back to Sasuke on the battlefield, dismissing K's exuberant proclamations. That insufferable Kakashi, managing to ignore me so skillfully. Yet it was precisely this quality that made him a worthy rival. Kakashi could still hear K's self-dialogue in his ear. Nevertheless, he furrowed his brow, concentrating entirely on Sasuke's current condition. Despite having triumphed over Little Lee, Sasuke was now slightly hunched, panting heavily, his condition deteriorating. As the referee of the match, Moonlight Gale intervened in the battle, checking if the dazed Little Lee still had the potential to continue fighting. Sasuke remained silent, covering the cursed mark on his shoulder and neck with his hand, awaiting Moonlight Gale's announcement regarding the match's outcome. The shadow clone technique, requiring an even distribution of chakra, would continuously deplete the chakra of the Sharingan once utilized. Sasuke's chakra was now insufficient to suppress the cursed mark. "I declare the winner of the first match to be Uchiha Sasuke." Moonlight Gale announced the result of the match with impartiality. Little Lee showed no signs of breaking free from the illusion. In a real battle, he would have perished countless times already. With victory seemingly secured, Sasuke suddenly collapsed to the ground. Everyone present, aware of the cursed mark, gasped in shock. The black markings, resembling flames and shifting erratically, began to spread across Sasuke's face. "Third Hokage, we should indeed prevent Uchiha Sasuke from continuing in this exam," remarked the red-haired Anko, who stood beside the third Hokage and shared the burden of the cursed mark. She understood all too well the terrifying aggressiveness of the cursed mark when one's chakra was lacking. Hearing Anko's words, the third Hokage fell into deep contemplation. Unexpectedly, a turn of events unfolded for Sasuke. He managed to repel the cursed mark's markings through sheer willpower, repressing the curse. For Sasuke, the power of the cursed mark was akin to poison honey when he was critically low on chakra. Even knowing it was toxic, the sweet aroma still mesmerized him. Yet in the final moments of his fading consciousness, Sasuke recalled Naruto's words from the Forest of Death, which served as both a warning and a comfort. "If you can't even defeat the one who is your equal, you won't stand a chance against anyone else." Sasuke struggled to rise from the ground, his dark eyes gazing toward Naruto in the stands. "It seems, this time, I have barely overcome myself." This was the final thought that crossed Sasuke's mind as he suppressed the cursed mark. In the next instant, Sasuke, utterly drained of energy, collapsed. Just before he hit the ground, Kakashi utilized the body flicker technique to catch him. "No need, you can't handle his issues. I will take him for treatment." In order to confirm the cursed seal on Sasuke's body had returned to a stable state, Kakashi halted the assistance from the medical team that had been prepared for the preliminary rounds. The issue of the cursed seal could not be resolved by mere medical ninjutsu. Kakashi lifted his gaze towards the third Hokage, and after receiving a subtle nod of consent, he promptly used the body flicker technique to depart the arena with the unconscious Sasuke. Would Sasuke be all right? As a fellow member of Team 7, Sakura clearly exhibited greater concern for the departing Kakashi and Sasuke than anyone else. "Rest assured, Kakashi-sensei will take good care of Sasuke." Naruto reassured her with a smile, though his attention was predominantly focused on the screen that flickered with the names of the candidates. The names for the second preliminary match were finally confirmed. Gaara versus Naruto Uzumaki. Cough, cough. Moonlight Wind exclaimed, announcing the names displayed on the screen. Gaara and Naruto Uzumaki. Please proceed to the arena. Before Moonlight Wind could complete his sentence, a sudden flurry of sand engulfed the arena. Standing amidst the grains was Gaara, his crimson hair and the kanji for love etched upon his forehead. He raised his gaze towards Naruto, his eyes icy and piercing, those from classes 8 and 10, who graduated alongside Naruto, as well as Sakura, were momentarily taken aback by Gaara's gaze. They shared a collective illusion, as if they were witnessing a reflection of Naruto from 2 years prior. Naruto Uzumaki. Step into the arena. Moonlight Wind reminded Naruto, who remained standing in the spectator area, having noticed the abrupt change in atmosphere. Naruto simply shook his head. The preliminary rounds, which determined the contenders for the third exam, held no interest for him. Who fought whom, who won or lost, he cared little for. Even during the earlier battle between Sasuke and Lee, Naruto was only slightly curious about Sasuke's tactical style. For Naruto, the Chunin exam had already concluded. His sole purpose in participating was to encounter Karen. Even dispatching Kabuto was merely a matter of convenience. With the objective of meeting Karen achieved, the Chunin exam held no further significance for Naruto. Regardless of his opponent, he would not engage in combat before the third Hokage. The fact that his opponent was Gaara did elicit a slight sense of drama, but that was all. Well, Naruto sheepishly scratched his head and awkwardly grinned. I forfeit. Moonlight Wind stared at Naruto's remorseful expression, questioning why the sudden concession. In response to the referee's inquiry, Naruto reluctantly lifted his jacket to reveal his abdomen. The white bandages wrapped around his wound were now stained a vivid crimson. Blood seeping from the injury, the red spreading further. The injuries I sustained in the forest of death have reopened. I thought I could hold on until the end of this match, but it seems that is no longer possible. Naruto lamented, though the severity of his abdominal wound was evident to all, rendering him incapable of continuing in the competition. That I understand. But if you cannot compete for personal reasons, you will be deemed the loser. Moonlight Wind informed Naruto, inquiring whether he accepted such a result. After a prolonged silence, Naruto resignedly nodded. I won't participate. Then I declare the second match. The victor is Gaara. Upon announcing the outcome, Moonlight Wind gestured for Gaara to return to the stands. As the third match would commence shortly, Gaara paid no heed to Moonlight Wind. He merely cast a deep glance at Naruto before vanishing back to the stands in a cloud of sand. Welcome back, Gaara. His elder sister Temari greeted him with a smile. Internally, Temari felt a slight sense of relief. She held a favorable impression of Naruto, the leaf ninja who had sat beside her during the first exam, and did not wish for him to be harmed by Gaara. In Temari's eyes, the previously formidable Lee and Sasuke paled in comparison to Gaara, and as for Naruto, he was even less of a concern. Gaara, however, held a different opinion. Temari, you had some interaction with that Uzumaki Naruto fellow during the first exam, didn't you? Gaara inquired, referring to the earlier test. Temari regarded Gaara with a puzzled expression. It was surprising that Gaara, who was only interested in strong opponents, would suddenly express concern over Naruto. Yes, there was some interaction, she replied, not entirely untruthful, yet withholding details. Do not approach him any further, Gaara commanded in a tone that brooked no argument. Why? Temari pressed. Gaara remained silent, his gaze fixed on Naruto, who was being escorted away by the medical team, with Sakura following closely behind. Why does he hide eyes so akin to mine? Inside the emergency room set up within the central tower of the Forest of Death, a medical ninja clad in white scrubs withdrew their hand from Naruto's abdomen, having applied the healing palm technique. This fundamental medical ninjutsu was capable of curing even bodily ailments, though its efficacy was particularly pronounced for external wounds. Nonetheless, faint scars remained where Naruto had been treated. I've encountered countless lower ninjas like you who recklessly push themselves during the Chunin exams, remarked the irritable medical ninja, noticing the scar left on Naruto. Do you realize your wound is perilously close to your internal organs? When injuries reach such a severity, they cannot simply be healed with a healing palm, despite the medical ninja's brusque demeanor. He was diligently tending to Naruto's injuries. Naruto found it difficult to retort, instead wearing a smile that conveyed, I won't do it again next time. Your name is Uzumaki Naruto, correct? According to protocol, I will relay your injury status to your supervising jounin. If there are no further matters, you should leave promptly, as the other candidates still participating in the exam will soon require treatment. The medical ninja gestured for Naruto to vacate, indicating that his condition had stabilized and no longer warranted the use of medical resources. From the moment he entered the emergency room until his departure, Naruto found himself unable to voice a single word due to the medical ninja's unkind attitude. However, he was pleased that the medical ninja would report his injury status. The phrase "so deep it could damage his internal organs" served as solid evidence for Naruto's forced withdrawal from the Chunin exam. "Naruto, are you all right?" Sakura inquired, rushing forward upon seeing him outside the emergency room. Eager to know about his treatment, and why abdomen only has a small scar left. "The healing palm technique really is impressive," Naruto exclaimed, patting his stomach to demonstrate that he was indeed recovering. Sakura sighed in relief, her expression shifting from worry to reassurance. "What's wrong?" she asked, curious about why Naruto was staring at her so intently. "Sakura, shouldn't you return to watch the match? Observing the preliminary matches could provide you with valuable information for the third exam." Naruto's words held merit, and Sakura, preoccupied with concern for his injuries, had accompanied him to the emergency room after securing her spot in the third match due to a bye. Yet, she realized that her presence had not been particularly helpful. The medical ninja had instructed her to wait outside, deeming her a non-patient and a nuisance. If not for his condition, Sasuke would likely not want to miss the opportunity to spectate either. As Sakura's relief turned to hesitation, Naruto continued, "Therefore, I believe you should return to watch the match. The information you gather from the preliminaries can aid not only yourself, but also Sasuke, who is also competing in the third exam." "Understand, I'll head back immediately." Sakura nodded resolutely. She turned to return to the arena, only to notice that Naruto had not followed her. "Naruto, aren't you coming back with me?" Naruto shook his head and reached up to touch his ears, which had reddened due to embarrassment. He awkwardly explained, "To concede without a match. I find myself a loss in the face of other strange gazes that I've always proclaimed my ambition to become Hokage." Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sakura gazed at him in a moment of disbelief and hurriedly defended him. "I would never look at you with strange eyes. Besides, the reason you got hurt was to protect me. It is only natural for comrades to look out for each other. After all, it was I who wanted to protect you first." Naruto smiled at Sakura and continued to persuade her, "Moreover, I'm somewhat concerned about Sasuke's situation and wish to find out where Kakashi-sensei has taken him." "All right, Sakura, you should go watch the matches. After the preliminaries, please inform me of the results." Sakura replied softly. Once he successfully sent Sakura away, Naruto departed the Forest of Death, guided by one of the hasten examiners. The reason he provided for leaving was, of course, the same as the one he used to placate Sakura. He asked for whether Naruto would genuinely seek out Sasuke, who had been taken away by Kakashi. The answer was a resounding no. Nevertheless, Naruto made his way toward the Konoha hospital. That it was only logical for someone seeking a wounded comrade who had participated in the hasten exam to head to the hospital. Not the emergency room at the examination site. Sasuke's presence there was irrelevant to Naruto. What he sought was merely a path that aligned with his prior words and actions, a route leading to the Konoha hospital while passing through the Hokage's office. He briefly reflected on his plan to defect from Konoha. As Naruto walked, his mind became immersed in deep contemplation. The original Naruto had perished under the control of Danzo, who had employed the Jinjutsu of Uchiha Shursui. This allowed the Traverser, having borrowed Naruto's body, to come to this world, a version of the Naruto universe that diverged slightly from the original, yet remained fundamentally similar. Danzo had already begun to take action against Naruto. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and despite being restrained by the third Hokage, he would undoubtedly not cease his machinations. Naruto understood that Danzo was merely biding his time, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. As long as Danzo remained a part of Konoha's upper echelon, Naruto could never live peacefully in the village. Additionally, the fear and disdain that the villagers harbored toward Naruto's Nine Tails identity had created a situation where there was no true space for him to exist. Both among Konoha's elite and its populace, defection from Konoha was his only option. While the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had rescued the Traverser Naruto, his indecisiveness had been laid bare before Naruto, rendering him untrustworthy. Yet it was precisely due to the third's indecisiveness that he had not complied with Danzo's proposal to maintain control over the Nine Tails, granting Naruto a precious respite to gather strength for his defection. Naruto had spent 2 years at the Ninja Academy, not only fortifying his own abilities, but also assessing whether the overarching narrative of this world still corresponded with his memories from his previous life. Even in the absence of Iruka Umino, Mizuki, who was begrudgingly content with merely being a nin, chose to exploit Naruto to steal the sealing scroll. But Mizuki's actions ultimately prompted Naruto to formally activate his defection plan, which aimed to maximize his benefits. Shortly after the nin exams, when Sasuke was taken by the Sound Four, he would officially defect. During the nin exams, due to the invasion by Orochimaru and Tsunagakure, the death of the third Hokage, and the casualties among Konoha's ninjas, a significant number of Jonin had been dispatched for missions outside the village to eliminate the perception among those with malicious intent that Konoha had lost its strength. Under these circumstances, the weakening of Konoha's defensive capabilities presented the best opportunity for Naruto's defection. Moreover, the infiltrating Orochimaru would inevitably draw Jiraiya, who had longed to bring his dear friend back to the village. Back from his travels outside the village, Naruto intended to approach Jiraiya to preemptively guard against Danzo's potential machinations following the third Hokage's death. Through Jiraiya, he would connect with Tsunade, who was poised to become the fifth Hokage, leaving a lasting impression as the heir to the will of fire. Given Tsunade's character, when Sasuke defected, she would counteract the pressure from Konoha's advisors, enabling Naruto, as a fellow member of Team 7, to venture outside the village to retrieve Sasuke, despite Konoha's insufficient strength. This was the most reliable and straightforward primary plan among several contingencies for Naruto's defection. Although the aim was to reclaim the defected Sasuke, Naruto would also shroud his movements in secrecy, creating a significant gap in intelligence that could afford him several hours, or even days, of time to defect unpursued before Konoha could react. However, after weighing the pros and cons, Naruto decided to eliminate Kabuto Yakushi, leading to a shift in Orochimaru's actions during the nin exams, diverging from the original narrative. Naruto could no longer guarantee the smooth continuation of his plans concerning Tsunade. With the unpredictability surrounding Sasuke's defection threatening the viability of his own plans, perhaps leaving Konoha now was a prudent choice. The third Hokage, who typically occupied the Hokage office, was currently observing the nin exams in the Forest of Death. There were no longer any shadow-level ninjas obstructing Naruto's path to the Hokage office. He needed only to activate the Flying Thunder God seal he had previously placed on the sealing scroll. Take the scroll, and then use the mark he had left outside the village during his journey to the Land of Waves to depart. Whatever schemes Orochimaru intended to enact against Konoha would no longer concern Naruto. He also need not worry about Orochimaru's ambiguous actions following his elimination of Kabuto. With these thoughts, Naruto found himself nearing the Hokage office. He raised his head as if gazing at Hokage Rock, clandestinely observing the office beneath it. Initially, he had refrained from utilizing his sensory ninjutsu due to concerns about the heightened security during the nin exams, fearing Konoha's ninjas might counterdetect him. Therefore, he once again activated the wind style, Gale Palm technique, which he had not used outside of the Forest of Death, to probe the current situation within the Hokage office. However, before he could ascertain the office's condition, Naruto suddenly sensed an overwhelming presence of chakra surrounding him in multiple forms. This chakra was familiar to him. It belonged to the members of Danzo's root, who had been assigned to monitor him. The number of watchers had surged to an unprecedented level in an instant. Realizing the presence of Root, Naruto immediately abandoned his intention to infiltrate the Hokage office. He averted his gaze from Hokage Rock and decisively turned away, continuing toward the direction of Konoha Hospital. Although Naruto's mind was racing with thoughts during this brief pause, it had only been a matter of seconds in reality. For someone who had persistently expressed his desire to become Hokage, such a momentary halt was quite normal. The watchers from Root evidently sensed no anomaly. Yet what could this possibly signify? While Naruto maintained a composed expression, a tempest of uncontainable turmoil surged within him. Why had Danzo suddenly intensified his surveillance of him? Could it be related to Orochimaru? Even before Orochimaru defected from Konoha, he had maintained close ties with Danzo. In fact, the origins of Danzo's entire right hand were deeply intertwined with Orochimaru. Could it be that Orochimaru had once again colluded with Danzo at this moment? Viewed solely through their identities, Orochimaru was a rogue ninja from Konoha, while Danzo occupied a position of power within Konoha. The two, being adversaries in identity, should have been irreconcilable. However, as both were pragmatists driven by self-interest, the likelihood of them cooperating again was exceedingly high. This was not merely an unfounded suspicion from Naruto. In the original narrative, during the chaotic nin exams when the Sound and Sand villages launched an assault on Konoha, Danzo had remained conspicuously absent, leading Naruto to speculate about his intentions. Particularly concerning Danzo, the stability of his right hand was precarious. While he could control it as long as his chakra reserves were sufficient, excessive depletion would cause the cells of the first Hokage to go berserk. Thus, Danzo was in dire need of the vast data from Orochimaru's human experiments to resolve this issue. Orochimaru, of course, was well aware of this weakness of Danzo's imperfect right hand. If Root's heightened surveillance of Naruto was indeed linked to Orochimaru, what specific intelligence had Orochimaru divulged to Danzo regarding Naruto, and how much had he revealed? The stringent monitoring by Root raised the question of whether Danzo had resolved to take action against Naruto once more or was still in a state of hesitation. The questions lead to further inquiries. Yet, Naruto realizes that he cannot even ascertain the nature of the surveillance that Danzo has imposed upon him through Root. If the situation is dire, it is possible that the Book of Seals has already been tampered with. In such a case, Naruto might have to abandon the Book of Seals and resort to using the Flying Thunder God technique to escape the village directly. However, if Naruto can continue to maneuver using his disguise, acting impulsively might lead to a misjudgment and cause him to miss the opportunity to obtain the Book of Seals altogether. Perhaps it is time for another gamble. After all the preparations he has made, unless absolutely necessary, he still wishes to attempt to access the Book of Seals. The forbidden techniques related to the second Hokage are precisely what Naruto needs most. Many of these forbidden techniques were designed to counter the Uchiha clan. Techniques such as the Shadow Clone Jutsu, which evenly distributes chakra and cannot be discerned by the Sharingan, are critical. The Flying Thunder God technique, capable of launching surprise attacks from the blind spots of the Sharingan, was famously used by the second Hokage to severely injure Uchiha Izuna, leading to his demise. Just as the second Hokage, Hashirama Senju, dedicated his life to studying the Uchiha clan, Naruto's foes, as fate would have it, also possess the Sharingan. Currently, in Konoha, Naruto's greatest adversary is Danzo, who wields the Mizuki Sharingan of Uchiha Shursui. And after Naruto's eventual defection, his enemies will include Uchiha Bito, who covets the tailed beasts and manipulates the Akatsuki organization from the shadows, as well as Uchiha Madara himself. Compared to developing new jutsu that may take an indeterminate amount of time, the existing forbidden techniques in the Book of Seals are far simpler and more stable to learn or modify. Naruto is acutely aware of the challenges in developing new jutsu. Since his arrival in this world, he has only successfully created sensory techniques such as the wind style, wind listening technique. This cannot even be considered a true start from scratch. Naruto knows that in the ninja world, there exists a sensory technique called the Rain Tiger Freedom Technique, which utilizes natural weather for perception. Without understanding the underlying logic that natural weather can serve as a medium for sensory techniques, Naruto would never have conceived transforming rain, a chakra sensing medium, into the wind of the wind listening technique. The more he comprehends the myriad complexities and challenges involved in developing new jutsu, the more he admires the genius of the second Hokage, who is able to create various forbidden techniques, and the more he appreciates the invaluable nature of the Book of Seals, which encapsulates the second Hokage's achievements. With a flicker of determination in his eyes, Naruto stepped into the Konoha hospital. For now, he must play out the charade of searching for his injured comrades, who he fears are being taken away by the Jonin in charge, until he reaches the hospital. In the original narrative, Kakashi takes Sasuke away from the arena to place a sealing curse on him. Subsequently, Kakashi brings Sasuke to a special ward in the Konoha hospital and arranges for the Umbu to protect him. Meanwhile, Kabuto sneaks into the ward to make contact with Sasuke, only to be detected by Kakashi. However, at this moment, Kabuto is still concealed within the body-sealing scroll in Naruto's ninja tool pouch. I'm sorry. We have no record of Uchiha Sasuke's admission. The inquiry desk at the hospital, as the nurse glanced up from the patient admission records, replied to Naruto's earlier question. Yet again, a minor detail was amiss. All right, thank you. Naruto left the front desk, uncertain whether Sasuke had yet to be checked in by Kakashi or if he would not be admitted at all. Nevertheless, Naruto was not overly concerned about Sasuke's whereabouts. His primary focus was to act for the sake of the Root members watching him, rather than fretting over Sasuke. After a brief visit to the hospital, he returned to the streets, contemplating his next course of action. The members of Root continued their watch over him, showing no signs of leaving or reducing their numbers. This level of scrutiny would likely become the norm for Naruto's daily life in the foreseeable future. Under such intense surveillance, finding a way to conduct his clandestine operations became Naruto's first dilemma. What a nuisance, he thought. Feeling utterly drained, he rarely understood the perspective of Shikamaru, who always complained about troublesome matters. Generally, there are two approaches to resolving difficulties. One can either deal with the trouble personally or rely on others to handle it, whether actively or passively. Naruto's current method for addressing troubles is the latter. A tall, white figure surged against the flow of pedestrians toward Naruto, pursued by a group of young, attractive women. "Stop that peeping Tom!" the women exclaimed, accusing the white figure of misconduct. "I'm not a peeping Tom. I am a world-renowned novelist conducting field research," the white figure retorted, holding up a pair of binoculars. Naruto quietly observed the unfolding farce in the street. The protagonist of this commotion was none other than Jiraiya. One of the legendary Sannin, renowned alongside Orochimaru and Tsunade. As Jiraiya approached, it was evident that the third Hokage had indeed relayed the news of Orochimaru's infiltration to him that on the third day of the second Chunin exam. Jiraiya had returned to the village. While evading the angry women on his tail, Jiraiya noticed Naruto, who was watching the spectacle with keen interest. With the sound of wooden sandals striking the ground. In the blink of an eye, Jiraiya appeared before Naruto. "Hey there, kid. Looking at your forehead protector, you must be a Konoha ninja. The duty of a ninja is to assist ordinary folks like me. Here, now, could you hold this for me for a moment?" Without giving Naruto a chance to speak, Jiraiya quickly rambled on before forcibly shoving the binoculars into Naruto's hands, glancing down at the unexpected addition to his possession. Naruto barely had time to react before Jiraiya vanished entirely. In his place stood a group of women, eyes blazing with fury, surrounding Naruto. "You're that peeping Tom's accomplice, aren't you?" One of them noticed the binoculars in Naruto's hands and hastily labeled his identity. "Wait a minute, isn't that the little brat?" someone in the crowd remarked, causing the women's demeanor to shift dramatically. Their anger directed at Jiraiya now turned to disdain for Naruto. "Look at his forehead protector." The third Hokage actually allowed someone like him to become a ninja. Even if he is a ninja, his wicked nature won't change. Peeping at a women's bath at just 12 or 13 years old. These individuals seemed oblivious to the fact that such slander should be whispered behind the subject's back. After all, it is a habit not easily changed to speak ill of Naruto openly. Naruto quietly listened to their malicious gossip, merely correcting the false information they hurled at him. "I'm also being wronged. Personally, I have no interest in seeing older women unclothed." The women before him were hardly of an age that could be considered aunties. However, for 12 or 13-year-old Naruto to refer to women older than him as aunties was not unreasonable. Age is always a sensitive topic for women. Immediately, one of them pressed Naruto for evidence. "What proof do you have that you aren't a lecherous little brat? That you're not an accomplice of that peeping Tom?" Naruto remained silent. Knowing that arguing with unreasonable women would only waste his breath, he raised the binoculars in his hand, fingers splayed wide. Without his grip, the binoculars fell to the ground, shattering with a sharp, crisp sound. Crack, such a sound, or perhaps something louder and more emotionally charged. "Oh no!" The figure that had been hiding around the corner, observing the scene, reappeared before the crowd. Jiraiya, hands on his head, stared in disbelief at the binoculars that Naruto had just smashed. That was his trusted companion, having accompanied him through countless escapades at women's baths. However, Jiraiya had no time to mourn the death of his telescope, as he was immediately confronted by a group of women whom he had spied on while bathing. If these formidable women were to capture him, it would surely lead to an utterly terrifying predicament. "See cursed!" Jiraiya exclaimed in shock, hastily turning to flee. The women pursued him with the same fervor as before. The farce continued, yet it no longer unfolded in Naruto's vicinity. Naruto cast his gaze downward at the shattered remnants of his telescope, his thoughts elsewhere. Jiraiya merely passed by Naruto, while the rude organization that had been monitoring him reduced their numbers, likely to inform Danzo of the situation. The remaining members of Root kept their distance from Naruto, as if to curry favor with Jiraiya. Indeed, Danzo seemed to harbor some reservations about Jiraiya. Soon, Naruto's gaze fell upon a pair of familiar wooden clocks. "Wow, you little brat. Do you have any idea how many lonely days and nights my telescope has accompanied me through?" Jiraiya had successfully evaded the women. Naruto looked up to see Jiraiya, who was sorrowfully cradling the fragments of the telescope. Among the legendary three of Konoha, he was undoubtedly the most absurd of them all. "That it was you who first framed me, wasn't it?" Naruto disregarded Jiraiya's moral high ground. "There was no need to break my telescope. As a ninja, you could have simply gathered your chakra and escaped." He detested being misunderstood that Naruto's retort shifted Jiraiya's attention from the telescope. Jiraiya regarded Naruto. The boy was indeed as the intel had described. Due to being the host of the Nine Tails, Naruto had faced ostracism and injury within the village, which had instilled in him a profound aversion to being misjudged. During his time at the Ninja Academy, he had made quite a scene when he was misunderstood by the daughter of the Mountain Clan, even daring to slap her in front of her father. Moreover, you can suddenly appear before me. You must be a ninja as well, right? I merely returned your previous suggestion to you unchanged, that you actually enjoy being pursued by women. Jiraiya scrutinized Naruto with curiosity, but Naruto remained indifferent in Jiraiya's eyes. Naruto was the orphan of his disciple, the host of the Nine Tails. That would be strange if Jiraiya were not curious about him. "Humph, you truly are an ignorant little brat. Listen well. This is known as practical investigation. A charismatic man's life is intertwined with countless women. I am merely experiencing emotions that can only be understood by those as charming as myself. In 3 or 4 years, you might possess a charm that could rival my fingernail." As he spoke, Jiraiya exaggeratedly extended his pinky, beckoning with his nail toward Naruto. Naruto gazed at Jiraiya in silence, bemused by how his lecherous behavior could be so artfully rationalized. Jiraiya's jesting deflected Naruto's earlier inquiries. The reason he had returned to Konoha was twofold. He had obtained intelligence about Orochimaru infiltrating the village, and he was also concerned about Naruto. Jiraiya had learned of an organization known as Akatsuki, which coveted the tailed beasts of the 5 great hidden villages. Orochimaru, who had defected from Konoha, had spent some time within Akatsuki. Since his return coincided with the second Chunin exam, Jiraiya had not rushed to contact the 3rd Hokage or Naruto, instead casually gathering material for his novel in the village's public bathhouse. His voyeuristic activities, lacking the consent of the interviewee, had led him to unexpectedly encounter Naruto on the street. Although the situation deviated from his expectations, Jiraiya took the opportunity to approach Naruto under the pretense of being pursued by women. Seizing various random events to approach a target was a fundamental principle of ninja espionage. "You must be a genin, right? Did you not take part in the Chunin exam?" Jiraiya evaded Naruto's question, instead seizing the initiative to converse with him. "I was eliminated." "What? So you're not that impressive after all? The guy chased down the street for peeping in a women's bath has no right to judge my abilities." Naruto replied indignantly. "Humph, humph, humph." Jiraiya suddenly chuckled, feigning mystery as he said, "Listen well, I am a remarkable individual, known far and wide as the Sage of Mount Myaboku. You can simply call me the Toad Sage." With that, Jiraiya formed the summoning hand seals. After a cloud of smoke cleared, a gigantic toad, standing half a man's height, appeared beneath Jiraiya, striking an unusual pose. However, Naruto did not respond with the enthusiasm Jiraiya had hoped for. No surprise, no curiosity, no excitement. Nothing. Naruto merely cast a disinterested glance at the toad and then at Jiraiya, who was in an odd stance that "I don't like toads." With that, Naruto walked past Jiraiya and left him standing bewildered in the wind. Naruto's aversion to toads had deeper roots. Among the three great sage lands of the ninja world, White Snake Sage of the Dragon Cave, Slug Sage of the Wet Bone Forest, and Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku, only the toads of Mount Myaboku were deeply involved in the politics of the ninja world. While Mount Myaboku maintained an equal relationship with Konoha and typically ignored humans outside of their contractors, the prophetic Great Toad Sage subtly guided the toad's sentiments towards Konoha. Naruto had no desire to risk being summoned to fight by the toads, only for them to relay his information back to Jiraiya or Konoha once they returned to Mount Myaboku. After all, in the original story, Naruto had been summoned to Mount Myaboku and forced to eat live insect delicacies without having the chance to react. Although spatial time talent was a prerequisite for summoning techniques, for those ninjas possessing such talent, the challenge of summoning lay not in the technique itself, but in the origins of the summoned beasts. The range of summoning beasts is quite broad. Even ordinary wild animals fall under the category of summoned beasts, such as the enormous creatures found in the Forest of Death. Of course, such summoned beasts could not match the combat prowess of the legendary three summoned beasts, which were capable of serving as primary combatants. Instead, they served auxiliary roles. The legendary three of Konoha each had summoning contracts with the three great sage lands. This was the limit of what seasoned ninjas could choose in terms of summoned beasts. Naruto did not seek the strength of summoned beasts. As for those ninjas proficient in summoning techniques, there were far too many of them, and there was no need for him to learn from Jiraiya. Conversely, if he were to learn summoning techniques from Jiraiya without forming a contract with toads, it was likely that Jiraiya would sense something amiss. It was better to clarify his stance from the outset, so Jiraiya would not think too much about it. After all, both humans and animals have their respective preferences. Even Pakin and Sakura use the same shampoo. Naruto paused. Wait, why did I suddenly use that as an example? It was precisely during this moment of distraction that Jiraiya, unnoticed by Naruto, caught up with him once more. Wait, Jiraiya sprinted from behind Naruto, placing his hand in front of him to halt his progress. Haven't you heard of my title, the Toad Sage? Jiraiya gazed at Naruto in astonishment, still hoping for some reaction that he wished to see. The last time, I went to a barbecue restaurant with my fellow ninjas. There was a place called Bullfrog Sage right across the street. How rude. How dare you compare the toads of Mount Myaboku to those bullfrogs? Jiraiya glared at Naruto, indignant. Yet Naruto's demeanor did not seem feigned. He genuinely appeared to have never heard of the Toad Sage's title. Jiraiya was taken aback that after years of fame in the ninja world, the younger generation in the village was now unaware of his name. Ahem, little brat, listen well. In truth, I have another title. Jiraiya cleared his throat, adjusting his mood and preparing to reveal his name among the legendary three. However, Naruto interrupted him with a sudden remark. You're not trying to lure me into that bullfrog restaurant, are you? The momentum Jiraiya had built up instantly deflated. That you're quite strange, old man. We've even never met before, so why are you inexplicably clinging to me? Naruto squinted at Jiraiya, who could discern the young ninja's scrutiny in his eyes. Shortly thereafter, Naruto continued. If you expect me to compensate for your telescope, don't even think about it. You were the one who falsely accused me. Do you really perceive me as such a petty person? Jiraiya hastily interrupted Naruto's train of thought, insisting that the boy listen to him finish speaking. After the jest, I will continue our conversation, so pay attention, you little rascal. Apart from the title of the Sage of the Toads, I am also known as one of the legendary three ninjas of Konoha. Jiraiya, surely you must have heard of this name. With a flick of his head, his long hair flowing, Jiraiya anticipated Naruto's astonishment and reverence upon witnessing a legend in the flesh. I know, Naruto replied, his tone neither submissive nor disrespectful. Jiraiya clenched his fists, his teeth gritted. What an unappealing brat. You don't believe me? He challenged that I do. The amount of chakra you summon for the toad merely proves your strength. You are indeed formidable. Naruto did not doubt Jiraiya's identity. The performance needed to be just right to maintain authenticity. However, his vigilance gradually resurfaced as he remarked, but why are the legendary three ninjas inexplicably entangled with me? It's because I suddenly noticed that the great sage of Mount Myaboku foretold that during my quest for materials, I would encounter someone destined to become my disciple. You perfectly fit the description of the prophecy. Jiraiya found himself momentarily at a loss for a convincing reason in response to Naruto's inquiry. He realized that over-explaining would only rekindle Naruto's wariness, so he quickly devised an excuse involving the great sage as prophecy. In Jiraiya's view, if Naruto believed in his status as one of the legendary three, he would naturally accept his identity as a sage of the Toads. Naruto remained silent, yet he gained a clear understanding of Jiraiya's persistent interest in him. Indeed, Jiraiya's return to Konoha implied a greater concern for Naruto than for Orochimaru. His life had been dedicated to pursuing the great sage's prophecy regarding the child of prophecy, having once regarded Nagato as such. Following Nagato's demise, he embarked on a journey throughout the ninja world, unknowingly witnessing the original wielder of the six paths of pain. Now, having learned of his misguided friend's intent to strike Konoha and realizing that an unseen force in the ninja world was reaching for his disciple's orphan, whom Jiraiya recognized as the child of prophecy, Naruto Uzumaki, he finally concluded the great sage's prophecy regarding his travels and returned to Konoha to protect Naruto closely. That you've misunderstood, Naruto said after a brief silence. Denying Jiraiya's assertion. No, noted I had prior knowledge of you according to the prophecy. Uzumaki Naruto, a member of Team 7 led by Hitaki Kakashi. For a member of the Legendary 3, accessing the information of a lower-ranked ninja was hardly a challenge. Jiraiya continued to bolster the authenticity of his words by adhering to the great sage's prophecy. No, I told you I dislike toads, Naruto retorted. Aside from the summoning technique, I possess other jutsu I can teach you. I've looked into your profile. It states you admire the fourth Hokage, who protected the village as a hero, that I have unique jutsu developed by the fourth Hokage. With that, Jiraiya opened one hand, and, in an instant, a rapidly spinning sphere of chakra coalesced in his palm. This technique is called Rasengan. However, it is a powerful jutsu with an A-rank difficulty level. Jiraiya then flipped his hand, causing the Rasengan to vanish. Given that they were in the streets of Konoha, he could not demonstrate its might. Yet Naruto could discern the chakra volume involved in the summoning technique, and he assumed he could perceive the chakra contained within the Rasengan as well. Is it that impressive? It's just gathering and compressing chakra and making it spin, Naruto replied. Downplaying the intricacies of the Rasengan's principles, he extended his own hand, and a small sphere of chakra materialized there as well. Jiraiya's face registered surprise. I didn't expect you. He began, staring intently at the diminutive Rasengan in Naruto's palm. Although its size was insufficient for practical combat, the learning curve for the Rasengan was considerable. And yet Naruto had managed to replicate it after merely observing it once. Jiraiya recalled the information he had received about Naruto after he had officially become a member of Kakashi's Team 7. Once lagging behind the Ninja Academy, Naruto had made remarkable progress in Earth release techniques under Kakashi's guidance. He was truly a prodigy. Upon hearing Jiraiya's assessment, Naruto glanced at him and dissipated the chakra, forming the Rasengan. With Jiraiya demonstrating the technique, he could finally integrate the Rasengan with the Shadow Clone and Earth release techniques openly. Thus, when he chose to defect, he could still attribute the Rasengan's usage to a reasonable source within Konoha. The Flying Thunder God technique might also be exposed, but having perused the sealing techniques, Naruto believed Konoha could trace its origins back without significant issues. The Flying Thunder God and the Rasengan were jutsu Naruto was willing to reveal at the appropriate moment. As for Sage Mode, he intended to keep it as a trump card for a while longer, both to guard against Konoha and, more importantly, to prepare against the Akatsuki organization. Well, I shall take my leave. Naruto called to Jiraiya, having no intention of becoming his disciple, but he was not concerned that severing ties with Jiraiya would thrust him back under the scrutiny of Root, even if Naruto ignored Jiraiya. Given Jiraiya's current attitude towards him and Naruto's various identities as an orphan, a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and a child of prophecy, Jiraiya would continue to pursue him as long as Jiraiya remained by Naruto's side. The threat of Root intensifying their watch over him would be rendered moot. Naruto was not worried that Jiraiya would cling to him indefinitely. When Orochimaru initiated his plan to destroy Konoha, Jiraiya would undoubtedly rush to protect the village. The remainder of Naruto's day was to be spent pondering the deeper implications of Root's surveillance over him and attempting to deduce what actions Danzo might take next concerning him. As for Jiraiya, he would deal with him tomorrow. However, things did not unfold as he wished. Isn't that Naruto? Ino's voice echoed from afar. Naruto turned to the direction of Ino's call. Team 10 was all present, including Sakura. What are you all up to? Naruto inquired, engaging in the customary pleasantries. The preliminaries have concluded, and we're planning to grab a bite to eat. Would you like to join us? Shikamaru chimed in. Responding to Naruto's question, of course, I'd love to. Yet it was not Naruto who answered Shikamaru's inquiry, but Jiraiya, who had been listening attentively. Jiraiya, quite familiar with the situation, placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder, declaring, "Allow me." Jiraiya, the master of Uzumaki Naruto, to treat you, his friends, to a meal. Clearly, Jiraiya was not prepared to let Naruto off so easily today, intending to use the meal as an opportunity to further his persuasion. Where are you planning to eat? Jiraiya curiously asked. The Bullfrog Sage restaurant nearby, Sakura replied, glancing back and forth between Naruto and Jiraiya with curiosity. Heh. Naruto chuckled, producing a sound that struck Jiraiya as particularly grating upon hearing the name of the restaurant. Jiraiya, he could only respond in silence. In the Bullfrog Sage restaurant, Jiraiya remarked. Didn't you say you dislike toads? He first glanced at the steaming pot of bullfrog stew on the table, then shifted his gaze to the bowl of bullfrog meat in front of Naruto. Didn't you say that toads and bullfrogs are not to be confused? Naruto shot Jiraiya a sidelong glance, shoving a piece of bullfrog meat into his mouth, after savoring the exquisite taste of the bullfrog. Naruto waved his chopsticks at Jiraiya, saying, "It's quite delicious. Since you're treating, why aren't you eating?" He added, "Choji is from the Akimichi clan. If you don't eat it all, you'll be missing out. I have plenty of money. I can afford to miss out." Jiraiya fixed a piercing gaze upon Naruto, fully aware of the sarcasm laced within his words, in a bid to persuade Naruto, who appeared indifferent to the esteemed title of the three legendary ninjas, to become his disciple. Jiraiya ultimately accompanied him to the Bullfrog Eatery, albeit with the intention of abstaining from meal. Should the toads of Myobokuzen discover his presence, he would inevitably face their scorn. Here, Naruto declared, refusing to relent as he presented a fresh set of chopsticks brimming with bullfrog meat to Jiraiya. This is a token of apprenticeship, that I appreciate the gesture, but merely claiming a favor will not suffice. If you consume this, I shall consider you my disciple. Jiraiya's heart was already filled with respect for the mentor-student bond. The two engaged in a spirited exchange, trading barbs. Naruto, who is this old man? Ino, seated opposite Naruto, queried, observing the antics of the two as they dined. Jiraiya had previously declared himself Naruto's master. It was evident from Naruto's demeanor that he did not regard himself as a disciple. Moreover, it had been scarcely a moment since Naruto departed from the Forest of Death, and now he appeared to have acquired a master. Jiraiya, Naruto replied, continuing to heap meat into Jiraiya's bowl while casually responding to Ino's inquiry. "Ah, so it's Jiraiya." Ino nodded, her tone nonchalant. Her curiosity inquired about Jiraiya's name merely because he was footing the bill. Failing to know the name of one treating would be rather impolite. Ino lifted a piece of bullfrog meat from her own bowl. However, her motion faltered abruptly. Suddenly, realization dawned upon her, her eyes widening in astonishment. The trio of Team 10, including their superior, Asuma Sarutobi, hailed from Konoha's prestigious ninja clans and were undoubtedly familiar with the names of the legendary three ninjas, all of whom were students of the third Hokage. Aside from the defector Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, despite their prolonged absence from the village, remained prominent figures within Konoha's political sphere. "Jiraiya!" the group exclaimed in unison. Could it be that they were in the presence of the legendary Jiraiya, one of the famed three ninjas? Unfazed, Jiraiya responded to their astonishment. "That's more like it," he thought, feeling bolstered by their reactions after Naruto's earlier dismissal had caused him to doubt himself, pondering whether he had become a relic of a bygone era. "Naruto, I never expected that in the blink of an eye, you would become the disciple of the great Jiraiya." Upon learning of Jiraiya's identity, the group recalled his previous claim of being Naruto's master and offered their congratulations. Naruto replied dismissively to their accolades, by the way, who made it through to the third exam. He glanced at his teammates from Team 10, who were covered in noticeable dust. Among the 8 who qualified, he was only aware of Sakura, Sasuke, and Gaara. The remaining 5 slots were filled by Konoha ninjas Niji Hyuga, Tenten, and Shino Aburame, while from Sunagakure, they were Kankuro and Temari. Sakura, seated beside Naruto, provided the answer. Who did Shikamaru face in the preliminaries? Naruto inquired, slightly surprised that Shikamaru had not advanced. The opponent from Team 8 was Shino, Shikamaru replied, noting that his own team had not secured any qualifying spots. Initially, he had used a shadow imitation technique to control Shino, but a horde of insects had suddenly emerged from Shino, parasitizing Shikamaru and siphoning off his chakra. Sakura recounted the details of Shikamaru and Shino's battle. Although Shikamaru's technique could indeed subdue his opponent, Shino's method of attack did not originate from himself, but rather from the insects residing within him. She had taken note of Naruto's observations, diligently analyzing the information exhibited by other candidates during the preliminaries. With the absence of Orochimaru's and the Sound Ninja's participation in the preliminaries, the matchups for the 5 teams had largely shifted. Sakura had received a bye and directly qualified for the 3rd exam. The matchups were as follows: Uchiha Sasuke versus Rock Lee, Uzumaki Naruto versus Gaara, Narashikamaru versus Aburame Shino, Kankuro versus Inazuka Kiba, Temari versus Yamanaka Ino, Tenten versus Akimichi Choji. These matchups deviated from the original narrative. Now aware of the matchups, Naruto could predict the outcomes based on the unique characteristics of each ninja's techniques, but Sakura's descriptions of each match further corroborated Naruto's deductions. Kankuro had engulfed Akamaru with his puppets, restricting Akamaru's mobility, while Kiba's techniques were primarily coordinated with his ninja hounds. Fearing that Kankuro would strangle Akamaru with his puppets, Kiba had chosen to forfeit the match. Temari was noted as the most formidable of the 5 female ninjas in the preliminaries. Her ninjutsu prowess sufficient to counter Ino's mind-body switch technique, which relied on precise aiming. Choji's defeat mirrored Shikamaru's in that his physical combat style was easily countered by Tenten, who specialized in ninja tools, effectively rendering him a massive target. Among the 7 matches, the only one that adhered to the original storyline was that of the Hyuga clan, where Niji faced Hinata. Niji, as expected, secured victory, but Hinata fared slightly better, managing to engage Niji in several exchanges before conceding the match. Similar to the original narrative, Niji was still mindful of the status of the main and branch families. He merely sealed Hinata's chakra pathways with taijutsu and coerced her to forfeit through verbal intimidation, refraining from inflicting any severe harm upon her. Everyone listened intently as Sakura elaborated on the various matches of the preliminaries. Jiraiya began to take note of Sakura's keen observation skills. This young girl possessed a remarkable eye for detail. She meticulously analyzed the tactics employed by the victorious ninjas in the preliminaries. However, perhaps due to her own limitations in ninjutsu, she failed to identify countermeasures against those techniques. Sakura recognized her shortcomings. Her advancement to the 3rd round of the Chunin exam was purely a stroke of luck, placing her at a vastly different level of skill compared to the other 7 who had triumphed through their own merits. Naruto, do we still have a pact to train together? Sakura tentatively inquired, uncertain if Naruto still recalled their prior agreement amidst the whirlwind of events surrounding the Chunin exam. Naruto turned to meet Sakura's gaze. He had nearly forgotten, but found himself compelled to remember. As he hesitated, Jiraiya made the decision for him. And why, dear girl, you, a ninja who has successfully reached the finals of the Chunin exam, ought not to seek assistance from Naruto, who was eliminated midway. After all, I, the legendary Jiraiya, am right here. I can certainly help you train before the final exam. And of course, I will have Naruto accompany you. Jiraiya winked at Sakura, but his monologue ultimately centered around the mention of Naruto's name. However, since Jiraiya had opened his mouth to promise Sakura assistance in her training for a period, he would not treat it lightly. Naruto felt somewhat helpless regarding Jiraiya's unilateral decision, yet he understood the logic behind Jiraiya's actions. The benefits of Naruto's facade over the years were now coming to fruition. From Jiraiya's perspective, Naruto was a ninja who had been ostracized by the village, destined to fall into darkness, but ultimately awakened to embrace the light, grasping the will of fire. Since becoming a genin and under Kakashi's guidance, he had shed the stigma of being a bottom-tier ninja and had shown genuine concern for his comrades during numerous missions. Moreover, Naruto's dream of becoming Hokage painted him as a quintessentially noble Konoha ninja, In Jiraiya's analysis of Naruto, it was evident that Naruto had little desire to become Jiraiya's disciple. Nevertheless, if Jiraiya were to assist Sakura, a fellow member of Team 7, in her preparations for the Chunin exam, it would undoubtedly bridge the gap between him and Naruto, garnering Naruto's favor at this juncture, should Jiraiya propose teaching Naruto again. Naruto's response would likely not be as vehemently dismissive as before. Naruto, aside from the summoning technique and a Rasengan, I have other things I can teach you, Jiraiya said with an air of mystery. Naruto remained silent, and Jiraiya, undeterred, continued in a tone that suggested Naruto would not refuse. I can also teach you sealing techniques. Besides this girl named Sakura, your other teammate from the same ninja class is that Uchiha brat named Sasuke, right? The Uchiha clan excels in fire techniques, and I possess sealing techniques that can seal fire ninjutsu. I'm also quite adept at other sealing techniques. Just think about it, although you may fail in the Chunin exam. After using my sealing techniques to astonishingly defeat Sasuke, Sakura will undoubtedly develop feelings for you. What kind of look is that? You haven't noticed how much she overly cares for you beyond that of an ordinary comrade. Have you? That's why I say you kids who don't understand the dynamics of relationships between boys and girls lack charm. Let me tell you, when I was your age, Tsunade, one of the legendary 3, was madly in love with me. What on earth is that look? Stop listening to the ridiculous rumors. Tsunade was actually in love with me, but could not have me. Naruto, uninterested in Jiraiya's fabricated tales of the legendary 3, found himself somewhat intrigued by Jiraiya's offer of sealing techniques. The sealing technique for fire ninjutsu he mentioned certainly referred to the seal of fire, which could seal even the black flames of Amaterasu. Regardless, even if he continued to refuse Jiraiya's request to become his disciple, Jiraiya would follow him. Moreover, Jiraiya had already established himself as a master, and it felt rather disadvantageous for Naruto not to gain some disciple benefits from him. It would be better to take advantage of the situation and be his disciple for a while. Interacting with Jiraiya could suppress Danzo's growing suspicions about Naruto, making Danzo wary of acting against him in Jiraiya's presence. This would allow Naruto to await the impending third Chunin exam in peace, during which his planned defection would take place. The upcoming time marked the final moments of his disguise in Konoha. Ultimately, under Jiraiya's decisive direction, both Naruto and Sakura were pulled into training. However, unlike Jiraiya's coercion of Naruto to become his disciple, his instruction of Sakura was more of a temporary guidance. The exchange of techniques among ninjas is a commonplace occurrence. It does not imply that merely learning ninjutsu from someone makes them a teacher. The requirements for mentorship are far more stringent. Given Jiraiya's status and the perspective that came with his strength, he knew he was not the suitable teacher for Sakura. Nevertheless, Jiraiya still facilitated substantial growth for her. Under his tutelage, Sakura mastered the nature transformation related to water and chakra. Consequently, all 3 members of Team 7 had now mastered chakra nature transformations. With his mastery of the 6 chakra natures, earth, fire, wind, water, yin, and yang, though Jiraiya primarily utilized fire and earth techniques, he was also capable of teaching Sakura water-style ninjutsu. During this time, Naruto experienced significant growth as well. Throughout his years in the Ninja Academy, due to the higher-ups in Konoha being wary of him, Naruto had been learning through self-exploration. After officially becoming a genin and forming Team 7 with Sakura and Sasuke. Although he received Kakashi's teachings, Naruto had only learned very superficial content to avoid exposing his true abilities. Kakashi's instruction lacked the depth that Jiraiya's teachings offered at this moment. Naruto couldn't help but reflect on how crucial it was to have a powerful teacher in the ninja world. Indeed, Jiraiya had spared Naruto from many detours, but the sealing techniques he imparted were not the most vital aspect. Rather, it was the methodology and experience in learning ninjutsu, along with various practical combat strategies. Well, you two have shown commendable results in your nearly month-long training. Kakashi certainly has enviable students, Jiraiya remarked one afternoon in late July, his face adorned with lipstick marks and the signs of a hangover after a day of absence. This man, known for his lecherous nature, had previously restrained himself due to Sakura's presence, even pausing his usual pursuits for a time. Only after the formal conclusion of today's training did Jiraiya finally indulge himself again. Naruto admired Jiraiya's ability to hold back for so long. However, upon reflection, Jiraiya was inherently serious and meticulous when it came to important matters, while being rather carefree and easygoing in general. Thank you for your guidance. Lord Jiraiya, Sakura exclaimed with excitement upon receiving Jiraiya's acknowledgement that I didn't really teach you much. Our ninjutsu affinities don't quite match. It's a pity, Tsunade isn't in the village. Jiraiya replied, shaking his head and dismissing Sakura's gratitude. Throughout this period of instruction, Jiraiya was well aware of Sakura's impressive knowledge reservoir. Sakura was intelligent and persistent, as long as she had a teacher compatible with her abilities. Even self-study, with guidance at critical moments, would lead her to remarkable accomplishments. Are you referring to my precise control over chakra? Sakura recalled Jiraiya's assessment of her. Yes, your ability to control chakra precisely is even stronger than Naruto's. You possess the talent to become a medical ninja, that if you are inclined to pursue that path, I suggest you visit the Konoha hospital more often. I can help you with a recommendation letter. At the level of the legendary 3, they were generally quite willing to look after promising juniors, including Orochimaru. However, whether those juniors, once grown, would become potential targets for the reanimation jutsu was an entirely different matter. With only a few days remaining until the finals of the Chunin exam, Sakura, you should rest well, that if you wish to engage in practical sparring, you can also seek Naruto. You two have been harmonizing quite well during this time. And practicing together when your strengths have grown can yield valuable insights and foster mutual growth. This was yet another piece of advice from Jiraiya. Sakura glanced at Naruto and nodded earnestly. However, Naruto had no interest in Jiraiya's notion of mutual growth. His sole focus was on the impending third Chunin exam on the day of the finals. When various factions converged, Naruto planned to make his escape amidst the chaos. His long-anticipated defection was now on the countdown. August arrived, and the streets of Konoha buzzed with activity, teeming with people. The crowd surged toward a singular destination, the grand arena where the Chunin exam finals would be held. The dueling arena is an open-air, circular structure. Seated atop the high walls of the arena, Naruto gazes down at the spacious ground below, where the 8 selected genin candidates for the finals stand in a neat row. Before the candidates, the judge of the finals, a special Nin of Konoha clad in a black hood and with a sunbonnet pinched between his lips, is none other than Noara Hayoma. Naruto's gaze fixates on Sasuke, who stands side by side with Sakura in the arena. Since Kakashi had taken Sasuke away during the preliminary rounds, today marks the first time he has seen him again. During the previous month's training with Jiraiya had mentioned to Naruto and Sakura that Sasuke was training with Kakashi, reassuring them not to worry excessively and to focus on their own training. Although Jiraiya did not explicitly state what techniques Kakashi and Sasuke were working on, Naruto could easily guess. It must be Chidori. Chidori and Raikiri are fundamentally the same technique, yet Chidori remains an underdeveloped ninjutsu. It is akin to Naruto's Rasengan and Wind Release. Rasengan. The essence of Rasengan is merely a rapidly spinning sphere of chakra, also classified as an incomplete ninjutsu, the successful infusion of wind nature transformation into wind release. Rasengan signifies substantial progress in its development. By teaching Sasuke Chidori instead of Raikiri, Kakashi undoubtedly hopes that Sasuke will refine Chidori by integrating his unique ninjutsu characteristics and combat style, ultimately making it his own technique. An exceptional teacher prefers to impart the skills necessary for self-sufficiency rather than simply providing immediate answers to a capable student. Long time no see. Naruto's reverie is interrupted by a sudden voice beside him. Kakashi, who like Sasuke has not been seen for almost a month, casually greets Naruto. Kakashi-sensei, how is Sasuke faring? Naruto gestures for Kakashi to sit beside him. As the bias of the villagers has left the seats on either side of him empty, he's doing quite well, and I've also taught him a new ninjutsu. You will see it during the match. Kakashi keeps an air of mystery. Naruto nods, feeling little curiosity. His gaze shifts to the main viewing platform, higher than that of the ordinary spectators, with a third Hokage, draped in his Hokage robes, has taken his seat amidst a throng of ninja guards. As soon as the third Hokage settles, the fourth Kazekage, obscured in appearance, also appears on the main platform. With both the Hokage and Kazekage present, the competition is likely to commence soon. Kakashi follows Naruto's line of sight to the leaders of the two great ninja villages. Noting that it is a rare occasion to witness two Kage at the same time, Kakashi quickly returns his attention to Naruto, remarking, "I never expected you, Naruto, to have fallen short in the preliminary rounds." There is a hint of regret in Kakashi's tone. He has already received reports from the medical ninja who treated Naruto's injuries. If it had not been for Orochimaru's infiltration during the nin exams, which led to unforeseen circumstances, Kakashi believes both Naruto and Sasuke would have secured their places in the finals. Isn't it often said that fortune and misfortune are interlinked? Perhaps this setback in the nin exams signifies that my luck will soon turn. Naruto presents an expression of indifference towards his recent failure. You are indeed correct. The nin exams are held annually, and with the experience gained from this round, you will surely advance further next year, perhaps even achieving promotion to nin. Kakashi replies with a smile. Having been preoccupied with Sasuke's troublesome curse mark, Kakashi, as the leader of Team 7, has regrettably neglected Naruto and Sakura during this past month. He initially intended to offer consolation to the sole candidate from Team 7 who did not advance, but seeing Naruto's demeanor, it appears he is not overly distressed that Jiraiya-sama has been giving him good guidance. Kakashi attributes Naruto's resilience in the face of adversity to his mentorship under Jiraiya. By the way, have you and Sakura learned anything from Jiraiya-sama during this past month? Kakashi inquires. Sakura has mastered some water release techniques, compensating for her previous lack of practical experience. After briefly informing Kakashi about Sakura's progress, Naruto shifts the focus to himself. As for me, I've been studying sealing techniques, Rasengan, and summoning techniques, but I've only learned the formula for summoning without having actually performed it. I have heard from Jiraiya-sama that you seem averse to signing a summoning contract with toads, that I detest slippery, hairless creatures. Naruto has expressed this sentiment to anyone who would listen. So, after this nin exam, would you consider signing a contract with my ninja dogs? Kakashi proposes to Naruto. Naruto turns to meet Kakashi's gaze. Before he can respond, a booming voice interrupts their conversation. Welcome, everyone, to the nin selection exams. The third Hokage, having calculated the timing for the start of the matches, rises from his seat and calls out to the entire arena. The elder Hokage's resounding voice drowns out the clamor of the crowd, capturing the attention of all present. The competition begins now. The third Hokage officially announces the commencement of the matches. The rules for the finals of the nin exams are similar to those of the preliminaries. Yet instead of a single elimination format, it will follow a system of multiple battles for advancement. Among the 8 candidates, there will be one-on-one duels. The first stage consists of 4 matches, from which 4 candidates will advance. In the second stage, the remaining 4 candidates will engage in 2 matches, further narrowing it down to 2 finalists. The third stage will culminate in a duel between the final 2, determining the ultimate victor of this year's nin selection exams. Following the third Hokage's cue, Noara Hayoma, acting as the chief examiner, directs the candidates who have yet to compete to vacate the arena and wait in the designated viewing area. Remaining in the arena with Noara Hayoma are the 2 participants of the first match of the finals. One is a Konoha ninja with black hair, clad in a black jumpsuit and wearing the Konoha forehead protector. The other is a Sunagakure ninja with red hair, bearing the kanji for love on his forehead, and carrying a massive gourd on his back. Both competitors, take your positions. Noara Hayoma extends his arms to separate the 2 contenders, then calls out in a voice that resonates throughout the arena. The first match, Konoha's Uchiha Sasuke versus Sunagakure's Gaara. The first match is Sasuke against Gaara. Seeing the 2 fighters enter the fray, Naruto suddenly leaps to his feet from his vantage point. Gaara is a Jinchuriki, and the likelihood of him transforming into his tailed beast during the battle is exceedingly high. Naruto had anticipated having some preparation time before the match began, but now he realizes he must act swiftly. Only Gaara himself knows when he will transform. Naruto, what's wrong? Noticing Naruto's agitation, Kakashi inquires curiously that I need to find a better vantage point to observe the fight. Naruto replies, this reasoning is entirely understandable to Kakashi. Within Team 7, Naruto and Sasuke have always maintained an unspoken rivalry, though typically it is Sasuke who subtly perceives Naruto as a competitor while Naruto remains blissfully unaware of this perception. However, This unexpected setback in the ch-nin exams seems to have ignited Naruto's competitive spirit that, oh wait, just as Naruto is about to leave in search of a better angle to watch the battle, he suddenly recalls something and rummages through his ninja tool pouch. This is a gift I prepared for Kakashi-sensei. A gift? Kakashi looks at the object in Naruto's hand, bewildered, and his eyes widen in astonishment. What could possibly cause the composed and battle-hardened ch-nin, universally recognized as an elite ninja of Konoha, to lose his composure? A brand-new collectible edition of the latest work from Iruka Paradise. The limited print run, never to be reissued, has undeniably established the intrinsic value of this edition of Intimate Paradise in the eyes of its devoted readers. Moreover, the copy that Naruto gifted to Kakashi came adorned with the autograph of its illustrious author. Jiraiya, Kakashi, as if in the presence of a sacred relic, delicately accepted Intimate Paradise from Naruto's hands, exercising utmost caution to minimize any contact between his fingers and the book's cover. Captivated by the allure of Intimate Paradise, Kakashi remained oblivious to Naruto's departure. After soothing Kakashi, Naruto did not, as he had claimed, seek a prime vantage point from which to spectate. Instead, he slipped into the public restroom within the dueling arena, entered an unoccupied stall, and locked the stall door behind him. After approximately 2 minutes, Naruto flushed the toilet, pushed open the stall door, and returned to the stands. This time, he genuinely seemed to be in search of an optimal viewing position, akin to that of a spectator eager to observe the match between Sasuke and Gaara. Naruto, Ino's voice resonated beside him. The trio from Team 10 was also present in the stands, seated in close proximity. Their location was significantly superior to the one previously occupied by Naruto and Kakashi on the streets of Konoha. Naruto, having employed a transformation technique for disguise, observed the Hokage's office from a distance. As anticipated, there were root operatives stationed to guard the Book of Seals. However, the book remained within the confines of the Hokage's office, likely a result of the ongoing power struggle between Danzo and the third Hokage. While the situation was challenging, it was not overly troublesome. If Danzo were to secure the Book of Seals within the root organization, it would pose a far more significant dilemma for Naruto. The Book of Seals, by its very nature, is forbidden knowledge that must be safeguarded by the Hokage. While Danzo might obtain permission to borrow it from the third Hokage, he would never acquire the authority to remove the book from the Hokage's office without the Hokage's consent. The fact that the third Hokage allowed Root to oversee the Book of Seals was the utmost compromise that Danzo could achieve. It seems that Naruto would have to wait until Orochimaru officially commenced the plan to annihilate Konoha to seize the Book of Seals amidst the ensuing chaos. Having made his decision, Naruto retracted his sensory perception and turned to enter Ichiraka Ramen. "Welcome!" The chef and proprietor of the ramen shop greeted Naruto with enthusiasm. Naruto casually chose a seat. Ayam, the chef's daughter, who handled various tasks in the shop, approached him. She had never seen this customer before. Ayam scrutinized Naruto, confirming that he was a new face in the ramen shop, having co-managed Ichiraka Ramen with her father since childhood. Her youthful memory allowed her to remember patrons far better than her father. "I am not a local of Konoha," Naruto replied confidently to Ayam's inquiry. "Are you a visitor here to watch the Chunin selection exam?" Ayam asked. Naruto nodded. "But the matches should have already begun," she noted. "The arena is far too crowded, and I couldn't find a good spot to watch, so I decided to step out. I even skipped breakfast today in hopes of securing a prime location." After all, it had been years since the third exam was held. Previous Chunin selection exams had faltered at the second stage. The chef joined the conversation, sharing insights from his decades of experience running the ramen shop, making him something of an information broker among ordinary folk. Indeed, today's finals can be considered a grand spectacle not witnessed in many years, so it's entirely understandable that securing a spot is difficult. "Yes, it's quite disappointing," Naruto expressed with a hint of dejection. "Don't be disheartened. How about I treat you to a bowl of ramen on the house?" The chef generously offered to waive the cost of Naruto's meal. As he spoke, the chef's hands were already in motion, a testament to a lifetime dedicated to perfecting the art of ramen.